Chapter 1291 Real Estate Agency Simulator Promotion Preparation. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. November 2nd, Friday. Meng Chang came to Qingshan studio to investigate the current situation of the game Real Estate Agency Simulator and prepare for the next promotion work. In fact, Qingshan studio has always been an independently operated company. Although Tenda Group and Shenhua Group have invested, they will not interfere with its operation. Of course, President Pei will still give some ideas every now and then, but this is not considered interference. After all, Yuan is free to use or not. If you don't want to use President Pei's ideas, you can create your own. As for the promotion funds, the two sides have also had a quarrel before. To put it simply, President Pei hopes that the money for promotion will be paid by Tenda, but Yuan disagrees with everything. Now that Qingshan studio has made money, Animal Island VR and Doubt VR glasses have been a great success, it is even more impossible for President Pei to pay again. Not only that, the profits of Qingshan studio will continue to be distributed to Tenda Group with the popularity of Doubt VR and Animal Island, and the chain reactions brought about by them, such as the extra profits of Moyu Internet Cafe and Starboard Fitness. Tenda has already recovered most of the money it invested in Qingshan studio. If they make 1 or 2 hit games, it will be pure profit. Of course, if Qingshan studio encounters some games with particularly huge investments and encounters difficulties in capital turnover, President Pei is also very willing to lend a hand. This time, Meng Chang is still responsible for the promotion plan, on the one hand because President Pei trusts him very much, and on the other hand because Yuan also trusts him more now. Although the trust between the two people is not on the same channel, it is indeed trust. Meng Chang is still a little unsure about whether he can make this promotion. On the one hand, after hearing that the name of the game is Real Estate Agency Simulator, Meng Chang is naturally a little worried. Although there is no unsuccessful game made by President Pei, the subject matter of this game itself still makes Meng Chang feel a little uncertain. If there is no good product, then no matter how hard you promote it, it will be like water without a source and a tree without roots. This is a core point that Meng Chang learned from Pei's promotion method. If this game is very niche and does not attract enough attention, then the promotion plan will be difficult to implement. On the other hand, Meng Chang is afraid that if the game is too successful and attracts too much attention, his commission will disappear. Since the Pei's publicity method is to be used for publicity, it is not necessarily a success if it becomes popular in the end. It must be first promoted, then suppressed, and then promoted again. Only when this set of operations is completed and the perfect publicity effect is achieved, can it be considered a success. The standard of success in many things cannot be simply based on the results, but must be combined with the process. It is difficult for a poor person to make 1 million from penniless, but it is as easy as eating and drinking for a rich man with 100 million assets to make 1 million. The results of these two things seem the same, but in fact the process is different and the difficulty is also different. If you want to compare, the rich must at least multiply their assets several times, and the difficulty is comparable. So Meng Chang was a little nervous on the one hand, and on the other hand, he felt that this was a difficult challenge, which could well verify his understanding of Pei's publicity method. After arriving at Qingshan studio, Meng Chang went straight to the chief designer Kai Jiadong. He came here mainly to understand the details of the game, and there was no need to bother Yuan with such a small matter. Brother Meng, how are you? I have to bother you with the publicity work again this time. Kai Jiadong's attitude towards Meng Chang was still quite enthusiastic. Many old employees of Tenda used to have some prejudice against Meng Chang, but after Meng Chang came up with so many excellent publicity plans, this prejudice has long changed. Moreover, Kai Jiadong is not an old employee and does not have such prejudice. Meng Chang shot the promotional video of Doubt VR glasses last time, and the promotional effect was very good, which also made Kai Jiadong have a good impression of Meng Chang. Meng Chang smiled, the key is that your product is well made. I am just adding icing on the cake. The two exchanged a few simple pleasantries and got straight to the point. Kai Jiadong took Meng Chang to a relatively empty experience area and handed him a VR glasses. The real estate agency simulator is still left with the final finishing work, but the main game content is all there, which does not affect the game experience. You can take this VR glasses back and experience it slowly. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Meng Chang reached out and took it. Okay, thank you. One day alone is definitely not enough. The games designed by President Pei are relatively rich in content. If you don't play them deeply enough, it is easy to only understand a little bit of the fur, which is far from the actual core. If Meng Chang wants to make a promotional plan, he must have a deep understanding, otherwise it is easy to deviate. The main purpose of coming here today is to talk to the designer Kai Jiadong and solve the bigger doubts and problems. Meng Chang put on VR glasses. Like Animal Island, Real Estate Agent Simulator, as the official game of Qingshan Studio, naturally also leaves an entrance on the initial login interface. When Doubt VR glasses were first released, they had exclusive login scenes, one of three choices. The default one was the scene of Animal Island, in addition to the command ship space scene of Mission and Choice, and the Sun to River scene full of red spider lilies and turning back. Of course, the development department was not idle during this period, and added two new scenes. One is the simulation scene of Real Estate Agency Simulator, and the other is the cartoon gym scene of Fitness War. The styles are different, and players can choose their favorite scenes. All VR games developed by Qingshan Studio have a special entrance in the initial scene of Doubt VR glasses, which is perfectly integrated with the game scene. For example, in the simulation scene of the theme of Real Estate Agency Simulator, the whole scene is a suite, and one of the doors is the entrance to the game. In other scenes, the entrances are different, such as the scene of Mission and Choice replaced with a holographic projection device. After the release of Animal Island, many game companies began to make VR games and logged in Doubt VR glasses. But these VR games don't have this kind of treatment. They are all thrown into the game market and let players download them by themselves. The quality of these VR games is definitely not as good as the games of Qingshan Studio, but they can at least enrich the game library and help increase the sales of VR glasses. Meng Chang first looked around the default login scene. I have to say that the sense of reality is quite strong. The default position where he stands is a spacious living room, with bright sunshine and birds singing and flowers blooming outside. The sofa, TV, and other furniture and appliances in the living room are all available. The huge TV is an interactive interface, on which some basic settings of VR glasses can be called up. In addition, this interface can also be customized in various ways, changing the layout, the style of furniture, etc. Kai Jiadong explained, the living room you see now has an initial image, and various customized contents need to be gradually unlocked in the game Real Estate Agency Simulator. Players can move new sofas, new props, etc. unlocked in the game to this login scene to create a login scene that belongs to them alone. Of course, the login scene also needs to take care of other players who don't play this game, so its initial decoration level is relatively high, and it won't make people feel shabby. In other words, the house upgrade gameplay in Real Estate Agency Simulator is also simply brought to the login interface. But it is not a 100% copy. The initial house in Real Estate Agent Simulator is very dilapidated, with worn-out furniture, old appliances, dirty walls, leaky windows, and other problems. Players need to upgrade it step by step, but the house in the initial scene is in a relatively high-end state from the beginning. This is to take care of players who do not play the game Real Estate Agency Simulator on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is because the performance of VR glasses themselves is limited and there is no way to use so much capacity to run the login scene. Push open a door and enter the game of Real Estate Agency Simulator. The configuration requirements of this game are still relatively high, because all the characters are high-definition modeling and the picture performance is also very fine, so it is not enough to rely solely on the performance of VR glasses. Like Animal Island, it uses a solution of running the game on a computer and projecting the screen onto VR glasses. I should have played Animal Island before, so Meng Chang did not feel the shock of the first contact when playing VR games again. But Real Estate Agency Simulator is a very realistic game after all, and it is obviously different from the cute cartoon style of Animal Island. Chapter 1292, Finding the Right Entry Point. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Meng Chang's first feeling is that the sense of reality is stronger. It seems that he is really immersed in the scene and traveled to another real world. Of course, there are still shortcomings, that is, the resolution. At present, the resolution of VR glasses is still quite worrying. Even if VR glasses have achieved 4K, there is still a sense of grain. Animal Island uses a special cartoon style, which makes up for the problem of insufficient resolution to a certain extent, but Real Estate Agency Simulator is a realistic style, so there is no way. Technical problems cannot be solved in the short term. So the field of VR is actually very special. People who like it are particularly enthusiastic, while those who don't like it will think it is a complete scam and useless. Those players who are dizzy with 3D, cannot accept the rasterization effect of VR glasses, and have high requirements for various operations and details are not the audience of VR games at present, and they can't feel the fun of VR games at all. But apart from these people, there are some players who can tolerate these shortcomings. They enjoy the immersion and sense of involvement brought by VR games. These players are the main consumers in the VR game market. Meng Chang did not play the final version of the game, so some of the transitions were still a bit awkward, and basically the mode was black screen, loading, and jump. Kai Jiadong explained, "We have made some special scenes for the transitions, but they have not been updated to this demo. Actually, there is nothing special. It is just a satellite camera. After going out, the camera first rises to the sky above the city, moves to the area where the destination is located, and then quickly descends. After adding a blur effect, it arrives at the door of the destination. On the one hand, it makes the transition more natural, and on the other hand, it can also make players more familiar with the layout of the entire city and know where their house is roughly located." Meng Chang nodded, and he could probably imagine this feeling. This is not a particularly critical link, and it doesn't matter whether you experience it or not. Meng Chang is already inside a real estate agency. The basic operation method of the game obviously follows the standard operation mode of Animal Island. There are different movement modes, such as pushing the joystick to move and teleporting. The interaction logic with props and items in the scene is also to touch and grab with fingers. Meng Chang also heard that President Pei had previously established a complete set of operating specifications for VR games through Animal Island. Real Estate Agency Simulator obviously followed this set of specifications, which saved trouble. Meng Chang looked around. The store was not big and had a simple structure. It only had an office area similar to a front desk, a coffee table and a consultation area with 2 single sofas, and some simple furnishings. So the player is actually the boss of this small agency? Meng Chang asked. Kai Jiadong nodded, yes, in fact, at the beginning we also considered whether to let players start as ordinary employees of an agency store, and then open their own stores in the middle of the game. But this plan was rejected after repeated discussions. On the one hand, being an ordinary employee in a store may inevitably involve a lot of interactions with other colleagues, which are all unnecessary content, and the input and output are not proportional. On the other hand, it may also cause players impatience. We should skip these unnecessary contents and let players experience the core fun of this gameplay directly. So the protagonist is directly set as the owner of a small agency store. Of course, the conditions are relatively simple, and players need to save money little by little to unlock new decorations of the store, and they can also rent new and more spacious stores. The player's residence and store are 2 independent systems, and players can focus on them according to their preferences. Meng Qiang understood that in fact, Real Estate Agency Simulator obviously did not completely simulate the real estate agency in reality, but made some artistic beautification and processing. This is also normal. After all, there are always trade-offs in the gameplay, and unnecessary content must be discarded. Like many other simulation games, only the most essential parts are selected for simulation, and those irrelevant contents are naturally omitted. The main difference between the game Real Estate Agency Simulator and reality is that the protagonist is a small agency boss who has the final say and can freely decide the company's development direction and development strategy. There is a computer on the front desk and a high chair, and the angle for standing to see the computer is just right. This is obviously to take care of players who experience the game standing up. The computer is a touch screen, and you can open the files and programs on it by simply clicking. The basic gameplay is to view the house through the computer program, accept the commission, match the house and the tenant, go to the house to conduct on-site inspections and understand the situation, wait for the tenant to come to introduce the tenant, and get a commission after success. You can only simply see the age of the house, the floor plan of the house, and other information on the internet. You can receive several commissions at the same time, and you can make a preliminary screening on the computer, and then go to the field for inspection. There is no limit to the number of field inspections, but after all, the player's goal is to complete high-level commissions as quickly as possible to upgrade levels, so there is not much point in getting hung up on these low-level houses, and they still need to be carefully screened and identified. After the field investigation, it is normal to meet with tenants and answer their questions. Meng Qiang simply experienced it for about an hour, and then took off the VR glasses. To be honest, I don't quite understand the fun of this game. Meng Qiang was also more reserved and did not directly say that the game was boring. Kai Jiadong smiled, it's normal. Similar simulation business games are very picky about players. They may be very fun for some players, while other players can't feel the fun. You are not a player of simulation business games, so you may feel less in this regard. And simulation business games themselves are also a relatively slow heating type. It is difficult to get started in the early stage, but once you feel the fun, you can play for a long time. The fun of the game varies from person to person, and many times it cannot be forced. Meng Qiang was a little melancholy, but if you can't feel the fun, how can you make a promotional plan? Kai Jiadong, oh, that's right. It's okay. You can experience it more and feel it. Maybe you will suddenly get inspiration. If it doesn't work, you can also ask some more serious simulation business game enthusiasts and learn from them. Kai Jiadong, as a designer, certainly understands, but his perspective is after all the perspective of a designer, and there is still some gap with the perspective of the player. I am afraid that Meng Qiang still cannot understand it after explaining it. So it is better to find a player to discuss it, and experience the fun from the perspective of the player, which is relatively easier to understand. Meng Qiang nodded, okay, I understand. He does not know any players who like simulation management games, but he knows Qiao Laoshi. If it really doesn't work, ask Qiao Laoshi. Anyway, as a professional player, Qiao Laoshi can get the fun of most games. And he doesn't need to really feel this kind of fun, as long as he understands it. In the afternoon, Meng Qiang returned to his workstation and began to think about the promotion plan. He did not go to Qiao Laoshi at the first time, mainly because he wanted to come up with a prototype with his own strength first, and he could not be too influenced by Qiao Laoshi's ideas, which would lead to the deviation of the plan. In other words, Qiao Laoshi's side should either not be used, or directly used as a finishing touch, and Qiao Laoshi's words should not affect Meng Qiang's original plan. Before, I just summarized the basic process of Pei's propaganda method, promote to press promote, but I am not particularly proficient in this process. After careful analysis, the key lies in this step in the middle. The last step of publicity is easy to handle, because Tengda's products are already excellent, As long as the products get the evaluation they deserve, the first step of publicity is also relatively easy to handle, as long as a relatively good publicity start is given with reservations. The key lies in the suppression in the middle, how to cause no real trouble to consumers and no actual damage to the products under the premise of causing controversy, leaving room for reversal in the future. This is the key among the keys. So, in fact, it might as well start with this step. It can be known that when President Pei used the Pei's publicity method, the step of suppression was very restrained and just right. There must be a very long time of thinking and careful preparation behind this. How to suppress it? Continue to use my bad reputation? Not so good, my bad reputation is a bit useless. Meng Qiang found that his bad reputation was really more effective when President Pei used it for the first time, and it was not as good as the last time. The main reason is that after several successful publicity plans, many people have a certain change in their impression of Meng Qiang. Although it is still annoying, this kind of disgust is not enough to have a fatal impact on the product itself. So his bad reputation is not completely useless, but it is no longer very useful, which is very sad. How about taking advantage of other people's bad reputation? Is there any bad reputation in the field of intermediaries? Residential group? Not so good, President Pei seems to dislike this company. Meng Qiang originally wanted to take advantage of the bad reputation of the home group, but then he thought it was inappropriate. The concept of the home group is fundamentally in conflict with President Pei. Even if he wants to suppress it, he doesn't need to throw dirty water on himself. Besides, the ultimate goal of Pei's publicity method is to achieve the best publicity effect through such disputes and misunderstandings. It is easy to be unjustified by cooperating with the home group. Wouldn't that be a big problem? Meng Qiang just thought about it for a while and gave up, and turned to think of other ways. In fact, there is no need to use the bad reputation of the home group. You just need to take advantage of everyone's prejudice against the real estate agency industry. Well, this is a good entry point, but how to cleverly combine it with the game itself needs to be carefully considered. Meng Qiang tried to put himself in the shoes of President Pei, thinking about how he would design a publicity plan if he were President Pei, while experiencing the details of the game and savoring it carefully. Chapter 1293, Global Invitational Broadcasting Rights. Losing money to become the richest man started from gaming. November 5, Monday. Pei Qian came to the office as usual, preparing to simply flip through the work reports of various departments, and by the way, focus on the situation of this recruitment. With the influence of that booklet, will the employees recruited this time be somewhat different? Of course, Pei Qian also knew that this idea might be too optimistic, but it is always okay to expect some changes. Moreover, Wu Bin went back after being criticized, and I don't know how he reflected on it. It would be best if the thinking of the group of people in the Human Resources Department could be fundamentally changed. If not, then we can only think of other ways. Pei Qian began to think about how to correct everyone's understanding of the Tenda spirit and correct the direction that had deviated. But this matter seemed to be in a hurry. After all, if too much force was used, it might be more distorted. How to do it specifically still needs to be considered in the long run. While thinking about it, there was a knock on the door outside. Pei Qian looked up and saw that the person who came was Zhao Shuming. Huh? Pei Qian couldn't help but be a little surprised, because he knew very well that Zhao Shuming was used to trying to reduce his presence. He usually let Eric take over when reporting work or asking questions, and he didn't do it himself very often. And this report was obviously not a routine matter. It was quite unusual for him to come to the door under such circumstances. Zhao Shuming was obviously a little embarrassed. This was the first time he had reported to President Pei one-on-one since joining Tenda, so he was inevitably nervous. In the past, Eric was always there, and with Eric taking the pressure, he was more comfortable playing assist in the back. But now he had to face President Pei himself, and he was inevitably a little nervous, for fear that he would say something wrong and be caught by President Pei. "Is there anything?" Pei Qian asked. Zhao Shuming nodded. "President Pei, I have sent the live broadcast plan for the GOG Global Invitational to your email, but there has been no reply, so I want to ask for your advice. Do you think this plan is feasible?" Pei Qian was confused. Global Finals? Live broadcast plan? Oh, yes, judging from the time, it is indeed time for the Global Invitational Tournament. Pei Qian really didn't pay attention to these things, because he had too many departments to pay attention to and couldn't take care of them all. Of course, strictly speaking, if Pei Qian really wanted to squeeze out time to understand the situation of all departments, he could still do it. But he didn't want to do that. Because it was too tiring. My goal is just to make some money, why should I work so hard? If I get sick from working so hard, wouldn't that be a huge loss? So Pei Qian has been working hard to build the independence of each department from the beginning, so that these departments can operate normally without his instructions. Even if the heads of these departments make mistakes, Pei Qian never criticizes them, but praises them. Pei Qian believes that the best state is that the heads of each department can do whatever they want without asking for advice on everything, but when he wants to intervene, these heads will strictly follow his requirements. Over time, each department has become accustomed to arranging work without instructions from President Pei. It is impossible not to do this without President Pei's nod, otherwise they are not called heads, but just mouthpieces. Now, Pei Qian's original goal has been achieved, but it is quite different from what he had expected. Pei Qian simply flipped through the previous emails on his computer and found that the preparations for the second GOG Global Invitational had already begun a long time ago. It was mainly Zhang Yuan's esports division that was preparing, and Min Jingqiao provided some cooperation. After Eric and Zhao Shuming joined Tenda Group, some work naturally shifted to them. At this point in time, all the things that should be decided have already been decided, that is, there are still some minor details that need to be decided. There is a lot of content, which is a bit headache to read, so Pei Qian simply stopped reading. It is more convenient to let Zhao Shuming report directly. How is the Global Invitational? I haven't paid much attention to this matter. You can briefly talk about it first. Pei Qian said confidently. Zhao Shuming was a little surprised. Huh? President Pei didn't pay attention to this matter at all? That's not right. Isn't it said that President Pei has always been observant and aware of the affairs of the entire Tenda Group? What's more, this is the GOG Global Invitational, which directly determines the trend of the competition between GOG and IOI next year. President Pei didn't pay attention to such a big thing? This is not right? Oh, I understand. There are only two possibilities. One possibility is that Mr. Pei thinks that the GOG Global Invitational is a sure win, so he doesn't need to pay too much attention to it. He should focus on other departments that deserve more attention. Therefore, he only has a rough understanding and does not delve into it. The other possibility is that Mr. Pei knows that I have just taken over and wants to test me on purpose to see how well I understand this aspect of the work, especially to take this opportunity to listen to my understanding of GOG's esports business. Of these two possibilities, the latter is obviously more likely, and it is also possible that both are true. Zhao Shuming didn't dare to be careless. Boss Pei said he didn't pay attention, but that didn't necessarily mean he really didn't pay attention. Boss Pei asked him to talk briefly, but that didn't mean he could just talk briefly and that was it. After a brief consideration, he said, Boss Pei, in my understanding, GOG's second Global Invitational is obviously a key link in consolidating and further expanding market share. The esports division obviously attaches great importance to this, so this year's Global Invitational is no longer a consolidation of the position, but a proactive attack, from Jingzhou, the venue of the first event, to Europe. This time we will hold the competition in 3 cities in Europe, the group stage in Paris, the knockout stage in London, and the final in Berlin. This global invitational was held at the strong request and support of the local operator. The esports division also participated in the planning and preliminary preparations of the event throughout the whole process, which should bring a feast to global players. Coincidentally, the Finger Company also set the venue for the IOI Global Finals in Europe. Obviously, both parties believe that the European market is a must-fight place. I think this decision of the esports division is very correct. It also lays a solid foundation for GOG to further expand its overseas market in the future. GOG's primary goal is to accelerate its expansion into overseas markets while consolidating the domestic market, strive to seize the global MOBA game market share as soon as possible, and achieve a comprehensive victory. Zhao Shuming briefly introduced the GOG Second Global Invitational, adding a little of his own understanding. In his opinion, it is now clear that the stage of a comprehensive strategic counterattack has arrived. GOG and IOI have been engaged in a protracted tug-of-war for more than a year. Although IOI has the Diak Group behind it and has a high enough starting point, it has always survived the successive heavy blows, but now it has also shown its decline. With the ruthlessness of President Pei, it is absolutely impossible to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so it is better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage and fight to decide the outcome. Of course, President Pei may not have participated in the actual formulation of the rules of the Global Invitational, but the general policy must have been set by President Pei. The esports division and Min Jingqiao must have come up with such a plan for the Global Invitational under President Pei's general policy. After finishing speaking, Zhao Shuming looked at President Pei with some trepidation. He didn't know if what he said was right, if his vision was high enough, and if there was anything he had missed. Pei Qian fell into silence. Holding the competition in Europe sounds like a good thing at first glance. After all, it would cost more to hold it abroad. The first Global Invitational was held in Jingzhou, and it was held in the same venue as the GPL regular season. How much would it cost? If it is held in Europe, you have to rent some large stadiums, which will definitely cost money. But the key problem is that according to Zhao Shuming, this global invitational was held under the strong request and strong support of local operators. GOG's overseas regions are all in cooperation with local operators, and they are all some of the more powerful local operators. Since it is strongly requested and strongly supported by the operators in Europe, it means that this competition will not only be huge, but also most likely to have more benefits than disadvantages. European operators certainly hope that super-large events such as the Global Invitational will be held in their home stadiums, which will have great significance for GOG to further expand the European market. When the overwhelming promotional materials are spread out, I don't know how many new players in Europe will be attracted to the pit. What makes Pei Qian even more worried is the words Zhao Shuming used later. Especially the 4 words, complete victory, which makes Pei Qian feel a little uncomfortable. It can't be a complete victory. How can this be called a complete victory? It's clearly a case of the lips and teeth being in danger. If IOI is gone, who can stop GOG from making money? When Pei Qian thought of this, he felt a headache, as if he saw a countdown to his death. After a moment of silence, Pei Qian also knew that there was no better solution at this point. After all, these plans had been prepared several months in advance and could not be changed without proper reasons. Well, I understand. Then tell me your question, what live broadcast plan? Pei Qian decided not to dwell on the details of the Global Invitational Tournament. Anyway, he would do whatever he wanted. Finger Company is not stupid. They should also work hard to host the IOI Global Finals. It shouldn't be too bad. Zhao Shuming was a little confused. Is President Pei satisfied or dissatisfied with what I just said? Did I say the perfect answer in President Pei's mind? It should be no, otherwise President Pei should at least nod and praise me, right? But there should be no big problem, otherwise President Pei should correct it. In other words, there is no big problem, but it is not outstanding. Okay, this is almost what I am pursuing. Zhao Shuming didn't dwell on this matter too much. Anyway, he said that passing the test would be enough. The key to the doctrine of the mean is not to be in the limelight but not to take the blame. Eric and I have just taken over the work at GOG. Eric is more familiar with the business in Europe, so let him take care of the global invitational. According to your previous request, I have also taken on some more work, mainly related to the operation and promotion in China. Several live broadcast platforms are competing for the exclusive domestic broadcast rights for this GOG Global Invitational, among which YY and Langia have paid the most, and the amount has already exceeded 100 million. So there are actually 3 options for domestic broadcast rights. The first is to choose one of the 2 major live broadcast platforms, YY and Langia, to sell the exclusive broadcast rights, which should be worth over 100 million. The second is to sell the broadcast rights to several more platforms, charging 30 to 40 million yuan each, and the final amount may not be much different. The third is to consider the situation on the Rabbit Tail Live side. If you want to give Rabbit Tail Live more conversion points users, this exclusive broadcast right can also be not sold, and the platform can be broadcasted exclusively, but I don't know if it can handle so much popularity. And the situation of Rabbit Tail Live is different from other live broadcast platforms. You can't just click it and watch it. You have to watch it in the learning area for a certain amount of time. If you broadcast it exclusively, will you be scolded? This is a problem. Zhao Shuming definitely doesn't dare to make a decision on this matter. After all, it is related to Rabbit Tail Live. What if Mr. Pei wants to take this opportunity to promote Rabbit Tail Live, but he sells the exclusive broadcast right to other live broadcast platforms? Wouldn't it disrupt Mr. Pei's overall plan? This kind of thing, Zhao Shuming doesn't dare to make a decision even if he has 100 guts. If Mr. Pei hasn't replied to the email and the time is very urgent, he won't take the initiative to ask for advice. It can only be said that Zhao Shuming was really forced into a corner, so he did such a behavior that violated his personality. Pei Qian fell silent again. These 3 options are all a bit soul-stirring. Is the exclusive broadcasting rights of the GOG Global Finals already so expensive? Pei Qian still remembers the broadcasting rights offer of the GPL Spring Tournament. At that time, the live broadcast platform offered the broadcasting rights for about 12 million per company, but that was broadcasting, not exclusive broadcasting. The GOG Global Invitational is far better than the GPL Spring Tournament in terms of scale and attention, and YY Live and Langia Live are the survivors among many live broadcast platforms at the time. After several rounds of financing, they are not short of money. In order to further expand their influence, these 2 live broadcast platforms must win large-scale events such as the GOG Global Invitational. It would be best if they could grab the exclusive broadcasting rights. If not, at least they must buy the broadcasting rights. And they are really not very sensitive to prices. Even if it is a little more expensive, they will probably buy it anyway. After all, if you don't buy it, others will buy it. Doesn't it seem that your platform has no money and is about to fail? This is just like many wealthy businessmen. Maybe the economic situation this year is indeed not good, but they still have to show off their wealth, otherwise it will send a bad message to the outside world. Pei Qian calculated casually that if the 2 platforms were allowed to bid, whether it was selling the exclusive broadcasting rights or the rebroadcasting rights, it would not be a small number. Zhao Shuming proposed a third solution, which was not to sell it at all and let Rabbit Tail Live broadcast it exclusively. It sounds like a good solution, because it would definitely be criticized. And in order to cope with such a large amount of traffic, it would definitely cost a lot to increase the platform's bandwidth. But the problem is that Rabbit Tail Live is doing well now, and Pei Qian is quite satisfied with it. What if the global finals are forced to be carried by Rabbit Tail Live? Wouldn't it be a loss of both the wife and the army? This is really a bit tangled. Chapter 1294, Linked to Popularity, Asking for Monthly Votes. Seeing that President Pei seemed to be lost in thought, Zhao Shuming did not dare to ask more and waited patiently. Obviously, this matter was of great importance. It must have involved some other industries of Tenda Group and the overall layout. Otherwise, wouldn't it be enough to just raise the price and sell it for a simple exclusive broadcasting right? With President Pei's intelligence, he would definitely not think about it for so long. Zhao Shuming was lucky again. It seemed that his choice to ask for instructions was correct. Now this thorny issue was thrown to President Pei, and he could just let President Pei make the decision. It was great. However, after a moment of silence, President Pei asked, "President Zhao, I'll ask you a question, you can speak freely." Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment. "Ah?" It was agreed that President Pei would make the decision and I just needed to cooperate? Why did President Pei test me? After a moment of hesitation, he could only nod. "Okay, Mr. Pei, you go ahead." Pei Qian stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "Mr. Zhao, do you think there is such a way? Sell the broadcasting rights to these live broadcast platforms very cheaply, even half sold and half given, and at the same time it should seem reasonable and well-founded." Pei Qian's careful thinking led him to the conclusion that none of these three methods were stable. Let's not talk about the first two, as they make too much money. The price of the exclusive broadcasting rights might be sky-high, but the price of the broadcasting rights would not be sky-high, but if all the money from so many platforms were added together, it would not be a small number. The third method looked good, but Pei Qian's long-established sense of smell told him that this method was the most risky, and it was likely that all the money earned would be lost in the aftermath. Rabbit Tail Live finally achieved initial results under his wise and powerful guidance and Lao Ma's leadership, and it had just grown into a seedling of a money-burning tree. If he let it suppress the fire of the GOG Global Invitational, what if the fire failed to suppress it and burned this small seedling? This consequence was unbearable. After all, no matter how high the price of the broadcasting rights was, it was only a one-time deal, but if the money-burning tree was gone, there would be endless troubles. If the money-burning tree became a cash cow, it would be a misstep that would lead to eternal regret. So Pei Qian was not willing to choose any of these three methods. What he wants most is to give out the broadcasting rights as cheaply as possible, and the less money he makes, the better. But the problem is, why give away such valuable things for free to those live broadcast platforms? Not to mention whether people will doubt it or have objections, the system will not approve it. Pei Qian couldn't think of a good solution, so he asked Mr. Zhao nearby. See if he could sell the broadcasting rights at a lower price and make less profit as far as possible under reasonable and well-founded circumstances. It would be best if all platforms broadcast the GOG Global Invitational without spending much money, so that Tenda wouldn't make too much money and Rabbit Tail Live wouldn't make too much popularity, which would be perfect. Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment, and then his brain worked quickly. Why, judging from what Mr. Pei said, it seems that he is not satisfied with any of the three solutions I gave. Mr. Pei's tone sounded like he was making a bold assumption and asking for my opinion, as if he was implying that this method might not exist, and if it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. If it does exist, it's better. But how is that possible? When the leader asks you if you can do it, he actually only expects to hear one answer from you. Zhao Shuming is not stupid, and he certainly can't think that Mr. Pei is just asking casually. Mr. Pei's meaning is obviously that he has a general idea and is testing me. This is a hint. If I can't even hear this, then I, the person in charge, am afraid that I will soon be done. Zhao Shuming did not dare to neglect it. He began to carefully analyze what Mr. Pei said, assuming that Mr. Pei had come up with a better plan. Obviously, Mr. Pei was not satisfied with any of the three plans. Zhao Shuming reflected on it, maybe because these three solutions are too ordinary, which is completely the practice of a mediocre company, and does not conform to Tenda's setting of doing things unexpectedly. So, President Pei hinted at a more special way to me. What is the way? President Pei said that the broadcasting rights should be given to these live broadcast platforms very cheaply, or even half sold and half given, and at the same time it should seem reasonable and well-founded. This request seems quite unreasonable on the surface. Who would actively ask to sell their own broadcasting rights at a low price? President Pei's words are obviously implying that money is not the first goal to consider, but that we should look further ahead. This transaction itself must not lose money, but the content of the transaction needs to be exchanged from money to something else. What is more important than money? That is obviously popularity, or more long-term money. In other words, President Pei is hinting that we should give up the money from selling the exclusive broadcasting rights at present, and find ways to gain higher popularity or a wider influence, so as to make more money in the future. The future money may come from the expansion of the GOG market, the popularity of rabbit tail live, or some other industries. Zhao Shuming's brain worked quickly, and many prototypes of plans came to his mind in an instant. He was quite good at coming up with plans. He had proposed many plans before, but Eric was the one who made the final decision. I created a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. Now that President Pei had inspired him, he thought a little more and immediately came up with some ideas. President Pei, do you think this will work? To achieve the effect you mentioned, the best way is not to clearly mark the price, but to give a dynamic price range. Pei Qian's eyes lit up when he heard it. Indeed. If the price is clearly marked, the income is actually very stable and predictable. Regardless of the size of these live broadcast platforms, if they can afford it, they can afford it, and if they can't afford it, they can't afford it. The price is unified, and the system will not accept it if it is set too low. But if the rules are complicated and vague, and a dynamic price range is set, then wouldn't it be normal to cheat within the rules? The system won't say much. Once the rules are complicated, it will be easy to do things. Pei Qian nodded, go on. Zhao Shuming's confidence doubled after receiving Pei's affirmation, and he continued, this dynamic price range will definitely achieve the effect that large platforms pay more and small platforms pay less. Otherwise, it will not meet your point of reasonable and well-founded. My idea is this. We charge according to the number of viewers on each platform. Platforms with more viewers will charge more, and platforms with fewer viewers will charge less. Of course, there must be a specific conversion formula to ensure that this coefficient is relatively reasonable. Zhao Shuming meant that large platforms have more resources and have gained more popularity from the GOG Global Invitational, so it is okay to pay more. Small platforms have fewer resources and can only pay less. But it cannot be completely based on popularity. After all, the popularity of large platforms is naturally high. If a large platform spends a huge price to get the broadcasting rights, while a small platform pays very little and also gets the broadcasting rights, it will seem very unfair. So although the charging is dynamic, a relatively fair formula must be given. In addition, we can also require these live broadcast platforms to provide corresponding promotional resources based on these data, which can be used for discounts. This will meet your previous requirement of giving the broadcasting rights to these live broadcast platforms at a relatively low price. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Yes, Mr. Zhao. This statement seems feasible. In fact, the key points of Zhao Shuming's plan are 2 points. The first is to include the number of spectators in the charging standard, and the second is to convert the money into publicity resources. These 2 points just meet Pei Qian's requirements. First, Zhao Shuming's original intention was to link it with the actual number of people on the live broadcast platform, but Pei Qian thought it would be better to change it to popularity because the number of spectators is fictitious on each platform. Pei Qian doesn't want to ask these platforms for the real number of people, just according to the popularity figures. And popularity can obviously be adjusted. If each live broadcast platform wants to spend less money, they can just lower the popularity index on the live broadcast page, which will not have any substantial impact on the platform. If the live broadcast platform secretly changes it, won't Tenda get less money? Moreover, this method also includes those small platforms that were previously unable to bid for the broadcasting rights. On the one hand, it can make Tenda look generous, and on the other hand, it can also tell the system that this is small profits but quick turnover. Secondly, converting money into promotional resources is also a good idea. This means that each platform can not give all the money, but use the promotional resources of the platform to make up for it. But in fact, even if there is no such requirement, these platforms will have to spend a lot of promotional resources on the GOG Global Invitational. Because they spend resources on the GOG Global Invitational, which is equivalent to diverting traffic to themselves. Then Tenda will obviously be redundant if they ask for these resources again. This is like going to buy something, the merchant is already planning to buy one get one free, and then you give the merchant an extra $5 to ask for buy one get one free. Isn't that a loss of $5? But this statement itself is reasonable and convincing. It seems to be a more satisfactory solution than the previous three solutions. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. Well done, Mr. Zhao. This plan is good. But there is a detail that needs to be changed. The fee should not be based on the actual number of viewers, but on the popularity data of each platform. At present, almost all live broadcast platforms in China no longer display the actual number of viewers in the live broadcast room, and all have been changed to popularity data. Except for Rabbit Tail Live. But Rabbit Tail Live is special. It is originally its own industry. Unless the exclusive broadcast rights are sold and it is written in black and white in the contract that Rabbit Tail Live cannot be broadcast, otherwise the broadcast rights must be indispensable. Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment. According to the popularity data of each platform? That's all fake data. Just change it at will. If any company lowers the data, wouldn't it be cheaper? Mr. Pei can't even think of this? That can't be possible, he must have thought of it. But why do you have to point it out specifically and change it this way? Zhao Shuming was a little confused, but he didn't ask more. Because asking would make it seem like he didn't understand well. I should agree to it first, go back and study it carefully, and if it doesn't work, ask Eric and Min Jingchao. Even if I still don't understand it until the end, it doesn't matter. After all, this decision was made by President Pei, and he doesn't need to take the blame. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuming nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will go back and draw up a plan and do as you say. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1295 A Profile of Each Live Streaming Platform. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After returning from Mr. Pei, Zhao Shuming immediately returned to his office and started to draft a plan. This plan took a long time to complete, mainly because Zhao Shuming had been struggling and could not completely finalize the general direction, let alone some details. Now that Mr. Pei has made the final decision, it is very simple to perfect these details. The entire plan was proposed by Zhao Shuming, and Mr. Pei only made some minor changes to the plan, so it was written quickly. While Zhao Shuming was quickly straightening out the plan, he dug deep into the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's changes. Mr. Pei did not make major changes to the content of the plan, which means that my understanding is correct, and Mr. Pei quite agrees with it. It's just that there are some minor flaws in my plan, which were pointed out by Mr. Pei. I have to analyze it carefully. Zhao Shuming started from the original purpose of his plan, combined with the adjustment plan given by Mr. Pei, and made a comprehensive analysis. First of all, the purpose of this plan must be to give up some short-term interests in exchange for more long-term interests. To be more precise, It means using part of the money from selling broadcasting rights in the short term in exchange for the popularity of GOG competitions. It would be even better if Rabbit Tail Live could also get some of the popularity. Zhao Shuming did it based on this idea. In the long run, how can the popularity be higher? Obviously, the more live broadcast platforms are broadcast, the more people will be able to see the game. A small number of viewers are used to watching the game on a certain platform. Once they change the platform, they may not be used to it. Moreover, some viewers may simply forget the official start date of the game, or they did not pay much attention to it before, but they will click on it when they see it on their usual platform. Therefore, in order to maximize the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational, it is best to have live broadcasts on all live broadcast platforms and put them on the homepage. If the exclusive broadcast rights are really sold and only one platform can broadcast it, then in the short term, it will definitely make more money, but the popularity will be slightly affected. Of course, this is neither right nor wrong. After all, for many viewers, watching this World Championship is a rigid demand. It is just a matter of changing the platform. It is not a big deal. Even if the exclusive broadcast is sold, it will not necessarily reduce the popularity. How to make a specific choice between popularity and money is a rather complicated question. Every company has a different answer, and these answers may not be wrong. It is just a matter of choice, but for Mr. Pei, who always looks at things in the long term, future popularity obviously takes precedence over short-term profits. That's why Zhao Shuming proposed this plan. The central idea of this plan is to lower the threshold as much as possible so that small platforms can also get the broadcasting rights of the event at a relatively affordable price. Under the premise of ensuring a minimum value, small platforms spend less and large platforms spend more, and the price is within everyone's affordable range. Moreover, letting each platform use promotional resources to discount is also to exchange short-term benefits for long-term popularity. Many people think that the live broadcast platform has already spent a lot of money to buy the broadcasting rights of the game, and it will definitely spend all the best promotional resources on it. This is not necessarily true. Because the consideration of the recommendation position of the live broadcast platform is also relatively complicated and will be affected by many factors. Although the popularity of the game is high, it brings popularity to the platform, not necessarily real income. Giving a recommendation position may not necessarily have a high cost effectiveness. If the same resources are given to a host that a platform wants to support and can drive the audience to spend money, maybe raising such a host can bring more value to the platform. Moreover, recommendations have a diminishing marginal effect. For example, if there are 3 major recommendations on the homepage, the first major recommendation for a GOG game may have a very good effect, but if it is given to the second and third ones, the effect may drop sharply. If these resources were given to other events or some big anchors, the combined benefits might be better. Therefore, after the live broadcast platform bought the broadcasting rights of the game, it would not necessarily recommend all the resources, but would make adjustments based on the actual situation of the platform. Some platforms would even deliberately suppress the recommended resources. Because they think that the players who watch the game are just in need, just like the group of people who buy home appliances in the mall. Since they have come in, they will definitely go even if it is on the top floor. The same is true for the players who watch the game. They have already come to this platform. Just put an entrance in the corner of the homepage. As long as everyone can find where the GOG Global Invitational is, everyone will click in. Therefore, it is a bit redundant to give the best recommendation position to the GOG Global Invitational. It is enough to give it a scrolling banner directly. The other recommendation positions are just the opportunity to give it to other anchors, so as to increase the revenue of the website and promote their own people. If GOG is the only one, it would be fine, but now there is IOI, and the World Championships of the 2 games are being played at the same time. There must be some competition on the live broadcast platform, which makes it impossible for GOG to maximize the recommended resources. With the current plan, we can legitimately include the required recommendation position in the contract. After all, on the surface, Tenda has already made some concessions on the issue of money. If it is a one-time deal with a clear price, it would be a bit unreasonable to ask for a recommendation position from these platforms. Zhao Shuming sorted out the idea of the whole plan and felt very satisfied. I am so great that I can come up with this plan in such a short time. Of course, he did not forget that this was ultimately due to Mr. Pei's suggestion. At the beginning, Zhao Shuming's thinking was completely unopened, and the three plans he proposed were all relatively conservative and conventional. After Mr. Pei gave a little inspiration, Zhao Shuming's thinking was suddenly opened, and he came up with such a special plan. Now Zhao Shuming understands why the heads of Tenda are so fierce. Because every time he makes a plan, he can get guidance from Mr. Pei, which is all teaching by example. Over time, this kind of improvement is no joke. Of course, there is one thing that Zhao Shuming doesn't quite understand about the whole plan, which is the change that President Pei pointed out, requiring the charging rules to be changed from charging based on the actual number of viewers on the platform to charging based on the popularity of the platform's live broadcast room. Such a change will inevitably lead to a loophole. Some platforms may deliberately lower the popularity a little, so that they can pay less. Maybe Pei is right. These live streaming platforms will try their best to increase their popularity even if they have to pay more money? Yes, it's possible. After all, these big live streaming platforms care about their reputation the most. The higher the popularity, the better the financial report, and it shows that their own platform is now thriving. If anyone takes the initiative to lower the popularity, the loss of face can basically be equivalent to the actual loss, because it sends a relatively negative signal to the outside world, which will have many negative effects. But is that all? Those big platforms may care about their reputation, but small platforms may not. Zhao Shuming thinks this may be one of the reasons, but it should not be the only reason. Because this rule has a certain binding force on big platforms, but not on small platforms. Small platforms are not popular to begin with, so what if they just give up? Anyway, let's get the broadcasting rights of the GOG Global Invitational for free first. Mr. Pei didn't think of this? Or doesn't he care about the freeloaders of small platforms? That shouldn't happen. Mr. Pei has always been ruthless to his competitors. He won't let them off the hook just because they are small platforms. I understand. This requirement is not only binding on those big platforms with a good reputation, but also on those small platforms that don't care so much about their reputation. This matter should not be viewed specifically on a small platform, but should be expanded to the overall situation. If we only look at it from the perspective of a small platform, it is nothing more than being shameless, lowering the popularity, getting GOG's broadcasting rights for free, and paying less money to Tenda. This is an unavoidable situation, no matter how you look at it. But if you raise your perspective and look at it from the overall situation, the situation will be different. Because the broadcasting rights this time are given too widely, almost every platform has a share, so there will naturally be a certain competitive relationship between platforms. If a small platform lowers the popularity data, it will not only lose face, but more importantly, it will trigger a chain reaction. First of all, everyone will definitely take this opportunity to make a horizontal comparison of the situation of each platform through the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational. Before, everyone faked the popularity and wore underwear. But now actively lowering the popularity is equivalent to actively taking off your underwear. If the popularity of your game is low, it means that the popularity of your entire website is low, and it cannot be ranked in the live broadcast circle. This will directly affect the audience and anchor's first impression of this platform. Secondly, this popularity will in turn cause viewers to question the popularity of other live broadcast rooms. If the platform lowers the popularity of the GOG Invitational and then raises the popularity of other live broadcast rooms, then the data fraud is too obvious. People didn't believe in the popularity of other live broadcast rooms, and now they don't believe it even more. They even suspect that the entire platform has gone cold, and the popularity is all fake. In other words, this is not just a face-saving issue, it will also have a significant impact on other live broadcast rooms on this platform, as well as the rankings with other platforms. If a large platform suppresses its own popularity, it will turn from hot to cold. If a small platform suppresses its own popularity, it will be even colder. Zhao Shuming continued to dig deeper along this line of thought, and suddenly found that what President Pei threw to these platforms was actually a dilemma. And the information highlighted by the choice of this dilemma is also valuable. In addition to this, there should be another purpose, that is, to test. Pei should take this opportunity to test the style of these live broadcast platforms. In the future, when rabbit tail live broadcasting is exerting its strength, it can carry out targeted attacks against the style of these live broadcast platforms. If the live broadcast platform chooses to swell its face and fill it with fat, and would rather spend more money to create more popularity, it means that this platform attaches great importance to popularity. If a live streaming platform deliberately lowers the popularity in order to get the broadcasting rights for free, it means that the platform is short-sighted or its financial situation is indeed very worrying. These are all very valuable data. Generally speaking, live streaming platforms will not make such difficult decisions. Even before such things actually happen, the platforms themselves are not clear about how they will make specific decisions. Tenda naturally cannot obtain this information. But when faced with such a choice about money, the choice made by the live streaming platform is absolutely the most real. When you really become hostile to a certain platform, these can be used as a reference for tactics. This is equivalent to an image profile of all live streaming platforms. Just like when President Pei competed with IOI before, why did he hold on to IOI's weaknesses? He kept carrying out various promotional activities and price wars. It was because he saw that the Dayak group behind IOI was greedy for money, had inconsistent internal opinions, and was far less determined to burn money than Tenda. And this plan can be said to be a survey of all live streaming platforms. According to their behavior in this event, the temperament of these live streaming platforms can be determined, and their threat levels to Rabbit Tail Live can be divided into different levels to prepare for the future. Zhao Shuming didn't know what specific backhands President Pei had left to deal with these live streaming platforms, but thinking of this, he was a little chilled. A picture suddenly appeared in his eyes. In the jungle, a lion and a tiger were licking their wounds while staring at each other, ready to attack each other at any time. Next to them were the bodies of cheetahs, jackals, and various other animals. Far away, some small animals were shivering. Some of them were injured or born young, and they were simply unable to participate in this cruel competition. But among the shivering small animals, there was a harmless little rabbit, behind which was an old hunter hiding in the bushes, with a gun reflecting cold light. Boss Pei's move is a bit cruel. Maybe this is the strength of Boss Pei? If you want to make such a decision, you must first make up your mind to give up a lot of immediate interests. Most people can't do it, precisely because they are blinded by the immediate interests and controlled by inertial thinking. But Boss Pei can be completely unaffected by anything. His clear mind and decisive decision-making are all things I have never seen before. The more Zhao Shuming thought about it, the more he felt that Boss Pei was really terrible. It seems that he doesn't care about anything, but in fact he knows everything in his heart, and he has even thought of countermeasures early. So the question is, was this plan prepared by President Pei in advance, or was it something he came up with on the spur of the moment? Either way, it's scary. Zhao Shuming was a little glad that he was with Tenda now. If he continues to stay in Longyu Group, he will be blamed again after the IOI Global Finals. Zhao Shuming could only sigh silently. Old colleagues, please don't blame me for being too harsh. I can't help it. Chapter 1296. It turns out that Mr. Pei's goal is IOI. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. A few hours later, Zhao Shuming's plan was completed. Although he has not yet talked to these live broadcast platforms, Zhao Shuming has been dealing with these live broadcast platforms for many years and is very familiar with the personalities of the senior executives of several platforms. He knows very well that this plan is perfect and most live broadcast platforms have no reason to refuse. Because on the surface, after adopting this plan, these platforms actually take advantage. Of course, it is hard to say whether they actually take advantage. Anyway, no matter what, Tenda is the one who makes money. Even if it is a win-win situation, Tenda will definitely win more. The plan was sent to Mr. Pei again, and this time he quickly received a positive reply. The speed of the reply made Zhao Shuming very suspicious whether Mr. Pei had carefully read the details in the plan. However, considering that Mr. Pei is very talented and the general framework of this plan has been determined before, it is not surprising that Mr. Pei read it at a glance. Zhao Shuming certainly didn't need to ask Mr. Pei to read it again and look at the details. Wouldn't that be a brainwater? He looked at the time and saw that there was still more than an hour before get-off work ended. Without further ado, we should take this opportunity to communicate with the vice presidents of several live broadcast platforms to finalize the general framework of this cooperation to avoid complications. As far as Zhao Shuming knows, several live broadcast platforms are madly competing for the broadcasting rights of the GOG Global Invitational, and even seeking exclusive broadcasting, but they have also made preparations for both situations behind the scenes. There has long been a plan for not getting the broadcasting rights of the GOG Global Invitational. After all, the competition among these platforms is too fierce. What if one platform really spends a lot of money to buy the exclusive broadcasting rights? What should other platforms do? Of course, we need to make preparations for both situations so that we will not be caught blindly at that time. This preparation for both situations is actually a helpless move after not getting the broadcasting rights of the GOG Global Invitational. We can only give some resources to the competition on the IOI side. You have to take care of one of the two ends. If these live broadcast platforms don't even understand this, it will be difficult for them to survive until now. If the broadcasting rights were sold normally, these platforms would have made preparations for both situations, and Zhao Shuming would not be able to control it. But now the plan has changed, and Mr. Pei's attitude is obviously I want it all. Zhao Shuming's approach to promoting the plan will naturally change. He first called Zhu Yan, the vice president of Langya Live. Hello, Mr. Zhao, have you found the broadcasting rights? Zhu Yan's attitude was quite enthusiastic. The two had cooperated for a long time, but at that time Zhao Shuming was trying hard to promote the domestic broadcasting rights of the ICL League. Now Zhao Shuming's identity has changed, and he has become the head of GOG's domestic service. Zhu Yan needs to maintain a good relationship with him. Although it is very puzzling to see Mr. Zhao's promotion, it is not a bad thing for Zhu Yan to continue to deal with Mr. Zhao. After all, the two are familiar with each other, and dealing with Mr. Zhao is more reassuring than dealing with Mr. Pei. As one of the two major platforms that emerged after fierce competition in China, Langya Live started with the game business. Naturally, it is very eager for the exclusive broadcasting rights of the GOG Global Invitational, and it is also the most willing to pay a high price among the current platforms. The highest goal of Langya Live is to get the exclusive broadcast, but this is a bit difficult. After all, although they have money, it is difficult to offer a price that Tenda cannot refuse. So Zhu Yan thinks that the more realistic situation is to achieve the minimum goal, that is, to get the broadcasting rights. But on the premise of getting the broadcasting rights, how to spend less money is the key to the problem. Zhao Shuming smiled and said, Boss Zhu, I have sent you the new plan. This is the plan that Boss Pei has already approved. If there is no problem with your side, then we can do it according to this. When Zhu Yan heard that it was a plan that boss Pei had approved, he immediately perked up. Mr. Pei nodded. This plan is almost done and will not be changed. No problem, Mr. Zhao, please wait. Zhu Yan immediately opened the plan on the computer at hand and took a quick look. Then, Zhu Yan's eyes widened and he showed a surprised expression. Originally, Zhu Yan had a very high psychological expectation for the offer of the broadcasting rights of the GOG Global Invitational. Because it should be worth so much money. If it is an unknown small event, the broadcasting rights actually have a lot of flexibility and room for operation, but the GOG Global Invitational is different. Not only because last year's Global Invitational was very successful, but also because the GPL League and GOG leagues around the world have accumulated a lot of heat, and all this heat will explode in the GOG Global Invitational. This degree of popularity is completely predictable. If the operator of GOG is not Tenda, but other companies, it should raise the price as much as possible at this time, to the limit that each live broadcast platform can bear. And these live broadcast platforms don't have a good way, so they can only accept it with all their efforts. But the plan he saw now surprised Zhu Yan. First, a very low guaranteed amount of only 10 million was agreed upon. This guaranteed amount is not difficult for any small platform to squeeze out, let alone the wealthy Langya Live. After all, the broadcasting rights of the GPL Spring Game are already 12 million or more. Of course, there are additional requirements, that is, in addition to the guaranteed amount, additional money needs to be calculated according to the popularity of the live broadcast room. The higher the popularity, the more money will be paid. There is a specific calculation formula. But the popularity is something that will fluctuate. Zhu Yan estimated the amount based on the expected popularity, and the amount converted is about 35 million. Zhu Yan's psychological expectation is 30 million to 40 million for the broadcasting rights, and over 100 million for the exclusive broadcasting rights. And his psychological expectation can float slightly upward. There is even a more shameless choice, which is to reduce the popularity by yourself, and the money will be reduced accordingly. Because the plan only looks at the popularity of the live broadcast room that is finally displayed to all viewers, and does not mention the live broadcast platform changing the popularity by itself. If it is not clearly written in the contract, it will leave room for wrangling. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Pei will definitely not make such a low-level mistake, which actually means, this is not important. Of course, if you make the popularity too high for the sake of face, you will have to spend more money. But no matter what, the decision is in the hands of the live broadcast platform itself. You can control whether you want to spend more or less. Not only that, the plan also stipulates that the money can be converted with the platform's recommendation resources. For example, if the original calculation based on the popularity is 40 million, how much is a homepage recommendation position worth, and how many days it has been hung, these money can be directly deducted from the 40 million. Of course, the value of these recommendation positions is determined by Tenda, which is roughly calculated based on the traffic popularity of each platform, and is not much different from the actual value of these recommendation positions. But no matter what, for Zhu Yan, the recommendation position of his own platform is not money at all. Of course, the recommendation position will affect the overall arrangement of recommendation resources, and a bad recommendation is equivalent to a loss. But no matter what, it is not as valuable as real money. Zhu Yan read this plan over and over again, and he felt that he had made a fortune no matter how he looked at it, which was a bit difficult to understand. President Pei turned into a kind person? This is impossible, it does not fit President Pei's personality. President Zhao made his own decision? That is even more impossible, President Zhao is not such a person. And President Zhao said at the beginning that this was approved by President Pei. Zhu Yan said in surprise, Mr. Zhao, this plan is quite open. I can hardly believe it. Is there anything special about this plan? Mr. Zhao, please let me know. The plan was so generous that Zhu Yan was worried that there might be a trap. Zhao Shuming smiled and said, "It's nothing special. This plan is to let everyone feel free to control the popularity. After all, the Global Invitational is a very lively event. Everyone can share the joy together." The other is that Mr. Pei attaches great importance to the recommended resources, especially when facing IOI. You know what I mean? Zhao Shuming's words were rather obscure, but Zhu Yan quickly got around to it. What does it mean to let everyone share the joy? In fact, it means that GOG's broadcasting rights can be sold to more platforms in this way to get more popularity. Why did he mention IOI? It's obvious that Mr. Pei hopes that the recommended resources obtained from various live broadcast platforms can fully surpass IOI. In summary, Mr. Pei's meaning is actually very clear. I can charge less for the broadcasting rights, but the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational must be maximized, especially the popularity of the IOI Global Finals. What? You said it was originally crushed? How to crush the opponent even more depends on everyone's performance. Zhu Yan had a plan in mind. If President Pei had no other request but to lower the price, it would make Zhu Yan feel very strange. But it is not strange now, because President Pei gave up part of his interests, but he actually wanted something, but he wanted popularity, to completely crush IOI in the global finals, and give IOI the last heavy blow. That would be easy. Zhu Yan was really afraid of offending Mr. Pei. After all of these live streaming platforms depended on Mr. Pei's games. Moreover, Mr. Pei had a rather eccentric personality. No one could guess his thoughts. Often, they could not cooperate with him. For people like this, it is best not to offend them. Keeping a good relationship is the most important thing. Zhu Yan made a decision quickly. If GOG wants a recommendation position, just give it to them. Anyway, the broadcasting rights of IOI have been finalized. They were bought at a clear price, and there are no requirements for recommendation positions. Since these recommendation positions can be discounted at GOG, give more to GOG. For the live streaming platform, this is obviously a choice that maximizes benefits. Although they did not buy the exclusive broadcast, and other platforms can also buy the broadcasting rights at a bargain price, for Langya Live, as long as the price is low, everything can be negotiated. The price given by Mr. Pei is a price that is enough to dispel most of their dissatisfaction, and they even have to be grateful. As for whether IOI will have any objections. First of all, the broadcasting rights between the live broadcast platform and IOI are not so complicated. They are all clearly marked. The money has been paid. What kind of recommendation position I arrange is none of your business. Secondly, Longyu Group's attitude towards IOI's national service is obviously not as positive as before. I heard that Longyu Group is cooperating with Tenda to develop games. It is hard to say whether they will be angry about this. From Tenda Group to major live streaming platforms and Longyu Group, it is estimated that there will be no big reaction to this matter. The ones who reacted may be Zhito Company and Dayak Group. But so what? These live streaming platforms will not deal with them directly. So no one cares whether IOI will have any opinions. Under the dual factors of popularity and money, giving more recommended positions to the GOG Global Invitational is an inevitable choice. Zhu Yan immediately said, I understand, Mr. Zhao, the recommended resources must be full. I can't control other platforms, but in our Langya Live, I guarantee that the first thing the audience sees is all GOG. Chapter 1297 President Pei hits the dead spot again. Tuesday, November 6th. Shanghai, Longyu Group. Kratin and Jin Yong are also busy preparing for the IOI Global Finals. Although the IOI Global Finals will be held in Europe, there is still a lot of work to do in China, such as opening operations for the national server, hosting offline viewing activities, and communicating with various live broadcast platforms about the live broadcast of the event, etc. Relatively speaking, they are actually more tired than Eric and Zhao Shuming. Because Zhao Shuming reports directly to President Pei, he can make many decisions on his own, saving a lot of time for inefficient communication. Creighton and Jin Yong have to report to Zhito Company, Longyu Group and even Dayak Group respectively, and many normal plans have to go through the process before they can be passed. Some plans can only be handled safely, and some plans must be completed as soon as possible. At this time, the two had just finished their work and had a chance to touch each other a little. Creighton asked, "Is there any new news from GOG?" Jin Yong shook his head, "I haven't heard of it." Creighton said with emotion, "Boss Pei is really patient. It's already this time and it's still watertight, no news has come out, and I even heard that the broadcasting rights have not been finalized yet. I always feel that there must be some conspiracy behind this." Jin Yong comforted, "Not necessarily, it may be that President Pei has too many things to do and has not taken care of GOG's Global Invitational for the time being." Creighton certainly didn't believe it, "That's impossible. No one can be too busy, and President Pei can't be too busy. Don't underestimate President Pei under any circumstances, otherwise you will suffer the most serious consequences. This time I am 100% sure that President Pei will make a big move against us. From the schedule of the GOG Global Invitational, you can see it. Last year, the GOG Global Invitational and the IOI Global Finals were staggered. GOG started in September and finished at the end of September, while IOI started at the end of December and ended at the end of January. These two major events are nearly 3 months apart. In fact, Finger Company originally planned to hold the World Championship in September or October, but at that time they didn't consider a big event, just thought about finding a normal venue to hold it casually. I never expected GOG to make such a big event. So Finger Company overturned all the original plans, postponed it, and set the time to the end of December. On the one hand, more preparation time is needed to create a bigger scene and surpass GOG. On the other hand, it is also to stagger the time with GOG's Global Invitational as much as possible, avoid the residual heat of the subsequent popularity, and make differentiation. Facts have proved that IOI's Global Finals did reach the expected popularity, but most of the popularity was finally won by the FV team. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat official account. But the situation this year is different. For Zhito Company, it is really too late to hold the Global Finals at the end of December. It will be held in January next year. Which year's Global Finals is this? So this year's time must be advanced. September, October, and November are more suitable months, and it cannot be delayed until the end of December at the latest. They want to be fast, but after all, there are various regional competitions before the Global Finals. The situation of GOG and IOI is similar. They only started to lay out other regions in the world this year, so the starting time of each region is uneven. Some regions start the competition later, so we can't cut the schedule in half, right? It's not good to compress it by force. So after considering the schedules of various regions, we finally set the Global Finals in November. Next year, we will definitely try to move the time forward, and it will be best to move it to around October. What surprised the Finger Company was that GOG's Global Invitational was also delayed to this time. On the surface, GOG encountered the same problem, that is, it needed to wait for the schedule of other regions. But Christian felt that things were definitely not that simple. Deliberately scheduling them together, this is to kill IOI. It seems that President Pei is full of confidence in GOG and its own Global Invitational, and he must be ready to make small moves. Therefore, Christian did not dare to neglect it and kept observing. But after observing for a long time, there seemed to be no big movement over there, especially the domestic business, which has always been calm and peaceful. Judging from the news from various live broadcast platforms, even the sale of the broadcasting rights of GOG World Championship has not been finalized. This is a bit psychedelic. After all, IOI has already negotiated the conditions with various live broadcast platforms and sold the broadcasting rights of IOI World Championship. What is President Pei waiting for? Without knowing this, Qingshan was simply unable to sleep or eat. He hosted the World Championship last year, and President Pei's mysterious trick still made him feel scared when he thought about it now. Although he was not hosting the World Championship this year, he recalled the fear of being suppressed by President Pei's overall IQ. Whenever he encountered something a little bit abnormal, he would worry whether Mr. Pei was brewing some bad ideas again. The two were chatting, and suddenly, Jin Yong's phone rang. His face changed slightly, and he got up and went outside to answer a call. After a while, Jin Yong came back in a hurry. He made a move. Mr. Pei made a move. The news from the live broadcast platform said that Mr. Zhao signed contracts with more than a dozen domestic live broadcast platforms in one day from yesterday to today. All large and small live broadcast platforms were counted, without any omissions. When Qingshan heard this, his brows frowned instantly. See, this is the efficiency of Tenda. Even someone like Mr. Zhao became so efficient when he came to Tenda, which was really surprising. This also further confirmed the thoughts of Qingshan and others before. Tenda has been dragging on, obviously not because Mr. Pei was too busy to take care of it, but because he was secretly brewing something and waiting for the right time. Otherwise, it would not be so vigorous. Jin Yong continued, what's even more frightening is that the contract terms between Tenda and these live streaming platforms are very strange. They allow these live streaming platforms to use the recommended resources on the platform to convert the broadcasting rights fees. Qingshan was stunned. Is it possible? He didn't ask whether the source of the news was accurate, because it was likely not wrong. Longyu Group still has a certain influence in China and has its own news channels. Moreover, this time, Tenda has made a big fanfare to sign contracts with so many live broadcast platforms. It is impossible to keep it secret, and it is obvious that it has no intention of keeping it secret. Of course, the content of the contract itself is confidential. Jin Yong and Qingshan cannot see the specific details of the contract, but the general content can be understood by just oral description. Qingshan was a little impatient and stood up and walked around twice. Boss Pei's move is still as insidious as ever. The consequences can be imagined. Other platforms will definitely throw most of their platform promotion resources to GOG. On the homepages of major platforms, there will definitely be a huge difference in the layout occupied by these two world championships. This is a murderous blow. The key is that we seem to be unable to do anything. We have signed contracts with various live broadcast platforms, and the money has been agreed upon. There is no mention of recommendation positions at all. It's probably difficult to supplement the agreement now. Qingshan and Jin Yong were both helpless. Because IOI has already signed contracts with various live streaming platforms, and when they signed the contracts, they didn't even consider the recommendation position. These live streaming platforms paid for their live streaming rights, so they should at least give them some recommendation positions, right? Otherwise, wouldn't that be buying loneliness? Although there is GOG's Global Invitational Tournament, there are so many recommendation positions on the live streaming platforms. What Qingshan was thinking at the time was that with so many recommendation positions, even if the best ones were all given to GOG, leaving some inferior ones for IOI would be enough. For example, the scrolling banner on the homepage, you have one page and I have one page. Although you are in the front and slightly better, overall, we can still save face. But with President Pei doing this, it is not just a matter of you and I. At that time, it is possible to cancel the scrolling banner directly and put all the promotional materials of the GOG Global Invitational. After all, the greater the recommendation, the more money you can get. Although these live broadcast platforms also spent money to buy the broadcasting rights of IOI, the money has been spent after all. Unlike GOG, it can't get more money out? Jin Yong said, President Pei has obviously been waiting for us to sign contracts with other live broadcast platforms and cannot change them anymore, and then sign this contract with these platforms at lightning speed, which directly blocks our way back. After the two analyzed it for a while, they looked at each other in silence. Christian asked tentatively, can we talk to these live streaming platforms? Doesn't the agreement between Tenda and them not have a mandatory requirement for a certain number of recommendation positions? Jin Yong shook his head, that's hard. There is indeed no mandatory requirement, but the number of recommendation positions for the amount of money is clearly marked. In this regard, President Pei will definitely not be stingy. The contract between IOI and the live broadcast platform has been signed. Although giving or not giving the recommendation position will have a certain impact on the live broadcast platform, it is incomparable to real money. IOI can't pay the live broadcast platform to let them give up the money promised by President Pei, right? Who will pay for this money? Longyu Group? Or Dayak Group? It's unrealistic for anyone to pay. The key is that IOI's broadcasting rights have been sold. Just because of President Pei's actions, the money in hand will be spit out again? I'm afraid it's too much to think about it. The key is that Eric and Jin Yong's words don't count, and they are also very clear that even if they report this situation and give suggestions, most of them will fall on deaf ears and the top management will never adopt them. It's a matter of spending money in vain. It's a miracle if the top management can pass it. President Pei's move hit IOI's Achilles heel again. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1298, Meng Chong and Tian Mo's Meeting. November 7th, Wednesday. Meng Chong sat at his workstation, racking his brains to think about the promotion plan. He had roughly found the direction before, but he had been working on the specific details for more than a day, but he still couldn't figure it out. The key is that he doesn't know much about this industry. Meng Chong has been smooth sailing since he graduated, with a high starting salary, so he rents houses in high-end communities with high prices, and has basically never been cheated by agents. After all, it is a probability event to encounter unreliable agents, and the more money you have, the less likely you are to encounter them. And even those who have been cheated by agents may not be able to meet Meng Chang's current requirements. The so-called being cheated is nothing more than being fooled by the agent into renting a house that you are not satisfied with, or the agent's promises made before are all denied after signing the contract, or there are problems with the house halfway through the rental and they argue with each other, etc. These alone are not enough to support Meng Chong to shoot this promotional video. The effect Meng Chong wanted was that, on the surface, the promotional video was normal, but if you tasted it carefully, it would taste wrong. But if you say it tastes wrong, after a while, you will look back and think that there is nothing wrong with the video. Only in this way can the requirements of Pei's publicity method be met, but it is obvious that this is still difficult. If there is no deep understanding, it is difficult to grasp the degree. Meng Chong himself is definitely not good enough. He asked several colleagues in the advertising and marketing department, but basically did not get the answer he wanted. Because Tenda's employee benefits are too good, new employees who have just joined the company can live in the employee dormitory of Slough apartment. After working for a period of time, the economic conditions have also improved, and most of them choose to buy their own houses. At most, before joining Tenda, they may have been cheated once or twice by other unreliable small intermediaries, but this is obviously far from enough. Meng Chong needs such a person. He must have a deeper understanding of this industry, can dig deep into the essence of this industry that is hated by people, and is very familiar with some details. Only in this way can the promotional video achieve the effect that Meng Chong wants. After failing to find it in this department, Meng Chang set his sights on the group of responsible people. In Tenda, if you encounter a problem that your department cannot solve, then seek help from other departments, and you can often get full cooperation and strong support from other departments. As long as the departments are linked, there are few problems that cannot be solved. Meng Chang was also well aware of this and immediately sent a message to the department heads group. Everyone, the new plan of the advertising and marketing department has encountered some difficulties and needs your help. Please help me find out if there are people in the department who are particularly familiar with the profession of rental agency, or have worked as a rental agency before. If there are, I hope we can have an in-depth chat. This is very important. Thank you for your help. It has to be said that the group of department heads of Tenda is still very active and everyone is very warm-hearted. Soon after Meng Chang sent this message, he received a lot of replies. Zhang Yuan, I asked, but our department doesn't have it. Ma Yichun, most of us are directly recruited from campus, no. Yu Fei, we have people who have been cheated in renting a house, but if we say we have a deep understanding, or even have worked in the agency industry, no. Liang Qingfan, there are similar positions in sloth apartment, but it should not match your needs at all. The leaders responded one after another, and all gave negative answers. If we simply say that people have been cheated in renting a house, there may be more, but it is too difficult to have a deep understanding. Because the overall development of Tenda Company is relatively smooth, not to mention the old employees who came in the early stage, most of the people who came in later have passed exams and layers of selection. They are very capable and have nothing in common with the type of people Meng Chang needs. Sloth apartment is related to renting houses, but everyone knows that the model of sloth apartment is completely different from that of traditional rental agencies. Some responsible persons did not speak, but the acting responsible persons of the department responded. After all, these responsible persons are still suffering in Shenangjia and cannot respond. Meng Chang was a little sad. He didn't expect to be stuck at this step. Could he go outside the company and find a rental agency to understand the situation? But people outside the company may not be trustworthy, cooperation may not be tacit, and confidentiality may also be a problem. It is better to find this person from within the company. Just as I was struggling, someone responded. Tian Mo, I have worked as a rental agency for a while, but I don't think I am a competent agent. I don't know if it meets your needs. Meng Chang's eyes lit up. Tian Mo? This seems to be the person in charge of the sales department. The advertising and marketing department and the sales department are somewhat similar in nature. You can get closer to each other so that you can cooperate in the future. Did Tian Mo work in a rental agency before? That's great. How could he be an incompetent agent if he could be the head of the sales department at Tenda? This must be suitable. Meng Chang immediately replied, no problem, where are you now? I'll come to find you. Someone in the group asked, is Tian Mo in Shanghai? Tian Mo, I just returned to Jingzhou the day before yesterday. I have some things to deal with here. I'm in the experience store now. Meng Chang was very happy. That's perfect. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. More than half an hour later, Meng Chang came to the Tenda experience store and found Tian Mo. Tian Mo had received an order from President Pei to open experience stores in super first-tier cities across the country, one each in the capital, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. The requirements were very loose, and only one store had to be opened before February next year. In fact, Tian Mo could choose to prepare for 2 stores at the same time, but he felt that it was more risky, so he chose Shanghai first. After all, Shanghai is an economic center with a developed economy. It also has the preliminary preparations for physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe, Nifeng Logistics, and Managed Gym. The preparation for the experience store can get certain support from other departments. Tian Mo's attitude is to actively prepare and leave enough advance time. He does not seek to open the store quickly, but seeks to be safe. Although the experience store in Jingzhou was handed over to Zhuangdong, Tian Mo was still a little worried about his good brother. He went back to Jingzhou every now and then to make sure there were no problems with the experience store in Jingzhou and to visit his parents. After all, the experience store in Jingzhou was the base camp, and all future sales staff had to be transferred from here. This time when he returned to Jingzhou, he happened to catch up with Meng Chang's matter. Meng Chang and Tian Mo did not go to the experience store, but chose to find a coffee shop in the Yuan Tiandi shopping mall opposite, and chose a seat by the window to chat while drinking coffee. Because there were too many people in the experience store, it was difficult to chat quietly. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes on the WeChat official account now. Meng Chang couldn't help but sigh. The experience store has been open for such a long time, and it's still so popular? It stands to reason that the experience store can't be popular all the time. At most it will be popular when new products are released. The flow of people should gradually stabilize. But Tenda has not launched any new products recently, and all departments are in a state of holding back big moves. The experience store is still full, which is a bit outrageous. How popular is it? Tian Mo smiled. This is mainly due to the location. Because the experience store is opposite the GPL competition venue, spectators from all over the country who come to watch the game will visit the experience store after watching the game, so the flow of people has always been maintained at a relatively high level. Meng Chang asked, but there should be no GPL games recently, right? The Global Invitational seems to be about to start. Tian Mo nodded. There are indeed no GPL games, but there are offline viewing activities. This time, the esports division has informed us in advance, and offline viewing activities have been arranged in many places, so that the audience who cannot go to Europe can also feel the atmosphere of watching the game live. The GPL venue, the big screen outside the experience store, and some theaters, including Shenhua Film and Television Cinema, have all organized offline viewing activities. This screen is the largest, and the square outside can accommodate a lot of people. Of course, it is an important place for offline viewing. Meng Chang nodded, and once again realized the power of the linkage between various departments of Tenda. Even if GOG goes abroad to hold the Global Invitational Tournament, its popularity in China has not diminished at all. This is all thanks to the solid foundation laid by President Pei. After a few simple greetings, the two sides got to the point. Meng Chang briefly introduced his needs, which is to say that he needs to understand what the most annoying thing about rental agencies is, and he wants to find a way to incorporate these contents into the promotional video. To shoot the effect of explicit praise and implicit criticism, you have to leave another interpretation angle for future reversal. This requirement is actually very complicated, and it can be said to be full of twists and turns. Any problem with any detail will cause the entire promotion plan to go astray. If it goes astray, the promotion plan will naturally fail. After listening to Meng Chang's request, Tian Mo couldn't help but frown slightly, his face solemn. The requirements are so high. I was just a lousy rental agent before. I only negotiated 2 deals. One of them was due to luck, and the other was given to me by someone else. Meng Chang was a little surprised. Ah? That's impossible. Aren't you the head of Tenda's sales department? As the head of the sales department, you only negotiated 2 deals when you were a rental agent before? You didn't leave after working for only half a day? Meng Chang asked. Tian Mo shook his head with some shame. No, in fact, I worked for more than a month. I am very introverted. I couldn't even speak fluently at that time, so of course I couldn't negotiate a deal. The reason why I can do this position now is all thanks to Mr. Pei's discovery and training. If it weren't for Mr. Pei, I would probably still be handing out flyers on the street. Well, it's also possible that I was fired because I couldn't hand out flyers. Meng Chang was stunned. Good guy, handing out flyers can still be fired? How outrageous that would be. His first reaction was that Tian Mo was being modest, but looking at Tian Mo's expression, it didn't seem like that. I said it sincerely. Besides, is there any need to be modest about this kind of thing? If this is true, it would be a big deal. According to Tian Mo, he used to hand out flyers on the street, and worked as an agent for a month, and signed 2 orders in total, one by luck, and the other by help from others. Such a person, Mr. Pei could actually discover and train him to be the head of the sales department. Either Mr. Pei had a keen eye for talent and saw his potential at first sight, or Mr. Pei taught well and polished the stone into a jade. No matter which possibility it is scary enough. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1299 Service Providers and Middlemen. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Meng Chang did not despise Tian Mo because of what he said, but took him more seriously. No matter what Tian Mo was like before, the talent that was discovered by President Pei must be extraordinary. In addition, whether Tian Mo's understanding of the profession of rental agency is deep or not, and whether he can give Meng Chang the answer he wants, we have to talk to know. Meng Chang decided to get to the point. So, what do you think of the profession of rental agency? For example, now everyone generally has certain prejudices against this profession. Do you think it is a problem of people, or a problem of the company, or a problem of the entire industry? Tian Mo took a sip of coffee, thought for a moment and said, in fact, if you asked me this question when I was an agent, I would definitely not be able to answer it. Because I didn't know anything at that time, and I couldn't analyze many things even if I saw them. But after working as the head of the sales department at Tenda for a while, I suddenly had some insights under the words and deeds of President Pei. Looking back on my previous experience as an agent, I suddenly have some new views. Meng Chang's eyes lit up. What is this? This is a one-size-fits-all approach. The original Tian Mo was only a very poor rental agent. He only signed 2 orders in a month. It is impossible to say that this is not due to lack of ability, but too much conscience. But now, Tian Mo can do well in the sales department of Tenda and is well received. It is obvious that he has received the true teachings of Mr. Pei and has been enlightened. The nature of the work in the sales department is similar. Tian Mo, who has been enlightened, will naturally gain some new inspiration when he looks back at his previous experience. Especially when comparing the experience of working in Tenda with the experience of working in the agency store, you will naturally see the difference. Meng Chang suddenly looks forward to what Tian Mo will say next. Tian Mo thought for a moment and said, the sales method that Mr. Pei taught me is actually the most ideal method. Tenda has the best products, and as a salesperson, as long as I introduce the products to customers truthfully and treat people with sincerity, I will naturally leave a good impression on customers and build trust invisibly. Trust in sales, plus the excellence of the product itself, naturally, there is no worry about sales. Treat people with sincerity, and serve wholeheartedly. This is the sales method that Mr. Pei taught me. But when I applied this sales method to the agency work I was doing before, I found that it didn't work at all, and it was even incompatible with it. Looking back now, the reason why some rental agencies are annoying is that there are not only the uneven quality of practitioners, but also the profit-seeking of agencies, and the particularity of the entire industry. Meng Chang nodded happily, and said while taking notes in a small notebook, we have plenty of time, don't rush, take your time. Tian Mo continued, most people's bad impressions of various sales and agencies are left when they deal with a specific person. The recruitment requirements for similar occupations are relatively low, especially for one. The quality of the employees of some small black agencies is even more uneven, so it is easy to leave a bad impression on people. But the root cause, I think it is still a problem from top to bottom, from the industry to the company, and finally reflected on a specific person. The recruitment requirements are relatively low, which does not necessarily mean that the quality of the people recruited is not high. I also have a low education level and could not get by in ordinary agencies, but I did well in Tenda. It can be seen that many times it is not a problem of people, but a problem of the industry and the company. The environment has caused the wrong guidance to people, and it is difficult for individuals to change the overall environment. Over time, it has become the current state, a pool of muddy water, and no one can stay out of it. Meng Chang nodded. Then what do you think is the root cause of people's prejudice against this industry? Tian Mo thought for a while. It's its operating model. I didn't realize this at first, but after comparing it with Tenda, I understood that Tenda's sales and the intermediaries of some small intermediary companies seem to be the same kind of work on the surface, but in fact they have nothing in common. Tenda's sales are service-oriented and are the icing on the cake. Our job is to objectively introduce the advantages and disadvantages of the product to customers on the premise that the product is excellent, and whether the customer wants to buy it depends entirely on the customer's independent will. But other companies' intermediaries and sales are not like this. Their work is of an inducing nature, like sending a fan in the snow. It's not sending charcoal in the snow, it's sending a fan in the snow. They try hard to induce and distort the needs of customers. When customers are in urgent need of something, they use rhetoric and other methods to make customers believe that the thing in front of them is what they need, thus facilitating transactions. What customers need is charcoal in the snow, but the salesperson tries hard to sell the fan to the customer. Just like many real estate agents will post fake photos online, or post information about houses that don't actually exist. After seeing it, the customer thinks the house is good and calls to ask, and the agent will say, "The house is still available, come and I will take you to see the house." When the customer arrives, the agent takes him to another house, saying that the house he saw before has just been booked, but there is a similar one. Since the customer is already here, he can only go and see it. The so-called similar is actually a world apart. Many agents use this method to facilitate transactions, trying to sell those houses with poor decoration and poor environment to customers. This is a very common method, and it is almost becoming mainstream. Customers can't be sure whether the photos they see on the website are photos of real houses, and there is a high probability that they are not. Concealment and deception facilitate transactions, and customers are cheated after one time. They will naturally learn their lesson and not want to be cheated a second time, so a bad impression will naturally be formed. Meng Chang nodded. Well, I have heard this statement, and it is indeed very annoying. So should this be attributed to the employees, the company, or the industry? Tian Mo said, I think it should be attributed to the industry and the company. In Mr. Pei's opinion, intermediaries and sales should be service industries. The main work content of many rental intermediary companies should be to serve tenants, meet tenants' needs, provide them with high-quality housing and good security services, and extract commissions from them. But many companies now, such as residential groups, are no longer service providers, but middlemen. By opening stores, they monopolize the surrounding housing resources. When the landlord posts the information, they let the agent keep calling to grab the housing resources. Ordinary tenants cannot contact the landlord and are forced to find an agency to rent a house from the agent. Then, the agency uses its dominant position to coax or deceive the tenants to sign a contract, and transforms from a service provider to the owner of the tenant. They even lower the price for the landlord and raise the price for the tenant to maximize their profits. On the surface, they are providing services, but the services they actually provide are not proportional to the actual value. In essence, they use industry monopoly and artificially created information gaps to isolate the real demand side, that is, landlords and tenants, so that they can become middlemen who eat both ends. Once this change in nature occurs, from service nature to middleman nature, then these companies will naturally give birth to all kinds of operations in order to make more money. As I said before, they use fake listings to trick customers in, partition houses and rent them out to many people, use inferior materials to renovate and rent them out at high prices, and even intimidate and blackmail customers who try to bypass the intermediary. Various means emerge one after another. Although the means vary from company to company, large companies are more concerned about their reputation while small companies have no bottom line, but in the final analysis, it is because their nature has long ceased to be a service industry, but has become a middleman who monopolizes channels by any means. And these operations ultimately have only one purpose, which is to make more money by any means possible, even to the point of deceiving tenants to sign loan agreements, and then use loans to monopolize housing sources, and completely disregard the consequences. This kind of plan of exterminating the whole family has been thought of and done. Why do many people say that these companies suck blood? It's because the services they provide are completely unworthy of the profits they actually grabbed. The industry and the company are like this, so the employees below can only do everything they can to pursue profits and commissions, so it has become what it is now. If we talk about the real initiator, it should be the business genius who first changed the nature of the intermediary business from service to middleman. Many people do things that are seemingly creating new business models, but in fact they are adding rat shit to the pot, stirring up the entire industry and making dirty money. What President Pei has been doing is exactly the opposite. He has been working hard to use a new business model to replace the current mainstream, deformed, and distorted business model, so that these industries can return to the state they should be in. Meng Chang quickly recorded and nodded frequently. After listening to Tian Mo's words, he felt that he had found the right person. It was incisive and to the point. Indeed, many people's bad impression of intermediaries may come from an intermediary with low quality. But the source of this phenomenon is actually the entire large company, and even the entire industry has problems from the root. When the nature of a company changes fundamentally, every employee of it, whether voluntarily or not, whether they are forced to do these things or take the initiative to do them because of commissions, will not make any difference in the results. There are even many times when bad money drives out good money. What the company wants is a tool person who makes profits by any means. Even landlords and tenants are trying to squeeze them, not to mention their own employees. In this case, many people can't do this kind of work. After constant blood changes, those who stay are naturally assimilated. Chapter 1300 Smart People and Stupid People. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Meng Chang asked again, in the long run, if this model continues, it will definitely cause damage to the company due to the excessive accumulation of negative word of mouth, right? Have these companies never considered this issue? Tian Mo said, of course I have considered it. But they will never give up this business model. They will adopt another method. Meng Chang, what method? Tian Mo did not answer directly, but asked, do you know what express delivery companies and food delivery platforms do? 4 words, transfer contradictions. Meng Chang thought for a while, I can vaguely guess a little. Tian Mo explained, in fact, express delivery companies and food delivery platforms are actually moving closer to middlemen in the service direction, but relatively speaking, the situation is better and more restrained than that of the rental agency industry. In order to make profits, express delivery companies and food delivery platforms will also reduce services in many cases. For example, let the couriers not deliver every express to the door, but throw them all to the express cabinets in the community. The work of 3 people can now be done by 2 people, so that one person's salary can be saved. The same is true for food delivery platforms. They give delivery men more orders and pile up all kinds of orders, forcing them to run red lights and rush to deliver. They increase the courier fees while reducing the commissions given to couriers for each order, squeezing out profits. Their behavior will naturally lead to a decline in service and customer dissatisfaction. At this time, they will use a method called transferring contradictions. Let customers complain about couriers or delivery men, and then impose heavy penalties and deductions after complaints. Many couriers and delivery men will vent their anger on customers because of this, and feel that I work hard every day. I worked so hard, but because of your report, I lost my day's wages, which intensified the conflict between customers and couriers or delivery men. Then they created public opinion, saying how hard and difficult it is for couriers and delivery men to work every day, and asked everyone to be more considerate. Call on customers not to get angry if the delivery is late, wait a little longer, and try not to complain, because if you complain, the deliveryman may have worked for nothing for a day. Be more considerate if the delivery is not delivered to your doorstep, and go to the express cabinet to pick it up yourself. Many people will be soft-hearted and will not be serious about this issue. But this is actually a trap. The fundamental reason for customer complaints is that the service has deteriorated, and they have spent money but have not received the corresponding service. And the fundamental reason for the deterioration of service is that the platform is squeezing profits. However, the platform has transferred this contradiction to customers and grassroots employees by severely punishing couriers or delivery men, and it can withdraw and stay out of it. While calling on everyone to be more considerate of couriers and delivery men, the fact that the fundamental reason for this situation is the exploitation of the platform is completely hidden. Meng Qiang nodded frequently and agreed deeply. Although he did not understand these things deeply, he had heard about them a long time ago. Meng Qiang is a smart man, and he understands many truths at a glance. Moreover, this is not a complicated truth. Many people have discussed it a long time ago, but no matter how many times it is discussed, it cannot change the reality. He thought for a moment and said, so, the agencies use similar methods. By constantly promoting how hard the agencies work, they emphasize that the agencies actually run around and provide value to customers, and that tenants should actually pay for the services. In fact, they completely avoid the fact that they are middlemen who monopolize the housing supply and the market, and shift the contradictions to tenants, landlords, and agencies, so that they can stay out of it. Many news reports say that tenants are weird and mess around in the house, landlords are weird and frequently raise the rent in order to collect more rent, agencies are weird, their quality is uneven, and there are many chaos. But the most bizarre thing is that the real estate agency has cleared itself of all blame and used some extreme cases to direct all attention to the tenants, landlords, and real estate agencies. Tianmo nodded, this cannot fundamentally solve the problem, but it can cleverly resolve the public opinion crisis. People who are misled often have two reactions. The first is to transfer anger to the group of people who work as real estate agents, believing that they are of poor quality, cheating, and doing all kinds of evil. The other is to sympathize with the real estate agents who work hard to make a living, believing that they do this for their livelihood and have no choice, so they choose to understand. But they just ignore the fact that all this is caused by the culprits are those platforms that call for more consideration for couriers, takeout delivery men, and intermediaries. They eat both ends and squeeze them crazily, while at the same time calling for mutual understanding between the two parties, because as long as both parties understand each other, no one will mention the platform's exploitation again. Meng Qiang quickly wrote it down, and then couldn't help but sigh. That's very well said. I now doubt the authenticity of your 2 orders in a month before. You are not stupid at all, but very smart. How can ordinary people think of these? With your brain, how could you fall to handing out flyers? Meng Qiang was sure that Mr. Pei's vision was indeed correct, and this Tianmo was completely worthy of the position of head of the sales department. Apart from anything else, his understanding of this traditional business model and his grasp of Mr. Pei's spirit are enough to qualify him as a person in charge. But this also made him feel a little strange. How could such a talent be discovered by Mr. Pei when he was distributing flyers? With such a brain, he could do something to make a living? As for distributing flyers? Tianmo smiled a little embarrassedly. Hey, you may not believe it, but I was enlightened under the guidance of President Pei. Of course, I didn't realize these truths all at once. I was in a state of confusion. When I was an agent, I just listened to what others said. The old employees told me that I should do this and that, and told me some tricks in their work, so that I could learn to talk nonsense and use these tricks to sign orders. I learned it, but I couldn't learn it. I knew that lying might get the orders signed, but I just couldn't open my mouth. I have always been ashamed, thinking that this is my own problem, that I am too stupid and can't do anything well. It is such a simple job, and others have told me how to do it, but I can't even do it. I told myself that work is like this, and the unspoken rules are like this. Maybe they are the laws of operation of this society. I have to adapt to them, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't adapt to them and can't accept them. I was constantly hit, and I was always doubting myself. I didn't know what to do at all. But at this time, President Pei appeared. Pei not only provided me with a job, but also built my self-confidence through this recognition. More importantly, President Pei showed me what is the right sales. The transparent service of Tenda Experience Point was a great success, which made me realize that maybe there is nothing wrong with me, but they and this industry are the ones with problems. How ashamed and self-blamed I was before, and how unwilling I was when I thought about it later. So I kept thinking about where the problem was. I read a lot of professional bigwigs' analysis of these industries on the internet, and compared the situation of these industries with that of Tenda repeatedly. I am not a smart person, and I am not good at speaking, but I am more serious. I keep thinking about the problems I can't figure out, and I will figure it out one day. Meng Chang nodded. Indeed, if he were Tian Mo, he might not be able to figure out these problems. It's not that he's stupid, the point is that he doesn't have the opportunity and motivation to think about it. First of all, it's impossible for him to be reduced to being an agent and handing out flyers. Secondly, even if he really works as an intermediary, he will quickly recognize and accept this working model, integrate into it, and even become the top seller of the intermediary store. If Tian Mo didn't happen to have such a personality, and happened to encounter obstacles everywhere when looking for a job, and happened to meet President Pei and get the correct guidance, he would not have thought about these problems. Could it be that this is also within President Pei's plan? President Pei saw this single-minded trait in Tian Mo, and saw that he was not suitable for sales in the traditional sense, but fully met Tenda's requirements for sales positions, so he promoted him as the head of the sales department and taught him his unique martial arts in sales. Well, there is such a possibility. President Pei's insight into human nature is not something that ordinary people can understand. Meng Chang always has a feeling that he is completely seen through by President Pei from the inside out. Even a deep-minded acting school like him can be seen through by President Pei, let alone a simple-minded person like Tian Mo. Moreover, President Pei's choice of Tian Mo is a coincidence on the surface, but in fact it is a necessity. There must be more than one person like Tian Mo. If President Pei didn't discover Tian Mo, he would naturally discover another person to pass on his ideas. Meng Chang even had a feeling that he was far inferior to Tian Mo in some aspects. This idea seemed absurd to him, because Meng Chang thought he was the best, whether he was working as a worker, cheating investors, or starting a business. But it might be because he could do everything well and always believed in success, so sometimes he naturally went down the wrong path. Maybe the first business genius who came up with the idea of turning service providers into middlemen was Meng Chang? Being smart is a good thing, of course. But if you use your intelligence in the wrong place and take the wrong path, then intelligence will only make you go further and further away and go further and further astray. Meng Chang looked at the contents recorded in the notebook with mixed feelings. He even felt a little ashamed for no reason. Thank you so much. These contents are very inspiring to me. I have probably figured out how to do this publicity plan. Meng Chang's plan actually involves jumping back and forth between ordinary intermediary companies and truly correct industry standards, causing controversy and attention, and finally completing Pei's publicity method, while getting commissions for himself, and also putting a perfect end to the publicity of real estate agency simulator. This kind of back and forth must be based on a deep understanding of both parties. Otherwise, it is easy to jump out of the problem and bring trouble upon oneself. Tian Mo's analysis actually provided theoretical support for Meng Chong and also gave him a perfect entry point. Tian Mo waved his hand quickly. It's just a piece of cake. We should help each other in Tenda. In fact, I also have some insights by chance. I want to share them with you. Of course, it would be great if I can help you. Meng Chong, one of us is in the advertising and marketing department, and the other is in the sales department. There will inevitably be opportunities for cooperation in the future. We need to talk more in the future. Tian Mo nodded. Of course, no problem. Meng Chong was a little emotional. Originally, there should be no intersection between a smart person like him and a stupid person like Tian Mo. But in Tenda, Meng Chong felt that there were many things worth learning from Tian Mo. Even some of Pei's ideas were not something he could learn, but Tian Mo could learn. Chapter 1301 Selection of the promotional video. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. The two finished chatting, stood up and prepared to leave. Meng Chong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, there is one more thing. I suddenly remembered that the protagonist of the promotional video has not been decided yet." Tian Mo was a little surprised and didn't understand why Meng Chong told him this. The protagonist of the promotional video? Invite a celebrity or something? I definitely can't help with this. Meng Chong shook his head. At first I did plan to invite a celebrity, but after talking to you, I suddenly realized that it was not suitable. It's troublesome to explain specifically, but celebrities don't meet my needs in many aspects. I need someone with a good image and temperament now, but not to the level of a celebrity. It's best to have a more down-to-earth image among ordinary people, but look more positive, sunny, and positive. Both men and women are acceptable. If you really have experience in similar industries, you can grasp some emotional details during the shooting process and try to show a sense of reality. That would be even better. Using a celebrity to shoot this promotional video is definitely not in line with Meng Chong's requirements. Because what Meng Chong wants is controversy and authenticity, and he also wants to leave enough room for reversal in the future using celebrities. Firstly, the initial popularity is too high, and secondly, it is difficult to reverse it later. Because of using celebrities, it naturally leaves people with the impression that this is a very serious commercial promotional film, and it will be difficult to explain the connotation of this promotional film from multiple angles in the future. What Meng Chong needs is a sense of reality and down-to-earth, so that the film can be closer to the reality, and it can be interpreted from many angles in the future, and the Pei's propaganda method can be completed perfectly. Moreover, the image cannot be too good, and the acting skills cannot be too good. If the image is good and the acting skills are good, it is easy to really move the audience. The result that Meng Chong wants to achieve is to leave room for the audience to be moved, so that someone will question and see the problems behind this kind of moving. Therefore, this promotional film must be 70% true and 30% false, and the acting skills cannot be too good, otherwise the balance will be broken and the direction will be deviated. But these are not easy to explain to Tian Mo, and even if they are explained, Tian Mo probably won't understand. After all, Pei's propaganda method is a very special and profound knowledge, which cannot be summarized in a few words. Meng Chong had studied for so long and had only learned the basics, let alone Tian Mo. Fortunately, Tian Mo did not have the habit of asking questions, but instead thought seriously according to Meng Chong's request. If you put it that way. I actually have a candidate who seems to meet your requirements. Do you still remember that when I was in the agency store, I had 2 business orders, one of which was given to me by a colleague? Before, there was a sister who took care of me a lot there. Although she was not particularly beautiful, she was sunny, cheerful, and cute. I just contacted her recently. She is no longer working in that agency store. I am thinking of recruiting her to the sales department. Tian Mo said while taking out the photo to show Meng Chong. Meng Chong glanced at the photo and nodded immediately. Okay. I will go back and prepare and arrange to start shooting immediately. Tian Mo sent the contact information to Meng Chong. Her name is Ding Xiao. I will tell her that you can contact her directly later. The sales department has not officially arranged a job for her yet. In fact, Tian Mo has always remembered Ding Xiao. The reason why he didn't think about contacting her until now is mainly because there was not a good opportunity before. At the beginning, his job as the head of the sales department was a bit mysterious. He felt that he might be fired at any time. His daily work was full of unreality, so he didn't want to drag others into it. His good friends all did poor jobs, so Tian Mo had no burden to recruit people. However, Ding Xiao was doing well in the real estate agency industry and was quite popular, so Tian Mo didn't want to rashly recruit people. Later, Tian Mo had a lot of work on hand, and he was busy with the experience store, so he didn't have time. Until recently, his work became a little stable, and President Pei specifically emphasized that the sales department had special circumstances and could expand the team from friends and relatives around him without going through the normal recruitment process. Tian Mo began to carefully screen the people around him and recruit those who he thought met President Pei's requirements. He was afraid that the people he recruited would not meet President Pei's requirements, so he had to be very selective. Some time ago, he made up his mind to bring Ding Xiao into the sales department. As a result, he found out that Ding Xiao was also tired of working in that store and was preparing to change jobs. The needs of the two people just matched, and Ding Xiao immediately joined Tenda happily. Meng Chong was very happy. Isn't this just in time? Such a person is just needed to shoot a promotional video. Okay, then tell her, I'll go back and arrange the filming. The content is simple, not many lines, just a few simple shots, just play yourself. After returning to the advertising and marketing department, Meng Chong began to work at high speed. First, he quickly wrote a simple script, and then found several suitable locations for outdoor scenes. The scenes selected by Meng Chong are all quite representative, including a small, specialized agency store and a rental house scene. In addition, a few more representative extras have to be found. The rental house issue is easy to solve, and the model room of Sloth apartment can be used directly for filming. The extras are also easy to handle, as there are many actors who have worked with him before, or it is not a big problem to directly let internal employees make guest appearances. The only thing is that this agency store needs to be decorated. It is easy to handle, just build an interior scene according to the appearance of the store in Real Estate Agency Simulator, which is nothing more than a reception desk, 2 high chairs, computers, coffee tables, sofas, etc., which are all very common things. It is not necessary to reproduce it perfectly, just to be similar in spirit. Meng Chong first arranged Yu Yao to select people and arrange the scenery, and then he went through the script of the entire promotional film from beginning to end in front of the computer to ensure that the plot of each scene meets his needs, and carefully laid many foreshadowings. He worked until the afternoon, and the script was almost done. Because Meng Chong had already had a clear idea when he talked with Tian Mo, and now he just wrote it down, so the efficiency was very high. He checked it from beginning to end and was quite satisfied with the script. Of course, it is hard to say whether the filmed content can perfectly express the content of the script. We have to watch it while filming. It is also possible that some adjustments need to be made to the content of the promotional video on site. Meng Chong called Yu Yao and learned that the set of the Sloth apartment had been arranged. Other sets are still being arranged, and the set of the store is still being set up. We can shoot a part first, and wait until the shots of the Sloth apartment are finished, and then shoot the other parts, and finally edit them. Meng Chong felt full of motivation and said to Yu Yao on the phone, Okay, you continue to push forward the set and shooting. I will contact the actors, and we will officially start shooting tomorrow morning. November 8, Thursday. Ding Xiao came to the sloth apartment model room where the shooting was held according to the address sent by Meng Chong. The entire model room has been rearranged and arranged as Meng Chong required. Cameras, lights, and other equipment are all in place. Many staff members are busy coming in and out, and they look very efficient. Ding Xiao is a little panicked. When Ding Xiao just heard Tian Mo's explanation of the whole story on the phone, she couldn't believe it at all. It's okay to be a salesperson, but she also plays the leading role in a promotional video? This is too weird. Ding Xiao is very clear about her conditions. Her appearance can only be regarded as that of an ordinary person, and there is no way to compare with a star. Many people think they are very beautiful in real life, but they look completely bad when they are photographed. This is what many people say, not photogenic. Many people who are obviously very thin and have small faces may be widened and at least 3 points uglier when they are photographed. With my conditions, I can actually shoot a promotional video? This made Ding Xiao feel particularly unreal. But Tian Mo swore that this was absolutely reliable. Ding Xiao received a call from Meng Chong, the head of the advertising and marketing department, and then came with doubts. Chapter 1302, Just Want the Feeling of Reality. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Ding Xiao? I'm Meng Chong, welcome. Come, I'll tell you about the script. Meng Chong called Ding Xiao aside and took a look at her. She is not particularly beautiful, but she has a round face, short hair, regular features, big eyes, and slightly chubby cheeks, which naturally gives people a friendly feeling. She is wearing a professional suit, which Meng Chong specifically reminded her yesterday. After all, she has to highlight her identity as an agent. Meng Chong had seen the photos before, and was a little worried that the photos were photoshopped. Now that he saw the real person, he found that there was not much difference from the photos, and he was a little relieved. Appearance is still very important. Although Meng Chong made it clear that he didn't want celebrities, but only ordinary people who were down to earth, there were also requirements for the image of ordinary people. If the audience hated them at first sight, then Pei's propaganda method would collapse from the beginning and he couldn't play it anymore. The two of them sat down on the sofa next to the sloth apartment model room, and Meng Chong handed the script to Ding Xiao. The script was very thin, only a few pages, and most of the content was about the scenery, actions, and expressions. There were almost no lines, only narration. Ding Xiao quickly scanned the script. These scenes are quite familiar to her, working hard at the workstation and screening houses, walking through the alleys and corners to see houses, introducing the characteristics of the house to the customer, but the customer turned around and rented another place, and hung up the phone with a look of disappointment, not being understood by the customer, or even being scolded. She could only bow her head and apologize, and wipe her tears secretly when she returned home. On the surface, this seems to be a promotional film that emphasizes how hard and difficult it is for the intermediary, taking a warm route, hoping to use these lifelike clips to arouse people's tolerance and understanding. The only thing that made Ding Xiao feel a little new to reality was the setting related to the store and the workstation. The script was not written in detail, but it was accompanied by a picture. The picture shows a very small store. Unlike other intermediary stores, there are not many workstations and intermediaries coming and going. Instead, there is only a relatively high front desk, 2 high chairs, and a reception area composed of a coffee table and a single sofa. From all aspects, this small store can only accommodate one person, and there is absolutely no such intermediary store in reality. But Ding Xiao didn't think much about it. She felt that this was a promotional video after all, and promotional videos must beautify the real situation. Just like many movies and TV series, filming the workplace cannot be exactly the same as the real workplace, right? Various workstations are crowded together, and the workers are sleepy and listless. It looks real in the film, but the audience doesn't buy it. This promotional video was probably made considering that if the filming was done as it was, the other colleagues would appear redundant and the scene would be chaotic, so they simply cut them all out and only kept the shots of the protagonist. Ding Xiao doesn't quite understand these, but a simple guess is that this is the reason. After all, a promotional video is nothing more than publicity and beautification. What complicated routines can there be? Meng Chang said, "There is one thing I must say in advance. After this promotional video is shot, you may be scolded. But it is only a possibility. This possibility is relatively small, and even if you are scolded, you will be cleared up quickly. I just remind you that although such a risk is not big, it does exist." Ding Xiao was puzzled. Be scolded? Not that serious? I see that the content in this promotional video is all quite normal. And I am just an actor. There should be no reason for it to affect me. Meng Chang smiled, so I said the risk is not big. There may be some extreme people attacking you. Do you have Weibo? If so, for safety reasons, turn off private messages first. Ding Xiao was also a little relieved. I don't think there is a problem. The money given to the leading actor in this promotional video is still quite a lot. Ding Xiao thinks this is not a conscience-breaking thing. Even if someone scolds this promotional video because of the stereotype of the agent, it will not affect herself. Even if there are really such extreme people, it won't have a big impact. She has experienced a lot of prejudice and cold eyes when she was a real estate agent, so she can still bear this. Then, Mr. Meng, does this promotional video have any deeper connotations? I'm afraid I don't understand it well enough. Can you tell me briefly? Even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Although Ding Xiao has never shot a promotional video before, shooting a promotional video and shooting a movie should be similar. The play is just the appearance, and the whole film has some deeper connotations, which are controlled by the director and screenwriter. As a non-professional actor and a complete layman, Ding Xiao doesn't understand this at all, so she asked Meng Chang so that she can better grasp the script and perform in accordance with the requirements. Meng Chang shook his head. It doesn't have much connotation. Oh, no, it should be said that even if there is connotation, it has nothing to do with your performance. For your acting skills, I have only one requirement: to act in your true colors. Try to act out the feelings you had in your previous work, just be real, and don't worry about other things. Ding Xiao nodded. Okay, then I will feel it and brew it. Meng Chang asked Ding Xiao to brew emotions with the script, and he went to check the layout of the scene again. After about half an hour, he came back. Okay, then let's officially start filming. Meng Chang looked at the time and it was almost time. Ding Xiao was a little panicked. Ah? I haven't memorized the script yet? Meng Chang smiled slightly. It's okay, just shoot, I know what I'm doing. Attention all departments, take your positions, and get ready to start filming. At the same time, Chaolu game platform. Yan Qi was worrying about what to do with the new game. After experiencing a series of initial twists and turns, Chaolu game platform has completely established its foothold and occupied a place in the domestic game channels. Platform games have no bugs, players are the masters, and game connoisseurs. These are all unique memory points that Chaolu game platform brings to players, and there is a very clear distinction from other game channels. If there was still controversy at the beginning, now, more and more players and developers have recognized Chaolu game platform. Yan Qi was worried that Chaolu game platform would be cold at first, and was ready to look for another place, but now he has completely lost such an idea. Because he found that after Chaolu game platform stabilized, it was not only a very comfortable place, but also had a very good development prospect. Some time ago, a number of excellent independent games from the Qingshan project were launched, further enriching the game library of the Chaolu game platform. Other excellent manufacturers have also begun to seek cooperation. The only thing that Yuan felt a little sorry about was that the Chalu game platform never seemed to actively seek cooperation with those big companies, and almost never signed any exclusive or first release of super masterpieces, which was completely a passive waiting attitude. This also made the Chalu game platform temporarily stop at a niche platform. Although the players on the platform have a strong sense of belonging and identity with the platform, it is a pity that there are no phenomenal masterpieces with enough weight. Many game platforms quickly became popular, in fact, because they signed a super hit game, starting from the XX game launcher, and developed step by step. Without the support of super hit games, the platform always lacks some confidence. In theory, with the current size and financial resources of the Chalu game platform, it should be possible to negotiate cooperation with some big companies and make some concessions on its own initiative. But the Chalu game platform has never done so. Yuan felt a little bit of a pity, because if the Chalu game platform was more popular, his game would naturally benefit more. But on second thought, maybe this is the special feature of the Chalu game platform, which always does something unexpected. If he really contacts those big companies to discuss cooperation as he wants, then Chalu game platform will definitely have to make some compromises, and it may not be able to maintain the current status. It is not bad to proceed steadily like now. After the popularity of the game reviewer, the Chalu game platform did not increase publicity, financing, or cooperate with other large companies. It did not make big moves, but continued to deepen the content of the platform. More and more games are listed, and the difficulty of review is getting greater and greater. In order to ensure a bug-free reputation, it is natural to screen more carefully. Of course, the so-called bug-free is just a saying. In fact, there are no malicious bugs that seriously affect the operation of the game. It is still difficult to completely eliminate small errors. But in any case, it is essentially different from other game platforms. Yuan had been busy with which platform to go, because the game Empire Blade was like his own flesh and blood, and he could not entrust it to the wrong person. This also seriously affected his energy to develop the game to some extent. But now, he has made up his mind that it is enough to only go on the Chalu game platform and the official platform. As for other platforms, he will go on if he can, and he will not force it if he can't. With the Chalu game platform as a guarantee, he can conceive new games without worries. Although Empire Blade is still being updated and making money, Yuan does not want to continue indefinitely. Because Empire Blade is ultimately a Krypton Gold mobile game, even if its fees are more conscientious, it is not what Yuan wants to do most. During this period, watching independent games one after another being launched on the Chalu game platform, Yuan suddenly felt that he should make some more meaningful games. Before, he made money from Krypton Gold games to support the company, and there was really no better way. But now that he can make money from Empire Blade, he can support the company, and there is a good platform, why not make some games that he likes more? Chapter 1303 Ordinary Employee Liyata. Yuan decided to start thinking about his next game. Of course, as a mature game producer, making games is not a joke, and it cannot be done on a whim. After all, game producers make games not only for themselves, but also for all employees in the company and for the players. If you start a project on a whim, and everyone works overtime to make it, but the game fails in the end and loses all the money, how can you justify everyone's efforts? If Yuan is very rich and gives everyone all kinds of benefits, overtime pay and various bonuses, then the game fails, and he won't feel too guilty. After all, in terms of material, the compensation given to everyone is enough. But the key is that Yuan doesn't have much money. The money earned from the game Empire of the Realm is not small, but if you want to develop a new game, especially a standalone game, you probably have to invest all this money, and it may not be enough. In this case, there is no need to think about full benefits, overtime pay, and various bonuses. We can only count on it if the next game is successful and sells well. So, we have to be cautious and think carefully. Yan Qi created a new document to gather inspiration and sort out ideas to determine the basic form of the game. At present, he actually has a relatively clear direction: action standalone games. 3A quality may not be achieved, but it can be regarded as a goal to strive for. Other than that, he has no clue. When he was making Empire of the Realm, it was completely based on the tastes of mobile game players, and it was a Western fantasy theme. But standalone games are completely different. On the one hand, the tastes of standalone game players are too different from those of mobile game players. On the other hand, the development difficulty of the two games is also different. Simply put, the quality of art materials required for mobile games is relatively low. On the mobile phone screen, the details are slightly worse and the movements are slightly stiffer. They can't be seen on the screen, and mobile game players are not picky. But if you put it on the computer screen and let those players who have played many 3A action games and have a picky taste play it, this is another matter. So, Yan Qi is a bit blind. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Action games can be one of the most difficult types of games to develop. Any shortcomings in any place may lead to the failure of the game. At present, everything can be reduced, except the combat system and basic picture quality. The smoothness of the action, special effects. As long as there are places that are not done well, the score will be greatly reduced. Fortunately, the current technical level is relatively high, and it is not completely impossible. The game length and content can be slightly reduced, or filled with replayable content, as long as the game price is also lowered accordingly. The key is to make the player's eyes light up and make them feel that this game is very special and irreplaceable. By the way, aren't Turning Back on the Shore and Eternal Reincarnation the perfect answers? Sure enough, President Pei is still amazing. He saw through all this as early as when he was developing Turning Back on the Shore and researched the only standard answer for domestic standalone action games, which is still not outdated until now. The combat system of Eternal Reincarnation is so novel. It would be great if I could come up with such an idea. The more Yan Qi thought about it, the more he admired President Pei. He is an avid fan of action games and a loyal player of Turning Back and Eternal Reincarnation. After thinking about it for a while, he found that the model of Turning Back is simply the best solution for domestic companies, especially companies like them, to make action games, because it is a company, it has limited funds and weak risk tolerance, so cutting some game time and game capacity and filling them with replayable content is a good way to control costs and risks. To stand out from a group of excellent action games, 2 points must be met. First, the game quality is excellent, the feel and picture meet the standards, the higher the better. Second, there are unique memory points and characteristics. The high difficulty of Turning Back is the shore and the profound plot of breaking the dimensional wall, as well as the unique combat system of Eternal Fall of Reincarnation, are all unique memory points and characteristics. Only by achieving both points can it succeed. Otherwise, if the game quality does not meet the standards, players will not buy it, and without a memory point, it will not be able to cooperate with the publicity and promotion to break the circle and become popular, and most of the time, the cost will not be recovered in the end. Otherwise, why is Mr. Pei a talented game producer? I don't accept it. I still have to learn from one. Yan Qi's thoughts unconsciously turned to Turning Back is the shore. It seems that Mr. Pei has no intention of making action games for a long time. After all, he is a person who likes to challenge himself, likes to make breakthroughs, and never indulges in past successes. For example, the combat system of Eternal Reincarnation can be used to make Return to the Shore 2 or another new action game, but Mr. Pei only made a DLC. Obviously, he feels that the level of innovation is not enough to make a new game. This is good news for me. After all, this market in China is relatively vacant. After Turning Back and Eternal Reincarnation, there have been no particularly outstanding works. Although there are 4 and 3A action masterpieces, domestic games are definitely a plus. After all, due to cultural barriers, sometimes only Chinese designers understand Chinese players best. It would be difficult for foreign designers to create the cultural heritage of turning back. So, working in this direction should be a good choice. Make a game similar to Turning Back? Well, Turning Back has cultivated a group of die-hard action game players. Labels such as high difficulty and suffering no longer discourage players. Instead, they have gradually become a popular game type. In action games, if the difficulty is not high enough, you are embarrassed to say hello to people. If I also make an action game with a relatively high difficulty, and combine it with a little bit of the heritage of Chinese traditional culture, and the quality is still good, it should still have sales. Then, what should be used for the game background? Yan Qi sorted out his thoughts while recording them in the document. As he thought about it, he found that there were not many directions for him to choose. Turning back is the shore seemed to be the most correct standard answer, and he even felt that this game was good in every way and could not be changed. It seemed that the best thing was to keep the core of Turning Back as the shore, change the packaging, and change the levels. Although this was a bit unprogressive, he was still responsible for the livelihood of all the employees in the entire studio, so there was nothing wrong with being safe. As long as the quality of the game was acceptable and it could make money, it would be considered a success. If you want to make a breakthrough, you can come back with the next game. For a transitional work, it is better to be as stable as possible. But as I wrote, I always felt that it was always foggy, and the ideas in my mind were not thorough enough. There was no excitement of suddenly slapping my thigh and shouting, "This is absolutely fine." This made Yan Qi feel very entangled. He stopped writing the document and sighed subconsciously. "What's wrong? Is there any problem with the game?" someone asked. Yan Qi had been immersed in his own thoughts and did not realize that there was someone around him. Only then did he turn around and see that it was Liada, a staff member of the Chaolu game platform. The reason why he was a staff member was because Yan Qi did not know what Liada's specific position was in the platform. Chaolu game platform, including Director Tang, all positions are relatively clear. Although Yan Qi did not know their specific job titles, he could roughly know what a certain department does after dealing with them. Only Liada is special. She is the group leader of the communication group between Chaolu game platform and all producers. She is directly responsible for communicating with these producers. She seems to be involved in all aspects of the internal affairs of Chaolu game platform. Moreover, whether it is Director Tang or others, they all respect her and attach great importance to her opinions. Her status is a bit similar to consultant. Yan Qi feels that this is definitely not an ordinary person. Usually in the group, Liada also occasionally pops up to chat with the producers. Yan Qi and Chaolu game platform have a close cooperation, so the two of them are quite familiar with each other. "Oh, sisterly, I'm worried about the new game. It's really difficult to make a game. I have no idea at all." Yan Qi didn't know who was older between him and Liada, but everyone on the Chaolu game platform called Liada sisterly, so he followed suit. It was just a respectful title. "Huh? Is it difficult to make a game?" "I think it's actually okay." "What is your new game going to be?" "Action game?" Liada asked. Yan Qi nodded, "Yes, I want to make an action game similar to Turning Back to the Shore. The document contains some ideas I have sorted out, but it is not yet mature. If you are interested, you can take a look and give me some suggestions." Liada nodded slightly. "I know a little about action games, especially Turning Back on the Shore." In fact, she knows a little bit. Turning Back on the Shore was made by her. After Hu Xianbin was arrested, she took over Eternal Reincarnation for a while, and then handed it over to Yu Fei. It happened that there was nothing to do at the Chaolu game platform. Liada walked around and heard Yanqi sighing, so she came to see and chat casually. Pulling a chair over from the side and sitting down, Liada quickly glanced at the content written by Yanqi. This is turning back on the shore with a new skin. Liada saw it at a glance. Yanqi was a little embarrassed. Ahem, first draft, there is still a lot of room for change. The main thing is that I think turning back as the shore is already the standard answer for domestic action games, and it really can't be changed at all. Liada shook his head slightly. How can this be possible? It's not a matter of imitation. In fact, there are so many ways to play the game, and it's normal to have similarities. The key is that there is no innovation, no breakthrough, no courage to change. If you can't even conquer yourself, how can you conquer the players? Chapter 1304, The Story Behind Tenda Games. Liada's words made Yanqi feel ashamed. Although it was a bucket of cold water poured on his head, it was very discouraging, but objectively it also made his brain clearer. That's true. For this game, he himself did not have a strong urge to make it. He just thought that passing the test was a good thing. How could he conquer the players and make them feel that they could not stop? But in a flash, Yanqi felt that Liada was a bit of a pain in the back. Innovation can be innovative? If innovation is like the cabbage sold on the street, would there be so many junk games every year? Do you really think that those producers who make junk games are just bad-hearted? Of course, some producers or investors may really not understand, or they really want to make money, but there are also many who are just incompetent. What can they do if they can't make a good game? If I had the brain of Mr. Pei, I would also make different types of games for each game, and after the game is finished, the players would still clamor to buy it. How cool it would be. Who doesn't want to make a game that belongs to him? Who doesn't want to create a new school? Who wants to learn from others? The key is that you don't have the ability to do so. After all, he is responsible for the livelihood of dozens of people in the entire studio. The cost of failure is too high and he really can't afford it. Yanqi thinks that although Liada is also a person in the game circle, he is a channel after all. Channels and development are two completely different worlds. According to the current relationship, the channel is equivalent to Party A, who can pick and choose games that he is satisfied with from a bunch of games. If he encounters something he is not satisfied with, he can also ask the game developer to change it. And the developer is equivalent to Party B, which is more miserable. Except for a few companies with strong R&D capabilities and a voice, most other companies are not allowed to have their own opinions. After all, only by changing according to the requirements of the channel can they have recommendation and publicity resources. Chaolu Game Platform is indeed a platform that makes money while standing, and it has the qualifications to be tough. As a staff member of the game platform, Liada's personality is understandable. But the key is to consider the objective situation on Yanqi's side. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mistake of why not eat meat porridge? Yanqi coughed twice. Sisterly, I also want to make epic-making innovations, but I have to consider objective conditions, right? Empire is indeed an ordinary mobile game. I plan to transform it into an action standalone game. This is already a big risk. If I don't stabilize it a little bit, I will pursue innovation and originality blindly. I am afraid that I will take too big a step and easily fail. How can you force yourself to make an action game without any accumulation? There must be a transition. Liada pushed his glasses. Before making Turning Back, the team had no experience in making action games. The previous game was Game Producer, which is not related at all. Yanqi was speechless for a moment. This. Sisterly, you compare me with President Pei, don't you think too highly of me? If I had the brain of Mr. Pei, I would dare to take risks, but I don't. After a moment of silence, Liada said, have you ever considered that you might have misunderstood the cause and effect relationship? You think Mr. Pei had the idea first, and then the courage to change. But maybe Mr. Pei had the courage first, and then the idea to change? Is it the ability that determines the mentality, or the mentality that determines the ability? Do you think a person has the right mentality first, or has mature ability? Liada's words are obviously the heartfelt words she has summed up after working at Tenda for so long and studying game design with Mr. Pei for so long. Is Mr. Pei a game designer? Of course. But it is obviously not objective to say that Mr. Pei's success is entirely due to his ability. In fact, what is most amazing about Mr. Pei is not his game design ability, but his determination and courage. Take turning back is the shore, for example. Mr. Pei did not intervene too much in the design details of the game. He just repeatedly emphasized that the difficulty of the game should be raised again and again. The reason is very simple. Perfecting the design details of the game is a job that every main designer, even ordinary functional designers in the development team, can do, while raising the difficulty of the game and adhering to this design concept at the risk of a large number of players being discouraged is something that only Mr. Pei can do. Only Mr. Pei has such determination and overall view, and only Mr. Pei can take such responsibility. Not only turning back is the shore, in fact, most of Tenda's games are playing with fire, and they are all jumping back and forth at the risk of failure. But if there is no such determination, these games will not be born at all, and even the design drafts will not be available. In addition, in daily work, Mr. Pei's training of his subordinates is more about encouragement than instruction. Mr. Pei rarely teaches his subordinates how to design, and how to think about problems, but encourages his subordinates to think independently and solve problems in their own way. At most, he would give some hints and let his subordinates figure it out on their own. For those subordinates who were not confident, Pei would always tell them repeatedly, "Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem." All the chief designers of Tenda games have grown up under such encouragement. So, this is actually Liada's heartfelt words. She thinks that she can achieve such growth mainly because she has gained the courage to change under the leadership of President Pei. First, you are not bound by those stable rules and regulations, and then you are qualified to talk about design and innovation. Liada's words really stunned Yanqi. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there seemed to be some truth. On the surface, ability and mentality are equally important and indispensable. But a person without a good mentality cannot have ability, because ability is cultivated and trained, not produced out of thin air. If a person has a bad mentality and cannot even cultivate the most basic ability, how can he talk about success? Making up your mind to change may not necessarily lead to success, but if you look ahead and behind, the result will inevitably fail. Yanqi was silent for a long time, and suddenly realized a problem. "Hey, sisterly, listening to you, how come you seem to know the situation of Tenda very well?" Although he did not reveal the specific situation inside Tenda, this firm tone was like knowing the inside story very well. Liada was stunned for a moment. "I also have a friend working at Tenda, and I have heard him talk about some internal things, especially the story of the development of turning back to the shore. Oh. Really? Can you tell me about it? I want to hear it too." Yanqi instantly became excited. He used to work in Shanghai, but then he quit and founded a studio, and came to Jingzhou. As far as he knew, Liada had been working in Jingzhou, and the gaming community in Jingzhou was not that big, so it was not surprising that she knew friends working in Tenda. The story of the development of turning back is the shore was so fascinating. Liada couldn't refuse the topic he had started, so he nodded. "Okay, then I'll tell you a simple story. When we were developing Turning Back, we made a demo, and the designer at the time showed it to President Pei. President Pei hadn't even started playing yet, but she asked her to triple the monster's attack power. Then President Pei got started. The original positioning of the game was high difficulty. The initial village monsters would take away about 20% of the player's health. Everyone thought this was already very high, but unexpectedly, President Pei changed it to 60%. Yan Qi instantly became interested, so that's how the high difficulty of turning back came about? Did President Pei make a temporary change after seeing the demo? That's right, I remember that the initial monsters took away 80% of the player's health. What happened next? Did Mr. Pei make the monsters run around in circles after a series of operations, and then felt that the difficulty was still too low, so he increased the damage again? Yan Qi had already seen many videos of big guys completing turning back without taking any damage. As an old player, although it was difficult to complete the game without taking any damage, it was still easy for him to abuse the monsters in the novice village. After all, the monsters in the novice village are slow and their moves are stiff. Although the damage is high, it will not be touched by slightly skilled players. As a designer, Mr. Pei is not very easy to play, but at least he should be at the level of a veteran, right? Liyada shook his head. Well, the result is similar to what you think, but the process is not quite the same. When Mr. Pei got started, he was killed by the monster twice at the speed of light, and then the damage of the monster was multiplied by 1.3. Yan Qi was stunned for a moment. Ah? Is it okay for Mr. Pei to be abused by the monster? Even so, Mr. Pei is still determined to increase the difficulty of the monster? If so, then it is true that Mr. Pei's determination and courage are admirable. Yan Qi asked himself, if he made a game and was killed twice by the monsters in the novice village as soon as he went out, he would definitely lower the difficulty. Not only did he not lower the difficulty, but he also increased the damage to the monsters. This is something that ordinary people really can't do. Boss Pei is indeed a genius. The story told by Liyada did indeed indirectly support her previous method, although it sounds a bit bizarre. Yan Qi thinks Liyada is quite reliable and should not lie to him. Okay, I agree with your method. Courage is indeed more important than ability. Courage is the first step to make changes. But the problem is that courage alone is not enough. Even if I want to innovate, I don't have a suitable direction. Liyada was silent for a moment and said, well. In fact, there are certain rules and tricks. Her rules and tricks are actually some game design concepts learned from President Pei. Following a game master like President Pei, you will naturally have experience and gains after doing many successful projects. At first, Liyada was still hesitant. Would it be bad to reveal this concept to Yan Qi? But on second thought, President Pei has never been a closed person. In the old society, there was a saying that teaching the apprentice to starve the master to death was used. Many craftsmen kept their skills to themselves, and some martial arts families also passed down their skills in their families and never passed them on to others, but that was in the past after all. In the field of games, President Pei has always been helping others when they are successful. For example, the Jiutu Plan, the Xiaolu game platform, and Min Jingqiao was sent to develop games with the Hua Studio. President Pei has been working hard to influence the domestic game industry and change the entire environment by himself. Reliable producers like Yan Qi should get a little help. If it was Mr. Pei, he would definitely give me some pointers. Now I am teaching on behalf of Mr. Pei, which is nothing more than passing on knowledge to another disciple, all for the purpose of practicing the spirit of Tenda and making the game environment better. In addition, Mr. Pei's design concept is relatively profound, just like the inner strength method. Whether Yan Qi can understand it and how much he can understand depends on himself. Chapter 1305 Everyone can be a designer at Tenda. Yan Qi couldn't help but frown. Rules and tricks? He was very puzzled. I have been working in the game industry for so many years, why haven't I heard of such things? The game industry is the same as the novel and film industries. Strictly speaking, it is a creative industry, and creativity is very important. And what are the rules and knocks for creativity? Isn't it all based on a flash of inspiration? If creativity can be copied in batches, then the creation of the cultural industry will be simpler. It's nothing more than piling up manpower around each idea. The fact is that manpower is never lacking, but creativity is always scarce and cannot be copied. So in the game industry, those real game design masters are highly respected. This is precisely their scarcity and irreplaceability. So, Yan Qi instinctively didn't believe Liada's words. Liada saw Yan Qi's doubts and knew that his doubts were actually normal. Most outside designers, before working with Mr. Pei, think that creativity comes from a sudden inspiration or sheer luck. But any designer brought in by Mr. Pei will have a different perspective on things. Indeed, creativity cannot be mass-produced, but this does not mean that there are no rules and tricks. Mr. Pei's design method is actually to change the perspective of looking at the problem under the premise of complying with the rules of game design. Coupled with rich experience, strong game design ability, and precise control of the player's mentality, miracles appear. Liada knew that if he told Yan Qi directly, he would definitely not believe it. After all, Liada's current personality is an ordinary employee of the Chaolu game platform, and his words are not very convincing. He can only continue to ask the friend who works at Tenda for help. Liada pushed his glasses. In fact, this is what I heard from my friend who works at Tenda. She participated in Tenda's new game discussion and participated in the design process of several successful games. These rules and tricks are summarized by her according to Mr. Pei's design process. Of course, this is actually not a secret within Tenda. The designers in the game department basically understand it. Yan Qi's expression changed instantly, from doubt just now to very expectant. Is this Mr. Pei's design method? That's right. If someone says that they have mastered the rules and tricks of game design, Yan Qi will definitely not believe it. Because these people themselves cannot consistently produce excellent games, how can such words be convincing? It's like someone tells you that he knows everything about the stock market, but when you ask him carefully, you find that his own stock market income is not as good as the interest on bank deposits. If this is not a liar, what is he? In the entire domestic game circle, Yan Qi only respects one person, that is, President Pei. Because President Pei is not only specialized in a certain type of game, but also versatile. He makes all kinds of games, and they are all very popular. If it is said that President Pei has mastered the rules and tricks of game design, then Yan Qi believes it. Because President Pei's achievements and contributions in this industry are enough to prove this. Sisterly, please tell me what the rules and tricks are. Yan Qi showed a strong curiosity. Seeing Yan Qi's expression, Liada knew that the foreshadowing was almost done. Even if Yan Qi still didn't believe it after listening, he would at least think about it carefully. In this way, Liada's goal was achieved, at least he would not play the lute to a cow. At Tenda, whenever President Pei decides to make a new game, he will give a few unreasonable requirements and ask the designers to reproduce the full picture of the game based on these requirements. The designers will finally determine the final form of the game in President Pei's mind and design it based on repeated thinking and deliberation on these requirements. Yan Qi was stunned for a moment. Particularly unreasonable requirements? Liada nodded. Take turning back is the shore as an example. President Pei put forward 5 requirements. First, Chinese background, a large number of ancient Chinese puzzles and text content. Second, super high difficulty. Third, large-scale action games. Fourth, the longest refund period. Fifth, the name of the game is Turning Back is the Shore. After giving these requirements, President Pei did not ask about the specific design of this game, but let the designers play freely. It was only after the game demo was made that President Pei adjusted the numerical difficulty and added the weapon Pudu. Speaking of this, Liada still remembers it clearly. When Turning Back is the Shore was just launched, LV Mingliang was still there, and Liada participated in this meeting as an ordinary designer. At that time, after listening to President Pei's requirements, She was completely confused and could not think of the possibility of this game becoming popular. Never expected that not long after, she became the chief designer and took over this game personally. Even more unexpectedly, now she actually came to the Chaolu game platform to use turning back as the shore as an example to explain President Pei's involvement method to Yan Qi. Yan Qi frowned and listened attentively. His expression was very serious, as if he didn't want to miss any word. His brain was working quickly, thinking about the meaning behind these 5 requirements. At that time, LV Mingliang and Liada were confused and didn't understand Mr. Pei's design intention at all. They even developed it in a daze. It was not until the game demo came out that they analyzed Mr. Pei's design intention clearly. Although Yan Qi did not master the standard analysis method of President Pei's intention, he had played turning back as the shore and analyzed it in depth. He knew all the details of this game and even the series of events when it was first released. Using the finished product to compare these requirements is equivalent to looking at the standard answer first and then the content of the question. It is naturally much easier to interpret than Liada at that time. The Chinese background and the plot content written in ancient Chinese are to highlight the cultural connotation and establish the label of domestic action game. The ultra-high difficulty is on the one hand to allow players to challenge themselves and make the game more recognizable, and on the other hand to break the dimensional wall. Yan Qi sorted it out from beginning to end and found that these 5 requirements of President Pei were really indispensable. From game design to initial publicity, they were all related. And the difficulty adjustment after the demo came out and the addition of the weapon Pudu played a finishing touch, making turning back as the shore from an excellent work to a masterpiece level. But after the analysis, Yan Qi was even more confused. Sisterly, I can probably guess the reason for these requirements. But, it's obvious that President Pei has already planned the final form of the game from the beginning, right? I can only say that President Pei is a genius, too strong. The other designers of Tenda made these games based on President Pei's ideas. Where are the rules and tricks you just mentioned? Liada smiled slightly. At the beginning, I had the same idea as you. But then I thought about it carefully and felt that it was not the case. Let me ask you 2 questions. First, Mr. Pei only mentioned a few requirements, but never asked about some details of the game design. So, how can Mr. Pei be sure that the game will be the same as he expected after it is made? Second, how did Mr. Pei come up with these requirements? Yan Qi looked blank and fell into deep thought. Yes, how can Mr. Pei be sure that the game will be the same as he expected after it is made? Yan Qi did infer the intention of Mr. Pei's several conditions based on the finished product of the game turning back as the shore, but that was equivalent to hindsight. In fact, starting from these conditions alone, the general direction is determined, but there are many ways to do it in the details. Mr. Pei didn't care after giving these conditions. How did he know that the game would not go astray? There are only 2 explanations. First, he believes that the designers are in tune with him and can definitely make the game he envisions with these conditions. Second, he may think that it doesn't matter how the details are done, as long as these main points are not deviated, then no matter how the details change, turning back as the shore will still be turning back as the shore. Or maybe it's both. What Yan Qi was more concerned about was Liada's second question. How did Mr. Pei come up with these key points? It must not have come out of thin air, there must be a source. Suddenly, Yan Qi had a flash of inspiration. You mean, these requirements are not only Mr. Pei's control of the general direction of this game, but also the cornerstone of Mr. Pei's design of this game, and we can analyze Mr. Pei's source of inspiration from them? Liada smiled and nodded, quite satisfied with Yan Qi's understanding. Yes. Yan Qi's expression was even more shocked. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes now on WeChat official account. So this is the production process of Tenda games? Mr. Pei just gave a few requirements, and then the person in charge perfected the entire game based on these requirements. And these requirements are not only Mr. Pei's control of the general direction of the game, but also the cornerstone of the game derived from his source of inspiration. Why did Mr. Pei do this? Obviously, on the one hand, it is to train and exercise the designers under him so that they will not become tools, but each of them can become a master of game design. On the other hand, it is because President Pei is very busy at work and has too many things to consider, and it is simply unrealistic to design the game personally. It is no wonder that Tenda Games is so productive, and no wonder that President Pei can produce various high-quality games so frequently while handling various industries. It is all because of this development model that is very different from other game companies. Yan Qi has always wondered before. He is also a producer, and President Pei is also a producer. Why does President Pei only have one good game every few months, and it keeps coming out, while he only makes one, and he is exhausted and exhausted? Obviously, the two of them are not only different in design and management capabilities, but also in the most fundamental concepts. After confirming this, the next thing is more critical. By reverse analyzing these requirements, which are the cornerstones of game design, we can analyze the source of President Pei's inspiration. And this is exactly the rule and trick that Liada emphasized before. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1306, A Preliminary Study on Mr. Pei's Design Concept. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Yan Qi asked very eagerly, "Sisterly, how can we analyze the source of Mr. Pei's inspiration?" Liada paused for a moment and said, "Regarding this point, my friend can't be 100% sure, it's just some speculation." After listening to her, I think it makes sense. You can also identify it yourself. Yan Qi nodded immediately, of course. After all, it's hearsay, separated by several mouths, and the meaning conveyed is inevitably omissions and errors. Besides, no one knows what Mr. Pei is thinking. Even designers who have worked with Mr. Pei can only speculate on Mr. Pei's true intentions, and as long as it is speculation, there will inevitably be some deviations. Yan Qi will definitely not believe everything. If Liada's words make sense, then listen to it, maybe you can get some inspiration. If it doesn't make sense, just don't listen. Yan Qi won't lose anything. Liada first installed the disclaimer patch, and then said, "In fact, the inspiration for launching President Pei's work mainly comes from the basic requirements given by President Pei." Obviously, Mr. Pei derived these requirements from his inspiration source, which is the cornerstone of game design, and then confirmed the ultimate form of the game. For this ultimate form, the core has been completely locked by Mr. Pei, and only the external form of expression can change to a certain extent. And this change actually has no effect on the essence of the game. After Mr. Pei has determined the general direction, he only needs to check the work every once in a while to make sure that the game has not deviated too far, and there will be no problem at all. This is the basic process of Tenda developing games. It is certainly difficult to reversely deduce Mr. Pei's inspiration source from these basic conditions. After all, there are few sources of inspiration and many basic conditions. It is difficult for us to determine which basic condition is directly derived from the source of inspiration and which one is supplemented by Mr. Pei later based on the final form of the game. This is also the difficulty that has troubled my friend for a long time. Yan Qi nodded and agreed deeply. This is also where he was confused. According to Mr. Pei's inferred design process, there should be a few sources of inspiration first, and then the basic requirements of the game are derived from the sources of inspiration, and then the real form of the game is designed. But there is another step after this, which is to add a few more basic requirements based on the actual form of the game, because these basic requirements are for designers to see, and they must ensure that the game does not go astray. For example, Mr. Pei wants to build a building. He first erects a few pillars on the ground, and then he thinks about what the building will look like after it is completed based on these pillars. But if there are only these few pillars, other designers may not be able to meet Mr. Pei's requirements, so Mr. Pei erects a few more pillars based on the state of the building after it is completed. The two batches of pillars before and after can completely lock the appearance of the entire building, and other designers can build the building that Mr. Pei wants based on these pillars. Now Yanqi is confused about how to distinguish these two batches of pillars. It is necessary to distinguish which ones are the source of Mr. Pei's inspiration and which ones are added later. Just like when building a house, the walls look similar, but some are load-bearing walls and cannot be demolished, and some are not load-bearing walls and can be knocked down. If you find the wrong one, you mistake a non-load-bearing wall for a load-bearing wall, or knock down a load-bearing wall, the consequences will be serious. Liada said, "It's very difficult to say, but it's also easy to say. If there is only one design, it's really hard to tell. But if we can go through every game designed by Mr. Pei, put all the requirements put forward by Mr. Pei together, compare and analyze, we can naturally extract their commonalities." Yanqi suddenly realized. Yes. That's the truth. If there is only one game, it really won't work, but if there are requirements that President Pei put forward when designing all games, and these requirements are summarized and screened, relatively correct answers can be found naturally. The more samples there are, the closer the inferred rules are to the truth. Although no real usable conclusion has been drawn, Yanqi is already quite convinced of Liada, and feels that this person is really hidden, as if he has opened the door to a new world for himself. Liada continued, "Because there are too many games involved, my friend did not explain them to me one by one, but she revealed some of the rules she summarized to me." Yanqi nodded, which is reasonable. After all, President Pei has made so many games. Even if the friend mentioned by Liada is a designer, he will definitely not tell Liada the detailed process. The key is to look at the final result. Liada, in summary, President Pei's decision to make games does have some starting points. Some of them cannot be referenced or learned, but some can be referenced, which also reflects some rules in game design. First of all, President Pei likes to make game types that have never been made before. Even if it is the same game type, he must choose a completely different entry point. Among many types of games, Mr. Pei prefers some unpopular niche games, and strives to make niche games in line with the public taste, thus breaking the circle. Secondly, Mr. Pei likes to go against the popular competitive games on the market and choose unexpected practices. But this difference is based on the premise that it cannot violate the core fun and objective laws of the game, and achieve an effect of looking bizarre on the surface, but reasonable after careful analysis. Thirdly, Mr. Pei believes that we should not conform to the superficial habits and ideas of players in everything, but strive to discover the deeper demands of players. That is, strive to find the same way of playing it can bring deeper fun to players. Finally, in terms of packaging, President Pei will choose the most representative story background that best represents Chinese traditional culture, and add some philosophical thinking that can resonate with domestic players. In summary, President Pei is very good at going against the popular practices in the market. On the surface, this seems to go against the tastes of players, but in fact it breaks the stereotyped thinking pattern that players are tired of playing, guides players with another, deeper fun, and stands out from a crowd of games. Yanqi listened and quickly recorded on the computer. These contents sound rather empty and more like pure theory. If there are no corresponding cases to annotate them, it is actually difficult to understand. Yanqi cannot understand them deeply yet, but he can slowly understand them by comparing them with these games of Tenda. After recording, Yanqi quickly glanced at these rules and realized something. So, my previous idea was completely wrong. I think turning back as the shore has achieved perfection in the field of domestic action games. In fact, it is looking at the problem with a rigid and static perspective. What I see is actually the picture that President Pei saw 2 years ago. If President Pei decides to make an action game now, the game he makes will definitely be very different from turning back is the shore. And if I want to make the game successful, I must learn from President Pei and try to think about the problem from President Pei's perspective. Liada nodded with satisfaction. Yes, that's the truth. Yan Qi's previous ideas were completely overturned. He frowned and began to think seriously. Turning back as the shore is indeed not outdated until now, but he absolutely cannot make a game that imitates turning back as the shore. Because Mr. Pei's games are ahead of the times and can only be successful. If Yan Qi wants to succeed, he must learn from Mr. Pei and design a game that is ahead of the times. It must be very different from the style of turning back. Yan Qi knew very well that he could not achieve the level of Mr. Pei, and the action games he made could hardly reach the level of turning back. But there is a saying that if you strive for the best, you will get 90 points in the end. If you strive for 100 points, you may get 90 points in the end, but if you strive for 60 points, the final result may be a failure. Therefore, Yan Qi must work hard in the direction of Mr. Pei. In this way, even if he cannot become a hit, he can at least make money and lay a solid foundation for future hit games. Then, sisterly, how should we go the other way? Turning back is indeed the opposite of previous domestic action games, forcibly increasing the difficulty. If I want to go the other way again and lower the difficulty, wouldn't that be going back to square one? It doesn't seem to work. Liada smiled slightly. Of course I can't go back. The so-called going the other way is not a straight line, but a spiral upward process. Going the other way does not mean that you go back, but that after consolidating the existing rules, you continue to pursue higher development. As for how to spiral up, that's a question you have to think about, and I can't help. In fact, Liada can design it, but she doesn't want to interfere too much. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. She has already taught Yan Qi the methodology. Whether the game can be made and to what extent it can be made in the end depends on Yan Qi himself. Yan Qi hurriedly said, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for Sister Li, you woke me up, I might still be thinking about making a game that imitates turning back as the shore, and it would most likely end in failure. Although there is no clue about the new game now, the general direction is much clearer. You share such precious content with me, I really don't know how to thank you." Liada smiled. "Don't thank me, thank President Pei if you want to thank someone. It is President Pei's long-cherished wish to make more and more excellent domestic games, and it is also what President Pei has been promoting. You can make an excellent domestic action game, which is a kind of reward in itself. In my opinion, you actually have nothing missing, but the right way and method, as well as confidence and courage. Now, you have mastered the way and method. As long as you always maintain confidence and courage, there will be no problem." Chapter 1307 Complex Official Skipping Mechanism. Liada's words gave Yan Qi more confidence. Although it was hearsay, Yan Qi could not confirm the authenticity of this statement, but he had to admit that this statement was very inspiring to him. Moreover, it did provide him with an idea for designing games. You can try it first according to this idea. If it doesn't work, then we can talk about it. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to try it and write a design draft. Yan Qi carefully saved the document that recorded these contents, for fear of losing them. Then, he began to compare these contents and began to think about how to make his new game. First, find a suitable entry point. Well, it should be the difficulty of the game. For action games, the specific degree of difficulty is very critical, and it can also be considered in the way of spiral rise mentioned by Sister Li. Yan Qi's brain worked quickly and entered a state of contemplation. He tried to put himself in the shoes of President Pei, imagining how he should do it if President Pei was himself, and decided to make an action game now. One thing is certain, President Pei will definitely make major changes to the approach of turning back as the right shore. This major change is not a reversal or regression, but a spiral upward. The difficulty of the original domestic action games was too low, and there was no challenge for players. The monsters did not do enough damage, so it didn't matter if the players were hit a few times. They almost never died, and there was no punishment mechanism after death. And President Pei designed turning back is the shore precisely for this reason. Now Yan Qi wants to do the opposite of turning back is the shore and make innovations, and he must not go backwards. How to differentiate from turning back is the shore without going backwards is a problem. The difficulty must not be reduced, at least not too much. Because under the premise of ensuring a certain difficulty, players will be forced to delve into the game's combat system and level design. If players are simply mowing the grass all the way, they don't need to dodge skills or use props, and can pass the level by pressing the attack button, then no matter how good the combat system and level design are, players will not be able to experience it at all. But under the premise of maintaining the difficulty, it must be different from turning back is the shore. Skipping class? It seems that this is the only way. But you can't skip casually, there must be certain restrictions. It doesn't need to be difficult all the time, and it can be easier in the later stages. Of course, this simplicity is based on certain techniques and the official skipping mechanism. Yes, official skipping. It allows players to experience the hardcore charm of action games while exploring multiple ways to pass the level. And in the later stages, this fun can become the fun of matching equipment and playing routines, which is equivalent to providing players with more diversified ways to pass the level and play methods. Yan Qi quickly thought of a solution. Of course, it was mainly because other roads had been traveled, and there was turning back on the shore in front. In order to distinguish it from turning back on the shore, he had only this road to go. The solution Yan Qi came up with was to skip the official course. This official skipping is different from the pudu in turning back on the shore. Pudu's skipping method still did not jump out of the combat system of turning back on the shore. It is a pure numerical skipping method. When this weapon is used against specific enemies, it has high damage and fast shots, so it can skip classes. The significance of the pudu weapon is not only to allow players with poor hand-eye coordination to pass the game, but also to highlight the philosophical value of the game turn back. With advantages, there are naturally corresponding defects. There is no such thing as perfect game design. It can only satisfy the tastes of some players and sacrifice others. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes on WeChat official account now. Turning back is the shore is actually a game that does not allow skipping classes. You can skip classes, but you have to make up for them later. Skipping classes with Purdue means that you can't get a perfect ending. But what if the designer adds more complex systems to this game, allowing players to pass the game in a simple way through spells, long-range attacks, or special equipment matching methods? In this way, the biggest problem is that the philosophical connotation of turning back as the shore is lost, but Yan Qi didn't make turning back as the shore originally. He can't inherit this philosophical connotation, let alone reach the level of breaking the dimensional wall of turning back as the shore. The benefit of this is that the player group is broadened, and for some players, the fun of the later stage of the game is stronger. The game turning back as the shore actually emphasizes the process of a player's own growth, and the character growth in the game is very limited. Some big guys can use the initial weapon to beat the final boss, or pass the game without injury throughout the whole process. This is the reason. If the attributes of the final boss are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands times the attack power of the initial weapon, then it will be impossible for the player to pass the level with the initial weapon. In order to let players better experience their own growth, turning back as the shore deliberately compresses the growth value of the characters in the game. In other words, upgrading can make you suffer less, but it cannot prevent you from suffering, and after your own skills grow, you can pass the game without injury with an initial weapon. This is the characteristic of turning back is the shore. Originally, Yan Qi did not dare to deny it, but now Yanqi realizes that he must deny this point, otherwise the game he made would be a poor imitation of turning back is the shore and would have no meaning of existence. The solution Yanqi came up with was to add the character's numerical growth back and give players another way to pass the game. It doesn't matter if the handicapped players skip all the way to pass the level, they can play however they like. The big players can still challenge themselves, play various uninjured records, and be worshipped. In the later stage, after the player's skills reach a bottleneck, they can continue to play character equipment, explore game mechanisms, and extend the life of the game. After confirming this, Yanqi began to consider how to officially skip classes. The basic combat system of the game can be regarded as martial arts, swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Various weapons have different uses, just like each weapon in turning back has different weapon skills. And the combat system other than this can be regarded as official skipping classes, or as a way to reduce the difficulty and make it easier to pass the game. In fact, the method of skipping classes is very simple. It is nothing more than spells, long-range attacks, and some powerful game mechanisms such as rebirth and temporary invincibility. And the packaging of these contents, combined with the Chinese cultural background, can be made into different systems such as Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and the art of war. Taoism, the key words are alchemy, spells, spiritualism, and formations. Buddhism, the key words are body training, mind cultivation, precepts, and salvation. Confucianism, the key words are knowledge through investigation of things, self-control and mind control. The art of war, the key words are bows and arrows, formations, and efficient use of various weapons and armor. These four systems must be distinguished, each with its own characteristics, and players cannot take care of all of them, and must choose the right system to match their weapons and fighting styles. These four systems actually assist and improve the strength of the characters, but they have different focuses. Taoism and alchemy can provide buffs to the characters, and the effect is excellent, but it has a certain duration and requires materials. Talismans can buff yourself and restrict monster enemies. Spiritual communication can summon ghosts, and formation is through the advanced arrangement of talismans, which can obtain specific effects when fighting within a certain range. Taoism is more suitable for players who like to make full preparations before the battle and pursue maximum improvement. Buddhism emphasizes the cultivation of the character itself. Physical training can increase attack power and reduce damage. The effect is relatively long-lasting and does not require the consumption of materials, but the value is not as good as Taoism. When attacking specific monster enemies, Buddhism may also have additional damage bonuses. Buddhism should be more suitable for those lazy players, providing a permanent buff effect, without the need for complex pre-war preparations, and without worrying about running out of materials in the middle of the battle. Confucianism, through the study of things, can see through the boss's weaknesses, and can strengthen your own attacks to attack the boss's weaknesses. It will not improve the player's character's defense, but for uninjured players, it is the best choice for quickly killing bosses. Confucianism it is more suitable for big players, because Taoism, Buddhism and military tactics all have certain means to enhance their own defense and survivability, but Confucianism does not. Under the exquisite operation of big players, Confucianism can achieve targeted quick kills against bosses more quickly. The military tactics allow players to better improve the lethality of bows and arrows, the defense of armor, and the group gain effect when online or summoning NPCs. It is also a permanent buff and has good versatility. The military tactics are more suitable for players who are just starting out. Although it also consumes materials and requires pre-war preparation, it is relatively simple to use, and the effect is particularly significant in the early stages. In the later stages, it also has a good improvement effect on some unconventional gameplay, such as bows and arrows. Players can freely choose from the four systems according to their preferences. However, there should be restrictions on point allocation, just like talent points. For example, a system must have 100 points to point out the ultimate talent, and players can only get about 220 points in total. You can choose to point out the ultimate talent in two systems, or you can choose to give up one of the ultimate talents and use the points on the middle-level skills of other systems. If you don't even need the ultimate talent, you can also average the points in the four systems. There is no standard answer to the point method. The key is to match it with your own equipment and playing style. Yanqi looked at the prototype of the core combat system he designed and nodded with satisfaction. It feels quite interesting, at least it is very different from turning back. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1308 Game Background. In fact, when discussing the game Turning Back on the Shore, many people fell into a misunderstanding, thinking that skipping classes is definitely wrong. In this game, it is indeed the case, because if you skip classes, you have to make up for them later, and it is only a matter of time before you suffer. But if it is put into the large category of action games, this statement is not true. Is skipping classes definitely wrong? Of course not. Games, in the final analysis, are still a kind of entertainment, and everyone gets fun from games in different ways. Some people hope to constantly hone their skills in the game and enjoy the sense of accomplishment of defeating the boss with hard power, while some people are born with clumsy hands and slow reactions, but they beat the boss by making reasonable use of the game mechanism, which is also a kind of happiness. Overemphasizing a certain kind of fun is actually one-sided. Turning Back on the Shore can be said to have reached the pinnacle in the first aspect, but it does not mean that there is only this approach. Yanqi felt that he could dig deeper into the second point. This is also completely in line with what Liada said before. President Pei believes that we should not conform to the superficial habits and ideas of players in everything, but strive to discover the deeper demands of players. Skipping classes is one of the deep demands of players. If the skipping class mechanism is well done, it is also a good innovation. Next, it is the story background of the game. If you want to show the different characteristics of the four systems, they must be able to target different monsters. Therefore, in addition to human enemies, there must be demons and ghosts. Demons, and ghosts are three different monsters. In terms of catching demons, subduing demons, and exorcising ghosts, Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and military tactics must have different methods and emphases. A purely fictional worldview is fine, and choosing a suitable historical stage is also fine. But the whole story background must be an era when monsters are rampant and wars are frequent, and it must be an era when the four schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and military are all prosperous and fiercely competitive. If you want to find a historical prototype, the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties seems to be the most appropriate. Although Yanqi has not studied history specifically, these historical knowledge are common sense. The Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties was a period of extremely long division and long-term continuous wars in history. The major events of this period include the five barbarians' invasion of China and the destruction of Buddhism, which are very consistent with the coexistence of the four schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and military thought by Yanqi. In a world of frequent wars, it is also very reasonable for all kinds of demons and monsters to run rampant. But if you choose this historical period as the background of the story, you will face a problem, that is, it is difficult to choose the slices. The recognizable characters cannot connect the story, and the characters that can connect the story are not famous. Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat official account. How should this plot be done? It still needs an original story background. Yanqi soon encountered a new problem. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times, but sometimes there are no heroes in troubled times, it is just chaos. The reason why the history of the Three Kingdoms period has been repeatedly adapted by various literary works and film and television works is because the story of this period is rich, the characters are distinctive, and the subject matter itself is suitable. But historical stages such as the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, and the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms do not have too many iconic events and a large number of famous heroes, so the subject matter itself is not suitable for making novels. If Yan Qi really wants to choose this historical period as the background of the game, should he add historical figures from this period? If he does, should he strictly follow history? If we go by history, the images of these people are not very recognizable and difficult to distinguish. Even if you spend a lot of effort to look up historical data, the final result may be a waste of effort as players simply won't buy it. Moreover, according to history, the war years lasted too long. If the plot is not unified, it will be very strange, and it seems that the protagonist has been busy for a long time without any results, and the whole story has no beginning or end. If the plot is unified, the positioning of the era will seem to deviate from the romance of Sui and Tang dynasties. If you don't follow history and make full magic changes and recreations, you may be criticized for disrespecting history. Why not just create something original? Yan Qi thought about it and felt that it would be better to create an original fictional history. Of course, this historical period is not useless and can be used as original material. If you start from scratch and create something purely original, many landmark events and some details of the entire social environment in the game will be more troublesome to do. But in contrast to this historical period, incorporating many key elements into the game can make the entire story background more full. There can be many core contradictions in this story, such as multiple countries are divided, wars are frequent, and people are living in poverty. Border foreign races invade, burn, kill, rob, and cause internal and external troubles. The hatred and resentment caused by the war make demons rampant. Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and military are fighting, subduing demons, and participating in wars between countries, which has a far-reaching impact on the events. The excessive prosperity of Buddhism has triggered a series of anti-Buddhist movements. Among the 4 schools of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and military, there are truly enlightened masters who want to save the people from danger, but there are also scums who instigate wars, seize power, and achieve ulterior motives. In short, it's just one word, chaos. In this chaotic world, the protagonist is an ordinary person who is determined to slay demons and monsters. He constantly learns the combat abilities of the 4 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and military, constantly hones his martial arts skills, slays demons, participates in wars between countries and with foreign races, and is involved in a series of major events. And according to the player's choice in the story will also lead to many different endings. The story background of Turning Back is the shore is relatively clear, so there are relatively few endings. However, the game conceived by Yan Qi has a complex background, and 3 or 2 endings are definitely not enough. He considered that several different aspects could be explained separately and then combined. First, there are 3 types of national unity. Wise emperors complete the Great Unification, ambitious people complete the Great Unification. When the unification is about to be completed, they fail and the whole world falls into division again. The second is the state of foreign races, which has 2 types. If the foreign races are successfully blocked, they are expelled. If the foreign races are blocked, large tracts of land fall and a large number of civilians are massacred. The third is the state of the 4 schools of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism and military. It may be that one of them is the most prosperous and dominant, or it may be that one part declines and the other part coexists. Finally, there are 4 possible endings for the protagonist: becoming the real ruler behind the emperor or the country, becoming a knight who travels around the world and hunts demons and monsters, becoming the incarnation of demons and the devil king of the dark world, becoming the Buddha, Taoist ancestor, or saint of the 4 schools of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and military, and carrying them forward. According to the player's journey in the game, the choices made at some key points, and whether the ultimate challenge tasks of each school are completed, the final ending of the player is a combination of these endings. The game encourages players to play multiple rounds. At the same time, there will be different equipment entries, set attributes, secrets of the four schools of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism and soldiers, and luck systems in the game, so that players can brush equipment in the later stage and make free combinations, so that players can also have different goals in the later stage. Of course, in order to allow players to brush better, an endless mode of repeatedly beating bosses is also indispensable. Yan Qi was conceiving and recording at the same time, and suddenly looked back and found that he had written so much content. Moreover, the big framework of the game has been built. Starting from the difficulty, trying to make changes to the approach of turning back as the shore, after taking another path, Yan Qi was surprised to find that the subsequent derived combat system, story background and other contents, unexpectedly came out naturally, and they were quite smooth and natural. Looking back at this design plan, Yan Qi was a little surprised, and a little bit couldn't believe that this was designed by himself. Because this game gave him a feeling of enlightenment, just like the feeling when he saw Turning Back and Eternal Reincarnation. Sisterly really didn't lie to me, this method really works. Look at the problem from a different angle, and it will naturally inspire inspiration. Yan Qi thought back. In fact, Liada did not tell him the specific design method, but provided a correct general direction. This general direction is, do not imitate turning back as the shore, but take a spiral upward path, retaining the advantages and making differences. Find different entry points, strive to tap the deep fun in the hearts of players, and make good use of Chinese traditional culture as the background of the story. Yan Qi used all of Liada's words in the design of this game, and the effect is excellent. Yan Qi slightly diverged his thinking in this direction, and the design draft of the game came out naturally. Now Yan Qi can say with certainty that this game is completely different from Turning Back is the Shore. Regardless of whether it is successful or not, at least it will be a very special game. However, the difficulty of developing such a game is also imaginable. Different weapons, for auxiliary systems of Buddhism, Taoism and Confucian soldiers, various enemies such as demons, ghosts and humans, and different scenes designed around some key events. This is all a workload. Compared with the previously developed mobile game Empire Blade, the difficulty is multiplied by many times. How many people are needed and how much development funds are needed are all problems that give Yan Qi a headache. Although he had anticipated these problems, Yan Qi's attitude was more determined than before. He was very eager to make this game, even if he had to sell everything he had. Because Yan Qi was very excited when he thought about the state of this game after it was completed. It didn't matter if the players didn't buy it. He felt that as a game producer, he could make such a game, even if he lost everything he had, it was worth it. What if he really couldn't make it at that time? Then he would beg for investors. Anyway, Yan Qi couldn't put it aside and be indifferent after writing such a promotional plan. No matter what, the new game will be made. Well, there is another question, what should this game be called? Yan Qi fell into deep thought again. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1309 Name Selection. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. It is difficult to name this game, because its theme is not particularly clear. The emotional tone of this game designed by Yan Qi should be the sadness of troubled times, white bones exposed in the wild, no roosters crowing for thousands of miles, better to be a dog in peacetime than a person in troubled times, and the feeling of demons rampant and human lives being worthless. Relatively speaking, it is not suitable to name it after the identity or behavior of the protagonist. Because in the game, players can choose 4 different identities for the protagonist, and the final endings are also different. It is difficult to take into account the four different identities when naming it after the identity of the protagonist. After all, the concepts of the four schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and military are very different, and it is difficult to find common points. If common points are found, they may not be appropriate or suitable enough. And if it is named after the behavior of the protagonist, it is actually not very good. Because the attitude of the protagonist depends on the attitude of the player. The attitude of the player may be positive, actively pursuing a perfect ending and saving the people of this world from fire and water, or it may be relatively casual, fighting wherever he can, simply being a ranger to do justice, without thinking about changing the world. Therefore, it is not easy to determine the protagonist's behavior. It can only be named according to the overall cultural tone, highlighting the feeling of this chaotic world, emphasizing that players should implement their own way and choose their own path in this chaotic world. In addition, the name must have a certain Chinese cultural background and cannot be too straightforward, otherwise it will easily dilute the game's style. The game name must be easy to remember and catchy, and not too obscure. Yanqi racked his brains to search his poor knowledge of ancient Chinese, but in the end he found nothing. I can't think of it. The few names that came to his mind were either too straightforward and not cool enough, or not appropriate enough and a little off topic. Yanqi knew that his level of ancient Chinese was only this level, and there was no point in racking his brains to think about it, so he could only ask for help from the audience outside the venue. But where can he ask for help? This is not like writing a novel, where you can copy book reviews or something. Ask in the player group? Let the group of players who play the mobile game Empire Blade do this kind of brain-consuming and technically difficult work? Yanqi expressed high doubts. Suddenly, he had an idea. How about going to Rabbit Tail Live? There are a large group of young scholars and graduate students of ancient Chinese literature at Rabbit Tail Live. Although these people don't live stream every day, there are a few hardcore people who are often online. Isn't it a good idea to ask for help? After all, this is a technical job, and it still needs professionals to do it. Thinking of this, Yanqi immediately opened the Rabbit Tail Live and selected a big guy's live broadcast room. At this time, the big guy was chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room, from poetry and songs to historical ancient texts. These scholars usually don't have many people in the live broadcast room. After all, live broadcasting itself is a kind of thing with very low information density. When combined with academics, live broadcasting really has no effect. But the collection of their previous lectures has a very high number of views, and it is still growing. These scholars can get money from lecture videos, make useful app content, and also get some gifts from live broadcasts. More importantly, chatting with water friends and sharing knowledge is also a more interesting thing in itself, so there are several liver emperors who often live broadcast and are familiar with each other. The online name of the scholar in this live broadcast room is Qingshan. From the online name, it can be seen that he is more spoof and humorous. He has talked about ancient texts and some history. He is also one of the liver emperors on the Rabbit Tail Live broadcast platform. He is quite popular and is the first choice for many people to hang up time. Yanqi thought about it, gave a small gift first, and then sent a barrage saying that he hoped the boss could talk to him and ask for help. Because there were not many people in the live broadcast room, Yanqi also gave a small gift, so he quickly attracted Qingshan's attention, and sent a phone number to him in private chat. Soon, the two of them talked on the phone. Yanqi told the story background of the game and put forward several requirements. First, it should highlight the sadness of the troubled times. Second, it is best to have allusions, a certain style and cultural heritage. Finally, it should be easy to read and remember, not too uncommon, and the name should not be too long. In other words, it is necessary to use allusions, but not too literary. It should reflect a certain cultural connotation, but not too uncommon. Qingshan also fell into deep thought. Obviously, this requirement is still quite high. But after all, he is a professional, and he has sorted out and summarized related topics when making content for Useful app, so he quickly came up with an idea. I have two names in mind, you can choose one. The first name is, The Great Way is Hidden. This allusion comes from the Book of Rights, which talks about two different states of society. One is, when the Great Way is practiced, the world is for the public, and the other is, now that the Great Way is hidden, the world is for the family. The Great Way is hidden means that the current society is not an ideal society, but a society where everyone is selfish, full of contradictions and struggles, and it is the terrible fact that those who are in power leave, and the masses regard it as a disaster. Under this state, people fought for power and wealth, ministers killed their kings, sons killed their fathers, brothers killed each other, uncles and nephews killed each other. Just as recorded in the spring and autumn annals, 36 kings were killed, 52 countries were destroyed, and the princes fled, unable to protect their country, countless. Of course, the interpretation of this passage is more complicated. As the thoughts of the ancients, the social view it embodies is not completely correct, but it can express what you want to express. The second name is Shuli. This allusion comes from Wang Feng Shuli in the Book of Songs, which is a poem that is inspired by the rise and fall of the country. Those who know me say that I am worried, and those who don't know me say what I want comes from Shuli. The background of this poem, it is about a traveler who passed by the Western Zhou dynasty Haojing and saw the ruins of the ancestral temple and palace. There was no prosperity of the city, only a field of lush millet seedlings, growing freely. So he felt pity for the overthrow of the Zhou dynasty and hesitated to leave, and wrote a poem to express his feelings about the rise and fall of the country. This poem has been circulated for a long time and has a great influence. Later literati often use it when writing historical poems, such as Chao Zhi's love poems, Xiang Xiu's Nostalgia Fu, Lu Yuxi's Wui Lane, Jiang Kui's Yangzhou Slow Huai's Wamingdu, and so on. Later, this kind of emotion about the rise and fall of the country was called sorrow of millet separation. What do you think of these two names? You are the original author, and you have to decide which name is more appropriate. Yan Qi was overjoyed. As expected of a big shot, he thought of it so quickly, and there are two names to choose from. After thinking about it, he said, I think Shuli is better. On the one hand, it is because Dao Jiyin talks about Confucianism, which is relatively biased, while the game is about the four systems of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and soldiers, and there cannot be an obvious tendency. On the other hand, Dao Jiyin is 4 words, and Shuli is 2 words, which is more concise. And it suddenly occurred to me that the whole story is fictional, but the historical background can be moved forward a little bit, making people feel that it is in the ancient times, which is more in line with the background of the name Shuli. Thank you so much. Morong Tieshuan smiled, it's nothing, just a little effort. You decided to make a game with a Chinese background, which is a good thing, and I am looking forward to it. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me at any time, I am very happy to answer. After thanking him profusely, Yan Qi left the live broadcast room. Before, Yan Qi always thought that Rabbit Tail Live was an alternative live broadcast platform, but at this critical moment, he found that it was really useful. There is also a useful app that comes with Rabbit Tail Live. When you really want to do something serious, you can really find the answers you want in specific professional fields. The only pity is that the speed of filling the content on the useful app is still too slow, which makes people a little impatient. After all, it involves knowledge from all walks of life, and professionals need to enter it bit by bit, which is a physical job. After the name was finalized, Yan Qi spent some time to complete the design concept draft of Shuli. He even thought of the promotional picture of this game. An ordinary person with no other skills, entering the troubled times, seeing demons rampant and people living in poverty, naturally had a feeling of compassion for the world. The back of the protagonist is in a palace ruins full of lush millet seedlings, holding a sword and moving forward, and in the distance is a pale red sky with demons and smoke. Many details that were not determined before were also smoothed out. However, Yanqi soon realized a more serious problem, that is, the size of this game seems to be a bit too large. It is completely beyond the scope of his small studio. Of course, if you have to do extreme operations, it cannot be said that it is completely impossible. Under the premise that there is an official editor and the technical level has greatly improved, everyone in the studio works overtime, sells everything they have, and invests all the income from Empire Blade in it, or mortgages their house. Maybe it can be developed, but the time is not sure. It may be a year, or it may be 2 or 3 years, or even longer. This is still under the premise that there is an official editor and the game development time is greatly shortened. However, this is a bit too much. Or, it's too stupid, and there is no way out for himself. Yanqi felt that he couldn't be stubborn like a fool, and he had to think of other ways. For example, attracting investment, recruiting people? Now he is a bit short of money and people. If he develops it forcibly, what if the quality of the game is not up to standard? Wouldn't it be a waste of a good idea? If this idea is only a semi-finished product, it will make Yanqi very painful. Recruiting people is relatively easy, after all, it comes down to money. Chapter 13:10 Mr. Zhang sings really well. Before Yanqi founded this studio, he also raised investment, and it also made money, giving this investment company a certain return. Logically, it should not be difficult to raise another investment. But the problem is that this investment company is not one of the best in Jingzhou, and it does not have such strong financial resources. The previous investment in Yanqi was because Yanqi's Empire Blade was his best mobile game. Stepping into standalone action games, there are not many investment companies willing to take such a big risk. Everyone knows that the risk of failure of standalone games is very high, especially for standalone games with large investments and large productions. In China, only Mr. Pei can guarantee that a single-player game will be popular, and other companies are not very good. What's more, the investment in mobile games and standalone AAA masterpieces is not at the same level. A few million might be enough to make a mobile game, 20 or 30 million is considered quite wealthy, and it can also cover part of the publicity expenses. But if a AAA masterpiece wants to guarantee a standard game length of 20 hours, even with the current level of technology, it will easily cost hundreds of millions, even if the process can be compressed, even if some repeated gameplay, equipment, and other systems can be used to extend the game time. In the final analysis, tens of millions of R&D funds are already the bottom line. The R&D funds of turning back is the shore are relatively economical, because the whole story is relatively pure, not as complicated as Shuli. This road has been taken by President Pei, so Yanqi can only take another road. And this way, the money is not enough. Where to get so much money? Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes now on WeChat official account. Yanqi fell into confusion again. Huh? Why are you still struggling? Haven't figured it out yet? Liada came out for a walk and happened to see Yanqi sighing in his seat. She thought, your understanding can't be so bad, right? I have explained it to you so clearly. Even if the details of the game are not made, there should be a general direction and a big framework, right? As for sighing here? Yanqi smiled awkwardly, sisterly, I have an idea, but I have encountered a more serious problem. No money. Liada was stunned for a moment. Huh? You have an idea? Let me see. Yanqi stepped aside, and Liada pulled a chair over to check the design of Shuli. After reading it, Liada gave a thumbs up, okay. I think this idea is quite good, at least it makes me feel bright. There is no such type of game on the market at present. Yanqi smiled bitterly, but it's useless. If you want to make this idea complete without any cuts, the R&D funds must be at least 100 million, right? Our small studio definitely can't afford it, so we can only look for investors. But the game industry is a high-risk industry after all. Who is willing to invest 100 million in a standalone game? Investing 3 or 5 million in a mobile game is also a matter of consideration. Liyada was silent for a moment and said, "Maybe I can help you think of a solution. I happen to know a few investors, especially with Yuan Venture Capital. The relationship is pretty good." Yanqi was stunned, and his expression gradually became shocked. "Good guy, this works?" Sister Li is really a hidden talent. At first, I thought she was just an ordinary employee of Chaolu Game Platform, but it turns out that she knows people in Tenda and Yuanming Venture Capital. Yuanming Venture Capital, isn't that Tengda's investment company? Could it be that Liyada resigned from Tenda to start a business? That's impossible. With such good benefits at Tenda, how could anyone voluntarily resign? Well, it could also be related to the Chaolu Game Platform. Yanqi didn't know who the investor behind the Chaolu Game Platform was. The deep boss was very mysterious, but one thing he knew was that he was definitely not short of money. Those who dared to play like the Chaolu Game Platform were definitely not short of money. It may also be that the boss behind the Chaolu Game Platform knows these investors, and Liyada, as a key employee of the platform, also knows these investors and can talk to them. Thinking of this, Yanqi seemed to see a ray of hope. Really? That's great. But Yanqi still felt a little empty. I heard that Yuanming Venture Capital is also a very unique investment company with a set of rules. If you want to get investment, you have to queue up, and the amount of money invested is fixed. It is impossible to invest hundreds of millions at once. What's more, the game Shuli is currently only in the concept draft stage, without even a demo. Even with your relationship, it would be difficult to get investment. For investors, investment is a serious matter, and the rate of return must be considered. It is impossible to invest hundreds of millions of dollars casually because of a friend's words. If it was so careless, it is estimated that this investor would have gone bankrupt long ago. So, it's not that he doesn't trust this relationship. The key is that this matter is not a trivial matter of borrowing 3 or 500 yuan. Liyada thought for a moment and said, "Well, we do need to make some preparations. How about this? You write a simple plan according to the format of Dream Venture Capital. I'll help you polish it and introduce this game from my perspective to see if I can impress investors." Liyada almost said, "See if I can impress Mr. Pei." Because she knew very well that he Dishing would definitely report to President Pei for such a large investment. According to President Pei's personality, he would most likely support excellent domestic games, but as a subordinate, Liyada had to truthfully report the risks and problems of this game so that President Pei could make the most correct decision. If President Pei thought it was not possible, it would mean that the idea was unreliable and it would fail if it was made, so Yanqi should be advised not to do it. If President Pei approved and was willing to invest, it would mean that there was no problem with the game and it could be developed with confidence. Yanqi nodded. "Okay, then I'll write a plan." He didn't have much hope, but since there was Liyada's line, it was always right to give it a try. Writing a plan and then writing a draft design would not take much effort. What if he could really get investment? If he couldn't get 100 million, he could get 50 million, that would be fine. At that time, he could sell the early trial version and do pre-orders, and maybe he could stick to it again. The two of them went about their own business. November 10th, Saturday. The GOG Global Invitational officially begins. On the other hand, the IOI Global Finals are also held at the same time. After all, both competitions are in Europe, and there are only a few weekends to choose from. However, although both competitions start on Saturdays, the time is different. GOG starts at 9 a.m. European time, which is equivalent to 5 p.m. domestic time, while IOI starts at 3:30 p.m. European time, which is equivalent to 11:30 p.m. domestic time. Obviously, this is simply a matter of trade-offs. Because there is a 6 to 8 hour time difference between Europe and China, the viewing time on both sides will inevitably be staggered. GOG is because Tenda, as the organizer, deliberately requires the game there to start in the morning. Although this is not particularly friendly to European audiences, it is relatively compromised and takes good care of domestic players. Moreover, in terms of the schedule, most of the domestic teams' schedules are also arranged in advance. Players who don't want to stay up late can go to bed after watching the group stage of the domestic teams, and don't have to stay up too late. As for IOI, it is obvious that they will not take care of domestic players too much. They want to seize the European market, so of course they have to arrange the game during the prime time in Europe. As for the domestic audience, stay up late if you want to, and they really can't take care of it. In the afternoon, the open space in front of the big screen of Tenda Experience Store in Qingshan Plaza was already crowded with spectators. The offline viewing of the GOG Global Invitational Tournament is in full swing. Many large shopping malls across the country have set up large screens in the lobby on the first floor, and many cinemas have also used empty theaters for viewing activities. The most lively place for offline viewing is obviously the open space in front of the Tenda Experience Store. On the one hand, it is because the screen here is big enough to accommodate enough people, and on the other hand, it is because the venue for the GPL competition is opposite. During the GPL regular season, a large number of people gathered here every day to watch the game, which has become a trend and habit. Although it is already November and the weather is getting colder, the crowds are surging and the audience is still very enthusiastic. The game will not start for more than an hour, but the activities on the scene have been arranged. Qingshan went on stage to sing, and the situation on the scene was broadcast live to other offline viewing locations, becoming an exclusive benefit for domestic audiences. In the square, several audiences were listening to Qingshan's singing and discussing. It's great to have Qingshan sing for the domestic audience and adjust the time of the competition. It feels like domestic players are the best at GOG, which is completely different from IOI. Qingshan became popular because of President Pei. He came back to sing a song, show his face in front of the players, and increase his popularity. This is a win-win situation. Who is the guest who will sing with Qingshan? He doesn't sing very well, just like a bar singer. How can he go on stage like this and sing with Qingshan? That one? That's Mr. Zhang from the esports department. He was the former head of Moyu Internet Cafe and the head of ROF installation. He is now the head of the DG Club and the esports department. In theory, he is in charge of GOG's competitions. What the hell? How can he be so powerful? That's right, Mr. Zhang is so awesome. Such a big shot can actually sing at this level. Tenda is really full of talents. That's right. According to rumors, Mr. Zhang was a bartender and resident singer at Moyu Internet Cafe at the beginning. Before Qingshan came, he was the resident singer. What happened later? What happened later? Later, he almost killed the singer of Moyu Internet Cafe. It was closed. Fortunately, Qingshan took over and Moyu Internet Cafe came back to life. What nonsense. I don't allow you to slander my beloved Mr. Zhang like this. That's right. Mr. Zhang sings so well. Better than Qingshan's. Mr. Zhang, I cheer for you. Mr. Zhang, can you arrange autographed photos for all the DGE players? Can I draw a limited edition peripheral for the GPL team? Yes. Draw a machine with the best configuration of ROF? Mr. Zhang, please give me an account with all heroes and skins. I want to play professionally. Mr. Zhang, look at me. As soon as Zhang Yuan's identity was heard, the public opinion at the scene immediately turned 180 degrees. Everyone said that Mr. Zhang, with such an identity and status, actually went on stage to sing for everyone for free, and he sang well, which was simply a blood profit. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1311 Application of the latest theoretical research results of the Human Resources Department. After singing another song, Chen Lei and Zhang Yuan left the stage. The audience was still waiting for the next song, but Chen Lei did not return to the stage, but a host of the GPL League came up. The main venue of the GOG Global Invitational this time was in Europe, so most of the hosts and commentators of the GPL League also went to Europe, but they did not go at the same time, but in batches, and a small number of people did not go because of visa issues. Some of the hosts who did not go were pulled to the GPL League venue for guest appearances, and some went to various parts of the country and major cities to perform, and the live commentary opened up the second, third, and nth scene. This can be said to kill two birds with one stone, not only giving them work to do, but also allowing the audience in each city to be taken care of and hear different official commentaries on the spot. All the programs on the stage this time, including the singing of Chen Lei and Zhang Yuan, and the hosts on stage, were held in the GPL venue, and broadcast simultaneously to all offline viewing points in the country, and there was also a special live broadcast room. Seeing the host come up, many audience members were immediately unhappy. Huh? Where's Chen Lei? Let Chen Lei continue singing. I haven't heard enough. That's enough. Chen Lei must be tired after singing so many songs. Do you really think it's a concert? I suggest that Mr. Zhang come up to draw the lottery. Draw 1,000 of all heroes and skins. There's still an hour before the game starts, and Chen Lei is going down now. Is he going to start the second half? Don't arrange any embarrassing dance performances or cost performances. The audience was still wondering what was going on, and the host had revealed the answer. Under the introduction of the host, 10 players wearing DG club uniforms came on stage one by one, greeted the audience, and sat in front of the computers of the two teams. This is an exclusive benefit for domestic viewers, a warm-up match between the two teams of the DG club. These two teams are the nth batch of teams trained by the DG club, and it is already unclear which batch they are. Because these two teams have always been in the mode of old and new, people come and go, and they are not all sold out at once. Anyway, as long as the clubs are short of people, they will buy from the DG club, and then the DG club will continue to look for good seedlings in the youth training. I created a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. The audience was originally quite unhappy to see Chen Lei leave the field, and they expressed dissatisfaction in the barrage, but when they saw DG coming to play the warm-up game, the barrage changed instantly. This is good. Let Chen Lei take a rest. I don't know how this year's DG will be, but don't embarrass seniors like Huang Wang and Jiang Huan. Welcome to watch the DG Club's on-site promotion conference. The players who win the MVP will be favored by major clubs and receive an annual salary of tens of millions. Bosses, a new batch of DG players have been released, and you're ready to pay for them. Good guy, is this putting pressure on the participating teams? If the World Championship doesn't play well, the boss will pay for a new DG player on the spot. The old players will be so motivated. The atmosphere, which was just heated up by Chen Lei's singing, has reached a new level. As the most bizarre club in the country and even the world, the legend of the DG club has been circulating in the world. When GOG was still in its infancy, the players of the DG club conquered the audience with their strong strength and strong muscles. The 10 players were divided into various teams, which directly made the level of the entire GPL league advance by leaps and bounds. Many people originally thought that DG club would gradually fall into silence and decline after the first batch of 10 star players were bought out, but the fact is just the opposite. DG club has maintained this high level. Because DG Club has become an excellent springboard, a place that the most talented young players in the country are scrambling to enter. Everyone knows that if you enter DGE, you can be teammates with the best young players, and after a period of training, as long as you perform well, you will be directly signed by major platforms at a high price, without having to worry about working for the club at a low price during your peak period due to child labor contracts. For other clubs, on the one hand, DGE Club is Mr. Pei's industry, with an official background, and should be properly taken care of. On the other hand, DGE's training and screening also allow them to bear less risk of failure in digging out players. Anyway, as long as the players are famous in DGE, generally speaking, it is not wrong to buy them with your eyes closed. All these factors combined have led to the fact that most of the most outstanding young players of the new generation have been gilded in the DGE Club. It is also difficult to say now whether the DGE Club has a good training method, or because the DGE Club is too famous, the source of students is too good, and the recruited youth training players are all talented and can stand out just by playing casually? Anyway, most clubs and audiences, as long as they want to dig out newcomers with potential, they will turn their attention to the DGE Club, which is definitely right. This time, arranging a warm-up match for the DGE Club can be said to kill two birds with one stone. For the audience, the early warm-up allows the audience to enter the viewing state in advance. It is always more interesting to watch the game than to listen to the commentary. For the DGE players, it allows them to train their mentality in the competition and pave the way for their official professional career in the future. For major clubs, this is an opportunity to see the quality of the new batch of DGE players, see the excellent players in them, and prepare to pay for them. For esports competitions, it is really difficult to arrange warm-up programs. Because the audience of esports competitions really don't like many things. It's not necessarily popular to do a cosplay or a girl group dance. A slightly better activity is singing, which is considered to be an activity with high universality and acceptance, but if you sing for more than an hour, the audience will get tired of it. What everyone wants to watch most is really the game. Therefore, it is best to arrange a warm-up match, and the two sides of this warm-up match must have a certain weight to maximize the emotions on the scene. Now it seems that this arrangement can be said to be quite successful, and it has won unanimous praise from domestic audiences. Amid the cheers on the scene, the game of DGE Team 1 and Team 2 officially began. The guys on both sides have been working hard for this day, trying to play out everything they have learned in their usual training, and they are not inferior to the operation and execution of professional teams at all, especially the unique momentum of young people, which makes the shouts on the scene higher and higher. Occasionally, there are some actions that are too funny due to nervousness, which make the audience laugh and boo. And every time there is a wonderful shot or a funny shot, there will always be barrages in the live broadcast room. This top laner killed 2 people under the tower, and his value doubled. Why did the support flash into the wall? His value is 0. The jungler of Team 1 is good, and his estimated value is 5 million a year. Is there a higher value? The barrage began to estimate the value, making the live broadcast room seem like a vegetable market, and the program effect was maximized. While other regions in the world were still watching the highlights and listening to the commentary, the domestic audience had already entered the state of watching the game in advance. The backstage of the GPL venue. Zhang Yuan was browsing the forum to see the audience's comments on his performance on stage. The comments were quite positive, but there were a few people urging him to draw the lottery. Obviously, everyone's motives were not pure. Chen Lei teased, "Brother Zhang is still as good as ever. Are you interested in being a guest singer at my next concert?" Zhang Yuan laughed, "Forget it, I still know my own weight. Actually, to tell you the truth." Zhang Yuan lowered his voice, "I am not singing on stage this time for show, I just want to avoid trouble." Chen Lei was stunned for a moment. Avoid trouble? Why do you say that? He was a little confused. What kind of trouble could Zhang Yuan have? DGE Club is the most profitable club in China, because other clubs have to spend money to buy players in order to achieve results, which is a huge expense, But DG is purely selling players, and all kinds of peripherals are also sold. As for the esports division, the GPL League is booming. Zhang Yuan's transformation from a lazy internet cafe to esports is obviously very successful. It is the time to ride the wind and waves and go smoothly. What is the situation of avoiding disaster? And how to avoid disaster? Why can singing a song on stage avoid disaster? Zhang Yuan looked around and saw that there was no one around. Chen Lei was a trustworthy brother, so he lowered his voice and confided in distress, "It's all because of Bao Su's suffering trip. The first batch of leaders have already gone to Shenanjia. I calculated that there is only 1 or 2 weeks left before the second batch will be on the road. The first batch of names are all important leaders of Tengda's core departments, such as Huang Sibo, Hu Xianbin, Xiao Peng, etc. None of them escaped and were arrested. I think Xiao Peng is taking the blame for me. If I were still in the Moyu Internet Cafe, Xiao Peng's name would have to be replaced by mine. But you can't escape the 15th day. Now that the GOG World Finals is like this, I'm afraid I can't escape President Pei's sight." Zhang Yuan was simply in grief. As early as when the first batch of names came out, he had already felt a chill on his back and felt that it was not good. In order to save himself, Zhang Yuan racked his brains and thought hard. Now that the guillotine of the suffering trip is about to fall, how can we not be anxious? Chen Lei was shocked. "Ah? There is such a thing? But, can singing a song on stage avoid the suffering trip? Are you sure?" Zhang Yuan shook his head, "Not sure, but it's worth a try. In fact, this is the latest theoretical research result of colleagues in the Human Resources Department. I am testing a pioneering concept. I dare not say that it will definitely succeed, but what if it succeeds?" Chen Lei became interested. "The latest theoretical research results? Good guy, your Human Resources Department is also responsible for theoretical research?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "Of course, the Tengda spirit was summarized by the Human Resources Department. I have to say that it is quite useful. This time, the content summarized by the Human Resources Department has changed again. I saw that this is exactly responsible for the original intention of President Pei to engage in suffering travel. This is probably the standard answer. So I immediately decided to copy it and give it a try. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1312 Take Zhang Yuan off the list temporarily. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Chen Lei became more interested and asked, "Brother Zhang, please tell me, I'm very curious. You said that Mr. Pei's suffering trip was not a whim, but had a deeper purpose?" Zhang Yuan nodded, "Yes. Wu Bin from the Human Resources Department also saw someone distributing a pamphlet that misinterpreted the Tengda spirit test during recruitment, so he went to find Mr. Pei, but was instead taught a lesson by Mr. Pei. So he thought of resummarizing the Tengda spirit, especially exploring the relationship between work and entertainment. His theory is a bit profound, with some ideas like alienation of labor. I didn't remember it, nor did I understand it thoroughly, but after listening to Wu Bin's explanation, I also remembered a relatively simple and popular explanation. Before, we all believed that work and entertainment are two distinct things. Work should be hard, tiring, and painful, and hard work is for better entertainment, and entertainment is the adjustment and help of work. But obviously in Mr. Pei's view, this is wrong. Work and entertainment should be two sides of the same coin. Work should be happy, and entertainment can also be work itself. And Mr. Pei's goal is to change the alienated state of labor, return it to its original form, and make work no longer a painful and exhausting thing, but full of fun. Wu Bin said that these two views seem to be similar, both of which encourage entertainment, but in fact they are fundamentally different, and the ideological realm is even more different. Chen Lei was stunned. "Wow, I always thought that playing games at work at Tengda was outrageous enough, but playing games at work can actually rise to the height of philosophy? Your human resources department is also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Is Mr. Pei's thought really so profound? Well, that's right. If others don't, I don't believe it, but if it's President Pei, it's still very credible. But what does this have to do with you avoiding disaster? After listening to Wu Bin's theoretical research results, Zhang Yuan explained, I was very inspired. I have been looking for the first batch of people in charge of the suffering journey to find out if there are any commonalities. I want to study out a general rule and see what kind of people will be sent by President Pei to suffer. After studying for a long time, I found that they were all in charge of important departments and had made good achievements. I didn't find any other common points. I am a little puzzled. Logically speaking, other departments also make a lot of money. Why did President Pei give priority to them? Later, combined with what Wu Bin said, I understood that it was because this group of people separated work and entertainment the most, which was the least in line with President Pei's philosophy. Look, Huang Sibo of Fei Huang Studio, Hu Xianbin of the Game Department, Xiaopeng of Moyu Internet Cafe, Rui Yuchen of Moyu Takeout, Yi Zhizhou of Shangyang Games, Shen Renjia of Numa Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, Ma Yichun of N Chinese Network. These people have one thing in common, that is, they are dedicated to their work, all of them are devoted to the work of their department, and rarely have entertainment activities. The work is completed in a rigid manner, they only know how to make money, and rarely have fun. This is obviously not in line with President Pei expectations for them. Look at the leaders who were not selected. At the Jingji hostel, Chen Kongtua goes to the haunted house every now and then. At Nifeng Logistics, although LV Mingliang has done a good job in his job, he is free and easy, and never thinks about making money. It was not until recently that he decided to expand the market and start sending and receiving express delivery. At the snack market, Zhang Yahui runs the snack market while selling grilled cold noodles himself, and he enjoys it. And I used to watch the game on site, or play with DGE players, with Mr. Ma. In this comparison, the difference is very obvious. The ones selected by President Pei are all those who are devoted to work, have few or even no entertainment activities, and have a clear distinction between work and entertainment, while the ones who are not selected are all those who work happily, combine work and entertainment well, and are full of creativity. So, President Pei's suffering trip obviously has a deep meaning. It is obviously urging these responsible persons to change this incorrect work attitude as soon as possible, not to continue to be so serious, but to let labor return to the original state of fun, and enjoy more fun at work, so as to create better value. Chen Lei's expression is as if he heard a fairy tale. Good guy, at first glance, this theory is outrageous. Is it okay that President Pei actually dislikes the responsible persons for working too seriously? But after listening to Zhang Yuan's analysis, especially combining examples, comparing the responsible persons who went on the suffering trip with those who did not go on the suffering trip, it is quite convincing. Chen Lei was silent for a moment, and then said, that is to say, President Pei believes that these leaders seem to work hard and are beneficial to the company, but in fact, their rigid work concept will limit their upper limit and inhibit their inspiration at work, so they need to be corrected? Zhang Yuan nodded. I think this is the only reasonable explanation. So, in order to avoid me being on the list of the next suffering journey, I must make more changes. After all, the first batch of people who need correction the most have already suffered and returned. The next batch will have to choose people with relatively smaller problems, but still need correction. I will most likely still be on the second batch of the list, because I obviously haven't reached the kind of work state that President Pei expects, enjoy work and create happily in entertainment. So, I have to take advantage of this critical node of the GOG competition to increase my presence and show President Pei my changes, so that I can avoid suffering. Chen Lei completely believed it and nodded involuntarily. It's not easy to be the head of Tenda. People with poor brains can't be the head of Tenda. Most people can't understand the depth of thought of President Pei. Zhang Yuan said, so it still depends on the heads of various departments to work together to interpret it. The power of one person is limited after all. If Wu Bin hadn't reminded me, I would never have thought that President Pei would mean this even if I racked my brains. Oh, no more talking. The warm-up game is almost over. Let's get ready to go on stage. Let's sing another song together, and then I'll draw a prize for the audience. This present should be enough for today. We'll continue to show it before the game starts tomorrow. Zhang Yuan stood up, tidied his performance clothes, and prepared to go on stage again. At this time, Pei Qian was eating potato chips at home while watching the game on the big TV. Seeing Zhang Yuan on stage, Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. What is Zhang Yuan singing? Is he letting himself go? He is tired of ordinary work, so in order to recall the time when he was a resident singer, Mr. Zhang decided to become an idol? But this behavior is still worth promoting and encouraging. Looking at the various comments in the live broadcast room, such as Mr. Zhang sings really well and I suggest Mr. Zhang to debut on the spot, Pei Qian couldn't help but laugh. The responsible person should learn from Zhang Yuan. Don't just think about making money all day long. Within the scope of your job responsibilities, do more work and entertain the public. Isn't it good? Spending your mind on these things and using company resources to complete your own hobbies is worth encouraging. Anyway, you can do anything, just don't always think about making money for me, then there will be no problem. It seems that transferring Zhang Yuan from Moyu Internet Cafe to DG Club was a very correct decision. If he stayed in Moyu Internet Cafe, he would probably be suffering in Shenangjia like Xiaopeng. Now he has lost his dream of Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation. He has become a salted fish. His only pleasure is singing. He can only sing during GOG competitions. Well, not bad, not bad. It seems that he can be temporarily removed from the next list and replaced with someone else. Pei Qian calculated that the first activity of the suffering trip was almost over, and those responsible persons would soon return to work. Happiness is short-lived after all. But next, we can start to arrange the second batch of responsible persons, and catch all the fish that slipped through the net before, such as the second in command of each department, and those who have been hiding and backstabbing, all in one fell swoop. Zhang Yuan was originally on this list. After all, the DG Club has been selling players to make money. Although the money earned is not much, it is extremely insulting. If DG really spent a lot of money and resources to train players, then selling them at a high price would be fine, but the current situation is that many players are sold at high prices because they are very talented, and joining the DG Club is just a layer of gold. Just by this layer of gold, the value of these players has skyrocketed. Before joining the DG Club, as a youth training student, the annual salary was only a few $100,000. After leaving the DG Club and being bought by other clubs, it increased tenfold. Add to that the various uniforms and peripherals from the DG Club, and Pei Qian was making so much money that he almost wanted to vomit blood. As for the esports division, all the competitions were going strong, and Zhang Yuan obviously had a share of the blame. So, no matter what the next suffering trip is, he can't be allowed to escape. But after seeing the situation today, seeing Zhang Yuan letting himself go on stage and entertaining the audience, Pei Qian felt that his illness was not serious and he could still be suspended. Maybe it's not all Zhang Yuan's fault that the DG Club and the esports division are in such a state now. After all, these two departments started at a high level. Judging from Zhang Yuan's work attitude, it is still worth observing. As long as he continues to maintain his position and pursue his dream of becoming a singer in the position of the person in charge, he should be kept as the person in charge, because even if he makes money for the department, it will definitely be less than the promoted newcomers. Pei Qian didn't dare to try to promote newcomers randomly, because every time the promoted newcomers make more money than the old ones. It's just right to remove Zhang Yuan from the list and replace them with some persons in charge who need to suffer more. Pei Qian made up his mind and decided to finalize the list again on Monday when he went to work. If the quota allows, Qiao Laosher and Wang Guangjian can also be given priority in advance. Of course, the premise is to think of a good rhetoric and be able to fool them into participating willingly. Chapter 13:13 Personnel Adjustment for the Second Phase of Suffering Journey. Losing money to become the richest man starts from gaming. November 12, Monday morning. Pei Qian came to the office as usual and started a new week of work. Last weekend, I stayed at home to watch the GOG and IOI World Championships. It was quite lively, but in fact, there was nothing particularly memorable. After all, both competitions are still in the group stage. In order to take care of various regions around the world, there are many new teams and new faces with uneven levels, and the competitive level is inevitably declining. Of course, on the other hand, although the group stage may not be as good as the domestic leagues GPL and ICL in terms of competitive level, it is a collision between different regions after all, and it is a kind of fun to watch your own team bully the weak. Pei Qian was worried that the finger company would not make the World Championship very shabby in order to save money. After watching the game, Pei Qian found that he was overthinking. They were not stupid enough to that extent. Obviously, Diak Group and Finger Company are also well aware that the World Championship is a matter of appearance and must not be ambiguous, so the specifications this time are almost the same as the GOG Global Invitational, and even the relatively poor food and accommodation conditions last year have been made up. In short, the competition has just started. In addition to the offline viewing activities and the game schedule, GOG has obvious advantages. In other aspects, the two competitions have not yet opened up a big gap. Pei Qian did not ask IOI to overtake. If they can maintain the current state until the end of the game, everything will be fine and they can burn incense. The first thing Pei Qian did after work was to start calculating the list of the second phase of the suffering journey. Seeing that the first phase is about to end, the leaders are all going to suffer and return, so they have to hurry up to finalize the list of the second phase. Although it is difficult to achieve a seamless connection, after all, Baosu needs to rest, and other leaders need time to hand over their work and gather, but in general, the sooner the better. For a good place like the suffering journey, there must be people suffering at all times, that is the maximum utilization of resources. There is already a list on the computer, which is the first draft that Pei Qian decided last week. But now it seems that this first draft can be adjusted and modified. The first list of the suffering journey is Hu Xianbin, Xiaopeng, Rui Yuchen, Yi Zhizhou, Shen Renjia, Guo Liqing, He Dishing, Chen Yufeng, Ma Yichun. The second list was originally set to be Zhu Xiaozi, Zhang Yuan, Wang Xiaobin, Chang Yu and Jiang Yuan from Muda Technology, Yu Pingan from Yu App, Chen Yufeng from Tuwei Live, Qi Yan from Cold Girl, Hao Yun from the Human Resources Department, and Li Yaling from Managed Fitness. Compared with the first list, the biggest feature of this list is that there are 3 more female leaders. Women can also hold up half the sky, so why can't they go on the suffering trip? Gender equality is necessary. Of course, considering the natural physical differences between men and women, they still have to be taken care of to a certain extent. So Li Yaling was specially arranged to go with them. Logically speaking, Li Yaling is just a coach in DGE, giving classes to players from other clubs every now and then, and will not make any money for the company, so the harm is not great. But she is a professional fitness coach after all. This time she will go with the suffering trip. If she adapts well, she will be transferred directly to the suffering trip and specially arranged for female leaders. After all, the DGE club doesn't really need her anymore, and talents like Yaling should be arranged where they are most needed. The training content of male and female leaders may not be exactly the same, but the spirit of suffering must be treated equally. Soon, Qian and Hao Yun should be glad that they are on the second list. Because this is the first time to take a female leader to suffer, they will definitely be restrained. After a while, Bao Su and Li Yaling will figure out the appropriate level of suffering for women, and they will probably suffer even more. These two female heroes also made Pei Qian very wary. After Qi Yan's cold-faced girl was whitewashed by a series of events, she has now entered a period of rapid development, especially with the linkage with Moyu Takeaway. They share the delivery guys and menus, plus the good taste and publicity, and the branches are opening up very fast. Pei Qian seems to have seen the possibility of the Moyu Takeaway tragedy happening again. But there is nothing he can do after seeing it. He can only hope that Qi Yan will be more restrained after suffering. As for Hao Yun's human resources department, Pei Qian always feels that there is something wrong with this department, which is a little different from what he expected. Especially in the misunderstanding of his own spirit, the human resources department can be said to be the culprit. Regarding the specific candidates, Pei Qian struggled for a long time between Hao Yun and Wu Bin, but then he thought, who made Hao Yun the person in charge? Some of the blame on Wu Bin should also be shared with you. You are not strict with your subordinates. You will suffer first this time and arrange Wu Bin next time. In addition, Zhu Xiaozi and Wang Xiaobin are the ones Pei Qian has always wanted to send, and they are at the top of the priority list. Zhu Xiaozi has been hiding behind Huang Sibo. It's incredible that he can survive until now. Wang Xiaobin is in a similar situation. Yi Zhizhou has been there, so it must be his turn next. On the O2 technology side, Chang Yu and Jiang Yuan are both very destructive, so it's a good idea to pack them up and go together, so that they can be looked after on the way. As for Yu Pingan, who has a useful app, Pei Qian was originally quite satisfied with him, but recently he felt that his path had gone astray, so he had to be sent on a journey of suffering to be alerted, and to correct his mistakes if necessary, and to encourage himself if necessary. As for Chen Yufeng, although the current state of Rabbit Tail Live is good, it is mainly due to Pei Qian's own wisdom and bravery and Lao Ma's presence, and has nothing to do with Chen Yufeng. On the contrary, Chen Yufeng is a huge unstable factor, and he needs to be cured by a journey of suffering. There is a special case here, that is Zhang Yuan. Originally, Zhang Yuan was the head of the DGE Club and the esports division. With the GOG Global Invitational, he could not escape no matter what. So Pei Qian arranged him in the second place on the list early on, second only to Zhu Xiaozi, which shows how much he values him. But after watching Zhang Yuan sing yesterday, Pei Qian changed his mind again. Suddenly, I felt that although this guy is a bit uninvolved, his attitude of entertaining the public seems to be better than that of other heads. He can be removed from the list first, postponed a little, and observed. Of course, in addition to Zhang Yuan, there are some people who are not on the list at all. For example, Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong of Jingji Hostel, LV Mingliang of Nifeng Logistics, Liang Qingfan of Sloth Apartment, and some who have become peripheral personnel actively or passively for various reasons, such as Qiu Hong, Min Jingchao, Li Yada, and others. These people either made great contributions to Pei Qian's money-losing plan, or their positions were important and difficult to replace. Some of them had already been assigned and were no longer in the way, so their priority could be postponed. Of course, this list has strong subjective factors. For example, Chen Kongtua from the Jingji Hotel, Pei Qian felt that he was already miserable hanging around in the haunted house every day. Although he made some money, he could be sent to suffer at a lower priority. Pei Qian sorted out the general situation and found that he had too many people to arrange. He had not completed 2 phases of arranging the person in charge. What if the core members, and backbone of each department are included? Oh my God, it's hard to imagine. It seems that this suffering trip must be normalized, otherwise it will not be able to keep up with the speed of Tengda's talent emergence. After thinking about it, Pei Qian decided to take Zhang Yuan, Yu Pingan, and Li Yaling off this list. Zhang Yuan's mentality is worthy of encouragement, and Yu Ping'an's harm is not that great. Li Yaling still had to go, but she would no longer be a member, but a staff member, mainly responsible for training, taking care of the female leader, and arranging the training volume according to the female's physical condition. In this way, 3 positions were vacant. Pei Qian thought that he could trick a few people from the outside world into coming in, like Qiao Liang, Wan Guangjian, Li Shi, Lin Chang, Shui Zhibin. These are old enemies, and there is also Yao Bo from Jinding Group, who also made things worse for the experience store. All these people can be arranged on the list. Of course, it is unlikely that they will be fooled, but as many as possible will be fooled, and the remaining 3 places will be filled. Pei Qian sorted out the list and nodded with satisfaction. Now we can start preparing. After the first batch of people who have suffered the journey come back, we will immediately connect seamlessly with the second batch. Anyway, the first month is indoor training in Jingzhou. For Bao Su, it is a bit tiring, but he is obviously enjoying it. Just after saving the list, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Pei Qian looked up and saw that the person who came was Li Yada. What's wrong? Is there something going on with the Chaolu game platform? Pei Qian was instantly alert. But then he thought, even if there was something going on with the game platform, the person who came should be Tang Yishu, right? Li Yada explained, Boss Pei, I'm not here for the game platform this time, but to report an investment plan for a game project. Originally, He Dishing should have come to report, but after I went to Yuanming Venture Capital, I remembered, he is still in Shenangjia. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Game investment plan? Let me take a look. Li Yada handed over an investment plan and a risk analysis report he wrote about the game. Shuli? Pei Qian felt that the title of this game was a little obscure, and it didn't look like the type that would become a big hit. However, Pei Qian was instinctively wary of the game recommended by Li Yada. After all, he was also the 3rd generation of Tenda Games, and Pei Qian didn't really trust Li Yada's vision. After flipping through the information, casually, Pei Qian felt a little overwhelmed. The information was quite mixed. It looked like a game similar to Turning Back is the Shore, and the system was changed beyond recognition. For auxiliary systems of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and soldiers, a story background of war in troubled times and rampant monsters, plus dozens of endings after these permutations and combinations. It was a bit confusing. More importantly, whether it was this plan or the risk analysis report written by Li Yada, the wording was relatively refined, and the content was quite complete, but not so detailed, and a lot of the content was just glossed over. Chapter 13-14 I'd better not give you any advice. Pei Qian was a little confused. Mainly because Li Yada didn't intend to write in detail when writing the content, and he only wrote the core content. Who is President Pei? A game design master. Why write so much? President Pei should understand it with a simple sentence, and it would be annoying if he wrote too much. So the content on paper was relatively brief. Pei Qian glanced at it and his first impression was that this game was mixed with a lot of content and was a bit bloated. The focus was still on the risks of this game. Anyway, as long as Li Yada can prove that the risk of this game is high enough, Pei Qian thinks it can be considered. Please simplify your opinion first. Pei Qian looked at Li Yada. Li Yada sorted out his thoughts a little. President Pei asked me to report. Obviously there was something he didn't understand. President Pei quickly finished reading the plan, and it seemed that he had a general understanding of the content of this game. After all, as a game design master, being able to imagine the whole picture of the game after seeing a framework should be a basic ability. So, what should be reported now? It should be that it is not written in the report plan, and President Pei can't imagine it. Thinking of this, Li Yada said, the studio that proposed this plan, the previous game Banana Empire, was launched on the Chaolu game platform and achieved decent results. The chief designer is Yan Qi, who has been in the industry for quite a while, and his previous design experience was mainly in the field of mobile games. This game was designed by Yan Qi on a whim, and I think the content is quite bright. But as I wrote in the risk assessment report, the size of this game is too large, which has completely exceeded the affordability of Yan Qi and his studio. The estimated R&D funds are at least 100 million. Moreover, this game also has high risks, and the risks mainly come from the following aspects. Yan Qi and his studio's development experience are not enough for such a large-scale project, and many unexpected problems may be encountered during the development period. Because of the huge investment, the purchasing power of the domestic game market may be somewhat insufficient. Although the reputation will be very good among the players who prefer this type of game, it is very likely that the development and promotion costs will not be recovered. Moreover, compared with the relatively pure game content of Turning Back to the Shore, Humbly has more content. This is an innovation, but also a risk. As for whether it is feasible and whether to invest money, it is up to you, Mr. Pei, to judge for yourself. The key is whether this idea and creativity are worth taking these risks. Liada's introduction mainly focused on the background of Yan Qi and his studio. After all, the gameplay of this game has been clearly written in the plan. It is nothing more than the inspiration from Turning Back to the Shore, but it integrates many gameplays and adds various officially encouraged skipping classes mechanisms to create such a unique game. Mr. Pei should be able to imagine the whole picture of this game by taking a look at the points in this plan. If you truthfully introduce the risks of this game, Mr. Pei should be able to give a more comprehensive evaluation. When Pei Qian heard about the risks, he was no longer sleepy. It sounds like this project is quite reliable. The chief designer and the entire development team have been working on mobile games before? They have no experience in developing standalone games at all? And they have only worked on projects worth a few million at most, but this time they are going to make hundreds of millions all of a sudden? The key is the game itself, which sounds like a hodgepodge. If it can replicate the success of Turning Back to the Shore, the two games are a bit too different. On the surface, they both seem to have some elements of suffering, but if you look deeper, the difference is huge. Moreover, the story background is imaginary, there is no IP, and the prototype is also a relatively unpopular dynasty in history. This story background should not add any points to the players. It feels good. Pei Qian took the plan again and looked at it. This gameplay of suffering in the early stage and grinding in the later stage does not seem to be completely unworkable, but considering 2 points, first, similar games are rarely made into popular games, and second, the investment in the game itself is huge, and the development team is inexperienced, so the possibility of making money is actually very low. Whether a game makes money or not is relative. The higher the investment, the more difficult it is to make money. Because there are only so many players, it is difficult to break through the upper limit of game pricing. The more investment means the higher the guaranteed sales volume, and the difficulty will increase exponentially with each order of magnitude increase in sales. In short, it is worth a try. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "It is okay to invest money." Liada couldn't help but feel happy. Mr. Pei agreed, which means that the gameplay of this game is fine and can be popular. But after waiting for a while, there was no follow-up. Liada hesitated and asked, "Mr. Pei, do you have any opinions or suggestions? Is there anything that can be improved in the gameplay of this game?" Pei Qian looked at the plan and then looked at Liada. Improvements? In fact, he really wanted to give some instructions, but then he thought, judging from his previous achievements in guiding Tenda Games and Shangyang Games, he should just rest wherever he could. What if a random instruction had the effect of adding the finishing touch and made this game so popular? That would make him so angry. Therefore, Pei Qian shook his head. As an investor, don't always interfere. When it comes to games, everyone has their own ideas. After all, this is not Tenda's game. Besides, I think this game is okay, there is no big problem. The only thing I worry about is whether 100 million is enough. If I can add a little more, it may be better. Imagination is priceless. How can money limit a designer's imagination? 100 million is a lot, but for this kind of game, the more investment, the harder it is to recover the cost. That is, every additional sum of money after 100 million will make the game's profitability more difficult. But Pei Qian can't just ask for more money, that's not reasonable, after all, they only want 100 million. And the system is still watching, so I have to think of a way to fool them. One advantage of a project like this is that the system will not use it to block settlement. For Pei Qian, the money is spent and he doesn't have to worry about it for a long time. But Pei Qian couldn't think of a specific reason to pay more money for the time being, so he could only let the designer of this game think about it himself. Li Yada nodded. Really? President Pei thinks so too? Indeed, this kind of game still needs sufficient R&D funds to produce good results. Then I'll go back and ask Yanqi to refine the plan, add back the previously cut content, add more game processes and level design, and do more equipment, props, NPCs, monsters, etc. Pei Qian added, recruitment should be arranged as soon as possible. Sooner or later, you have to recruit people. Don't wait until you find that the progress is too slow to recruit people halfway through, otherwise you will miss the opportunity. For game companies, labor costs are the bulk of development costs. The more people you recruit, the greater the daily expenses. The earlier you recruit, the earlier you spend money, and the more people you recruit, the more money you spend. Anyway, for such a large project, it is a new team that needs to run in, and the development time will not be short. Recruiting people early will not make the development progress much faster, but it will cost more money. Li Yada was a little touched. Although she had expected that President Pei might invest in this game and support Yanqi's dream, she didn't expect President Pei to be so open-minded. 100 million would be enough, but he also wanted to add money. But to be honest, similar game effects are indeed achieved by spending money. When Tenda was making Turning Back, the foundation was not very strong, so the content of the game was relatively pure, the game process was not very long, and the price of the game was not high. But now, Tenda's size is no longer what it used to be. Maybe President Pei saw the current predicament of Yanqi's studio and thought of the state of Tenda when it was first established, so he decided to lend a hand. We can't let the Shuli project leave any regrets. Sure enough, Mr. Pei's understanding of the issue of investment is different from that of other investors. Other investors are thinking about how to cut costs and how to seek the greatest return with the lowest cost, so when encountering such a project, the first reaction is definitely how to lower the cost, and the second reaction is to interfere with the project and interfere with the creation. But Mr. Pei is different. When encountering such a problem, his first reaction is to consider whether the money is enough and whether people should be recruited as soon as possible. Even though Mr. Pei is a game design master, he fully respects the ideas of the original designer and has no intention of interfering with the creation at all. It can only be that Mr. Pei's first identity is still a designer, and then an investor. Or, even if Mr. Pei is an investor, he is an investor of a completely different nature from other investors. Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll tell the designer to review the plan and add all the ideas that were cut before to complete the game. Or wait for Hidishing to come back and let him go. I still have to ensure that my identity is not revealed. Li Yada told Yanqi before that she knew someone at Yuan Venture Capital and could talk to them, but if she was the one to pass on the official message directly, it would be a bit beyond the scope of friends and would easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, it would be better to wait for Hidishing to come back and negotiate as the person in charge of Yuan Venture Capital. Pei Qian nodded. Yes, it's okay. We still have to keep it secret. By the way, can we still keep the identity of Chaolu game platform secret? Li Yada thought for a while. It's okay. It's safe for now. Pei Qian was a little relieved. Okay, keep it secret for as long as possible. This is very important. Keep it secret so that we can continue to burn money. If we don't expose it in the short term, we can burn more money. Once the relationship between Chaolu game platform and Tenda is exposed, we will be forced to move to the next stage. Chapter 13-15, Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. After Li Yada left, Pei Qian called Assistant Qian over and handed her the list of the second phase of the suffering journey. Send an internal notice and announce this list. No matter where the people on the list are now, they should immediately hand over their work and rush back within a week. In addition, take this opportunity to clarify some work transfers, such as transferring Hu Xianbin to Rabbit Tail Live. Assistant Qian took the list and looked at it. Boss Pei, Zhu Xiaozi, should still be filming in the United States. The implication is that it is a bit hasty to rush back so quickly. Pei Qian laughed. This notice is mainly sent to him, otherwise, is it necessary to go through so much trouble to ask others to come back? Assistant Qian asked again, there are only 7 people on the list this time? Pei Qian nodded. Well, the remaining 3 people will be selected from outside the company, and the personnel have not been determined yet. After Assistant Qian figured it out, he didn't ask any more questions, nodded and went to send the notice. After finalizing the list, Pei Qian felt much more at ease. He took a short break and continued to think about how to tell Qiao Laosher and Wang Guangjian about this matter, so that they would willingly join the suffering journey and make up for the vacancies reserved for them. At the same time, Shenangjia. On the top of a cliff, the responsible persons were lying in a ball, looking at the sky with confused eyes. There is a poem called, I will climb to the top of the mountain and see all the small mountains. But now they are not in this mood, they just miss Jingzhou, the GOG global finals that have already started, and the work of the department. Bao Su glanced at the time. Okay, today's training is over, let's pack up. Take a break, we will set off to return to Jingzhou tomorrow. After saying this, Bao Su turned around and left to arrange the downhill, leaving these responsible persons with plenty of private space. After all, Bao Su's status is special now. With him, these responsible persons are a little nervous even when they are lying on the stone and breathing. As soon as these words came out, the responsible persons instantly became energetic and regained their spirits. Before, these people were slumped together, feeling like black and white, out of tune with the surrounding scenery, but now, their joy is beyond words. It's finally over. God knows how we survived for more than a month. Seeing Bao Su walking away, Huang Sibo almost cried with excitement. Free. Finally free. We agreed to a month, why did you add a week? I don't know which bastard kept Bao Su in Jingzhou for an extra week, causing us to suffer for an extra month. If I catch him, I will fight him to death. Hu Xianbin coughed twice. Ahem, brother Huang, mobile phone. Huang Sibo quickly reached out to take it. Okay, thank you, Xiao Hu. Other leaders also took their mobile phones, and they wanted to take a photo of the top of the mountain right now to announce to the world that they were officially released from prison. During the suffering trip, mobile phones are kept in a unified manner and cannot be played with casually. Of course, before coming to the suffering trip, these leaders have already greeted their families and friends. If there is an emergency, someone will answer the phone and pass it on. After posting on WeChat Moments, the first thing the leaders did was to open the internal group of their department to see if the work of their department was affected. As a result, I don't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. The work of the department is normal. Although it is a good thing that no accidents happen, doesn't this mean that the department will be the same with or without them? This makes the leaders a little embarrassed. The mountaintop fell into a temporary silence. Fatigue and joy filled the bodies of the responsible people, making them only willing to move their fingers and swipe their phones, without wanting to move any other parts of their bodies. Suddenly, Huang Sibo broke the silence. Huh? Look at the internal notice. The new list has been released. Everyone opened the internal notice at the speed of light and started to discuss it happily. Zhu shouts. I said, how could this guy be so lucky all the time? This is called God's eyes. You can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. Huang Sibo has long seen that Zhu Xiaozi is unbalanced. He, as the person in charge, has been hit by thunder every other day, but Zhu Xiaozi, the director, has been unscathed. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Fortunately, the second phase of the suffering journey has been arranged. Xiaopeng was a little surprised. Isn't Zhu Xiaozi in the United States? What if he doesn't come back? Huang Sibo smiled. He dares not to come back? I will naturally go to the United States in person to hand over the work to him. Everyone shuddered at first, a little terrified, and then felt that Huang Sibo did nothing wrong. It is even very reasonable. The suffering journey must be treated equally. How can such a meaningful activity be enjoyed by only a few of us? We must all be together. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. After carefully reading the list, some people were happy to see the names on the list, but some people found it difficult to understand. People had different attitudes. Wang Xiaobin is here too. Very good, I will keep an eye on Shenyang Games for him. Yi Zhizhou couldn't help laughing. Shin Renjia had a serious expression. Oda technology has been caught in one fell swoop. Chang Yu and Jiang Yuan are here. Well, that's right. I still don't quite understand why I am in the first batch and they are in the second batch. Rue Yuchen was a little surprised. Why are there girls? Qiyan's cold-faced girl is in the imperial capital, and she will also be caught and brought to Jingzhou? Guoliqing is in good condition, but he is a little distressed about the muscle loss in the past few days. I must tell Yaling when I go back and ask her to bring more food. Ma Yichun frowned as he looked at the list. Why are there only 7 people? What do you mean by the remaining 3 vacancies? Select from outside? That's not right. Aren't there many people in the company who haven't been assigned yet? After he said this, many people also noticed this blind spot. Xiaopeng was the first to be dissatisfied. Yes, why didn't Zhang Yuan come? Mr. Zhang is the leader of my career. I, a younger brother, have come, but he, the leader, doesn't come. Is this reasonable? Huang Sibo agreed. Yes, why didn't LV Mingliang come? Hu Xianbin was also dissatisfied. Min Jingqiao is not on the list. The game department can't just pick me to arrange it, right? Huh? Why is there a job transfer arrangement later? I'm not in the game department anymore? At first, Hu Xianbin was still struggling with the question of why Min Jingqiao didn't come to suffer, but as he read on, he suddenly found that there was more content below the notice, which was about his own job transfer arrangement. From the game department, he was transferred to Rabbit Tail Live. This was like a bolt from the blue, and he was speechless for a long time. What a sin! Originally, Hu Xianbin felt that he had accumulated a lot of inspiration and motivation for work during the month of suffering in Shenangjia. Now he wanted to return to Tenda Games to take over the development of new games. And Yufei asked Hu Xianbin every other day when he could come back, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Although Hu Xianbin couldn't play with his mobile phone at ordinary times, occasionally when he won a reward, or when Baosu was kind enough to do it regularly, everyone could still play in the tent for an hour at night. Although the signal in the mountains here was very poor, intermittent, and it was quite cold at night, it didn't stop everyone from pulling their hands out of the sleeping bag and playing with their mobile phones. Hu Xianbin was waiting to suffer and go back to continue to develop games steadily, but now, he hasn't returned yet, and his position has been transferred first. After studying it for a while, He Dishing said, it feels like a seamless connection. You see, Qin Yufeng, the person in charge of Rabbit Tail Live, was arranged to suffer. You can take over his job and not delay both of you. There is a WeChat public account where you can receive red envelopes and points. First come first served. Hu Xianbin was simply drunk. What the hell is not delayed at both ends? It's obviously delayed at both ends. What's so good about the live broadcast platform? I'm not interested. I want to make games. Xiaopeng patted him on the shoulder. The transfer shows that President Pei recognizes your work ability. He thinks that you have been in the game department for so long and have outstanding performance. There is no greater progress if you continue to work. It is better to transfer to a new position and fully develop other abilities to become a generalist as soon as possible. As a Tenda person, you should go with the flow and love what you do. And you have a lot to do on the live streaming platform. Hu Xianbin's mouth twitched slightly. What a versatile guy. Since you like to change jobs so much, I will go back and report to President Pei, saying that you feel that the work of Moyu Internet Cafe is no longer challenging, and let President Pei transfer you to Moyu Takeaway to deliver food. Rui Yuchen coughed twice. Hey, I don't like what you said. Why do you have any prejudice against our takeaway department? After a month of suffering together, the responsible persons inexplicably felt that everyone's relationship was much closer and their feelings were sublimated. Speaking of which, suffering together is also a kind of friendship. The only problem now is that I hope this kind of suffering can be popularized quickly so that more people can have such friendship. At the same time, Pei Qian was thinking hard about how to trick Mr. Qiao into the suffering journey when there was a knock on the door outside the office. He looked up and saw Yufei standing at the door, his face full of doubts about life. Boss Pei, the new internal notice, what's going on? I saw Hu Xianbin was transferred to Rabbit Tail Live. When he saw this news, Yufei collapsed. How many times has this happened? Month after month, he, the substitute planner, has been substituting since August. It was agreed that he would only be substituting for 1 month. But he ended up taking it until mid-November, a full 3.5 months. In the first month, it was said that Hu Xianbin was awarded the best employee and was going on a trip. In the second month, Hu Xianbin was seamlessly pulled away and went on the suffering journey. In the third month, it was learned that the suffering journey was divided into 2 stages, and the second stage was to go to Shenangjia. At the beginning, it was all fine. Yufei only had to follow the design plan left by Hu Xianbin and focus on the development of eternal reincarnation. The work was very simple. Later, after the development of eternal reincarnation was completed, they said that the development schedule could not be delayed, so Yufei was asked to do the design plan of Ghost General 2. Now it's fine, just don't pretend. What does it mean to transfer Hu Xianbin to Rabbit Tail Live? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1316, The Fifth Generation of Tenda Games. Losing money to become the richest man started from games. Pei Qian had a kind smile on his face. Yufei? Come, sit down, have some tea first. I had expected Yufei to come to my house. After all, he always made excuses. Yufei was not stupid, and he should have realized that something was wrong. But Pei Qian had no choice. It was because you were too important to the game department, and he couldn't let you go. Now, the person in charge of the game department really had to be Yufei, and Pei Qian was not at ease with anyone else. So, Pei Qian had already thought of an excuse, and he had to find a way to continue to trick Yufei to stay. Yufei sat down on the sofa very reluctantly and drank a sip of tea very perfunctorily. The previous few times, at least there was still hope, thinking that he could leave the game department in more than a week at most and go back to write books steadily. As a result, now it's good, Hu Xianbin was directly transferred. How long will he have to work as the chief designer of the game department? There is no definite pattern at all. Yufei looked at Mr. Pei and was ready to show his hand. He couldn't go on like this. Mr. Pei, I really can't take over the job anymore. My readers scold me every day for being a pigeon. I announced the new book 3 months ago, but now I haven't even seen a shadow of it. Because I just took over the game department, I was not familiar with many tasks, so I was very busy every day. Then I said in the reader group that I was the current chief planner in the game department, designing a new game, and had no time to write a new book. As a result, none of my readers believed it. They said that I was either stupid or bad, and I couldn't make up excuses. I was just thinking about fooling readers all day long. Boss Pei, I am so wronged. I have already given readers a deadline for this month. I must start a new book. I can't delay it any longer. Besides, the design draft of Ghost General 2 has been completed. You can just promote someone from the game department to be the executive planner and continue to promote it. It's not difficult. Yufei was really wronged. When he was working on Eternal Reincarnation, he said that he helped in the Tenda game department and participated in the design of the game. The readers in the group also praised him and said that he was really awesome. He wrote the fan fiction into the official history. But when it came to Ghost General 2, the situation was a bit wrong. Because readers think that as a novelist, it is reasonable for you to participate in the creation of Eternal Reincarnation. But what does developing a new game have to do with you? Tenda's game department is full of talents, is it your turn to help? Oh, I see, this idiot author must have been comfortable with Eternal Reincarnation before, and he has become accustomed to it, so he lied to readers and said that he would continue to help, and the game department would not let him leave. To put it bluntly, he is too lazy to write and wants to stay idle for a few months. How can this be possible? Even the donkey in the production team dare not rest like this. As a result, the atmosphere in the reader group became more and more strange. Everyone suspected that Yufei was just slacking off while saying he was helping. Yufei was helpless. The key was that he couldn't talk about the content of Ghost General 2 in the reader group. The new game had to be kept secret. Readers didn't believe him at all when he said he was acting as the chief planner at Tenda. So Yufei now talked to Mr. Pei, and the meaning was very clear. Anyway, the design of Ghost General 2 has been completed. Mr. Pei, the chief designer of the game department, you can just find someone to take over. I mean, I will not do anything. Pei Qian's expression immediately became serious. Is there such a thing? Then let me ask Assistant Qingshan to give you a letter of appointment, or a letter of employment, and stamp it to officially appoint you as the head of the game department. When the time comes, you can show this letter of appointment to the readers, and I believe they will have nothing to say. Yufei nodded. Well, if there is an official letter of appointment, then it is indeed. But he quickly reacted, no, Mr. Pei, I'm not talking about the letter of appointment. Good guy, I was almost fooled by Mr. Pei, but it's still okay after the rice has been cooked. Yufei tried to get the topic back on track. Boss Pei, I'm really going to publish a new book. I can't break my promise. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Didn't you just say that the design draft of Ghost General 2 has been completed? The rest of the work can be done by just finding someone to monitor the development. In that case, you can free up your hands to publish a new book, without delaying either. You can also mobilize the people in the game department, oh no, even the leaders of all Tenda to reward you for your new book. Why don't you just let Mei Chun post your new book on the Chinese website for 10 days or half a month? What do you think? Yufei was speechless for a moment. Although this proposal is very tempting, but I always feel something is wrong? Yufei was a little confused. In theory, if he was the head of the game department, he would publish a book on the Chinese website and then occupy the recommended resources on the homepage. Wouldn't this be considered abuse of power for personal gain? But his main identity is the author of the Chinese website, so there is nothing wrong with giving these recommended resources. Pei Qian saw that Yufei was obviously a little moved, so he decided to strike while the iron was hot. Also, you were originally just an author for the Endpoint Chinese website. Do you have to depend on Pei Qian for everything you do? But if you have the identity of the head of the game department, it will be a big deal. Not only are you at the same level as Pei Qian in terms of position, both of you are the head, but the department is more core than his. Wouldn't he curry favor with you? In the future, you can open and edit your book as you like, and you don't have to look at the editor's face anymore. Keeping the identity of the head of the game department will be of great benefit to you. Besides, you have been busy for more than 3 months, and you have adapted to and become familiar with the work of the game department. Now you are doing well, it would be a pity to leave like this. When you are at work, that is, when you start a new project, you need to be busy for a few days and design it. Usually, there are other designers watching the progress. You can write during working hours, and the efficiency is higher. If you don't want to write every now and then, just ask for leave from your readers, saying that President Pei has arranged a new task for me and the new game will be online soon. I don't think your readers should have any objections. Yufei opened his mouth slightly, and it was obvious that his mentality had undergone some subtle changes. It must be said that there were many contents in President Pei's words that touched him very much. Pei Qian continued, and now you are also the 5th generation of Tenda Games. 5th generation, this is a good position. Yufei was a little confused, huh? Why? Pei Qian, this, mainly because, big? Ahem, it's not important. Anyway, the 5th generation is a position that connects the past and the future, and a position that carries on the past and opens up the future. I believe you will definitely create more brilliance. Besides, we haven't found a suitable person to replace you yet. You should just do it first, make games and write books at the same time, and try it first, just in case there is no problem. I will ask Assistant Qian to give you a letter of appointment later to clarify with the readers. Yufei nodded silently, okay. I have to say that what Mr. Pei said makes sense. Before Yufei came in, he had a desperate mentality, thinking that no matter what method he used today, he must let Mr. Pei release him. But before leaving, he suddenly felt that it seemed that it was not so unacceptable to focus on game development while writing books. Then let's work for a while and see. After all, for him, the busiest time for Ghost General 2 is when the design draft is produced. The design draft has been produced, and the next work is not so busy. If he didn't leave before, wouldn't it be a bit of a loss to leave now? What Mr. Pei said also makes sense. With the identity of the head of the game department, many things will be much easier to handle. For example, if you want to take a leave, if you don't want to write, just put the blame on Mr. Pei. How perfect. Hardcore leave, guaranteed that no readers will find fault. Looking at Yufei's back as he left, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. You came to Tenda and you still want to leave? No way. It is a good start to let Yufei integrate smoothly into Tenda. Maybe the selection of Tenda leaders can be more eclectic in the future. If we can find more talents like Yufei, wouldn't that be a big profit? At the same time, the GOG project team. Eric has gone to Europe, and Zhao Shuming has recently traveled all over the country to arrange offline viewing, and took some subordinates with him, so the project team looks much quieter. Zhang Yuan came as usual to discuss the version update plan of GOG with Zhang Nan, the current head of GOG. As a result, as soon as he met Zhang Nan, before he had time to talk about the version update, he was secretly pulled aside by Zhang Nan. You are really not on this suffering journey? How did you do that? Zhang Nan's expression was full of shock. After the list of the new suffering journey came out, it has caused an uproar among the leaders. Some people were shocked, some were secretly happy, and some were like the members of the first period of suffering journey, wondering why some people were not selected. Zhang Yuan is obviously the most eye-catching one. He has made such a big fuss, but he is not selected for the suffering journey. What is going on? Could it be that he reached some kind of PY deal with Mr. Pei? That's impossible. Mr. Pei is an objective and fair person. All I can say is that Zhang Yuan must have a secret. When Zhang Nan just took over as the person in charge, Zhang Yuan talked to her about his troubles, saying that he felt that he would definitely have to go on the next suffering trip and was trying to avoid this bad luck. As a result, he actually succeeded now. Zhang Nan instantly became very curious, because this also concerns her own safety. She found that, in addition to Li Yaling as a staff member accompanying the suffering trip, there were also 2 female leaders. As the person in charge of the GOG project team, Zhang Nan was instantly under great pressure. After all, she had just taken over as the person in charge not long ago, and she was not on the list of the suffering trip yet. But according to the current trend, with the important position of the GOG project team in Tenda, I am afraid that her name will be on the list of the 3rd and 4th phases. Now Zhang Yuan is a life-saving straw for her. Zhang Yuan smiled meaningfully. I saved myself successfully. Of course there is a trick. Chapter 13:17 The relationship between work status and suffering travel. Zhang Yuan used a slightly proud tone to tell Zhang Nan about his experience in detail, and used the 3-step method. The first step was to introduce Zhang Nan to the latest theoretical results of Wu Bin's research in the Human Resources Department. The second step was to combine the list of suffering travel and find commonalities between the leaders who were selected to go on the suffering travel and those who did not go on the suffering travel. The third step was to conduct a comprehensive analysis and find a way to deal with it. If he was not particularly sure before, then now that the list of the second suffering travel has come out, Zhang Yuan's speculation has been fully verified. On the one hand, the few people he had confirmed to be safe before, such as Chen Kongtua of the Jingji Hotel, are still safe. On the other hand, none of the leaders he thought were more dangerous before were spared. And he himself successfully escaped a disaster by doing something in the offline viewing event during the GOG Global Invitational. With so many verifications, Zhang Yuan has been very sure of his theory, and can even be said to be convinced. Mr. Pei's deep intention is to guide everyone to get rid of the alienated state of labor, work happily and creatively, and thus unleash their greatest potential. Zhang Nan was stunned. At first glance, this theory is quite outrageous and totally unreasonable. But after Zhang Yuan explained the reasoning process of this theory, especially after every step was perfectly matched, Zhang Nan felt that this theory was too comprehensive and perfect, and it was simply impeccable. Zhang Nan thought for a moment and said, "It does make sense to hear you say that. This should be the explanation that is closest to Mr. Pei's original idea. But I still don't quite understand it. The logic in the previous part is very smooth, such as alienation of labor, the separation of work and entertainment, and the division of responsible people, which are all very clear. But, how do these theories connect with the suffering journey? Why is the way to correct alienation of labor to suffer?" Zhang Yuan seemed to have thought about this problem a long time ago, and smiled and said, "This is actually very easy to understand. I didn't understand it at first, but after the second batch of names came out, I discussed it carefully with Wu Bin and learned about his latest theoretical results. Then, it suddenly dawned on me that everything is related. In fact, suffering travel itself is a standard template of labor alienation." Zhang Nan was surprised and asked, "Why?" Zhang Yuan patiently explained, "Is travel itself happy? Of course it is happy. When people take the initiative to travel, they can choose the time, place, and way of travel by themselves. In this state, traveling is of course a happy thing. When you arrive at a new place and see new scenery, even if you have walked a long distance, bumpy all the way, and tired from traveling, you will still enjoy it. And suffering travel completely changes the nature of travel, from active travel to forced travel, and becomes a very serious matter. You can't choose the time, place, and way of travel by yourself, but others choose them. During the trip, strict itineraries and goals are planned and must be achieved. The purpose of travel is no longer happiness, but but to complete the set tasks. Compare it with labor alienation. Do you have a lot in common with it? Zhang Nan nodded thoughtfully. Well, indeed. The commonality is still very obvious. Labor and travel were originally subjective, free, and creative activities, but after alienation, they have become passive, forced, and painful activities. The process of this transformation, as well as the results of the transformation, are quite similar. Zhang Yuan continued, this is actually very difficult to discover, because of the long-standing inertial thinking. Most people naturally think that work and entertainment are separate and distinct, and their natures are completely different. In inertial thinking, we think that work is tiring and painful, while travel is free, relaxing, and entertaining. So, it is difficult to think of the common points between work and travel. But in fact, in their most original state, their natures are highly similar. This is actually very difficult to understand, but once you understand it, you will have a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Zhang Nan thought seriously, so, President Pei arranged the suffering trip to make these responsible people understand this truth? Change their mentality? But this seems a bit far-fetched. After all, although these responsible people can be said to be workaholics, work does bring them some fun, and the suffering trip is not fun at all? Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly. Although there is fun, the nature is different. The fun that workaholics get from work is not the most original fun of work. What drives workaholics to work is often a sense of responsibility, a habit developed from childhood, the goal of promotion and salary increase, and the stimulation of various complex factors. The original pleasure of labor is the joy of creation and the joy of using intelligence and talent. These two kinds of pleasure are fundamentally different and cannot be confused. If you confuse them, it is easy to fall into a state where creativity is suppressed without knowing it. It is precisely because the alienated state of labor has been deeply rooted in people's hearts and has become commonplace that President Pei wants to change to a carrier-like travel, so that it is easier to understand the irrationality of labor alienation. Zhang Yuan explained a little more. Obviously, most of the theoretical knowledge in these contents comes from Wu Bin, and Zhang Yuan just repeats it based on his own understanding. On the surface, workaholics can also get happiness from work, but what they get is not the original happiness of labor. Workaholics also feel a sense of satisfaction after completing their work, but this sense of satisfaction comes from the following aspects. First, a sense of responsibility. Because work and entertainment are strictly separated, so work is regarded as proper, reasonable, and noble, while entertainment is regarded as improper, decadent, and a waste of time. Therefore, in the eyes of workaholics, work has a strong legitimacy. When spending a lot of time working, although they cannot feel the original joy of work, they will get a sense of satisfaction that I have been doing the right thing and not wasting time. Secondly, this is a habit. Most people have been taught since childhood that you cannot play, you have to study, you have to work hard, and you have to work hard to make money. Studying and working are painful in themselves, but you have to bear and endure this pain, because excellent people do this. Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, you can get 888 red envelopes. Over time, enduring pain has become a habit, and even naturally adapted to it. Changing this painful state will make people become unaccustomed. Finally, it is the stimulation of the goal. The goal of many people's work is to complete KPIs, complete performance, be evaluated in the assessment, get promoted and get a raise, and get promoted step by step in the workplace. And this goal makes them like a donkey with a carrot hanging on it, constantly grinding their heads. Of course, it is not to say that pursuing promotions and raises or emphasizing hard work and responsibility is wrong. Working hard is a professional spirit and should be encouraged. But from another perspective, emphasizing the pain of work and the legitimacy of work actually separates the joy of labor and makes people naturally accept the alienated state of labor. Zhang Nan was puzzled, but doesn't this achieve the ultimate goal? If the ultimate goal is for employees to work hard, get promoted and get a raise, and for the company to grow rapidly, then Tenda has already achieved this goal. Why should we still dwell on its nature? Zhang Yuan shook his head again. Of course not. There is actually a fundamental difference between these two states. People can endure pain, or even ignore it, but sooner or later these pains will bite back. It's just a matter of more or less. Some people can't even feel the consequences at all, but that doesn't mean the consequences don't exist. If you think that work itself is a painful thing, and that completing work comes from a sense of responsibility, in order to achieve KPIs and established goals, then on the surface you do your work well, but in fact, you don't have the motivation to move forward. Because the spirit of innovation requires immersion, fun, and a state of forgetting oneself and others. If you think work is painful, then this pain will continue to accumulate at work. If you think the goal of work is to make money, then after a certain point, you will hate work. Some people say that they enjoy life when they make enough money. In the final analysis, it's because they set work and life in opposition, and regard work as a painful means of making a living, rather than a part of life that is fun. Only when you truly feel the joy of labor can you give full play to your imagination and creativity without wasting yourself. What President Pei needs is not a tool who only has KPIs and performance in his eyes, but a person who is full of imagination and creativity and can take charge of a situation. Zhang Nan suddenly realized, so that's it. In other words, suffering travel is actually a microcosm of the state of labor alienation. After the responsible people feel this pain, they can better understand the wrong direction they are in their work and take the initiative to correct it. Zhang Yuan nodded, yes. In fact, I have already felt this change. Before, I sang 2 songs on stage for fun, and suddenly found that the effect was quite good. Of course, I know what level I sing, but why do the audience like it so much? Obviously, this attitude of having fun with netizens and the spirit of entertaining the public have been affirmed by everyone, which has brought me closer to everyone. This is very inspiring for my next work. If this is the case for a department like the esports division that does not need creativity, then for departments such as games and movies, how much will the creative exploration improve the responsible people? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 13:18 Home Group Seeks Cooperation. After this explanation, Zhang Nan was convinced. It makes so much sense. Following Zhang Yuan's train of thought, she continued to go on. That is, the essence of suffering travel is to correct incorrect work and labor concepts. For those goal-driven leaders, suffering travel is a very painful thing, which will make them reflect on this alienated state. After truly understanding this truth, they will embark on the right path of happy work, and then suffering travel will naturally not find them. So, if you don't want to go on suffering travel and meet President Pei's expectations of us, you have to work hard to make things happen? At least show President Pei that our ideas have changed and we have entered a state of happy work. Zhang Yuan nodded, yes, that's for sure. But how to make things happen specifically depends on the leaders to formulate a more suitable plan based on the actual situation of their department. Zhang Nan nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. Her original purpose was very simple, just wanting to ask Zhang Yuan for advice to avoid suffering travel. I didn't expect that this question not only got the standard answer, but also brought unexpected gains. The key is to clarify a more correct and more advanced working state. Compared with this, avoiding suffering travel has become a relatively minor matter. Zhang Nan asked, can this method be shared with other responsible persons? Zhang Yuan nodded, of course. President Pei went to such great lengths to remind us, isn't it just to let us understand it on our own, remind each other and supervise each other? Moreover, this method is not my original creation. Wu Bin first built the theoretical basis, and I verified it in combination with the actual situation at work. The credit is not mine alone. Since it is an important supplement to the Tenda spirit, of course it must be popularized as soon as possible, and President Pei's painstaking efforts cannot be wasted. Of course, it is also very important to let everyone suffer less. The first batch of responsible persons who went to suffer were gloating, but I am different from them. Don't look at these people laughing now. If they don't correct their work attitude, they will have to go to jail again sooner or later. Zhang Nan agreed deeply. With a selfless spirit, the two people are ready to cooperate with Wu Bin to share the latest theoretical research results with all responsible persons. Of course, this kind of sharing must not be done in a big way, and it must not be done too obviously, otherwise it would be a waste of Mr. Pei's painstaking efforts. It must be subtle and silent. November 14th, Wednesday. In the advertising and marketing department, Meng Chang carefully watched the already edited promotional video. Meng Chang was very satisfied with this promotional video. It completely achieved the effect he wanted. The promotional video was not very long, and the scene was relatively simple, all of which were the daily work of some agents. Ding Xiao had been an agent for a long time, and these scenes were very familiar to her, so she played her true colors on the scene, neither too exaggerated nor insufficient. Of course, it can't be compared with those professional actors, but this is the effect Meng Chang wants. The audience can't be really moved, and the film must have a sense of being true and false. After careful tasting, it feels that the taste is not right, then it is correct. Well, no problem. Arrange it and start the publicity plan immediately. The entire advertising and marketing department became busy again, and steadily advanced according to the established publicity plan. Of course, according to Meng Chang's usual style, the publicity funds were not stingy. In the afternoon, the marketing department of the residential group, the director's office. Boss Gao. Please watch this video. Marketing director Gao Ming took the phone from his subordinate and watched the video from beginning to end. Which company made this promotional video? Gao Ming's first reaction was a sense of responsibility. Because this promotional video looked good, moreover, judging from the popularity of the video, there must be a promoter behind this video, otherwise it would not be possible to gain such high popularity in a short period of time. And the facts have also proved that similar promotional content has appeared in many video websites and offline advertisements, which is enough to prove that this is a complete set of promotional plans, not just some individuals shooting for fun out of interest. The content of the promotional video is actually very simple, which is to shoot the daily life of a real estate agent, shooting her more difficult and less understood side. But the length of the whole film is appropriate and the rhythm is smooth, especially the actor's performance is quite real, which can make people empathize. Although it is not absolutely perfect and cannot reach the level of actor and actress, as a promotional video, it has already met the requirements. So the question is, who shot such a promotional video? And so much trouble to spend money on promotion? Mostly, competitors. Although the home group has a high market share in China, it is not completely without competitors. Many new model intermediary companies are threatening it. Moreover, the possibility of new capital entering the market is not ruled out. It is a normal process to shoot such a promotional video, to build momentum and then take the opportunity to promote the brand of the company. For the residential group, of course, it is necessary to be on guard. The subordinate who came to report explained, "Mr. Gao, the strange thing is this, it was not shot by a competitor." The official account of Qingshan Studio posted this video. This is a game studio, which is funded by Xinhua and Tenda. But this studio has nothing to do with Xinhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment. And this video is a promotional video for their new game. I did some research and it is very credible. The game they are making is indeed related to real estate agents. Jiao Real Estate Agent Simulator is almost completed. Gao Ming was also at a loss. Obviously, if this advertisement was posted by Xinhua Real Estate or Sloth Apartment, Gao Ming would definitely think that they are going to enter the real estate agency industry and directly compete with the current main business of Zhujia Group. But now it is posted by a game company? And there should be no possibility of sleight of hand, because Qingshan Studio is indeed making VR games, and the game itself is related to real estate agents, and it is almost completed. It is reasonable to use such a promotional video to make the audience feel more involved in the identity of real estate agents, and then promote their own new games. Then can we talk about cooperation? As the director of the marketing department, Gao Ming is still very perceptive in this regard. Although Qingshan Studio has investment backgrounds from Shenhua Group and Tenda Group, investigations show that it is essentially highly independent. There is no logo of Shenhua Real Estate or Sloth Apartment on this promotional video, and no other company has forwarded it, which is enough to show that this promotional video is made by Qingshan Studio purely for its own game promotion. In this way, isn't there a possibility of cooperation? Gao Ming said, Qingshan Studio is also a relatively famous VR studio in China, and VR and house viewing, there is a certain possibility of linkage in itself. We can pay a marketing fee to bundle our game with Qingshan Studio's game for promotion. At that time, we can not only conduct marketing for the game player group, but also increase the popularity of each other and further enhance our company's brand image. Quick, ask Qingshan Studio if they are willing to cooperate with us immediately, and offer higher conditions. The subordinate nodded, but he did not do it immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a while and said, but Mr. Gao, some comments under this video are not very friendly. Gao Ming was stunned for a moment. Huh? He took the phone again and glanced at the comments under the video. There are indeed some comments expressing sympathy and support for the hard work of the agents, but there are also quite a few comments that are cursing, and the curses are harsh. Of course, not all of them are venting emotions. Some people also presented facts and reasoned about how shady the agents they encountered were, and they completely disagreed with the direction of pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy in the video. However, the controversy is not about the video itself, but about the real estate agency industry. There are even a few comments that specifically named the home group. Gao Ming didn't care, this is normal. There are many trolls on the internet. You can find something to troll about any promotional video. Don't worry about it. We promote our products normally, as long as there is popularity. Our marketing plan has a clear target group. As for these trolls, they have prejudices against us. It doesn't matter whether they accept it or not. Besides, even though these people like to swear, when they rent a house, they still have to go to our store obediently. The subordinate nodded, okay, Mr. Gao, I will contact Qingshan Studio right away. Gao Ming leaned back in his chair and thought, there is such a good thing under the table? Isn't this a performance that comes to the door? Qingshan Studio wants to promote the new game and is willing to spend money. Sooner or later, the popularity will be hyped up. Home Group has some face in China. If it is linked with Qingshan Studio, isn't this a win-win situation? As long as the price is high enough, Qingshan Studio should have no reason to refuse. However, he had just thought about it happily for a while when his subordinate knocked on the door again. Boss Gao, they rejected it. And it was the boss of the studio, Boss Lin, who personally rejected it. They didn't even discuss the conditions. We misunderstood. There is no possibility of cooperation. Gao Ming couldn't help but frown. Isn't this too straightforward? It's only been a few minutes? He highly suspected that the call was just transferred to Boss Lin, and he just introduced himself and was rejected by the other side. Such a win-win situation was rejected so straightforwardly? The subordinate asked tentatively, Boss Gao, what should we do? Should we give up, or should I make a few more calls to talk? Gao Ming waved his hand, no need. The popularity has already risen. Even if we don't cooperate, we can take advantage of this popularity to promote it ourselves. We can also shoot a promotional video and send it out during this period. Won't the popularity come naturally? Chapter 13-19 You dare to hang out in the group when neither the game nor the new book is finished? November 15th, Thursday afternoon. The leaders who participated in the suffering trip returned to Qingshan again, and all felt as if they were in another world. Everyone quickly said goodbye to each other and couldn't wait to return to their respective jobs. Hu Xianben looked at the backs of everyone leaving, feeling a little complicated. You said, everyone is fine, why am I the only one who has lost my job? After sighing silently, Hu Xianben took a car back to Shenhua Haojing building, intending to check the situation of the game department, pack up, and then report to Rabbit Tail Live. At the same time, Yufei had just received his letter of appointment from Assistant Qian, and immediately sent it to his reader group and the book review area of his book. In the end, he was still worried that some readers would not see it, so he specially sent a single chapter explanation. After a series of operations, Yufei opened the reader group to see the readers' reactions. As expected, after Yufei posted this picture, the group was flooded with question marks. Black question mark. What the hell? Fuck, the bastard author is so lazy that he doesn't want to publish a new book and deceives us old readers that he even fabricates it. It's fake, it's obviously fake. I've never heard of Tenda having such a thing as a letter of appointment. A novel writer went to the game department to help for 3 months and became the chief planner? Fuck, isn't this outrageous? No novels dare to write like this. Forging official seals is illegal. You bastard author, I advise you to turn yourself in and try to get a lighter sentence. Seeing the feedback from the group members, Yufei was speechless. Good guy, no matter what kind of evidence I show you, you just don't believe it? This is really a letter of appointment from Tenda. It's really a seal from Tenda. Yufei had to explain it again helplessly. I know it's illegal to forge official seals, but why should I? This is true. And it was approved by President Pei himself, and a notice was also issued within the company. If you don't believe it, ask your friends who work at Tenda. There is also this item in the personnel changes of the game department in the internal notice. Why did he become the chief planner after helping for 3 months? I want to know too, you can ask President Pei. After a long argument, the readers in the group finally accepted this fact. The main thing is that Tenda did issue a notice internally, and all internal employees can see it, which can prove Yufei's statement. Now, the attitude of everyone in the group has taken a 180-degree turn. Finally, no one is urging the new book anymore. The dog author is awesome. Damn, a small author managed to write a book and become the chief planner of Tenda Games? This is even cooler than a cool article. I suggest the dog author to scrap his previous rubbish idea and stop writing it. It has no future. The new book should be about how I helped to become the chief planner of Tenda Games in 3 months. This is a good topic, I strongly support it. The dog author, please tell me what Tenda Games is like inside? Do you have any photos? What is the working status like? It is said that all employees have top-of-the-line ROF computers and are full of games. Is that true? What type of new game is it? Give me some information. When will the new game be launched? How complete is it? When will Turning Back 2 be developed? Please tell GOG to strengthen Happy Yuan Nan, he really can't stand up now. Nonsense, Happy Yuan Nan can still play in the game, but he can't play in the public game. Besides, this hero should be directly chopped into the sewer. After all, people who play this hero have gained the ultimate happiness, so what does it matter whether they win or not? Stupid author, please give me an internal recommendation? My ultimate dream is to work in the game department of Tenda. Everyone was urging Yufei to open a new book before, but now? No more urging. Many people even think that it doesn't matter whether the new book is opened or not. Now there are more things to care about. Yufei was somewhat helpless and explained one by one. We can take 2 photos for you internally, anyway, they are similar to the photos taken online. Vacant seats? Oh, those are not for those who took leave and did not come to work, they are all the cenotes left by the heads who were transferred from the game department to other departments. There is no development plan for turning back to for the time being, it depends on what Mr. Pei means. The content and launch time of the new game cannot be disclosed, this is a secret. I can only say that the new game is still in the intense development stage, and there is still a lot of follow-up work to be done. Optimistically speaking, it will take more than 2 months at the earliest. Everyone, please be patient and wait, after all, the quality of the game must be guaranteed. When they heard that they had to wait for more than 2 months, everyone was still quite optimistic and felt that this efficiency was already very high. Okay, isn't it just more than 2 months? You can wait, I'm going to play Eternal Reincarnation 10 times. So, since it is still in the intense development stage, why are you still in the group, dog author? Hurry up and go develop games. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. That's right. Hurry up and work hard. The head of the Tenda game department can't slack off at work. Slacking off at work, we players are the first to disapprove. Game development is very hard, but the new book cannot be written without it. At most, you can write less. Well, I won't ask you for more. It used to be 10,000 a day, but now it's 9,900 a day. The game is not finished, and the new book is not published. How can you be so embarrassed to hang out in the group? Hurry up and get to work. Seeing these unscrupulous readers talking like this, Yufei almost vomited blood. Good guy, before they just urged me to update the book, now they even urged me to update the game. This is different from the imagined script. Shouldn't everyone understand my hard work and be very tolerant and say that I can just write a new book casually and update 1 or 2,000 words every day? Sure enough, people are unreliable. This group of black-hearted readers have no sympathy at all. Yufei quietly went offline. Just as he was about to start working, he looked up and saw Hu Xianbin. Compared with when he first came last month, Hu Xianbin was a little darker and thinner, but he was quite energetic and felt like he had been reborn. Brother Hu is back. Yufei showed a look of surprise. But on second thought, what's the point of being surprised? I was looking forward to Hu Xianbin's return, hoping to complete the work handover and go back to write books. Now, Hu Xianbin has been transferred to Tuwei Live, and my letter of appointment has been issued. Now I am not a substitute, but a regular chief designer of Tenda Games. Other people from Tenda Games also noticed Hu Xianbin. Old Hu. You look in good spirits. Let's have a farewell dinner together tonight. I'll go reserve a seat now. I think we can still get one at Mingfu family banquet. How was your experience on the suffering journey? Tell us about it. After all, it's time to change jobs, so we still have to have a farewell dinner. This is a department tradition. Strictly speaking, this tradition should have been passed down from President Pei. No matter big or small, as long as there is a reason, you have to have a meal. Each department has special funds for similar activities, and the game department is no exception. Hu Xianbin almost wanted to cry to everyone about how inhumanely tortured and abused he was on the suffering journey. But then he thought, something was wrong. Who would go after telling the truth? After a moment of silence, he said, I'll talk to you in detail about the suffering trip when we have dinner tonight. I'll pack up and report to Rabbit Tail Live. After a brief chat with everyone, Hu Xianbin took his water cup, laptop and other personal belongings, and prepared to report to Rabbit Tail Live. Although the company's computers are all high-end ROF, after all, they occasionally need to work from home or handle some important matters, so most employees have another laptop according to previous practice. Some less important personal items were kept at the workstation, and the traces of the computer on the workstation remained unchanged. It was considered a memory in the game department. Although it was reported, the buildings where Shenhua Haojing and Tuwei Live were located were not far away, and it took more than 10 minutes to get there by car. Hu Xianbin was still a little nervous, because he had not dealt with this Mr. Ma much. As far as he knew, this Mr. Ma was Mr. Pei's right-hand man and had a very high status. At first, it seemed that he had worked in Tenda Games for a short period of time, but before Hu Xianbin joined the company, Ma Yan had been transferred to Moyu Internet Cafe. Later, this Mr. Ma was responsible for Moyu Internet Cafe, Yuan Venture Capital, Tuwei Live and other departments, and made significant contributions at each stage. Especially when Yuan Venture Capital, the investment in IOI made Tenda a profit of 500 million, which has always been a matter of great relish. I don't know what kind of requirements this Mr. Ma will have for himself. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1320. Mr. Ma is really a man of temperament. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Hu Xianbin held his laptop, walked through the sparse workstations of the same model as Tingda and Rabbit Tail Live, and came to Mr. Ma's office and knocked gently. He could vaguely hear the sound of a live broadcast of a game coming from the office. "Come in." After a loud answer, Hu Xianbin pushed the door open. There was a huge projector in the spacious office, which was playing the latest game of today's GOG Global Invitational. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and Mr. Ma was sitting on a single sofa, watching the game very excitedly. Hu Xianbin couldn't help but sigh that Mr. Ma really loves what he does. He was responsible for investment work before, and he invested large sums of money without hesitation. Now he is responsible for Rabbit Tail Live, and he never forgets to watch the live broadcast of the game during his busy work, which is enough to show that he is very serious and responsible for his work. Seeing Hu Xianbin, Ma Yang's long face lit up with a smile, and he immediately stood up. "You're finally here, I've been waiting for you. Come, sit down and watch the game for a while, there are drinks over there, take whatever you want." At that time, I complained to Brother Qian that Rabbit Tail Live was short of people and urgently needed a capable assistant. As a result, Brother Qian arranged you here without saying a word. I feel relieved that you are here. Hu Xianbin was a little flattered by Mr. Ma's enthusiasm. Before, he still had many doubts about this job transfer. Does it feel a bit like being exiled? Hu Xianbin asked himself that he had worked at Tenda Games for a long time and his game performance was also good. But first he was arranged to suffer a journey, and then he was transferred from the game department. How could it feel like Mr. Pei was deliberately targeting him? Hu Xianbin was puzzled. Was Mr. Pei dissatisfied with me? But no matter how incompetent I am as the person in charge, I would not let you Fei replace me, right? Now I understand what Mr. Ma said. This is obviously not an exile, but a new position for me to shine. It turned out that the cause of the incident was that Mr. Ma complained to Mr. Pei that Rabbit Tail Live lacked talents, so Mr. Pei arranged me here. In other words, Mr. Pei highly recognized my work at Tenda Games and felt that I had grown to a certain level and could no longer be confined to the game department, but should come to a brand new environment to display my talents. Thinking of this, Hu Xianbin's previous somewhat lost mood was swept away, and he even suddenly felt full of energy. So he sat down on the sofa next to him and watched the game with Mr. Ma. By T can be seen that Mr. Ma was quite involved in watching the game, sometimes clapping and sometimes sighing, and often commenting on the situation of the whole game. He didn't act like a vice president at all, and was quite down to earth. It's just that the content he commented on the game seems to be wrong at all. Although Min Jingchao is mainly responsible for GOG, Hu Xianbin didn't participate much, but relatively speaking, he also has some professional understanding. To be frank, Mr. Ma's understanding of the game is basically at the same level as many barrage masters. When Mr. Ma yelled, "Why don't you fight, too cowardly," It was basically when the opponent occupied the position in advance and his hero didn't reach the strong period, so he really couldn't fight. Mr. Ma yelled, "Why didn't the middle lane support?" In fact, it was because the middle lane was targeted and the soldiers happened to be pressed under his tower. Mr. Ma said that he was optimistic about the lineup of a certain side, and the accuracy rate was basically around 50%. This didn't even look like a poisoned milk, it seemed to be purely random. In short, Mr. Ma's opinions on this situation of the game were basically of no reference value. However, Hu Xianbin did not look down on Mr. Ma because of this. After all, everyone has their own expertise. As a business manager and an investment genius, it is normal for him to not understand the game competition. Mr. Ma has such an active attitude and such down-to-earth viewing behavior, which is very valuable. As Hu Xianbin was thinking, he suddenly had an idea. Huh? Could this be one of the reasons why President Pei arranged for me to come to Rabbit Tail Live? President Ma obviously doesn't know much about games. Besides, Qin Yufeng, who was taken away from Rabbit Tail Live to suffer a journey, is not a professional in the game industry. Is this some kind of hint from President Pei? Hinting that my job transfer is actually to make up for the shortcomings of Rabbit Tail Live and make efforts in the field of games? The more Hu Xianbin thought about it, the more it seemed right. If President Ma knows a lot about games, then Hu Xianbin really doesn't understand what he is doing at Rabbit Tail Live. After all, he doesn't have any special skills. He has worked under President Pei for so long and has a little experience and understanding of game design. Now, is this a hint? There is no doubt that it points to the future development direction of Rabbit Tail Live. Soon, a game was over. Ma Yang picked up the 1,600 milliliters cup next to him and drank it all up. There was no way, he was a little too involved in the game just now, and he consumed a lot of water, so his mouth was dry. Seeing this cup that looks like a small thermos, Hu Xianbin couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Ma is indeed a man of temperament, even drinking water is so individual. Mr. Pei and Mr. Ma are really two completely different sides of their personalities. Mr. Pei is the kind of person who is calm and composed, and can plan and strategize. If he were in ancient times, he would definitely be considered a wise general, who can destroy the enemy with a smile. Mr. Ma is very straightforward and true to his nature. If he were in ancient times, he would probably be a warrior. Although he acts rashly, he can also achieve success. Otherwise, why do we say that Mr. Pei and Mr. Ma are good partners? During the break, Ma Yang asked, "By the way, before the game starts, let's talk about business." The last time I had dinner with Brother Qian, he briefly talked about the future development direction of Rabbit Tail Live, and I wrote it down. Before, Qin Yufeng said that he wanted to build Rabbit Tail Live into a real knowledge platform, but Brother Qian rejected it. Then I suggested fighting with YY Live and Langya Live, spending money to poach their anchors, and Brother Qian said that instead of poaching anchors, it is better to poach anchors, or find some new people and gradually absorb them into our platform. In the end, it is to spend more money to develop platform functions, but it cannot be related to academics. You understand the spirit and think about how to do it specifically. When eating the buffet, Ma Yang wrote down all of Pei Qian's words, and he has kept them until now. But until now, he has not figured out what specific functions he wants to do. The task of poaching anchors has been assigned to Qin Yufeng, but this kind of thing will not have any obvious effect in a short time. Moreover, Rabbit Tail Live has been busy broadcasting the GOG Global Invitational and other competitions recently. Ma Yang was so engrossed in watching the competition that he sometimes forgot to think about what specific functions to develop. So it was delayed for a while. Now that Hu Xianbin has arrived, the work can be pushed forward naturally. Hu Xianbin's eyes lit up. Boss Pei has made it clear. Boss Ma, you don't need to say it, I understand. Boss Pei said that we should spend money to develop platform functions, but it cannot be related to academics. I think there are two reasons. First, it is difficult to dig deep into the platform functions in terms of academic content. No matter how hard you try, it is difficult to dig out flowers. Because creating a face-to-face communication effect between students and lecturers through video live broadcast is already the most intuitive and effective way to spread academic content. Adding other fancy functions will not improve the actual experience. At present, the live broadcast content and lecture recordings of Rabbit Tail Live are enough to meet academic needs. Next, we just need to wait for the content to be gradually enriched. Second, Boss Pei obviously does not want to limit the positioning of Rabbit Tail Live to an academic platform. Although highlighting this point is more conducive to creating a label and impressing the audience, overemphasizing it will naturally discourage many potential users. If you link Rabbit Tail Live with a learning platform, many people will subconsciously not want to watch it. How can this work? Our ultimate goal is to let everyone know that there are some academic content on Rabbit Tail Live and that they can learn knowledge. At the same time, we are not bad in other aspects, such as entertainment and games. This is the only way. Combining these 2 points, President Pei is obviously hinting that the new functions that Rabbit Tail Live wants to develop must be entertainment content with large investment, obvious results, and unique competitiveness. And with the help of new content in this area, we will further broaden the audience's understanding of Rabbit Tail Live, in the 2 main subjects of academic content and esports event live broadcasts. In addition to content, we should also explore new fulcrums. Ma Yang nodded frequently. Yes, that makes sense. Yes, I also think that Brother Qian must think so. Hu Xianbin was very proud of getting the approval of President Ma, and continued, moreover, President Pei has set the general direction. In fact, I don't have any special talents. Compared with other responsible persons, I am just closer to the game department and have a deeper understanding of the game. So I think President Pei should be hinting at me to strengthen the linkage between Rabbit Tail Live and the game department, and design some new functions for Rabbit Tail Live based on the game content. Ma Yang listened more seriously. For example? Hu Xianbin thought for a while. For example, we can find the game department to cooperate and develop the function of in-game live broadcast, and connect the game client and the live broadcast platform. I remember that a long time ago, some RTS games have already realized the use of hundreds of KB video files to record a whole game of dozens of minutes. Because the live broadcast platform transmits high bitrate images, and the game records a series of data, when the player has a client, as long as a small amount of game data is used to mobilize the game's picture resources to display on the local computer, an excellent effect can be achieved. Of course, this method cannot replace the current mainstream live broadcast method. After all, most people watch live broadcasts on mobile phones or web pages. But it can be used as a supplement. On the one hand, it gives viewers another choice, allowing them to choose to run games on their own computers, freely see more details, and the picture quality will inevitably be improved. On the other hand, it relatively reduces the bandwidth pressure of the platform and carries a larger number of users. Chapter 1321 Only Tenda can do it. After Hu Xianbin finished speaking, he focused on observing Mr. Ma's reaction. Well, Mr. Ma seems quite interested, which shows that this idea is feasible. So he elaborated on his idea in a little more detail. This function, to put it bluntly, is to try to break through the barriers between the game client and the live broadcast platform to form the effect of resource integration. Take GOG as an example. We built the live broadcast software of Rabbit Tail Live into the GOG game, and used Rabbit Tail Live to read the data in the GOG game, and then combined this data with the camera screen and microphone sound collected by the anchor. The audience receives this data in their own GOG client, and the in-game data is played out by the GOG client. All the original resources in the game are used, and they can also switch and view various game data freely. In the game screen, the anchor's camera screen and microphone sound can be freely turned on or off. This is equivalent to directly cutting off the game screen that originally needed to be transmitted at the original picture bit rate, and only need to transmit the sound and camera screen, which greatly reduces the bandwidth pressure. For players, the amount of data transmitted in the game is larger. If it is a traditional live broadcast mode, the audience can only see what is happening on the screen. But in this new mode, the audience can freely view all the information in the game, including the opponent's equipment, attribute information, specific operations, etc. We can also create some additional functions, such as real-time display of key operations, displaying the host's keys in a specific area, replay function. You can drag the progress bar to replay the highlights. There are also richer OB functions. The audience can watch the host's first-person perspective if they want to watch the first-person perspective, and if they want to see the global perspective or the opponent's perspective, they can also switch. Of course, like normal live broadcasts, a delay function is also needed to prevent peaking or reporting points. In terms of GOG viewing, this function will be more practical, because more things happen in the game, and the audience wants to know more details. For Rabbit Tail Live, many games have built-in Rabbit Tail Live, which is equivalent to a perfect promotion, and for these games, adding a live broadcast function can also provide players with more things to do when they are hanging on the client. And this approach is not limited to GOG. Other games like Turn Back and Mission and Choice can also be used. Players can even use mods and personalization settings to make the game screen displayed on their client more in line with their preferences. For example, in Turning Back, after players install the appearance mod and then watch the anchor's live broadcast, they will also see the game screen after the mod is installed, which provides more choices. In addition, the game client can also be used as an entrance for anchor recommendation. Players of Turning Back can look for anchors specializing in turning back on the client. Many anchors are not popular, so they rank very low on the live broadcast platform and have no traffic at all. But when it comes to each game, the possibility of being discovered is greatly increased. And this is exactly what Mr. Pei requires, that is, to discover anchors and perfect. Is it a good match? Ma Yang found it more and more reasonable, but he still had a question. It sounds perfect. But is it possible for other game companies or live broadcast platforms to imitate or copy us? Hu Xianbin smiled. Mr. Ma, you may not know much about games. Only Tenda can do this. Because only in Tenda can the game department and the live broadcast department be indistinguishable from each other without any conflicts of interest. To achieve this, the live broadcast platform and the game client must be connected. This workload is not small and has a certain technical content. But the workload and technical content are not the biggest problems. After all, they can be solved by burning money. The biggest problem is that the interests of game companies and live broadcast platforms are not consistent at all. How can they cooperate? Currently, among the domestic companies, those that make games are simply making games, and those that make live streaming platforms are simply making live streaming platforms. There is no company like Tenda that has done both. Let's assume that if IOI wants to cooperate with Langya Live and develop similar functions, they will encounter several problems. First of all, for IOI, changing the client requires a lot of work. Why should I develop such a function for your live streaming platform? I have this time. Isn't it better to develop new versions and new heroes? How much practical benefit can this function bring me? Live streaming platform, how much benefit do you have to give me to allow me to add so many useless things to the client, and objectively form a diversion effect for your platform? Will Longyou Group agree? Even if Longyou Group agrees, will Finger Company and Dayak Group agree? Secondly, for live streaming platforms, although this has improved the audience experience to a certain extent and reduced the pressure on bandwidth, the problem is, how much price can be paid to make game developers willing to do this? Moreover, this is equivalent to diverting their own audience to the clients of various games. Isn't it good to control these people in your own hands? It's completely thankless. So, if we regard game companies and live broadcast platforms as two individuals with highly separated interests, this function will cost them more than they will get, and both sides will feel that they have lost out. But if, like Tenda, the game department and the live broadcast platform are a highly unified whole, and we look at the problem from the perspective of the overall interests, then this function will indeed help improve the audience's experience in the long run. The effect may not be very obvious at the beginning, but the more functions there are in the future, the better the experience will be. At that time, this will be the core competitiveness of Rabbit Tail Live compared to other game platforms. What's more, a company like Tenda, which owns so many successful games, is not the only one in the world. It is rare, let alone in China. If it is just one or two games, the effect may not be very obvious, but Tenda has GOG, Fortress at Sea, and many standalone games with excellent sales. It can be said that Tenda accounts for a large part of the game content of the live broadcast platform. This rich family background is the biggest confidence for us to develop this function. Ma Yang nodded immediately. Okay, it makes sense, then do it this way. But, our platform has a rule that requires 1 hour of study. Will it affect this function? Hu Xianbin, of course, also knew this rule of Rabbit Tail Live. After thinking about it, he said, it will definitely have an impact. After all, this is a threshold. But we can also embed a live broadcast platform in the client, and watch learning videos for 1 hour through pop-up windows. That is to say, players can freely switch between two modes in the game client. One is to display game resources, and the other is to display live broadcast images. Of course, you can only use the latter when in learning mode, but as long as the 1 hour time is up, you can freely use all functions. Ma Yang said with some regret, this 1 hour limit is still a bit redundant. Why don't I ask Brother Qian and report our plan to him, and let him make an idea to see if the 1 hour limit can be removed from this function? Hu Xianbin hurriedly shook his head, that's definitely not possible. If watching live broadcasts with the client can bypass this 1 hour threshold, wouldn't it be completely contrary to President Pei's requirements? President Pei will never agree. And I think President Pei's rule must have a deeper meaning. Before we fully understand it, we can't change it at will, otherwise it will affect President Pei's overall layout. Ma Yang, deeper meaning? Hu Xianbin nodded, yes, although I can't think of the specific deeper meaning now. You can think of it this way, now 1 hour of study has become a label for Rabbit Tail Live, and the formation of this label has paid a great price. If we tear off this label, it will cause great losses to Rabbit Tail Live. It will not only be difficult to recover the users we lost before, but it may also cause further loss of existing users. We have come to this point. The audience of Rabbit Tail Live has finally adapted, gotten used to, and accepted it. We must not change it randomly. Among many live broadcast platforms, the impression of Rabbit Tail Live being unique has gradually formed. And the requirement of learning for 1 hour is the most recognizable point that Rabbit Tail Live is different from other platforms in the eyes of the audience who really choose to stay and have become accustomed to it. It is also 3 hours of live broadcasting, and at least I feel that I have gained something for 1 hour. Everyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat official account. And this feeling is their sense of belonging to Rabbit Tail Live. In order to create this label, Rabbit Tail Live actually gave up the opportunity to expand rapidly and lost a large number of user groups. But these lost user groups may still come back in the future. If this regulation is cancelled or circumvented rashly, then for those viewers who have already left, it would be like Rabbit Tail Live slapping itself in the face, completely overturning the previous decision and further proving the wrongness of this decision. And for the viewers who stay and have become accustomed to this regulation, it would also make Rabbit Tail Live lose its uniqueness. In short, in this situation, nothing can be changed. If it is changed, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Ma Yang nodded, well, that makes sense. In fact, I just said it casually. I still fully support Brother Qian's decision. Brother Qian is right. You are indeed a great talent. Sending you here really solves my urgent needs. Then you prepare and make a plan. Without further ado, we will start to arrange it next week. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1322. I just came here to go through the formalities. Losing money to become the richest man started from the game. In the evening, Hu Xianbin came to the Ming Mansion family banquet and had a farewell dinner with everyone in the game department. In the afternoon, he had a very good chat with Mr. Ma. He was a little dissatisfied with being transferred to the live broadcast department, but now he has no such feeling at all. I feel that Mr. Ma is a very sensible person, who agrees with his views very much and has strong execution. With the relationship between Mr. Ma and Mr. Pei, it is probably very convenient to ask for resources. In this way, Hu Xianbin feels that he can also make a big splash on the live broadcast platform. There are many people at this dinner tonight. In addition to old friends in the game department, some old acquaintances also came from the GOG project team, including Zhang Nan. After all, the GOG project team and the game department were inseparable before, and they were very familiar with each other. While eating, everyone discussed recent events, from the GOG Global Invitational to new games, and finally inevitably talked about the suffering journey. Someone asked curiously, Lao Hu, how painful is the suffering trip? Is the documentary exaggerated, or is that your real situation? After hearing his question, many people, including Yu Fei, couldn't help but listen attentively. Who can guarantee that the scope of suffering travel will not be extended to the backbone members of the department in the future? Moreover, the content of suffering travel is too mysterious, which really makes people curious. Hu Xianbin put down his chopsticks and cleared his throat solemnly. It's a suffering trip. It's a bit of suffering, but it's also important. The documentary you saw is a little exaggerated, after all, it's a program effect. But looking back and savoring it carefully, in fact, in addition to suffering, there are still many gains. Everyone was a little surprised. A lot of gains? Yes. Hu Xianbin nodded. First of all, going outside for a walk does help to strengthen the body and relax the mind. This opportunity to completely empty yourself and get in close contact with nature is not common. Think about it, this experience may not happen once in a lifetime. Now you can experience it with Pei. Isn't it good? Secondly, it's suffering, but it's actually tempering. After completing the goal, there is still a sense of accomplishment. Finally, after the leaders shared hardships, their feelings have improved a lot, which will also greatly improve the linkage and mutual help between various departments in the future. I think this is a selection of outstanding employees by President Pei. Only after going through the baptism of the suffering trip and passing the physical and mental tests can you have a steel-like will and truly become a talent that President Pei trusts. So, if someone wants to be noticed by President Pei as soon as possible and wants to challenge himself, he might as well take the initiative to participate in the suffering trip. In fact, those projects are not that difficult. I often win the first place in rock climbing competitions. Hu Xianbin is also full of nonsense. No way, if it is really so miserable, who will go in the future? It can't be that he will become one of the few people who suffer in the suffering trip? That would be too miserable. For such a meaningful activity, of course, everyone should have a share. So before returning from the suffering trip, the first batch of people who went had already agreed in advance that no one could say bad things about the suffering trip after returning. Of course, it can't be too fake. On the premise of ensuring that people can believe it, as many people as possible can be fooled. After hearing Hu Xianbin's words, the people at the scene had different reactions. Don't say it, there are really people who believe it. Because what Hu Xianbin said does make some sense. Except for a few responsible persons such as Zhang Yuan, other core employees have not actually been exposed to Wu Bin's latest theoretical research results, and there are many different opinions about the deep meaning of suffering travel. But one thing everyone can see is that all those who go on the suffering trip are heads of various departments of Tenda, and they are heads of core departments who have made significant contributions. President Pei would rather delay their work time to arrange them to suffer. Why? Obviously, according to Hu Xianbin, this selection and test of outstanding employees is a self-challenge. And think about it from another perspective. If all those who participate in the suffering trip are heads, and an ordinary employee is mixed in, isn't this a chance to show up in front of President Pei? At that time, if Tenda wants to start a new project, or the head of the department is transferred for various reasons, it must be that those who have left an impression on President Pei have a better chance of being promoted and promoted. Some people think that being an ordinary employee is good, but some people still hope to go to a higher position to display their talents. So Hu Xianbin's words obviously make some sense. And the other part of the people are indifferent. Don't try to trick me into suffering. These people don't want to be heads. They think that the current position is good, with full benefits, and the workload is just right. As for Zhang Nan, he laughed secretly. After hearing Wu Bin's theory from Zhang Yuan, and then listening to Hu Xianbin's speech, he knew it was ridiculously wrong and completely misinterpreted Mr. Pei's meaning. These leaders also took great pains to deceive others to suffer. Seeing Zhang Nan couldn't help laughing, Hu Xianbin's mouth twitched slightly. What's the matter with this unspoken sarcasm? Don't gloat over others' misfortune. You are also the person in charge now. Just because you are in charge of the GOG department now, you can't escape this suffering trip. Hu Xianbin coughed twice. Why, do you think what I said is wrong? Zhang Nan smiled slightly. Of course not. In fact, the verification method is very simple. As long as you take the initiative to apply for a suffering trip, you will know whether President Pei will approve it. According to Wu Bin's theory, the suffering trip is to correct the wrong ideas of those workaholic leaders. If you take the initiative to apply for a suffering trip, it proves that you are already terminally ill and your workaholic status has reached an incurable state. At that time, let alone going on a suffering trip, it would not be surprising to be bullied. Hu Xianbin was very unconvinced. It is indeed possible that it will not be approved, but that is because the suffering trip is an elite selection system. Not everyone has the opportunity to go. If you sign up, if your resume is not enough and your ability is not enough, you may not be selected. Isn't this a very normal thing? The two people insisted on their own opinions, and both felt that their interpretations were correct. The others looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know who to listen to, because in the interpretation of Mr. Pei's intention, the leaders rarely have such huge differences. In the past, one leader proposed an interpretation, and the other leader nodded in agreement and supplemented it, and then they could quickly reach a consensus. But this time it was obvious that both of them seemed to have a point, and neither could convince the other. Zhang Nan originally wanted to explain Wu Bin's theory to Hu Xianbin, but on the one hand, there were too many people in this occasion, and such content involving the core of Tenda's spirit should not be overly publicized, and could only be spread in the small circle of leaders. On the other hand, she felt that Hu Xianbin's words were obviously ill-intentioned, relying on the fact that he would not go on the suffering journey again in the short term to cheat others, and she did not want to share the correct answer with him. Therefore, Zhang Nan did not explain much, and neither of them could convince the other, so they stopped arguing and quickly turned the page. However, there were two different voices on the interpretation of the suffering journey, which made everyone present silently remember this matter. November 16, Friday. Chaolu Game Platform. Yanqi, right? Hello, I'm He Dishing, the person in charge of Yuanming Venture Capital. In the reception room, He Dishing shook hands with Yanqi cordially. Yanqi felt flattered because he had only submitted his plan for a little over a week, and he received a response so quickly. In fact, Li Yada had already briefly communicated with him before, saying that there would be a reply from the other side in a while, and had already told Yan Qi to revise the design draft and make up for all the designs that were cut due to budget issues. Li Yada did not say too much, just said to write in detail, and if the budget is not enough in the end, it can be cut again. The key is to let investors see the best state of this game. Although he had given a heads up in advance, Yan Qi did not expect it to come so quickly. More importantly, it was the person in charge of Yuan Venture Capital who came to the door in person instead of asking Yan Qi to go. Although there may be the idea of investigating Yan Qi's studio, it can still be said that it is quite face-saving. Is his plan too good? Yan Qi did not think so, but he refreshed his perception of Li Yada again, thinking that this person is really terrible, and the energy behind him is beyond imagination. In fact, he did not know that the reason why it took so long was mainly because Dishing was still in Shenangjia at the time. If he had come back a few days earlier, he might have come earlier. Let me briefly talk about the completed content. Yan Qi briefly recounted the changes he made to the design of Shuli, mainly adding some new content. Dishing nodded, okay. According to the regulations of Yuan Venture Capital, we will send financial personnel to your company to inquire about some operational issues. But don't worry, we will definitely not interfere with the design of the game. If there are no problems, we can sign the contract formally. The 100 million yuan will be paid in 2 installments, and we can add more in the future, depending on the development of the project. The main thing is that these requirements for dispatching finance need to be explained in advance. Please consider it. Yan Qi was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, of course there is no problem. Our small studio is not very good in this area. If we can have professionals to help check, of course we will be more than happy. I can focus on developing games. But, is there no problem? Won't you study this design plan again? Such a large investment was so easy to get, which made Yan Qi feel very surprised and even a little unreal. Dishing smiled, there is nothing to see, I don't understand games. This investment has been finalized a long time ago, I just came here to go through the procedures. In fact, Mr. Pei has seen your plan and is quite satisfied. You don't have to worry about anything, just make this game down to earth. Chapter 13:23 Pei's publicity method is the best marketing method. Dishing's casual words made Yan Qi dumbfounded. What? President Pei has seen it? And highly approve of it? Yan Qi was shocked by Li Yada's power, but then he thought that this might not have much to do with Li Yada. Even if Li Yada and Dishing have a private relationship, such a large investment involves hundreds of millions of funds, and Dishing cannot make the decision. He must ask President Pei. In other words, Li Yada and Dishing are both mouthpieces. They can't decide anything, and it all depends on President Pei to make the final decision. The boss behind Yuan Venture Capital is President Pei, which is something everyone knows, so it's not surprising that President Pei saw this design draft. What shocked Yan Qi was that President Pei didn't just laugh it off, but took a serious look at it. Not only did he highly approve of it, but he also took the initiative to ask for more budget. What kind of trust is this? After all, Yan Qi and Mr. Pei had never met each other and didn't know each other at all. How could they trust each other just based on a game design? Yan Qi felt a kind of romantic spirit just like in ancient times, although two poets were thousands of miles apart and did not know each other, they would naturally feel a sense of mutual appreciation after reading each other's poems. And in this matter, it is obviously the romance of game designers. It can be said that Mr. Pei, who gave this investment, is not really an investor at this time, but a big designer who is full of care for the younger generation, with a sentiment of helping the world when he is successful. Wouldn't it be nice for Mr. Pei to use this money to develop games himself? Considering Mr. Pei's super high success rate in developing games, it is definitely more cost-effective than giving it to a small studio. But Mr. Pei didn't do this, but generously gave the money to Yan Qi, showing full trust and expectation. Although Yan Qi didn't see how Mr. Pei looked when he made this decision, he could roughly imagine it. Mr. Pei must have a warm smile on his face, like a god overlooking the world. For the domestic game circle, Mr. Pei is the savior. Yan Qi was greatly encouraged and immediately expressed his determination, saying, "Don't worry, Mr. He, I will make this game a success even if I risk my life, and I will never disappoint Mr. Pei's trust and expectations." In the afternoon, the advertising and marketing department. Meng Chang continued to look through the online reactions to the promotional video. 3 days later, the online controversy about this promotional video was basically finalized. It barely achieved the effect Meng Chang wanted, but it was still far from the best effect. First of all, this promotional video seems to be about how hard and difficult the intermediary staff are, but it is actually difficult for most people to empathize with this. Secondly, because Meng Chang deliberately used some special techniques when shooting this film, the audience will always feel a little uncomfortable after careful viewing. At present, the public opinion on the internet can be said to be a little scolding. Many people are analyzing why this film makes people feel wrong, and then extending it to the various chaos in the intermediary industry, but if you really want to say that it is a bloody scolding, it has not reached that level. After all, the content of this film is quite standard, and it has not yet caused public anger. But Meng Chang has no better way. Now this delicate balance cannot be broken by him, because that would be too deliberate and easily counterproductive. At this time, Yu Yao suddenly said, "Brother Meng, look, the home group has also released a promotional video." Meng Chang was stunned for a moment. Huh? He just clicked on the link sent by Yu Yao and found that the home group did release a video, and it was even longer than the one he made. Zhujia Group is committed to providing high-quality rental life for young people. Zhujia Group has built a professional intermediary team that is always on call to analyze the actual needs of tenants and provide a large number of real houses, so that countless young people who come to big cities to work hard can find a place to live. With the usual clean and tidy background of the promotional video, a deep and elegant male voice narrated. The whole video is relatively long among the promotional videos, more than 7 minutes, and is roughly divided into 3 parts. The first part tells the data of the growth rate, market share, number of tenants, and landlords signed by the residential group. As one of the largest groups in the industry, the data in this regard is obviously very good. The second part talks about the rental experience of young people in the residential group, especially in the Qingshan project, from selecting houses, viewing houses to signing contracts, stating that their own houses are real sources and patient services. Both the agents and housekeepers are professionally trained teams, allowing young people to work outside without worries. The third part is similar to the promotional video shot by Meng Chang, focusing on the emotional card, focusing on some trivial matters of the agents and housekeepers of the residential group in their daily work, and the upbeat attitude of not being understood after hard work, but still maintaining positive energy. After seeing the promotional video shot by Meng Chang, the residential group called Lin Wan a Qingshan studio directly. After being rejected, they did not pester Lin Wan again, but chose to shoot the promotional video themselves. Obviously, the residential group was also very aware that the popularity was fleeting and they had to seize the opportunity, so they worked day and night to produce this promotional video in a very short time. But Meng Chang didn't know that the home group had approached Qingshan studio for cooperation, so he was a little surprised to see this promotional video. Meng Chang frowned slightly. Coincidence? No, this is obviously well prepared. Meng Chang is so smart that he instantly understood the intention of the home group. During this period, Meng Chang has spent a lot of publicity funds on the promotional videos he shot for himself, and has a strong presence in front of netizens, but this promotional video did not directly promote real estate agency simulator or sloth apartment and other rental companies. On the surface, it seems to have nothing to do with any brand, and simply reflects the life of the agency. So, this popularity is equivalent to unclaimed popularity. The home group obviously saw this opportunity. In this state of overwhelming popularity, if it also took the opportunity to promote it together, wouldn't it be natural to absorb this popularity to itself? After all, the promotional video shot by Meng Chang looks quite pure, harmless, and there is no danger. As for being scolded, the home group has been scolded too much, and they are not afraid of being scolded. As long as a lot of publicity funds are spent and heat is generated, the reputation of the residential group will always be improved. Sure enough, not long after the video was released, there was a quarrel below, and it was much more intense than the promotional video released by Meng Chang. Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, you can receive a 888 red envelope. Damn, it's a scam advertisement. Are you really not being sarcastic? Real listings? Patient service? Ask yourself which one of these has anything to do with it. Haha, the home group has built a professional team of scam agents, always on call to scam people, distort the actual needs of tenants, deceive tenants with beautiful photos, use a large number of junk listings to make up the numbers, monopolize the rental market, harass landlords by phone, and let countless young people who come to big cities to work hard learn their first lesson and feel the dangers of society. The formaldehyde house incident has been turned over so quickly? In my opinion, the fine is too small and the punishment is not strong enough. Such a company that ignores the safety of tenants' lives should go bankrupt on the spot. But the comment area is not one-sided, and there are still many people speaking for the home group. That's enough. I've already said that the formaldehyde room issue was caused by the local branch. Now they've been fined and rectified. At least now the service of Angsanfang has been improved. Isn't it too much to keep blaming it? To be honest, among the rental companies I've met, Zhujiao Group is pretty good. At least the agents are responsible. Those small agencies are really rip-offs and want to eat you up completely. It's just a normal promotional video, it shouldn't be so violent, right? Keyboard warriors, you can just buy a house or find a landlord who forced you to rent a house from Zhujiao Group. There is a platform that provides you with services, but you are still picky? It can be seen that there are signs of control of comments and water army activities here. Many comments with high likes and loud criticism disappeared in a blink of an eye, but no matter what, the popularity of this video is growing very fast. Many people think that the taste of the video posted by Meng Chang before is not right, but because the girl is very cute and the video does not have particularly excessive content, they did not output it with all their strength. But this time it was Zhujiao Group that posted the video, that's different. All the pent-up anger was brought out. But Zhujiao Group obviously doesn't care. The higher the popularity, the better. Anyway, I control the comments and add water army to guide the wind direction. Negative popularity also increases my popularity. What can a few netizens say a few words online do? Meng Chang looked at the comments under the video and his eyes suddenly lit up. Good cooperation. Just when they were worried about the lack of popularity and topicality, the intervention of the Zhujiao Group solved the urgent problem. In Meng Chang's opinion, the decision of the Zhujiao Group was not wrong. If he was in the position of the Zhujiao Group before, he would have made the same choice. After all, at that time, he believed that marketing was to use the least money to get the most popularity at all costs. But now, after Meng Chang deeply studied Pei's propaganda method, he no longer thinks so. Even Meng Chang suddenly realized that Pei's publicity method seemed to be a special way to cure this kind of marketing method that desperately takes advantage of the popularity. Not only will it take back all the popularity in the end, but it will also form a dimensionality reduction attack from a higher dimension, so that while he can gain both fame and fortune, he can also make the other party lose all their money. At this time, Meng Chang suddenly had a feeling. He is now like the former President Pei. And the current residential group is like him in the past. It turns out that I was so vulnerable in front of President Pei in the past. I didn't even take the initiative to attack. I just laid a very simple trap, and the other party plunged into it. Meng Chong suddenly became energetic, because he realized that this was not only a major benefit to this publicity plan, but also a great opportunity for him to practice Pei's publicity methods killing all technique. Now that the residential group has taken the bait, the next question is how to be steady, accurate, and ruthless enough when retrieving the hook, so as to catch as many big fish as possible. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1324, A Lucky Draw specially prepared for Mr. Chiao. November 20th, Tuesday. Last weekend, Pei Qian stayed at home and watched 2 days of games. Watching the 2 games of GOG and IOI in a row really made him a little addicted. After watching the games, check the forums again, double the fun. So far, the IOI Global Finals can be said to be quite good, completely meeting Pei Qian's expectations. Although GOG has a huge advantage at the beginning, the recommended resources of the live broadcast platform are all full, squeezing IOI into various corners, and the offline viewing activities are also very popular, but after all, IOI is not completely unprepared. From the perspective of the competition site this time, Diak Group and Finger Company are more willing to spend money than last time to save face, so there is no obvious difference with GOG's Global Invitational Tournament. For IOI players, watching the game is a rigid demand, so although there is a certain gap between the live broadcast platform and on-site viewing and GOG, they still have to watch it. At most, some passers-by who were watching both sides were affected. Pei Qian didn't expect IOI to be able to hold on very well, so he just had to withstand GOG's sharp offensive in the early stages. When the finals enter the second half, IOI should have a chance to make a move. Yesterday, Monday, Pei Qian went around the company, and nothing particularly noteworthy happened. The work of each department is progressing steadily, and there is nothing unusual in the work report. He did notice the promotional video released by the home group, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Although he didn't have a good impression of the home group, it's not illegal for them to release a promotional video, and it won't have any substantial connection with Sloth Apartment or Tenda's industry, so just release it. Pei Qian now has some more important things to consider, such as the arrangement of the second phase of Suffering Journey. After the first batch of members came back, Suffering Journey is temporarily in the rest stage. Zhu Xiaozi has booked a flight back to China and will be able to return within this week. Pei Qian is very satisfied. It seems that his 12 gold medal recalls are still working well, and he still maintains perfect control over Tenda. Except for some occasional bad weather and some problems that happen by accident, the leaders of Tenda can still be controlled by him overall. After Zhu Xiaozi came back, the leaders on the second list of the Suffering Journey were all present, with 3 vacancies left. After everyone was present, special training was arranged immediately, and no time could be wasted. After all, if this episode of Suffering Journey is delayed for 1 more day, the next episode of Suffering Journey will start 1 day later. Time is squeezed out. Now Pei Qian is considering how to fill these 3 vacancies, and the list of people to be filled includes Qiao Liang and Wang Guangjian. Originally, Pei Qian planned to talk to Qiao Liang in person and use his great trickery. But on second thought, the success rate of doing so would definitely be very low. After all, Suffering Journey has already released a promotional video, and everyone basically knows what Suffering Journey is about and what it is like. What kind of person is Qiao Liang? A senior game nerd. In terms of staying at home, he is at most a little weaker than Bao Su, but not much weaker. It is too difficult to fool this kind of person into going on Suffering Journey purely by tricking him. Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, you can get a 888 red envelope. And recently there is another unfavorable factor, that is, the VR game Real Estate Agent Simulator is about to be officially launched. Other players may not know this news yet, but Qiao Liang has a close relationship with Qingshan Studio, so it is impossible that he does not know. Qiao Liang must hope that he can play this game as soon as possible and then make a video or something. At this critical juncture, Qiao Liang will 100% refuse to be disconnected from the internet for 2 months and suffer outside. No matter how eloquent Pei Qian is, the possibility of persuading him will be very low. Ruan Guanjian is relatively easy to deal with, but whether this suffering trip can make Ruan Guanjian suffer is still unknown. So for Pei Qian, it is necessary to trick Qiao Liang to come. First, let Qiao Liang suffer, and second, make it impossible for Qiao Liang to make videos of real estate agent simulator, which greatly reduces the possibility of this game becoming popular. How can we make Qiao Liang voluntarily or forced to participate in the suffering trip? It is best to do 2 things. On the one hand, make him feel that he will lose if he does not come, and on the other hand, use the surrounding environment, including his fans and friends, to put pressure on him so that he has to come. Under what circumstances will make him feel that he will lose if he does not come? The suffering trip itself may not work. It can only be through giving the suffering trip a unique label and meaning, and giving the people who participate in this trip a unique identity. Got it? Pei Qian pondered for many days and finally came up with an effective method. He immediately called Yu Fei over. Hold a lucky draw right away. The lucky draw will be open to all Tenda game players. Anyone who has registered a Tenda account and logged into Tenda Games recently will have the opportunity to participate. For Tenda accounts that have been certified, different weights will be set based on their contribution to Tenda Games. For those that have not been certified, different weights will be set based on factors such as game time and contribution. Draw according to the weights, until Qiao Liang and Ruan Guanjian are drawn, and the total number of draws will be rounded up. Then rank these accounts according to their contribution to Tenda Games, and those with higher rankings will have priority to participate in the suffering journey. Then tell Bao Su to announce the next stage of the suffering journey. Starting from the 3rd phase, the suffering journey will accept free registration from outsiders, and Bao Su will decide the charging standards himself. After absorbing outsiders, the upper limit of the suffering trip will be increased to 20 people, and the configuration will be changed to 5 internal employees of Tenda, 5 lucky players who draw the lottery, and 10 external applicants. Among them, the internal employees of Tenda and the lucky players are free of charge. External applicants pay for their own expenses, and they must go through screening. Those who do not meet the requirements will not be accepted. Internal employees, lucky players, and external applicants are in 3 different queues, and they will queue separately. You can come to participate when you are in line. A schedule function will be launched at any time to let everyone know roughly which period they are in, which is convenient for schedule planning and arrangement. This is the way Pei Qian came up with to arrange Qiao Laoshi. If he said it directly, Qiao Liang would definitely see that this was a trap and would definitely refuse it on the spot. The key is that the suffering journey itself has no temptation. How could Qiao Liang give up the opportunity to play the first release of Real Estate Agent Simulator and run to the mountains to eat dirt? So, hold a lottery and package it. Although theoretically, the scope of the lottery is all Tenda players, and the probability of drawing Qiao Laoshi is very low, the rules can be slightly changed. Tenda accounts have V certification. Qiao Liang and Ruan Guanjian have both done V certification. As far as their identities are concerned, they have made great contributions to Tenda Games, and their weight must be sky high. In the lottery process, because of the weight, it will be very easy to draw the 2 of them. The number of Tenda players, not counting foreign players, the number of users of GOG alone in China has long exceeded 10 million, and this does not count other single-player games with sales of millions. And among this group of people, even if you draw 10,000 people, it is only 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000. So, this gives 2 labels to the people who are drawn in this lottery at the same time. The ultimate senior player of Tenda, and the Emperor of Destiny. By then, The person who gets drawn will either be the lucky one among the lucky ones, or someone who has made a huge contribution to the development of Tenda games. In any case, the scarcity of being drawn is enough to brag about it in the circle of friends for a year. For Qiao Liang, he has always valued his identity as a hardcore player. If he is really drawn, he will definitely be very excited. Moreover, the results of this draw will be announced, and then all of Qiao Liang's fans will be able to see that he is on the list. At that time, even if Qiao Liang doesn't want to come, his fans will definitely not agree, and they will have to tie him up. Who doesn't want to see Qiao Laoshi suffer? After doing this, do you still need to worry about Qiao Liang not coming? This is an open conspiracy. Although Qiao Liang may feel something is wrong, he has no choice. Wang Guangjian is also in a similar situation. The only pity is that it is unlikely to trickly sure to come, because Mr. Li doesn't play Tenda games very much, and it is completely unrealistic to draw him in the draw. If it is a secret operation, it will be too obvious, so it can only be given up. The third place will be left to the lucky player with a predestined relationship. Anyway, those who can be drawn and ranked so high after sorting are definitely qualified to be recorded in Pei Qian's little notebook. Rounding the number of people drawn means that if Qiao Liang and Wang Guangjian are drawn in the 1,500th draw, then the number will be rounded to 2,000 and 2,000 places will be drawn. This will be more natural and will not let Qiao Liang realize that he is being targeted. Of course, these lucky players are also free of charge, and the system did not warn them, because this can be seen as a reward to Tenda game players. After all, the people who were drawn have either contributed a lot of popularity to Tenda games or contributed a lot of money, and the probability of being drawn is very low. It is reasonable to give this benefit back. The remaining 10 external applicants need to pay, and the fee will not be low, which ensures that Suffering Travel has a profit channel and meets the system requirements. With the official announcement of this lottery event, Suffering Travel must be open to external registration, and the price must be determined. Once the high price is announced, most people will not come to sign up. Who has nothing to do and spend money to suffer? But it is not ruled out that some people suddenly have a brain twitch and come to sign up, and it should not be a problem to gather dozens of people. So Pei Qian also explained it clearly to Bao Su in advance, wrote the relevant rules clearly on the website, and the schedule can be checked at any time. Even if Suffering Travel is used to lose money, these necessary steps cannot be omitted. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1325 Mr. Qiao won the prize. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After arranging the suffering trip in the morning, Pei Qian had lunch and slept soundly in the office wrapped in a small blanket, then got up and watched some dramas. Before leaving get off work in the afternoon, he began to think about the IOI Global Finals. From the current situation, the IOI Global Finals can be said to have basically survived without any major problems. However, due to a series of reasons such as the live broadcast platform and offline viewing activities, the popularity of the IOI competition is still far less than that of GOG. It seems that the Finger Company and Longyu Group have not found a good solution for the time being, or they are brewing and have not yet taken action. But if nothing is done, the popularity is obviously out of time. Because the esports competition, although the semi-finals and finals are the hottest, they are also accumulated by the previous group stage. If the previous popularity has been relatively bleak, then the popularity in the semi-finals and finals will not explode all at once. Pei Qian wondered if he could find a way to help them. Although he couldn't interfere with the specific arrangements of the IOI Global Finals, and couldn't openly give them money, he still had a card in his hand, that was the FV team. This time, the FV team also participated as the representative team of the ICL League, and judging from the performance in the group stage in the past few days, it still has a good dominance and is a strong contender for the championship of this competition. Of course, in order to prevent the FV team from winning consecutive championships, the Finger Company has also taken great pains to cut all the heroes that the FV team is good at, and strengthen the heroes that the European and American teams are good at, making it difficult for the FV team to reach the level of last year's small game without losing. But FV still maintains its dominance as a strong team with the efforts of the players, hero pool and tactical execution. This also makes this year's IOI Global Finals more suspenseful. Pei Qian decided to call Wu Yu, the owner of the FV club, to ask him about the current situation of the FV team. Looking at the time, it should be morning in Europe now, and Wu Yu is probably up, so he sent a voice request. Not long after, Wu Yu picked up the phone. "Mr. Pei?" Wu Yu was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Mr. Pei to call him in person. Pei Qian asked, "How is the FV team doing in Europe?" Wu Yu quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, President Pei. The FV team has no problems with logistics support here. The players are all full of energy and in great shape. Although the version changes of the World Game have cut many of the players' favorite heroes, and they are still adjusting, don't worry, Mr. Pei, the players adjusted quickly, and there is a special data analysis team studying the new version of IOI day and night. We will work hard this time and strive to win the IOI Global Finals trophy again." Pei Qian was silent for a moment. "Okay. Although FV team will definitely increase the value of the club again if they win another championship, and it is unknown how much money they will make, but on the one hand, Pei Qian can't stop this even if he wants to, and on the other hand, winning the World Game is also a glory for the country, so Pei Qian has nothing to say, just look at FV team's own performance. Don't put too much pressure on the players, win if you win, forget if you don't win. Esports, winning and losing are common. Don't force yourself to raise your goals this year just because you won the championship last year, and keep a relaxed attitude." Wu Yu hurriedly said, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand." Pei Qian laughed in his heart, "You understand a hammer, you understand. Forget it, don't dwell on this, it's not the main issue." Pei Qian decided to get to the point. "This time I called you mainly to assign a task to the FV team. Try to create some show effects and do some things before, during, and after the game. Of course, just do it for a bit, there's no hard and fast goal." Wu Yu was immediately excited when he heard about the organization. "Boss Pei, you don't need us to tell you that we are also planning to do this. After all, we have already done it last year, and the effect is not bad. Organizing is a fine tradition of our FV team. How can we give it up? It's just that the version of the World Game this year has changed a lot, and our club is preparing for the game, so the organization has been put on hold for the time being. Boss Pei, don't worry, the group stage has been played for a while now, and we should be able to free up our hands. We will definitely continue to carry forward the tradition of organization. Continue to maintain the character of the villain of the FV team." Pei Qian nodded, "Okay, then I'm relieved." During the IOI Global Finals last year, the FV team was crazy about organizing, which brought a lot of heat to the Global Finals. Although the FV team took most of the heat after winning the championship, that was last year after all. This year, the Finger Company has been targeting the FV team. The version changes are so huge, and several old and strong teams in Europe and the United States have received epic enhancements. The possibility of the FV team winning the championship has been greatly reduced. Therefore, Pei Qian asked the FV team to continue to work hard, mainly to create heat for the IOI Global Finals, so as not to be overwhelmed by the GOG Global Invitational. As long as the FV team doesn't win the championship in the end, but the European and American teams win, then the popularity will go to the European and American teams, which will be of great help to IOI in expanding the European and American markets. At that time, they can continue to compete with IOI in the European and American markets to burn money. Isn't it wonderful? As for how to do it, Pei Qian will not ask, because the FV team has tried it once last year, and the routines of doing it are familiar, and the effect is very good and trustworthy. At present, the group stage of the two competitions has come to an end, and the elimination stage is about to start. Now is the perfect time to do it. As for the specific effect of the whole thing, we will see it this weekend. November 22nd, Thursday. Near noon, Qiao Liang was still sleeping soundly in bed. Mainly because he stayed up too late to practice immortality while watching the game last night. Today the weather is good and the sun is shining, so he slept very well. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the bedside vibrated and a message popped up. Qiao Liang opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at it. Winning information? What kind of scammer is this? Boring. When he saw that it was a winning text message, Qiao Liang threw his phone aside without even looking at it carefully and continued to sleep. As a result, he couldn't fall asleep again, because more chat messages came every now and then. Who is this? Why are you sending me messages so early in the morning without sleeping? Qiao Liang was very angry. He took his phone and took a look. He found that it was not just one person who sent the message, but several friends. Awesome, old Qiao, you are so lucky. You can win this prize? Come on, let me get some good luck. Be sure to record the whole process there. It would be even better if you can broadcast live. If you don't have equipment, buy it now. I recommend waterproof equipment that can be hung directly on the body to show the first-person perspective. These messages confused Qiao Liang. What's going on? What prize did I win? Wait, is the winning information just now true? Qiao Liang quickly clicked on the text message and clicked on the official website of Suffering Travel according to the address of the text message, and saw the latest announcement on it. Tenda Group drew a lottery among all active players according to weight, and Qiao Liang's name was on the list. A total of 3,000 people were drawn in this lottery. After sorting by weight algorithms such as popularity and contribution, Qiao Liang and Yuan Guanjian's names ranked first and second, respectively. Although 3,000 places may seem like a lot, the total number of players in Tenda games is also large. If you really calculate it strictly, the probability of winning is almost the same as the lottery. Of course, the official has clearly stated that there is a weight here, and players with greater contributions have a greater chance of being drawn. The ranking after the draw is based on contribution value, so Qiao Liang's ranking first does not mean that he was the first to be drawn, but that the list after the draw is ranked according to contribution, and he is ranked first, so he can participate in the suffering journey first. But the players will not be dissatisfied with this. After all, the draw does not cost money, it is a pure welfare, and it is not unacceptable to give these excellent players some probability bias. When Sea Fortress drew epic weapons, it was also such a rule, and the players basically recognized it. What's more, the prize itself is not so tempting. Qiao Liang was ecstatic at first, and then he looked at the specific rewards and wilted again. He was ecstatic because he felt that he had been waiting for so many years, and finally got lucky once, which was gratifying. At the same time, his ranking was so high, which showed that he had indeed made a huge contribution to Tenda Games and was worthy of the status of a core player. But, why is the prize a free experience of the suffering journey? The previous promotional video of the suffering journey still made Qiao Liang remember it clearly. He didn't want to go at all, and seeing that Real Estate Agency Simulator was about to be released at the end of the month, he still had to play games. Therefore, Qiao Liang's first reaction was to refuse and give this opportunity to someone who needed it more. When I opened the fan group, it was indeed a buzz with people discussing this matter. There were even many fans who were looking forward to the live broadcast of Qiao Liang's suffering, and they couldn't wait for Qiao Liang to set off now. Qiao Liang quickly spoke in the group, "Everyone, stop talking. I don't plan to go at all. I'll post a Weibo right now to announce that I'm withdrawing from this event and let the quota be postponed to the next person." However, the fans in the group immediately got angry. not going? How can I not go? Damn, Lao Chiao, there is a saying that goes, if you don't take what God gives, you will suffer the consequences, don't you know? You finally got a chance to win, but if you don't go, then good luck will never favor you again in the future. You can just wait to eat instant noodles without seasoning packets. How can you not go? I'm the first one to disagree, you must go. That's right, as long as you go, it doesn't matter if you don't post a video for 2 months, we forgive you. Go live on the spot, come back and make a video. Aren't you uncomfortable with this popularity? You have been using the excuse that you don't have any materials and don't make videos, but now the materials have come to you, and you don't want them? I can see that you just want to be a lazy fish. You liar. Chapter 1326, Target, Uninhabited Island. Xiao Liang never expected that the reaction of these people in the fan group would be so strong. No one supported him at all, and they were all urging him to leave quickly. And everyone's reasons were quite sufficient. You had been postponing the video before, saying that there was no good material, and you were waiting for Tenda's new game? Now, the material is here. A free suffering trip, what a good material, everyone can pay attention to it. But you are scared? It can be seen that saying that there is no material is just an excuse, this is your pigeon nature. Xiao Liang was speechless, because what these people said was indeed quite right and could not be refuted. As a well-known up host, going on a suffering trip is indeed a good opportunity to collect materials, and this video will definitely have a high number of views after it is made. But the problem is, you have to suffer. This is different from the suffering in games like Turning Back is the Shore, it is real physical suffering. Although many people die in games like Turn Back, it is just a game after all. Although you suffer mentally, your body can still stay in the air-conditioned room comfortably, and you can drink fat otaku happy water. If you go on a suffering trip, you will have to be exposed to the wind, sun and rain, climb rocks outside, make fires, and even have no idea what to eat. Xiao Liang hurriedly explained, you all know that I am a game geek and my body is not very good. I really want to challenge such a difficult thing as a suffering trip, but what if my physical condition does not support it? What if I really get tired and sent to the hospital, then I can't update the video at all? People in the fan group made funny expressions. Ha ha ha, the authorities obviously expected you to say this, and it's clearly written in the announcement, go and see for yourself. You also know that you are a game nerd and lack exercise, right? Shouldn't you take this opportunity to strengthen your exercise? Don't worry, there are women participating in the suffering trip this time, and they are all led by professionals. Before going to the wild, they will first do physical training indoors. I guarantee that everything will be arranged properly for you. In addition to suffering a little, you will not get sick, nor will it affect your health. You may even find that you have become stronger after returning. Old Joe, don't pretend. You eat takeout every day, play fitness battle every now and then, and you have posted dynamics to show off your achievements in the game and the results of your weight loss. You are no longer the fat nerd who took 3 steps and panted. Now you have no problem dealing with the suffering trip. Xiao Liang read the announcement on the official website of Suffering Travel again and found that it really wrote about safety issues. The first month of Suffering Travel is indoor training. The locations for outdoor training are carefully selected. With strong logistical support, you can avoid all worries and don't have to worry about not being able to stick to it. Send benefits, go to the WeChat public account, you can get a red envelope of 888. Moreover, there will be women participating this time. As a big man, I can't be worse than girls in terms of physical fitness, right? And Xiao Liang had been playing fitness battle before. He has a smart fitness clothes drying rack at home. He goes to the game every now and then to refresh the little skirts for girls. It's not that he likes to exercise, but the temptation of wearing little skirts for girls is hard to resist. Coupled with the improvement in diet, Qiao Liang's body has become much healthier over time, and his weight has dropped. He often proudly shows off his achievements in the group. As a result, now there is a problem with showing off. Everyone knows that he is in good health and there is no problem with participating in the suffering travel. Qiao Liang was speechless. When he was showing off his weight loss results in the group, he never thought that this would happen. Now, there is no way out. He can't find an excuse not to go, and even trying to get away with it is no longer possible, because the announcement has been issued. All the players in the country are staring at these lucky people. After all, Qiao Laosher is a well-known up host. If he backs down at this time, where will his face be? However, Qiao Liang carefully read the announcement and found that there were 3 lucky people going this time. He looked at the names of the other 2 people, Wang Guangjian and Yao Bo. Huh? Wanda Lao is going too. Doesn't that mean someone will suffer with me? No, what am I thinking? Who is Yao Bo? Oh, the Prince of Jinding Group. How come he was also drawn? Did he spend too much in Tenda Games? Qiao Liang was originally glad that he could suffer with Wanda Lao, but then he thought something was wrong. It was hard to say whether Wanda Lao would suffer. He still remembered the time when he went into the haunted house with Wang Guangjian. Wang Guangjian screamed loudly and excitedly walked through the whole process, which scared Qiao Liang himself so much that his face turned pale and his soul was out of his body. Wang Guangjian might still enjoy the suffering trip. But Yao Bo is a second-generation rich man who lives a life of luxury. He shouldn't be as perverted as Wang Guangjian, right? Moreover, I heard that there are 2 girls from Tengda's internal staff participating. With girls as the last one, as long as he is not the worst performer, Qiao Liang thinks it is acceptable. After struggling for a long time, seeing that everyone in the group was still unwilling to give in, Qiao Liang had to express his position. Okay, then I've decided to go. But let me be frank, don't expect me to be the first to release a video for the new game of Qingshan Studio. Everyone in the fan group said they didn't care. It's okay, isn't it just a video of a new game? What's the difference between a few days earlier or later? This suffering trip is more important. That's right, there will always be up hosts in other game areas who will release videos anyway, but you are the only one to go live on the suffering trip. The comments of this group of people made Qiao Liang's teeth itch. Good guy, this group of fans of mine are so considerate. This is equivalent to forcing an umbrella bag on me on the plane and kicking me down. But what can I do? As soon as the lottery came out, players all over the country watched eagerly, and Qiao Liang couldn't be timid. He had to log into the official website, fill out the form, and confirm his participation. November 23, Friday. Not long after Pei Qian arrived at the office, Bao Su arrived and shared a piece of good news with him. Mr. Pei, the 3 lucky players who won the lottery have already filled out the confirmation form and communicated their itinerary with us. Zhu Xiaozi has also returned to China, and Huang Sibo has already flown to the United States to hand over all the work to him. My idea is that the training will officially start on the 1st of next month, for a period of 2 months, that is, December and January. Zhu Xiaozi said he wanted to give a brief report on the filming in the United States, so I set aside a week for him. Considering that the weather is cold now, we need to find a warmer place for our outdoor training, such as an uninhabited island in Qiongzhou. The good news came one after another, making Pei Qian a little overjoyed. Oh? All 3 of you have filled out the confirmation form? Let me see, Qiao Liang, Wang Guangjian, and Yao Bo. Hiss, Yao Bo recharged us so much money? After reading the list, Pei Qian knew why Yao Bo was shot for no reason. This guy was simply crazy about spending money on games such as Sea Fortress, GOG, and Fitness Battle. He also spent all the other single-player games of Tenda. He basically spent money on everything he could. Although he didn't play all these games, it was obvious that he spent money on every game he entered without thinking. Even if Tenda's game charges are more conscientious, this kind of Krypton method will still be a very scary number for ordinary players. Okay, it looks like this selection was a great success, and the people selected all meet the criteria. Pei Qian gritted his teeth, feeling smug about his genius plan. Even someone like Qiao Liang signed the confirmation letter, and it was obvious that this lottery method hit his soft spot, making it impossible for him to refuse. There is no time to waste on the training. Let's not wait another week. Let's start right away. There is no need to give Zhu Xiaozi a week to report. I am relieved that Huang Sibo is watching over the work there. Tell him not to report and pack up and prepare to start special training immediately. Let them train for 1 more week. The increase in quantity does not increase the price. After all, the last period also trained for 1 more week. As for the site selection, the uninhabited island in Qingshan is indeed a good choice, but I have 2 concerns. First, is there any place suitable for rock climbing on the island? One of the highlights of the training now is rock climbing. Don't practice for a long time and then have nothing to show for it there. Second, will this suffering trip be too easy compared to the one in Shenangjia? Isn't it not suffering enough to go to the island to bask in the sun, enjoy the sea breeze, and fish? Bao Su smiled and replied, "Don't worry about that, I will definitely arrange it properly. There are many islands there, I will definitely choose an island with more complex conditions, suitable for suffering trips, and all training programs can be used. Traditional projects, such as rock climbing, must be retained. In terms of suffering, it can only be said that each has its own merits. Although the survival phase in Shenangjia is more difficult, there is still a 2-week tour phase, where you can eat and stay in a hotel and visit scenic spots, but on the uninhabited island, there are only survival phases and rest phases, and no more tour phases. Of course, the overall environment on the uninhabited island may be better than that in Shenangjia. After all, there is sunshine and beaches, unlike deep mountains and old forests. Also, I heard that Qingshan has just issued measures for the approval of the development and utilization of uninhabited islands in the past 2 years, which allows units or individuals to apply for the development and utilization of uninhabited islands. I plan to take this opportunity to investigate. If the conditions are suitable, I can apply to the relevant departments to see if I can rent an island as a fixed training place for the hard journey. Hearing this, Pei Qian instantly became energetic. Huh? Rent an island? That's a good idea. You investigate carefully and report to me in detail later. Remember, you must rent a big one. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 1327 Another Way for Meng Chong to Make Money. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from playing games. November 24th, Saturday. Today is a day off, and Meng Chong has no work on hand. After all, everything is ready for the promotion of real estate agency simulator, and he is just waiting for the final push. However, he did not stay at home this weekend, but went out to meet an old classmate who had just returned from abroad and had not seen him for 2 years. The two met at a nearby Moyu internet cafe. Fan Xiaodong. This way. Seeing his old classmate coming in, Meng Chong raised his hand to say hello. Fan Xiaodong is tall, wearing a long windbreaker, and looks quite British. When he saw Meng Chong, a smile immediately appeared on his face. But after the smile, a hint of surprise soon appeared. After sitting down in the coffee area of Moyu Internet Cafe, Fan Xiaodong was a little confused. Brother, I haven't seen you for 2 years. How did you get to this point? I heard before that you got investment and started your own fast food brand, didn't you? What's going on now? Fan Xiaodong and Meng Chong were college classmates. They shared bunk beds and had a very good relationship. Moreover, both of them are very smart people. They are very in tune with each other no matter what they do. They are also well-deserved leaders in school. After graduation, the two people's trajectories are completely different. Meng Qiang chose to stay in China and joined a large company, preparing to accumulate experience and wait for an opportunity to start a business, while Fan Xiaodong went abroad to study and is currently working in a financial company in the United States. In Fan Xiaodong's impression, Meng Qiang has always been very concerned about his image. From the inside out, he exudes an elite temperament. Moreover, I heard that he founded a fast food brand in China and it was booming, which made Fan Xiaodong very envious. After all, although he worked in a financial company and had a good income, it was still incomparable to the expected income of a successful entrepreneur like Meng Qiang. But Fan Xiaodong was not very clear about the situation afterwards. First, he was very busy with work, and second, Meng Qiang quietly cut off contact with most of his friends and classmates after his entrepreneurial failure, and he was even more secluded in Tenda, so the two did not share their situation in time. It was not until Fan Xiaodong was about to return to China that he contacted Meng Qiang and made a detour to Jingzhou to meet him. After meeting, Fan Xiaodong was very surprised. What happened to Meng Qiang? Although he was still full of energy, he obviously became much more unkempt and no longer as delicate as before. And in terms of temperament, the impression he gave people seemed to have changed. Whether the business succeeds or fails, there is no reason for Meng Qiang to be in this state now. According to Fan Xiaodong's understanding of Meng Qiang, if the business succeeds, Meng Qiang will definitely be very proud. If the business fails, Meng Qiang will most likely be discouraged and depressed. But in this state now, I feel much calmer and more indifferent. What is going on? Meng Qiang smiled, called the waiter over and ordered 2 cups of coffee, and then said, "The cold-faced girl failed, and I am in debt. However, there is also a good thing." Fan Xiaodong was stunned for a moment. What good thing can there be? What good thing? He was very surprised. After all, he also knew the risks of starting a business in China. Meng Qiang said that he was in debt, which was definitely not a small number. Meng Qiang paused and said, "I met a master. You know Mr. Pei of Tenda. Although I failed in my business, he also taught me a lot. I think I will soon become a master. When I become a master, not only will I be able to pay off these debts easily, I will definitely be able to make a comeback." Fan Xiaodong was silent for a moment. It's good that you can maintain such an optimistic attitude. But I still don't understand why you thank Mr. Pei for your business? And say you learned something from him? You sound like PUA or Stockholm Syndrome. Meng Qiang's mouth twitched slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Do I look like that kind of stupid person? Whether it is brainwashing or learning something real, I can tell it myself. Forget it, it's too complicated here, and what I learned is too profound. I can't explain it to you in a few words. Let's talk about you. How is your work recently? Fan Xiaodong took a sip of coffee. It's just like that, floating abroad, living a bad life, but not starving to death. The income is okay, but in the environment where I am, no matter how much I earn, it's not enough. After work, I occasionally play with the US stock market myself. Anyway, I can make a little money. Based on Meng Qiang's understanding of Fan Xiaodong, he knew that he must be modest. The so-called small money he said might be the salary of some working-class people for several years. But Meng Qiang would not think that Fan Xiaodong was pretending. After all, they were both such people. After making a lot of money, they were not so sensitive to the concept of the order of magnitude of money. Maybe this money was really just a small amount of money in Fan Xiaodong's eyes. Speaking of me stocks, Meng Qiang suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, is the home group listed on me stocks? Fan Xiaodong nodded. Yes, the recent rise is not bad. Do you want to buy some? I can help. Meng Qiang immediately shook his head. Buy? Of course not. If you trust me, I suggest shorting. Fan Xiaodong was stunned. Short? Zhujia Group just released its third quarter financial report at the beginning of this month. The development is good, including a small increase in various data within the market share. As far as Zhujiao Group's current market share is concerned, it is too early for other similar companies to pose a threat to it. The previous formaldehyde room storm has basically subsided, and it is not a serious injury. The stock price that fell before has also begun to rise again. It seems that there will be no major public opinion events in the near future. On the contrary, their recent publicity has created a good heat. This looks like a small rise in any way. How can you short it? The so-called shorting is popularly called buy a decline. You make money when the stock falls, and lose money when it rises. Moreover, the risk of shorting is extremely high, and the loss is theoretically unlimited. Shorting Zhujiao Group in this case, is it a waste of your life? Meng Chang took a sip of coffee. It's hard to explain the specific situation in a few words. I can only say that the project I'm working on now may directly cause a devastating blow to the reputation of the residential group and create a huge public opinion crisis against them. Of course, it's hard to say to what extent it can be achieved. After all, the Zhujiao Group is a large company, and it's difficult to hurt it. But I am certain that this storm will not be small. Fan Xiaodong blinked. What project are you working on now? How much funding do you have to cause a huge public opinion crisis to the Zhujiao Group? What evidence have you caught on them? Meng Chang shook his head. There is no direct evidence of their illegality, nor a big scandal. I can't disclose the funding, I can only say a lot. But this is not the point. To attract enough attention and create a public opinion crisis, there are more clever ways. I can't give you a detailed explanation now, and it's difficult to explain it clearly. I can only say that if you believe me, you can consider taking a not-so-important amount of money to short the Zhujiao Group. Don't blame me if you lose, and treat me to a meal if you make money. I just don't have money on hand now. If I had money, I would definitely spend all my money to short. Fan Xiaodong was a little unbelievable. So confident? Meng Chang nodded. That's right. Where does your confidence come from? Fan Xiaodong asked again. Meng Chang said confidently, from a higher dimensional perspective. The residential group appears to be a giant, but in fact it has a fatal weakness from the root, but ordinary people cannot grasp it and have no ability to grasp it. Because they either don't have the voice and influence, or they are not clean. But Mr. Pei happens to have the ability and the idea. This is a method that only Tenda can use, and I happen to be an executor. Fan Xiaodong didn't ask any more questions and fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he nodded, okay. Then I'll take out some money to short it a little, I trust you. I won't blame you if I lose money, and I'll share the money with you if I make money. There's no need to be so formal about our relationship. In the future, you can tell me as long as you have such accurate news. Isn't it nice for us to make money from these big companies together? If someone else told Fan Xiaodong to short the home group, he would definitely not believe it. But he and Meng Chang are old classmates after all, and they trust each other very much. He also knows that Meng Chang is very smart. Although what he does is sometimes risky, the risks and benefits are proportional. There must be a reason why he said it so confidently this time. And people like him are much more eager for opportunities than ordinary people. Meng Chang nodded and didn't say much. Anyway, by the end of this month, the outcome would be clear. Fan Xiaodong asked again, hey, you said that it was Mr. Pei who had this idea, and you happened to be the executor? Could it be that Mr. Pei had already shorted it? Meng Chang didn't expect him to ask this, and after a pause he said, then I don't know. However, I don't think I've heard that Mr. Pei has ever touched the stock market. If he wants, he can open a securities or fund company to play around. I believe many people will rush to give him money. Maybe he is too advanced and doesn't care about these low-level tricks. He uses the money to make games, make movies, do real industries, or invest. Any of them may not make less money than playing the stock market, and there is no risk because his success rate in doing these things is too high. Fan Xiaodong nodded, that's right, if entrepreneurship and venture capital, which are risky things, can be 100% successful, who would still play the stock market? Only poor people like us rely on the stock market to make some quick money. Then, when will this public opinion crisis you mentioned break out? Meng Chang thought for a while. It's hard to pinpoint a specific date at the end of this month or the beginning of next month, but it won't be later than the 15th of next month. Because there is still a certain amount of public opinion fermentation time after the release of Real Estate Agency Simulator, Meng Chang himself is not sure how long this time will be. If it's fast, it may break out in 2 or 3 days, and if it's slow, it may take a week. But no matter what, it won't be delayed too long. Fan Xiaodong hurriedly said, it's accurate enough. Then I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 1328 IOI is hot. And then it goes down. At this time, Pei Qian had just gotten up. He casually checked the news and found that the stocks and funds had fallen again recently. Many people on the internet were wailing, saying that they had lost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan in a flash. Fortunately, I don't understand it at all and never buy these. People, you have to know yourself and don't rush into areas you don't understand. Otherwise, if it drops by tens of thousands of yuan, it will be so painful, even more painful than me making $1 million for the company. Pei Qian couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own cleverness and wit. After washing up, while waiting for takeout, he went to major forums to check the situation of the IOI World Finals. There were many players discussing on the forum. Some posts were posted during the competition 2 days ago, and some were new posts today at noon, but the number was relatively small. Is the FV team starting to make trouble again? Those foreign teams have also started to interact with each other. After all, the FV team is very popular now. It's true that they are popular. They had a bad game in the group stage last week, but the popularity at home and abroad went off the charts. The post-match analysis program of the European and American broadcasts used more than 70% of the space to discuss this game and the weaknesses of the FV team. There's nothing we can do. Last year's World Championship left a deep impression on everyone. They have always been a big devil. If other teams can win a game, shouldn't they brag about it? The FV team should adjust as soon as possible. Finger Company is really shameless. This version update is too targeted. Now they are doing something, which really makes people worry. Hey, where does the popularity come from without doing something? Everyone is low-key. If there is no gunpowder smell before the game, it won't be exciting. The event organizer and other clubs are obviously cooperating. Haven't you noticed that the interactions between clubs are increasing? And the promotional video of the event organizer can also be seen. It seems that they are trying to create a big devil persona for the FV team. Can they favor the ICL team so much? Favoring? Come on, this is to raise the villain very high first, so that the protagonist who defeats the villain will be glorious enough, understand? I understand. The official routine is deep. Since Pei Qian made that phone call, the FV team has continued to play the fine tradition of liveliness, not only commenting on other teams' games, but also interacting crazily with opponents or other popular teams before and after their own games. The event organizer and other clubs are also very cooperative, and it is obvious that they are hyping up the FV team. In China, this trend can be clearly seen on Weibo and major forums. But domestic audiences are also very smart and can see that this is not the official support for the FV team. At present, there is nothing that can be done about this situation, because the FV team, as the champion last year, has a high level of attention and traffic, and the FV team is very good at making things happen, and has a strong influence in foreign forums. Want to avoid the FV team and support other European and American teams? It's a bit difficult. On the one hand, the effect of doing so is very poor, and on the other hand, the motive will be exposed too obviously. So the organizers of IOI actually took another more prudent way. On the surface, it seems to be openly recognized for the FV team and give it many opportunities to show its face, but in fact, once the FV team loses, the team that wins it can instantly take away all the heat. At that time, the organizers of the event can use this heat to create a god, create enough topics, and transfer all this heat to themselves. There is no way. The discussion of the IOI World Championship is a bit too low at present. It is a bit uncomfortable under the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational. If we don't stir up the heat, we will really enter the knockout stage quietly. Facts have proved that this does have a certain effect. In the end, the key is to see which team can finally win the championship. Seeing this situation, Pei Qian was slightly relieved. Let's not talk about who will win the championship, at least the popularity of the IOI World Championship has risen. Pei Qian's biggest fear is not that FV will win the championship, but that the popularity of the IOI World Championship has always been lukewarm and does not pose a threat to GOG at all. Choose the lesser of two evils. If FV wins the championship again and can lead the IOI World Championship, it would be an acceptable result. After flipping through a few more pages, there are no new posts. After all, the IOI games are not played until the evening, and the discussion about yesterday's game has been almost over. Now the popularity of the forum has obviously dropped a lot. However, just when Pei Qian was about to quit, he saw a new post. This new post is not discussing the IOI game, but GOG. Pei Qian instantly had a sense of foreboding and quickly clicked in to see. GOG has updated its version and released a new viewing system that directly connects the game and the live broadcast platform. Although it is still a beta version, the players are already having a blast and are all waiting for today's game. Alas, IOI is really bad at everything. They are always one step behind others in this kind of thing. No wonder GOG has always been on their shoulders. Soon many people left messages. One step slower? Are you sure it's just one step slower? I think it would be great if IOI can come up with this feature within half a year. Connect the game client and the live broadcast platform? What's the use? Is it still the same as watching the game? Of course not. The details of the game are clear at a glance, and there are too many things to discuss. Let's not talk about anything else. The IOI game only puts a damage panel at the end. Other data, such as damage, treatment, ward insertion, player skill points, and current experience points, you can't see them or search on the website, right? Some data can't even be found on the website. But the GOG system allows you to directly OB the game on the client, switch cameras freely, click on heroes to check attributes, and see everything. Wouldn't that mean you can't hear the commentary? Do you think others can't think of what you can think of? It has its own functions. You can change the source to listen to different commentaries, or you can directly open the official live broadcast room with a pop-up window. It doesn't delay either. It sounds a bit like black technology. There is no black technology. It is said that it is not a particularly advanced technology. It's just that the interests here are more complicated, and it is difficult for game companies and live broadcast platforms to reach cooperation. I think it has something to do with the fact that GOG's own spectator system is very complete. IOI doesn't seem to pay much attention to this aspect. Many players have raised opinions, but they just don't change it, and it's still so difficult to use. This post quickly received a lot of replies. While IOI's players expressed envy, jealousy, and hatred, they also felt a little disappointed with IOI. This emotion is very complicated. I should have gotten used to it a long time ago, but I still feel very jealous. Does this function improve the viewing experience of the game? It definitely has. When watching the game normally on the live broadcast platform, you can only follow the official OB's lens, and many details are inevitably overlooked. Many viewers want to review the game, but they can only watch the official video over and over again, and they still can't see the details that they should not see, including the time and skills of many eye insertions, the details of the line, and the factors that affect each player's decision. It takes a lot of patience to dig out this information through the official video. But now GOG's viewers can OB freely and watch whatever they want. All the information in the entire game is exposed. More information will inevitably bring more topics and higher discussion. There is never a shortage of levenhooks among the audience. What they are best at is finding the key points that affect the course of the game in very subtle places. This new feature of GOG is undoubtedly giving the levenhooks a higher definition microscope. Many people are still discussing when this feature was developed. Some people say that this feature must have been developed a long time ago, at least for several months, just for the World Championship. Some people say that this feature is not difficult at the current technical level, not to mention that GOG has already made a very complete OB system in the game, leaving the interface, and it can be made quickly with a rush. For benefits, go to the WeChat public account, and you can get a 888 red envelope. Others say that the development of this feature itself is not the key. The key is to cooperate well with the live broadcast platform. Both sides must work together and not argue with each other, otherwise it is impossible to make it. Pei Qian was also puzzled. Yes, when was this feature made? It seems that it should have been prepared for a long time. Did Qin Yufeng do it secretly? Then this suffering journey did not wrongly accuse him, and he even had to be given more. As a result, while I was browsing the post disappeared. It was deleted. It was obvious that the moderator saw that the popularity of this post was getting higher and higher, and the gunpowder smell was getting heavier, so he deleted the post. As the number of people participating in the discussion increased, many people naturally began to compare GOG and IOI and curse IOI. The two groups easily started arguing, causing a chaotic atmosphere. The moderator also knew that it was meaningless to argue about this matter. The key point was that it was impossible to scold the company to come up with this feature, right? It would be better to delete the post and let everyone continue to discuss the game and the competition. This was also a helpless solution. If everyone continued to discuss like this, then was this forum an IOI forum or a GOG forum? As a result, this was obviously meaningless because everyone went to other places to discuss. Pei Qian was dizzy. He felt that something was wrong. This was not a simple spectator system. This spectator system allowed the audience to see a multiplied amount of detailed information about the game, which meant that it would provide them with a lot of discussion material. This would inevitably greatly increase the discussion heat of some key matches. Because if you really look at it from a microscope, each player's performance could be worth several posts, and the landing performance in the game, key team battles, etc. could be worth several more posts. In addition, many UP hosts can make post-match analysis videos and do their own OB, which would greatly promote the heat of the secondary dissemination of the event. Another key point is that this function is directly linked to Rabbit Tail Live, which is equivalent to a built-in Rabbit Tail Live platform in all GOG clients. If the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational before, during, and after the game all skyrocketed, wouldn't the popularity that IOI had just worked hard to stir up be suppressed again? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1329. Am I qualified to climb such a high rock climbing wall? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. In the afternoon, Longyu Group, Creighton, Jin Yong, and the people from the IOI Operation Cooperation Department held an emergency meeting. Everyone took their seats, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was quite solemn. Jin Yong inexplicably had a sense of déjà vu. This scene seemed to have happened often before. It was just that Eric was sitting in the main seat at that time, and Zhao Shuming was sitting next to him, and Jin Yong just attended the meeting and did not express his opinions. Now Eric and Zhao Shuming, the good partners, are gone, replaced by Creighton and him, and the seats are still exactly the same. But there is one difference from before. Before, I often rested at home and was urgently called to the company for a meeting, because Tenda always seemed to like to do this kind of big rhythm on holidays. But this time everyone was working overtime on Saturday to focus on the IOI Global Finals, so this meeting was quite convenient. I don't know whether this should be considered lucky or unfortunate. At this moment, just like at that moment, even Christian's frowning and worried look seemed to be cast in the same mold as Eric. After a long time, Christian sighed, "This move is really amazing." He looked at Jin Yong, "How do we plan our subsequent marketing plan?" Jin Yong answered truthfully, "The current arrangement has not changed. It is still centered around the topic popularity of the FV team, heating up their relationship with other teams, and then driving the discussion of the entire event online." "What should we do? Should we change it?" Christian was a little annoyed. "The key is how to change it. Bringing popularity to the FV team is also a helpless solution for them. The FV team is the defending champion of the previous session. It is good at making things happen and has a very high level of attention at home and abroad. If we skip the FV team and market other teams, it will be too obvious, as if we are deliberately targeting them, and the effect may not be good." So after researching, the finger company decided to adopt the current marketing method, marketing around the FV team, driving the popularity of other teams, and then weakening the strength of the FV team through version changes. In this way, the new champion can completely inherit the popularity from the FV team. With this marketing, as long as the FV team cannot win the championship, it will become the best supporting role, which will only make the protagonist more legendary. To give an example, if the IOI Global Finals is a group of mountains, then the FV team is already the highest mountain among them. Now if you want to raise all the mountains collectively, then it is actually stupid for FV to raise another mountain. Instead, it is better to try to raise the FV team, so that the mountains can be raised together, and other mountains can also share the popularity. But what people did not expect was that an unexpected situation occurred. This new feature launched by GOG has fundamentally greatly increased the discussion and popularity of the GOG Global Invitational. And the popularity on the internet is limited. If you take more, I will take less. This is equivalent to a flood. The mountains are raised slowly, but the water level rises quickly. Slowly, these shorter mountains are submerged by water, and only the highest mountain is still floating on the water. Doesn't this mean that only the popularity of the FV team is left? Now Creighton is holding this meeting. This is a procedural issue and must be held. You can't be indifferent when the problem is in front of you, right? But if you want to find a way to solve the problem, how to solve it? Remove the popularity of the FV team? Don't let the FV team benefit from it? Then the popularity of the entire IOI World Championship will be affected, and all the marketing funds invested before will be wasted. Develop a similar viewing function here? But the key is that the problem with this function is not the technology, but whether there is a cooperative platform. Based on Creighton's understanding of Finger Company, if he wants to come up with a plan during the IOI World Championship, find a platform to discuss cooperation, and develop this function, it is almost impossible. Let alone the World Championship, it would be a blessing if this function is completed within half a year. Let alone similar functions, I can't even think of a similar way to comprehensively improve the popularity of IOI competitions. Continue to maintain the current state? Even if some popularity is gained, the popularity will be cheap to FV team. Unless other teams besides FV team win the championship in the end, it will be a more acceptable result for Finger Company. Everyone looked at each other and entered the familiar rhythm again. Meaning, don't look at us, what can we do? Creighton also wanted to say, then I can't do anything. Everyone looked at each other in silence, and Jin Yong suggested, forget it, let's call and report it. We can only hope that other teams can give a little help and beat FE team, then everything will be fine. Cray team nodded helplessly, okay, that's the only way. November 26th, Monday. Suffering Travel Special Training Base. Xiao Liang looked at the rather impressive venue in front of him and suddenly backed off. Something felt wrong. It was one thing to be mentally prepared, but seeing the indoor climbing wall that was several stories high in this venue was another matter. Xiao Liang's mind was full of questions. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I come to this place? I was going to climb such a high rock climbing wall? Am I worthy? I am not worthy. And this is just indoor training? Is the formal suffering trip more difficult than this? Now Xiao Liang especially understood why there were many deserters who had so many opportunities before going to the battlefield but did not escape, but escaped on the battlefield and were shot on the spot. Because for some things, no matter how much mental preparation it makes, it is still not ready when it arrives at the scene. Xiao Liang's mind involuntarily appeared the idea of deserting the battlefield, and at the same time his legs began to retreat uncontrollably. Old Xiao. You are here too, so early. I can see that you are also impatient. Xiao Liang looked back and saw Wang Guangjian getting off the car with a smile on his face. Like Xiao Liang, he did not bring much luggage, only a small bag. According to the rules of the suffering journey, participants only need to arrive and do not need to bring anything. Everything from clothes to food to training equipment is provided by the suffering journey. Xiao Liang's mouth twitched slightly. I can't wait. The reason why I came a little earlier than the agreed time was mainly to observe the situation in advance, and to run away in time if the situation was not right. Although it is a bit unkind to do so, my life is still important after all. At worst, I can apologize to President Pei and the fans, or even pay some money. I believe everyone will understand. Ahem, you go in first, I don't think I'm mentally prepared yet. Xiao Liang stepped back involuntarily. Wang Guangjian was a little surprised, not mentally prepared? It's okay, I'm not mentally prepared either. Actually, I'm the same as you, I don't want to come at all. In addition to being afraid of ghosts, I have been spoiled since I was a child and have never suffered any hardship, but I think it's a pity not to come since I've been drawn. Come on, let's support each other, cheer each other up, and stick to it together. Wang Guangjian said as he was about to come over and dragged Xiao Liang in. Xiao Liang's mouth was almost crooked with anger. You still have the nerve to mention that you are afraid of ghosts. Are you afraid of ghosts? Obviously very excited. This time, he probably has the same character. He says he has never suffered, but if he really climbs and swims, he will probably climb faster than anyone else. Liar. I will never believe you again. Xiao Liang was unmoved. His desire to survive made him resist Wang Guangjian's pull and still try to get out. Just then, another car stopped at the door and Yao Bo got out of the car. Hey, you are here to join the suffering trip, right? I'm Yao Bo, and you two are. Wang Guangjian and Xiao Liang paused and briefly introduced themselves. The three hit it off right away. Yao Bo was very happy. I've heard of your names for a long time. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Hey, I've been pampered since I was a child and have never suffered any hardship. I heard that you two have been tempered by Tenda's terror hostile. I hope you can help me overcome difficulties in this regard. Then let's go in? Wang Guangjian nodded, okay, let's go. The two dragged Xiao Liang in without saying anything. Xiao Liang was quite resistant at first, but when he saw Yao Bo coming, he was shaken again and was pushed in by the two people half-heartedly. Because he had already roughly understood the people on the list before, and knew that Yao Bo was the son of the Jinding group, he said that he was pampered and had never suffered any hardship. This was much more credible than Wang Guangjian, so Qiao Liang still believed it. Especially Yao Bo's words, "I heard that you all have been trained in the Jingji hostel," made Qiao Liang feel a little hesitant. He had just finished praising her, but he ran away. Is this reasonable? And looking at the composition of this team, there are pampered young men and girls. Qiao Liang thought, if he became the only one in this team to run away, how embarrassing it would be to tell others about it. So shame briefly overcame reason and was dragged into the hall. Chapter 1330. What kind of monsters are they? Bao Su, Sa Ziren, Li Yaling, and other staff members have been waiting for a long time. There are special staff members responsible for reception, registration, distribution of clothing and equipment, and telling them about various precautions and training. Qiao Liang was a little confused. Why are there only 3 of us? Where are the others? Will someone not come? Bao Su laughed. I'll be there soon. No one will be missing. After hearing Bao Su's confident words, Qiao Liang couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Yes, under the leadership of President Pei, the employees of Tenda have probably trained their iron will. How could they want to be deserters like me? My idea is a bit of a villain's heart. As soon as the voice fell, a minibus stopped outside, and the Tenda employees who participated in the suffering journey got off one after another. Everyone had happy written on their faces, as if they were prisoners being escorted to the execution ground. Seeing that everyone had gotten off the bus, the driver also got off and shook hands with Bao Su. There are 7 people in total, all here. The handover is complete. Bao Su nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The 2 of them connected seamlessly, as if they were changing shifts. Qiao Liang. It turned out that I had misunderstood. He thought Bao Su was so confident and sure because he trusted Tenda's employees and believed in their courage and guts. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. It was simply because they were brought here by a minibus, and no one could escape, so Bao Su said no one will be missing. Soon, 10 people changed into training clothes and put on rock climbing equipment. Come on, everyone, do some warm-up exercises with me first, stretch your muscles and bones. Li Yaling began to warm up with these people. Qiao Liang couldn't help but silently raised his thumbs. This suffering trip is good. With a beautiful girl leading the team, it shouldn't be so hard. And it seems that men and women are mixed training, not separated. In this way, Qiao Liang doesn't have to worry about being the last one. Anyway, because of the natural physiological gap, he must be a little better than the girls, right? Qiao Liang brought equipment that can be broadcast live this time. But he doesn't plan to use it now. First, he had to confirm whether live broadcasting was allowed here and when it would be allowed. Second, he had to confirm the situation first so that he could not broadcast his most embarrassing side. So far, everything was fine, except that Bao Su's eyes seemed to reveal a murderous aura, which made people feel uneasy. What Qiao Liang didn't know was that Bao Su's eyes when he glanced at him did reveal a murderous aura, and it was not his illusion, because President Pei had already privately told me that there were a few people who must be given priority. The first one was Qiao Liang. The ones behind him were Wang Guangjin, Qin Yufeng, and Zhu Xiaozi. There was no way, because they were so outstanding, that people would hold grudges. In fact, for Pei Qian, the most hated leaders had already been arranged in the first batch, and the leaders in the second batch were relatively not so serious. The main thing was to deal with Qiao Liang and Wang Guangjin more. But Wang Guangjin might not be tortured, because this person might enjoy doing anything, so it would be more effective to torture Qiao Liang. As for Qin Yufeng, it was mainly because GOG's viewing system had recently caused the popularity of the event to soar, and at the same time dragged down the 2 departments of GOG and Rabbit Tail Live, and he had too much presence in front of Pei Qian. So Pei Qian felt that this person should also be given priority. As for Bao Su, of course, he had no objection. For Bao Su, if all the employees of Tenda were dragged to the suffering journey, there would definitely be some who were wronged, but if they were dragged one by one, there would definitely be some who would slip through the net. In that case, why should we be polite to them? Arrangements. Soon, Liata led everyone to do warm-up exercises. Bao Su stepped forward, cleared his throat, and emphasized the relevant precautions of the suffering journey again. Next, we will officially start training, starting with rock climbing. Considering that many of you don't have the foundation of rock climbing, let's start with a simple one. You will climb this wall in turn, and we will record your performance and formulate corresponding training plans in a targeted manner. Bao Su said, pointing to the shortest artificial rock climbing wall next to him. This special training base was originally converted from a rock climbing gym, so there are several rock climbing walls of different sizes. The shorter ones are for everyone to train. Only when you have practiced enough can you climb the highest imitation natural rock wall. Of course, the higher the rock climbing wall, the harder it is. This depends on the specific shape and route. This rock climbing wall for novices happens to be the shortest. Hearing this, Qiao Liang's eyes lit up. Record performance and formulate corresponding training plans in a targeted manner? Does that mean that if I perform poorly, the amount of training will be reduced accordingly? I have set up a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. As if seeing through Qiao Liang's thoughts, Bao Su added, for those with poor performance, we will give them extra lessons and try to make them catch up with the main group as soon as possible. Qiao Liang. Grab the bamboo shoots. Those with poor performance still need extra lessons? Then we can only go all out. What if we go all out and still rank last? Qiao Liang felt that his future was bleak. Bao Su glanced at the crowd. Qiao Liang, you are the first one to go up. Qiao Liang was stunned for a moment. Huh? Everyone had already cast encouraging eyes. Qiao Laosher, come on. You can do it. Qiao Liang thought about it. The sooner he died, the sooner he could be reborn. After being the first to go up, he could rest, which was not bad. So he gritted his teeth, came to the artificial rock wall, and began to climb under the protection of the staff. Once he started, he found that this thing seemed simple, but it was really difficult. As a person without any foundation, I felt that I couldn't climb well no matter how I climbed. I had no place to exert my strength and no place to put my hands and feet. It was no problem to stand on the flat ground for an hour, but I felt a little out of breath after climbing up and hanging for a few minutes. Qiao Liang also gave it his all, to avoid being made up lessons. He used his hands and feet to climb up, and the people watching below were constantly cheering him up. Finally, Qiao Liang felt that he really couldn't climb anymore. He looked up and saw that the artificial rock wall was not high, and he was still a little short of climbing to the top. This should be considered good, right? So he began to descend clumsily with the help of the staff to adjust the rope. After finally landing on the ground again, Qiao Liang felt his legs were a little weak and exhausted. There was warm applause in the venue. Good job, Mr. Qiao. Qiao Liang was a little embarrassed, but also a little flattered, with a feeling of I'm really awesome. Bao Su glanced at everyone. Chen Yufeng, you're the second one. Chen Yufeng couldn't help but shudder, thinking to himself, what virtue do I have to be ranked behind Mr. Qiao? If we talk about seniority and performance, there are many people here who are much better than me, right? He still feels that he has achieved nothing in Rabbit Tail Live, so he shouldn't be valued so much, right? But there is no way to do it since he has been called, so he had to come to the artificial rock wall and start climbing. Although Qiao Liang was physically tired, he was happy in his heart. It's like a teacher randomly checking to recite ancient Chinese texts. It's despairing to be the first one to be picked, but after reciting and sitting down, you instantly feel a sense of calmness and transcendence. However, watching Chen Yufeng climb higher and higher, Qiao Liang's expression froze. What's going on? That's not right. Shouldn't Tingda's employees be ordinary office workers? Although I am a up host, I am a freelancer after all. I can use the smart fitness clothes drying rack to exercise when I have nothing to do at home. Why can he climb faster than me? It is obvious that Chen Yufeng is also climbing for the first time, and many of his movements are not standard, but his physical fitness is obviously better. In the end, he successfully climbed to the top and came down smoothly. Qiao Liang was a little speechless. I forgot that Tengda's employees are all members of the managed gym. Fitness with a mandatory schedule is indeed much better than a two-timer like me. It's okay. My goal is not to be the last. Anyway, there is no reason for Yao Bo and those two girls to surpass me, right? Bao Su said nothing and continued to name the next one, Ruan Guangjin. Ruan Guangjin came to the bottom of the artificial rock wall, looked up, and looked embarrassed, as if he had no idea how to start. Then he climbed up nimbly. Qiao Liang. I knew it would be like this. Man. Ruan Guangjin can't be counted on at all. Qiao Liang highly doubts whether this idiot is a carbon-based creature. Is there anything in the world that he is not good at? But fortunately, there are others to cover for him. Finally, it was Yao Bo's turn. Qiao Liang perked up again and looked at him carefully. From the appearance, Yao Bo is not very tall and thin, and doesn't look like the type who is particularly good at sports. However, as soon as Yao Bo climbed up the artificial rock wall, Qiao Liang's heart sank. Judging from this standard body posture, it is obvious that he is a veteran who has climbed many times. As expected, the small artificial rock wall was a piece of cake for Yao Bo, and he easily conquered it. The feeling of climbing was like some adventure games, as if just moving your fingers and pressing the X button, the protagonist could easily climb to the top by scratching the cracks in the rocks. Qiao Liang was really hit hard. Because so far, everyone in the entire team has climbed to the top, but he hasn't. But there is still hope. After all, there are two girls. However, after Hao Yun and Qi Yan also climbed up the artificial rock wall lightly and successfully climbed to the top, Qiao Liang was completely speechless. I'm really out of my mind. What kind of monsters are the employees of Tenda? Qiao Liang was completely desperate. He originally thought that no matter what he said, he would not be at the bottom, and there must be one or two huskies like him. But now he found that this is a veritable wolf pack, and he is the only husky. On second thought, this is also very reasonable. All employees of Tenda are members of the managed gym, and they all have mandatory fitness tasks. Although the girl is not as strong as the boy, she is light, and her coordination and balance will be stronger than Qiao Liang after training. As for Ruan Guangjin and Yao Bo, one is gifted, and the other is rich, so they can't help but play sports like rock climbing. What should I do? There are still 2 months to go. Qiao Liang's expression was dull, and he felt unwell. Seeing Qiao Liang's expression, Bao Su gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, although your starting conditions are the worst, we will carry out special training for you this month, and we will definitely let you keep up with the big team. Qiao Liang slowly turned his head and looked at Bao Su, speechless for a while. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1331 Real Estate Agency Simulator released. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. On the second day of Qiao Liang's journey to suffer, Real Estate Agency Simulator was officially released. In Qingshan Studio, designers including Kai Jiadong were busy. Although the development and pre-promotion work of the game have been completed, everyone still feels quite unsure. Because no matter the release time node or the current public opinion environment, strictly speaking, it is not very good. Originally, Kai Jiadong wanted to wait until the 1st of next month to release it, and that day happened to be Saturday, which felt the most suitable time. But at Meng Cheng's strong request, it was still released today, that is, Tuesday, November 27th. This time is very unpopular. It is the end of the month and it is a working day, so the data is naturally short. And from the perspective of pre-promotion and public opinion environment, there is heat, but it is really not a good heat. Although Meng Chang has invested a lot of publicity resources, he has been tossing that promotional film back and forth. This film does not directly mention Real Estate Agent Simulator. On the surface, it is just showing everyone how difficult it is to work as an ordinary real estate agent. The publicity of the Zhuzhou Group has made the public opinion environment extremely chaotic. Yes, it is chaotic, not rapidly deteriorating. Because the Zhuzhou Group, due to its huge size, actually has a guiding and controlling effect on public opinion. Although the promotional video shot by the Zhuzhou Group and the series of publicity launched from it have been criticized, under the role of this guidance and control, it has indeed taken away a lot of popularity. Now the focus of everyone's discussion on the internet, whether it is positive or negative, has shifted to the Zhuzhou Group in 9 out of 10 cases. As for the original promotional video? On the contrary, it was gradually ignored by people because it was not shown extreme enough. Some people even mistakenly thought that this promotional video was also shot by the Zhuzhou Group, and they also criticized it. As for the real estate agency simulator that has been hidden behind, only a small number of core players who have been paying attention to it know that it will be released today. And those passers-by players, even many people know nothing about it. After all, most passers-by players usually have their own jobs and receive too much new game information on a daily basis. Under the promotion plan of Qingshan Studio, it is normal not to know the game Real Estate Agency Simulator. But no matter what, everyone still trusts Meng Chang. Therefore, Real Estate Agent Simulator was still as Meng Chang hoped, and quietly appeared on the game store and homepage recommendation of Doubt VR glasses at the end of the month, a relatively unpopular time. In the evening, not long after Ding Xiao returned to the sloth apartment she rented, there was a knock on the door outside. Most of Tengda's employees were settled in sloth apartments. Of course, many people have already bought their own houses. As a new employee, Ding Xiao was also assigned to sloth apartments as employee dormitories. Compared with the place she rented before, the conditions of sloth apartments were obviously much better, so Ding Xiao moved in without saying a word. "Hello, your express delivery." There was a guy from Nifeng Logistics at the door. Ding Xiao was a little surprised, because she didn't remember buying anything in the past 2 days. What's more, the courier was dragging 2 large boxes and several small boxes behind him. Ding Xiao was a little confused. After confirming that these things were indeed for her, she let the courier in. The courier first handed a small box to Ding Xiao and began to unpack these large boxes. Inside the big box was a complete set of ROF consoles and matching peripherals such as monitors, keyboards, and mice, which were assembled by the courier and placed on the desk after debugging. Ding Xiao opened the small box in her hand and found a card and an unopened Doubt VR glasses inside. The card was written by Meng Chang, which was to thank Ding Xiao for her help in filming the promotional video. Today, Real Estate Agent Simulator was officially launched, so she was given a computer and VR equipment so that she could experience it if she was interested. "Oh, this is too polite. I have already paid her for the film." Ding Xiao was a little embarrassed. She was paid too much. She felt that she did not do anything in the promotional video, and she had no acting skills to speak of. She just made a few movements and expressions according to Meng Chang's requirements. What's more, this promotional video has not had any effect so far, so Ding Xiao still blamed herself a little, wondering if she didn't act well. After all, she is the only leading actor in this promotional video. Is it because everyone doesn't like her face that the promotional video didn't have the desired effect? The courier brother quickly completed the task and left. Ding Xiao adjusted the VR glasses and prepared to experience this game. After all, it is related to her, and the whole set of equipment has been delivered to her door, so she should go to show her support anyway. The entrance to the game can be found on the main interface of Doubt VR glasses, which is very convenient. After all, it is the favorite game of Qingshan Studio, so it must be treated as such. Push open a door, and the game officially starts. During the loading process of the game, an opening CG is played first. Strictly speaking, this is not a CG, but a real promotional video. Ding Xiao was a little surprised. Ah? Isn't this the promotional video I shot? Compared with the version released online, this promotional video has not changed much, except that the game title of Real Estate Agency Simulator and the logo of Qingshan Studio appeared in the last scene. The promotional video that was previously posted online did not have the game title and studio logo. Seeing her performance, Ding Xiao felt a little embarrassed, especially when she saw the scene of secretly wiping tears at home. She always felt that her acting skills were not up to par. There was no way, after all, she was not a professional actor. Even if she acted according to the real situation, it was difficult to express emotions deeply and layeredly, and naturally, it would be difficult to infect the audience. But fortunately, this promotional video was not long, and it quickly entered the game scene. Ding Xiao found herself in a small agency store. The store is not large and the structure is quite simple. There is only an office area similar to the front desk, a consultation area with a coffee table and 2 single sofas, and some simple furnishings. These scenes are obviously completely different from the work scenes when Ding Xiao was a real estate agent before. But think about it, it is reasonable. After all, this is a game, and the working environment needs to be beautified. If it is made according to the real intermediary store, it may discourage players from playing at the beginning. There are some basic operation instructions in the game. Because this is a casual business game, the operation in the game is very simple, and people like Ding Xiao who rarely play VR games can also get started quickly. The next step is to go to the computer at the front desk, click to open the files and programs on the computer screen, check the house, accept the commission, match the house and the tenant, go to the house for field inspection and understand the situation, and introduce the characteristics of the house to the tenant after the tenant arrives, facilitate the transaction, and finally extract the commission. Perhaps worried that some novice players will be at a loss, the game is very considerate to show the whole process in the form of a flowchart, and can also show the player's progress in real time. There is a special interface that can be checked at any time. For Ding Xiao, who used to be a real estate agent, this whole set of processes is so easy to understand that he is so familiar with it that he can play smoothly without these prompts. Ding Xiao used the handle to simulate his own hands, dragged the computer screen in the game, and quickly determined the house type and target customers. Because it is the early stage of the game, Ding Xiao has very limited housing resources, only 3 sets, and these house types all have some flaws. Point 1 is too small, 1 is not facing south and lacks sunlight, and the other is not transparent enough. After thinking about it, Ding Xiao chose the last one. At least this defect is relatively acceptable. I have to say that this game is quite kind. Players only need to choose one of the 3 sets that they are most satisfied with, and they don't need to worry about the other 2. According to the settings in the game, this house library is shared, which is equivalent to the other 2 sets being arranged to other agents. In reality, Ding Xiao often encounters old houses that have not been rented out for a long time and have problems everywhere. In this case, the store still has to try its best to rent it out. Whether it is a price reduction or a trick, in short, at this time, it all depends on each other's magical powers. Some agents, under the pressure of performance, will inevitably start to use crooked brains and use some not-so-glorious means. Determining the room type is only the first step. Next, you have to choose the customer and conduct a field inspection in advance. There are many customers to choose from in the game computer, some live alone, and some rent with friends or couples, with different factors such as age and income. Different customers have different levels of pickiness and specific concerns about houses. For example, some young people can hardly cook for themselves and always order takeout. In this case, a small kitchen is not a disadvantage because it is not used anyway. However, for some people who like to cook, a small or broken kitchen is hard to accept. After considering it, Ding Xiao chose 3 groups of customers. This is also a hard rule of the game mechanism. You can choose up to 3 groups of customers for each house. If none of them are successful, the task will be considered a failure. If more than one group of customers is successful, both sides will increase the price to increase the commission of the intermediary. This is also different from reality. It is obviously for the consideration of gameplay. Of course, this may also be because it is currently in the early stage of the game, the novice experience stage, so various systems and gameplay have been simplified to a certain extent, so that novices can quickly get started. In the future, as the game progresses, there may be some more difficult tasks, and the corresponding restrictions should be gradually lifted. The 3 groups of customers selected by Ding Xiao are a young couple who have just graduated and started looking for jobs, a salaried worker who has worked for several years and has a relatively high income, and 2 girls who have been working for more than a year and have changed houses normally. Of course, in addition to this, the system also noted some of their detailed requirements, such as the young couple needed to cook, and the 2 girls had a cat. These 3 groups of people were relatively high-quality tenants that Ding Xiao subconsciously selected, so the possibility of a deal would be higher. Of course, the 3 groups of customers have different focuses on the house, which requires some improvisation. After selecting these contents, you can go to the house for field inspection. Before, I just looked at the floor plan of the house on the computer and found some problems with the house type, but many details can only be known by field inspection. After the field inspection, it is to meet the customers, introduce the house, answer the customers' questions, and facilitate the transaction. Ding Xiao pushed open the door of the agency store, and the camera quickly zoomed up and moved to the target community. Chapter 1332, Showing People Houses in the Game. After the camera switched, Ding Xiao had already arrived at the lobby of the house. Before making an appointment with a customer to see the house, the player as an agent can first inspect the house to get a clear idea of it. At the beginning of the game, there is no time limit for inspecting the house, and there will be some prompts in the game, so that players who lack knowledge in this area can also understand the advantages and disadvantages of this house type. As the game progresses, there will be a time limit for inspecting the house, and there will be fewer prompts, which is equivalent to increasing the difficulty for the players. Players can even choose to challenge themselves and not do this step at all. They will receive customers when they first come to the house without prior preparation and rely on on-the-spot performance. The higher the difficulty, the richer the reward. Ding Xiao used to be a real estate agent, and her professional knowledge in this area is much richer than that of ordinary players. However, the content of this game is relatively unfamiliar to her, so she decided to follow the standard process first. If you can quickly adapt to the gameplay of the game, you can try to increase the difficulty. According to the most basic movement method that had been practiced before, Ding Xiao went around each room. It can only be said that the situation is even worse than expected. There were floor plans and photos of these room types on the computer in the store before, but when I really arrived at the site, I found that the photos may often be photo fraud and cannot be trusted at all. It was obviously noon when the photos were taken. The sun was shining brightly and the whole room was bathed in warm sunlight. As long as the light was slightly adjusted and the angle was found, the photos taken would be very confusing. But now it happened to be cloudy outside and the light was not so strong, so the whole room was downgraded several levels in an instant. In addition, many details were naturally exposed. For example, there were some traces of nails and double-sided tape on the wall, most of which were left by the previous tenant. The stove and cabinets in the kitchen were full of old oil stains. There was a window in the second bedroom that did not seem to be closed tightly, and it would definitely leak air, etc. These details that would not be shown in the photos would be exposed during the on-site house viewing. However, whether customers can see these problems depends on the individual. After Ding Xiao raises her hand and points the handle to certain areas, there is a certain probability that a prompt icon will appear. At this time, you can use up the prompt times to get an official prompt. For example, in the kitchen, some tenants who are keen on cooking in the kitchen and have high requirements for hygiene conditions will have great opinions on these old oil stains, while tenants who don't use the kitchen at all will probably not come in to take a closer look. But this function is not omnipotent. Just like the gameplay of finding clues in many detective games or escape room games, if the player does not realize that there may be a problem here and does not point to the key area with the handle, there will be no prompt. Of course, some extreme players can use the handle to point to all the rooms once, if they are not tired. After noticing these problems, in order to better facilitate the transaction, the agent can choose to solve these problems or ignore them. The solution is to pay out of your own pocket, take out part of the money from your own funds, ask for cleaning or repair furniture, and fundamentally improve this problem. If you choose to ignore it, you may be exposed on the spot by the tenants who come to see the house, resulting in the failure of the transaction, or you may not be discovered. Of course, there are remedies for being exposed on the spot. You can try to fool people or solve it by reducing the rent. In this regard, the protagonist in the game has much more authority than the real agent. After all, in the setting, the protagonist is not a worker, but a boss and an employee at the same time, responsible for his own profits and losses. Ding Xiao quickly looked at the house inside and out and found several key problems. After all, this is her old profession, and she is completely familiar with it, and she doesn't need too many system prompts. She even has some strange ideas. Ding Xiao first turned on all the lights in the room, and then roughly felt the brightness in the room. Then, she raised her head and pointed the handle at the light bulb in the living room. Sure enough, the light bulb became highlighted, and an interface popped up, which means that the light bulb can be replaced. After a simple selection, Ding Xiao chose a relatively cheap but very bright ceiling lamp, and it was easily replaced after selection. In fact, not only the lights, but all the furniture and appliances in the room can be replaced. The problem is that sofas, TVs, wallpapers, and other things are too expensive, and Ding Xiao doesn't have much money now and can't afford to replace them. This is a routine that Ding Xiao learned when she was an agent before. If the room itself has poor lighting, insufficient lighting, or poor ventilation and odor, then turn on all the lights before the customer comes to see the house, and open the windows in advance to disperse the odor. In this way, tenants will ignore the problems of poor lighting and ventilation to a certain extent, and even if they find them, it will be after signing the contract. By then, even if most tenants are a little dissatisfied, there is nothing they can do since the contract has already been signed and they can only make do with it. Ding Xiao is not sure whether the game is really that smart, and whether improving the lighting will increase the probability of customers making a deal, but it is worth a try. After all, isn't this kind of business simulation game with a high degree of freedom all about cool operations and freedom? Specifically for this house, since the original lights were dim, there was no substantial improvement even if they were turned on, so Ding Xiao paid out of his own pocket to replace the lights in the living room and raise the brightness to the highest possible level. There is no good solution to the kitchen problem. You can't afford to hire a cleaner, but there is also a do-it-yourself option in the game. Moving the handle at the greasy place is equivalent to wiping it yourself. Although some old stubborn stains are difficult to remove completely, it looks much better than at the beginning. Of course, not all problems can be solved by yourself. Some problems must be improved at a high price. In this way, Ding Xiao simply dealt with all the places that could be handled in the room within the scope of funds allowed, and tried to understand some of the defects of the room. Then, you can invite tenants to see the house. Although she is already an old hand, Ding Xiao is still a little nervous while waiting for the tenant to come. After all, it is her first time to show someone a house in the game. Not long after, the doorbell rang. The first person to come was the working-class buddy who had worked for several years and had a relatively high income. Ding Xiao arranged the order of the three groups of people. The reason why this guy came first was mainly because Ding Xiao felt that he had the best chance of negotiating the highest price with him. The other two groups of people were a couple who had just graduated and two girls who had just worked for more than a year. Their economic conditions were not very good. Moreover, young couples pay more attention to the issue of cooking, and the kitchen hygiene of this house is not very good. Taking all factors into consideration, this guy who has worked for several years and is from the working class has the best economic conditions and does not have high requirements for the kitchen. He is most likely to reach a high price. Of course, it is precisely because this guy has been working for several years that his ability to find faults may not be weak and it is not easy to fool him. This depends on Ding Xiao's ability. Using the VR handle to open the door, Ding Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. This guy is so real. Because this is the first time Ding Xiao has seen a person in this game. Although VR glasses, like all VR glasses, are limited by technology and currently cannot achieve a realistic clarity, and even have a slight grid effect, the clarity of scenes and characters in different games is still significantly different. Real Estate Agent Simulator has obviously achieved a very high level of clarity in character modeling within the scope of technical level. After entering the house viewing mode, the player will follow the tenant who is viewing the house by default and answer his questions. The tenant, that is, the NPC in the game, has a certain pattern of action and has a relatively fixed route when visiting different rooms. But which room to visit first, which room to visit later, what is the focus in the room, what kind of questions will be raised, how to respond to the player's answer, all these depend on the character settings, showing a strong randomness. In this process, of course, the player does not need to speak in real words, but uses the handle to select the options on the screen to introduce and answer. First, briefly introduce the basic situation of the house, and then the customer will ask questions about some details. The gameplay of this stage is a bit similar to a text adventure game. The dialogue options available to the player depend on the previous observations in the room, the preparations made in advance, and the comprehensive factors such as the player's level and experience. At the same time, many subsequent dialogues must be triggered after the corresponding options are selected in the previous dialogue. What surprised Ding Xiao was that every move of this NPC was quite real, the actions were natural, and the words were fluent and very colloquial. The voices of conversations between NPCs and players are obviously recorded in advance, because automatically synthesized voices will inevitably have a sense of stiff splicing, which can be heard at once. The NPCs in the game don't give people this feeling. Ding Xiao was a little curious. Did this game dub and motion capture all the NPCs' voices? Isn't that too extravagant? Will there be repetition in the future? For example, the same questions are asked over and over again? She was thinking about it when she heard this working-class guy ask, "This room looks like it has good lighting, right?" It was not a direct question, but sounded more like a casual question. 3 options appeared in front of Ding Xiao, representing 3 different attitudes. The first is a positive attitude, which is a no-brainer. The second is a neutral attitude, which is more vague, but will not deny. The third is to tell the truth. Ding Xiao couldn't help but hesitate. Obviously, the first attitude is more conducive to facilitating the transaction, but this guy will definitely find problems after moving in. The third attitude is more conscientious, but it is likely to lose this customer. In order to save it, the rent will most likely be reduced. Ding Xiao found it difficult to make a decision, but seeing that the conversation progress bar was almost at the end, she had no choice but to choose the next attitude. Chapter 1333, This game is poisonous. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. This way of dealing with things is also Ding Xiao's consistent attitude when she was in the agency store before. Being an agent is a serious job after all, and the difficulty and pressure are not comparable to a game. If all the problems of the house were told to the customer truthfully, Ding Xiao would have been fired long ago, and it would be impossible for her to work in the store for so long, and even have the spare energy to share the orders with Tian Mo. But if she blindly deceived customers for performance, said good things for everything, and felt no guilt at all, then Ding Xiao would not have finally given up her job in the agency store and resigned. Most of the time when she was an agent, she chose a compromise plan, and on the premise of facilitating transactions as much as possible, she would be worthy of her conscience to the greatest extent. After entering this game, she subconsciously brought her previous work habits over. The salaried guy did not ask more questions, nor did he dwell on this topic, but continued to look at other parts of the house. Obviously, this was Ding Xiao's preparation for changing the light bulb. Although the tenant raised some questions about the lighting of the house, the overall lighting looked okay because the lights were bright. Ding Xiao gave a relatively positive answer, so the tenant subconsciously thought that there was no big problem with the lighting here and turned to pay attention to other aspects. Then, the working-class guy raised a few more small questions, and Ding Xiao responded to them all properly. Send red envelopes to everyone. You can get red envelopes now on the WeChat public account. When answering tenants' questions, players have many options to choose from, but this does not mean that it is easy to choose, because many options are confusing, and Ding Xiao suspects that whether the tenant will buy it is mostly related to the tenant's identity. In short, it depends on the person. For example, some young tenants are easier to fool, and choosing the option of fooling can facilitate the transaction, but some experienced tenants can see through these routines, and forcing fooling will only backfire and leave a bad impression on the other party. As for the response to the shortcomings of the house, even if it is a fool, there are several different options, and choosing the most correct option requires certain professional knowledge. For example, if a tenant says that the hallway in the house is too long and too narrow, wasting space, there will be several different options when responding. You can start with the structural layout of the house, saying that as a transparent design, it is inevitable to have a corridor. You can start with practicality, saying that this corridor can increase the privacy and practicality of the bedroom. You can start from the perspective of artistry, saying that putting some murals or photo walls in the corridor can greatly enhance the atmosphere. Of course, you can also deny the questions raised by the tenants, saying that most houses are like this, or simply admit the problem and solve it by reducing the price. There is no single correct answer to this point, and players can even choose the most brainless way, fooling around and choosing the more foolish options, fooling through, and then reducing the rent when exposed. As long as it is not particularly wrong, it can guarantee that the house will be rented out, and it is nothing more than making less money. Soon, the first tenant finished looking at the house and was basically satisfied, saying that he would go back and think about it. In reality, this is also the case. There are not many on-site transactions. Most tenants choose the most satisfactory house to rent after comparing prices from 3 houses. After all, renting a house is not a trivial matter. It is related to the living environment in the next few months, and it will affect 1/4 or even 1/3 of your salary. You must be cautious before making a choice. In reality, tenants may make a final decision after several days, unless a house is too scarce and too popular. This situation is also restored in the game, but the time is greatly shortened. Tenants will make a decision in a few minutes and send a contract application on the store's computer system. Ding Xiao also took this opportunity to receive the remaining 2 groups of tenants. The gameplay of the game is similar, but there are great changes in the content. Different roles, their actions and tones are different, and the focus of attention when viewing the house is also different. For example, the couple who need to cook focused on the problem of the kitchen and repeatedly entangled in the grease in the kitchen. Ding Xiao took a lot of effort to settle it with her eloquence, while the 2 girls were very concerned about the leaky windows. Ding Xiao did not have a good solution and could only promise to reduce the rent. Because it would cost too much money to find someone to repair it, reducing the rent is a more economical choice. Of course, after all tenants have viewed the house, they will each give a bid, and Ding Xiao can choose the tenant with the highest bid to close the deal. In addition, the routes these tenants take to visit the house, the questions they ask, and their responses to Ding Xiao's explanations are all random and probabilistic events. For example, after Ding Xiao gives an explanation, the probability of questioning will be given based on the tenant's personality and other factors, and then the system will randomly select according to the probability to determine the tenant's final action. Players may get away with it, or they may be speechless by the tenant. After sending off the 3 groups of tenants, Ding Xiao returned to her agency to check the final rental prices offered by the 3 groups of tenants. As expected, the working-class guy who had worked for several years offered the highest price, which was consistent with Ding Xiao's expectations. She agreed without hesitation, completed the first transaction, and then started to look at the next house without stopping. As the game progressed, Ding Xiao began to understand more about the game mechanism. For each deal, you can get a certain amount of commission as commission, and these commissions can be used at will. You can make some improvements to the house, such as changing furniture, repairing windows, painting walls, adding home appliances, etc. After improving the living environment of the house, you can naturally increase the rent. You can also choose to expand the housing source channels online or advertise your own agency. The former can increase the quantity and quality of housing sources, while the latter will have more tenants to choose from. You can also take some courses online. Although these courses are relatively expensive, they can allow the characters in the game to acquire some professional knowledge. When introducing the house to the tenants or bargaining with the tenants, you can unlock some dialogue options that you have never seen before. In addition, at the end of each month, players can also convert part of the agency's profits into their own legal income, but they must pay taxes according to a certain proportion, and there are restrictions on the proportion. This part of the money can be used to renovate your own house. The houses that have been sold do not disappear directly, but will be stored in the system's archives, and players can check the houses they have signed at any time. These houses have a certain period, such as a house with a lease period of 1 year, and the tenant may choose to quit the lease midway or renew the lease. If the player is willing, he can always keep a certain type of house, constantly renovate it, and increase the rent. If the player thinks that this house type is too broken, he can also choose to give it up. The game says hand it over to other agencies, which actually means permanently deleting this house type from the game, and then randomly generating a new house type. The number of house types that players have at the same time is limited. As the scale of the agency stores increases, this number will continue to increase. At the same time, the probability of brushing good house types and high-income tenants will continue to increase. Ding Xiao played for more than 2 hours in a row, until the Doubt VR glasses indicated that the battery was low. She reluctantly took off the glasses to charge. In fact, you can continue to play online, but after playing VR games for a long time, you will feel a little dizzy, so you should really take a break. Ding Xiao glanced at the time and was a little surprised. Originally, she just wanted to play a little and show her support, but she didn't expect that she couldn't stop playing it. This game is addictive. Ding Xiao doesn't know professional game design knowledge, and she doesn't have much game experience, but she can roughly summarize the outstanding advantages of this game that make people addicted based on her subjective feelings. First of all, this game has good upgradability and replayability. At the beginning, the player is only responsible for a small store, with few room types in hand, and the tenants he meets are relatively poor. In addition, he has little funds, and it is difficult to make in-depth renovations to these room types. This means that the player's choices are relatively limited. However, the player has more and more orders, the store is gradually expanding, and he begins to contact new room types and new guests. The means of facilitating transactions are gradually increasing. This growth is like many farming games, which will give people a strong sense of accomplishment. In terms of replayability, this game has obviously put a lot of effort. Each room type has its advantages and disadvantages, and each customer has his own preferences. Every time a contract is signed, it is a different challenge for the player. Obviously, the game designers have a large amount of data to support this aspect, coupled with the internal special algorithms and some black technology that cannot be explained for the time being, allowing this game to fully demonstrate the consistent strengths of business simulation games. Secondly, this game is extremely professional. As a former intermediary industry practitioner, Ding Xiao did not have high hopes for the professionalism of this game. Because the intermediary industry seems simple and anyone can do it, but if you want to do it well, there are still many tricks. For example, turn on the lights to increase the lighting when customers are viewing the house, and some response words when facing tenants' questions. Of course, these are all little tricks, but the authenticity is often hidden in these details. If the game makers themselves do not understand these contents, how can they do it in the game? But it is obvious that someone in the game production team must understand, or at least there are professionals who provide them with professional knowledge as a reference. Ding Xiao took the routines in reality and found that they still worked in this game. Even some of the optional words in the game are things she has never heard of or used in reality. This is amazing. Chapter 1334 How can such a good game not be promoted well? The so-called simulation is definitely the more realistic the better, and the ultimate goal is to conform to reality and surpass reality. In a sense, this game obviously achieves this. Finally, the characteristics of VR games give this game extra points. The same theme, if made into a PC game or a mobile game, the sense of substitution will be greatly reduced. After all, on the PC side, players are facing a screen when playing games, and there will be an unreal sense of alienation when moving, talking, and interacting. But after getting the VR platform, this game has brought VR's immersion and sense of substitution to the fullest. Players can walk back and forth in the virtual room, freely observe every corner of the room, and can also communicate with NPCs face-to-face. Compared with other simulation games, it will appear more realistic. Many gameplays that may be boring on the PC side become fun on the VR side, such as wiping the grease in the kitchen. If it is on the PC side, the player can only swing the mouse to complete the wiping action, while on the VR side, the player can actually make the wiping action. Other actions, including opening windows, opening doors, and moving vase-like furnishings in the room, must also be completed by the player himself. Only in VR can these actions be fun. Even players like Ding Xiao who don't play games often can experience its fun and enjoy playing it, which is enough to show the skill of the production team. But the more he understands the fun of this game, the more confused Ding Xiao is about a question. For such a good game, why is the promotion work so bad? Originally, Ding Xiao didn't know the specific content of this game at all, so it was difficult to evaluate this promotion plan. But now it seems that there are many other ways to promote this game. For example, play a short video in the game to show the huge changes from before to after the renovation of a house, or hold a press conference and let some well-known anchors try it out on the spot. The worst thing is to make a beautiful promotional CG. But Meng Chang's promotional plan is to shoot a real-life promotional video, and the focus is not on the game content at all, but a lot of space is used to show the hard work of the intermediary work. In the end, they didn't even mention the name of the game, and until now many people still think that this is a promotional video shot by the residential group. The game is a good game, and the publicity funds were not small, but in the end, this is what they ended up with. Although Meng Chang played an indispensable role in Ding Xiao becoming the heroine of this promotional video, it did not affect Ding Xiao's feeling that Meng Chang's promotional plan was a failure. Forget it, this is not something I should worry about. The heads of various departments of Tenda are very professional. Maybe there are some special plans. Ding Xiao did not dwell on this matter too much. After all, what she said did not count. Instead of worrying about these, it is better to wait until the VR glasses are fully charged before pushing the game progress. I can only say that this game is really fun. November 28, Wednesday. Real Estate Agency Simulator has been on sale for more than a day, and everyone in Qingshan Studio has been paying attention to the situation of this game. Players' discussions on Real Estate Agency Simulator can be seen on many game forums. This game is so fun. It's addictive. I bought it yesterday and played for more than 4 hours straight. My glasses ran out of battery while I was plugged in. I couldn't stop playing. Stop talking. I'm going to buy liver protection tablets now. It's really addictive to play. I told myself 5 times that I would take a break after finishing this deal. As a result, after the deal was completed, I saw a new house type and unlocked new furniture. The money I earned was enough for me to learn new knowledge. A few hours passed unknowingly. I created a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. After working hard all day, I have basically figured out the routine of this game. I think this game should be called Black-Hearted Agent Simulator. If you want to make more money, the best way is to choose the right house type and the right customer, and then find a way to make the tenant ignore the shortcomings of the house and find the right sales pitch, so that you can make money quickly. You have the nerve to call yourself a black-hearted agent? This is beyond the point. You should learn from me. In fact, the furniture in these house types can be freely replaced. They can be dragged to the warehouse for storage or used for other house types. My method is to pick out these furniture, keep only the minimum amount of furniture for each house type, and spread the furniture a little bit, so that you don't have to buy new furniture yourself, which can save a lot of money. I picked out some. You can check the occupations and identities of the high-quality tenants according to this list. These people have a relatively high expected psychological price. Even if they are slashed, it is still profitable to choose them. Don't choose some troublesome tenants, it's a complete waste of your time. I have summarized a table of room type problems, which contains some common problems of room types. Although the room types in the game are randomly extracted and automatically generated from the database, there are certain commonalities. This table should be able to provide some reference for everyone. Is there any big guy who can develop a mod to automatically highlight the interactive options in the room? For example, leaky windows and dirty stoves can be repaired, so that I don't have to go around the house to find them. My obsessive-compulsive disorder can't afford it. I have to say that the effect of this game is a bit unexpected, especially so many different characters and voices are not repeated. How is it done? Some characters are reused. After all, the tenants in the same area are relatively fixed, and some old customers will come back. As for different customers, I guess the producer hired many people to give different voices for the same meaning. For example, when it comes to the window leaking, different NPCs have at least a dozen or even dozens of different statements, which does not sound like it is automatically generated by the system. The only thing I wonder is that it is not difficult to find many people to voice, but how to lip-sync them in the game. I really didn't expect that a game with this theme would be so fun. So it is not that there is a lack of beauty in life, but a lack of discovery. The game industry is not lacking in themes, but lacking designers who know how to properly use themes. From the current situation on the forum, most players have a very positive evaluation of the game Real Estate Agency Simulator. Because the first batch of players are basically either fans of Qingshan Studio, VR game enthusiasts, or core players of simulation business games. The game Real Estate Agency Simulator obviously suits their tastes. However, when Kai Jiadong saw these praises for Real Estate Agent Simulator, he did not look very happy, but rather a little melancholy. This discussion is still not enough. The first day sales can only be said to be average, not optimistic. Sure enough exposure, even with the Doubt VR glasses platform as a blessing, it is still a little bit worse. For an ordinary game, it is enough, but the investment in Real Estate Agent Simulator is too large. Unless it becomes popular to a certain extent, it will be difficult to recover the cost. What's more, this game uses Mr. Pei's ideas. If it doesn't become popular, it will be equivalent to failure. Mr. Pei's golden signboard can't be smashed in our hands, right? Otherwise, when others say that we are a team that even Mr. Pei can't lead, it's too embarrassing. As the chief designer, he is of course very concerned about the current situation of this game. However, from the release to now, the situation is indeed not optimistic. The game's score is very high. It has never dropped below 8.5 points since its release, but what worries Kai Jiadong is that this game has only existed in a small number of players so far. The reason for the high score is that those who bought the game are all in love with it, but Kai Jiadong is very clear that as a VR game with huge investment, if Real Estate Agent Simulator wants to succeed and become popular, it must break the circle, and cannot just rely on these players who are keen on simulation business games. Moreover, breaking the circle is useless for game manufacturers to work hard on their own, but also depends on passers-by players who like to play and are willing to be tap water. In terms of game mechanism, Kai Jiadong and the designers of Qingshan Studio left a pit, but the players have not discovered it yet. Now many players are still thinking about how to make more money, trying hard to cut costs and fool tenants. Although they can get a lot of benefits in the short term, there is a hidden setting in the game called trust. The tenant system in the game is relatively fixed but fluid, which is similar to the situation in reality. In other words, there are only so many tenants in this area, and tenants of old houses may renew their leases later, and players may deal with the same tenant many times. Of course, there will be some new tenants. If the player always tries to cheat the tenants, he may succeed the first time, but the cost is a decrease in trust. The conditions given by the tenants will change the second time, or even the tenants may run away and no longer appear in the player's store system. In addition, players also have a hidden reputation, which depends on the trust of all tenants who have cooperated with the players. Although the impact of a single tenant's trust on the player's reputation is minimal, if it accumulates, it will also have a certain impact on the game content, which cannot be ignored. This setting, on the one hand, is to enrich the gameplay of the game and prevent the game from having a unique, standard answer. On the other hand, it is also in line with the spirit of Tenda and advocates a correct value orientation. It's just that this is a hidden setting, so players can't find it at all in the short term. Kai Jiadong vaguely feels that if this hidden setting can be shown as a hot spot, it may promote the game to break the circle, to some extent. But how to do it specifically? He can't say it clearly. Just like the previous project, we can only pin our hopes on Meng Chong and wait patiently. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1335, The Caring Housekeeper, Business of the Zhuzhou Group. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Unlike Ding Xiao and Kai Jiadong, who are a little impatient, Meng Chong is now sitting on the Dao Yutai and is not panicking at all. Because he has already arranged the backup plan, including the video recorded in the name of Mr. Tian, which has also been completed. The reason why he didn't make a move is not that he still has pity for the Zhuzhou Group. Meng Chong basically doesn't have that kind of emotion, let alone a big company like the Zhuzhou Group. Meng Chong hopes that such a big company will die quickly, and by the way, let him eat a big bite of meat before dying. Waiting for these 2 days is mainly because the commission has not been received. Meng Chong looked at the date. Today is the 28th. He will wait until Friday the 30th. After going to Mr. Pei in the afternoon to settle the commission, he can almost make a move. On the weekend, he can count money happily at home while watching how the Zhuzhou Group is struggling to deal with negative public opinion. Of course, Meng Chong is not just waiting blindly. He is also always paying attention to the news and public opinion trends on the internet, whether it is about the game Real Estate Agent Simulator or the residential group, because he knew that the key to Pei's propaganda method lies in the precise grasp of heat and public opinion, which is a skill of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. How to detonate these heats, when to detonate, and how to detonate them cleverly and without leaving any traces, this is a science. If it is too early or too late, and the action is stiff, the effect of the propaganda will be greatly reduced. Meng Chang is a perfectionist. He strives to do his best in everything he does. Of course, such a subtle move as Pei's propaganda method must be perfect. Everything is normal in Real Estate Agency Simulator. Sure enough, the content of this game is relatively rich. Although some things are buried, it is unlikely that players will dig them all out within 2 or 3 days. Let the players realize that there is a problem, but they can't tell where the problem is. This state is the best and most conducive to the performance of Mr. Tian. Look at the residential group. They shouldn't have any big moves recently. Huh? What is this? Meng Chang simply searched for new news from the residential group on the internet. He originally thought that the residential group would probably continue to stir up those old topics as before. However, he was surprised to find that the home group released a new official announcement and promotional video this morning. Meng Chang immediately realized that there was something wrong and quickly clicked in to check. Intimate housekeeper service? The home group actually launched a new service at this critical juncture? After reading the official announcement and promotional video of the home group, Meng Chang couldn't help but frowned slightly. This was beyond his expectations. This so-called caring housekeeper business is obviously the focus of the home group's publicity for some time in the future. It is also a new business launch to further consolidate its market position and suppress other intermediary companies. In the words of the home group itself, this caring housekeeper business is to further strengthen the mutual trust between the intermediary and the tenant, establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship, tailor caring services to the needs of tenants, improve the professionalism of the team, implement the responsibility system service, etc. Putting aside these official clichés, in a more popular way to understand, the home group hopes to start with the publicity of the intermediary team and open up new breakthroughs for its business. According to the publicity of the home group, the caring housekeeper business is a transformation and upgrade of the traditional intermediary model. First, the existing intermediary team is screened, eliminated, and trained to improve the business capabilities and literacy of the intermediary team. Secondly, after the business capabilities of the intermediary team are improved, it can select more suitable houses for tenants, comprehensively analyze the needs, and find the best rental options. Finally, the intermediary team will provide one-on-one service to customers, with responsibilities assigned to individuals. This intermediary will be responsible for the tenants before and after signing the contract. This can avoid the situation where the intermediary tries every means to sign the contract and is not responsible for the follow-up. Meng Chang suddenly realized. Why is the home group so eager to take advantage of the popularity of Real Estate Agency Simulator? Even at the cost of shooting promotional videos and creating momentum online? Obviously, this is all for a purpose. If the home group has no related business to promote, even if it is to take advantage of the popularity, it will not be so anxious. Obviously, the home group's intimate housekeeper business has been planned for a long time. The heated discussion caused by the promotional video of Real Estate Agency Simulator on the internet can be said to be exactly what the home group wants, which fully meets the needs of the home group. They just took advantage of this wave of popularity to promote their new business. Meng Chang speculated that the home group launched such a new business for 2 main purposes. The first is to recover the losses during the Qingshan period and enhance the company's image and reputation. The second is to explore new models and further enhance the competitiveness of the home group in the intermediary market. In fact, when the Qingshan business was first launched, It was for this purpose. The home group has seen that most of the houses currently available for rent on the market are old, dilapidated and small, and have fallen into disrepair. Young people do not like to live there, so they use the on-chain house model for long-term rentals. They simply renovate the house and rent it to tenants, which not only improves the living conditions of the house, but also makes a profit. This is a good business model. Originally, the reputation of on-chain house was also good, but the home group, in pursuit of profit, turned the on-chain house into a formaldehyde house, which caused the collapse of the reputation. But in any case, if the business model of on-chain house has not deteriorated, it can be regarded as a commercial innovation and breakthrough in the field of renting houses, and it can be successful. Now, the reputation of on-chain house has become bad, and the home group is brewing a name change. It is definitely not the focus of publicity. So the home group came up with the new promotion point of intimate butler. If you can't make a fuss about the house, then you can only make a fuss about the people. The calculation of the home group is very shrewd. If the house does have formaldehyde, it can only blame itself for being exposed. The person will not have formaldehyde, right? Moreover, this caring housekeeper business model can be regarded as solving a major pain point in the current rental market. Due to the existence of many small and black intermediaries, the identity of real estate agents is indeed not so glorious. If the home group can change people's views and make tenants feel that the agents of the home group are not intermediaries, but housekeepers with strong business capabilities and serious responsibilities, then it will definitely be a huge advantage for the home group. That is why the home group has been showing the hard work and misunderstanding of intermediary work in its promotional videos, just to build momentum for this new business. Of course, a loud slogan does not mean that it can actually be achieved. Meng Chong knows this familiar marketing flavor very well. Meng Chong knows very well that the home group cannot fundamentally change the working status of the intermediary profession. At most, it can only do superficial work. Maybe it is to change the uniforms, maybe it is to emphasize polite language, or maybe it is to adjust the personnel structure. The best result is nothing more than the implementation of a superficial responsibility system. What is the surface responsibility system? That is to say, if there is a problem with the house, you can indeed find an intermediary, and the intermediary will also try to help solve it. But this solution can only float on the surface and cannot touch the substantive content at all. For example, after signing the rental contract, the tenant found that the window was leaking, so he went to find his housekeeper. The housekeeper will definitely apologize to you sincerely and promise to solve the problem, but the best way is nothing more than to find someone to come to your house to find some materials to simply seal the window. Change the window? Even change the house and refund the rent? That is definitely impossible. Because the root of this matter does not lie with the agent, but with the residential group. As a listed company, the home group pursues profits. So no matter what method the agents use to sign contracts with tenants, the money has been received, so don't expect the home group to spit it out. The home group will inevitably find ways to transfer the conflict to the tenants and the agents, such as raising the rent, selling responsibility service to tenants, telling tenants that you have great rights, and if you are not satisfied with the housekeeper, just complain, we will definitely deal with it seriously. When there is a problem, the tenant complains, and the home group will deduct the money from the agent. But the agent can't fully meet the tenant's requirements, so he can only solve the problem for the tenant himself, or beg for help. Although the problem of the house has not been fundamentally solved, for example, most of the leaks have been blocked, but there are still small leaks, but the tenants see that the agent is so miserable, considering that it is difficult to get a better result if they continue to make trouble, so they can only compromise and live in it. With this makeshift, the home group has achieved its goal. It not only shows its selflessness and customer-oriented in front of the tenants, but also preserves the reputation of intimate housekeeper service, and finally makes a profit. Meng Chong was very familiar with these routines. He even thought of the possible developments after the business was launched. But Meng Qiang was also very clear that not everyone was as cunning as him. The caring housekeeper service of the home group is indeed very confusing, especially compared with other rental companies. It is very competitive. What's more, the home group has done enough preparation and publicity before, and many people's impression of the intermediary has indeed changed. If nothing unexpected happens, the stock of the home group will rise sharply as soon as this news is announced. Meng Qiang couldn't sit still. More than 2 days may not seem long, but Pei's publicity method has its most suitable node. If it is too early or too late, it may not achieve the best effect. If Meng Qiang takes action after the home group's activities have been launched for a long time, will the home group bite back and say that this is an organized smear against the caring housekeeper service? Will the original one-sided massacre turn into a war of words with both sides covered in mud? Meng Qiang stood up and paced quickly in the room. Can't delay any longer, delay will change. Chapter 1336 Mr. Tian posted another video. Meng Qiang kept weighing the pros and cons. The opportunity is fleeting. If we wait until Friday night to post it, it will be difficult to dismantle and attack the home group at the most appropriate time, taking into account the time for public opinion to ferment. It may trigger a chain reaction, resulting in a great risk of Fan Xiaodong shorting the home group stocks. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. My commission is nothing. Even if the popularity soars within 2 days, causing my commission to collapse, it is only a loss of 30,000 to 50,000. But if there is a problem with the stock, it will be a big problem. How can I have the face to see Fan Xiaodong? No more waiting. Post a video. Meng Qiang quickly made up his mind and logged into Mr. Tian's account to post the video. At the same time, the follow-up arrangements were also pushed forward as soon as possible. The popularity exploded 2 days earlier, which would inevitably affect Meng Qiang's commission. It would not be cleared, but it would most likely be cut in half, or at least evaporated by 1/3. But Meng Qiang had no choice. On the one hand, he had to complete a perfect Pei's propaganda method process, which was for the purpose of learning knowledge. On the other hand, he had vowed to his best friend Fan Xiaodong that shorting the shares of the home group would be absolutely fine, and he couldn't let down his guard at this time. Although Meng Qiang didn't know how much money Fan Xiaodong had invested, and it might not have any particularly fatal impact if he came out 2 days later, Meng Qiang didn't want to take the risk. As we all know, villains die because they talk too much, and those who are killed in return are often because of greed. So Meng Qiang was not greedy at all, and he didn't do those fancy things. He would cut it first. He had to hit the home group on the head before it could start the intimate housekeeper business. In the evening, Ding Xiao went home from work, made a simple dinner, and watched videos on the Iladeo website while eating. She was a little addicted during this period, and watched a lot of real estate agency simulator strategy videos. I have to say that the players are really talented, and even came up with a lot of cool operations that Ding Xiao, a former practitioner, didn't think of. Many players have transformed themselves into capitalists, trying every possible way to raise the rent and deceive tenants. Some players are even trying to challenge themselves, how to upgrade with the least number of transactions, and use the money earned to decorate their own residences magnificently. On one hand, they rent out old, broken, and leaky houses to tenants, and on the other hand, they live in spacious and bright houses with expensive furniture. It's so real. Some players have also noticed that the room types and tenants in the game are refreshed in a certain pattern. Some people often get good room types and high-quality tenants, while some people don't have such good luck. There is even a saying on the forum that initial account luck is recommended for players with bad luck to delete their accounts and start over. Although there is no direct evidence to prove it, accounts with bad luck are indeed always unlucky, and there is no better way except to delete the account. Some people suspect that this is the game mechanism, and some people say that this may be a bug. However, Ding Xiao has not encountered this situation yet. With a casual swipe, a batch of videos about real estate agency simulator appeared on the homepage. Ding Xiao has watched too many similar videos, so the website keeps pushing them to her. Huh? This video. Ding Xiao saw the title of this video, Using Games to Deeply Analyze Social Reality, a brief review of Real Estate Agency Simulator, which looks quite serious and solemn, and seems a bit out of place among the many videos of pranks. I clicked on it and saw that it was a new video that had just been released. Although the number of views was not particularly high, the popularity, number of comments, and number of likes were all very high, and it looked like a high-quality video. In-depth analysis of social reality? That's a bit too much. This game at most reflects reality, how can it analyze it? Ding Xiao felt a little confused, because in her opinion, Real Estate Agent Simulator is just like the name of the game, mainly a simulation of reality, and there seems to be no analysis component. This game doesn't make people reflect? With curiosity, Ding Xiao clicked on the video to watch. The author of the video is Tian Gongzi, and the video is well edited. The materials used are mainly the promotional video of Real Estate Agent Simulator and the actual game screen. However, the author of the video did not use his own voice, but used AEI's artificial intelligence to automatically generate the audio of the full text. The content of the whole video is very concise, without an opening statement or greetings to the audience, and directly entered the topic. Real Estate Agent Simulator, a VR game that looks ordinary. Its gameplay is not complicated, and it doesn't look much different from other simulation business games. Its early publicity makes people feel a little confused, and it seems to be seriously misaligned with the game content. However, from publicity to content, this game actually fully reproduces the current situation of the domestic rental industry. Through subtle and easy-to-understand methods, players can put themselves into the role of agents, understand the deep secrets of the industry that were originally difficult to access, and understand the crux of many industry chaos. Maybe some people have already felt this, while others are still unaware. This is normal. After all, an excellent game must have extremely strong playability and rich fun, and this fun may temporarily overshadow the players thinking about the connotation of the game. Players who are willing to use their brains to think about it may wish to explore the deep meaning of this game together. Ding Xiao noticed that the tone of this up-host is different from that of most up-hosts. In order to increase the affinity of their videos, other up-hosts often use colloquial and lifelike language to get close to the audience and even insert some interesting jokes and emoticons, and then gradually introduce their own arguments and expand them. But this Tian Gongzi video is very straightforward and gets straight to the point. He seems to not care about the audience's acceptance at all, not worried about the audience's dissuasion at the beginning, and not caring whether the audience will regard his video as whitewashing or eating. The whole video is like writing objective facts in a textbook-like way. You can believe it or not. If you don't believe it, forget it. Moreover, there is an inexplicable feeling that my videos are made for smart people, stupid people, please quit on your own initiative. Logically speaking, this attitude itself is not very pleasing. After all, most viewers watch videos for fun. This kind of up-host seems to have a sense of superiority in IQ. Who can stand watching it? But to Ding Xiao's surprise, the comments on the video were not this kind of reaction. Not only did they not curse, but they seemed to be very excited. Wow! The boss finally posted a video again. Front row. Is the monthly up-host alive? I feel that the boss should be very busy, and making videos is just a hobby, otherwise he would not be so casual. It doesn't matter, as long as the quality is good. The videos released by the boss are all fine, worth watching. Ding Xiao then discovered that the account of Tian Gongzi had previously had a video with millions of views, talking about the Chaolu game platform, which caused a heated response. Many people followed him because of this, and most of them were game players. So, after the second video came out, everyone found out that it was a video about the game, and naturally came to support it as soon as possible. Ding Xiao still felt that the title was a bit far-fetched and suspected of being a clickbait, but since it was a video made by the boss, it was still worth watching. Before talking about the game Real Estate Agency Simulator, let's talk about the promotional video. When the promotional video first came out, no one knew that it was a promotional video for Real Estate Agency Simulator, and many people questioned the content of the promotional video. In the eyes of many people, this promotional video is incompatible with the game itself and is completely misplaced in terms of promotion, but in fact it is not the case. This promotional video is actually intentional, in order to correspond to the content in the game. After watching the promotional video, some people sympathized with the hardworking agents, while some people were aroused by their inner disgust. And this complex psychology of superficial sympathy and deep disgust is just a trigger. With it, we can better put ourselves in the roles of tenants and agents in the game Real Estate Agency Simulator and find the crux of this industry. Ding Xiao's expression was a little dull. This promotional video deliberately wants people to be moved and disgusted at the same time. No, I am the leading actor, why don't I feel it? I am acting very seriously and hope to win everyone's sympathy. And director Meng Chong didn't mention this, he just asked me to act realistically. Ding Xiao felt that this Mr. Tian was probably a bit overinterpreted. If he was at the shooting scene at the time, he would definitely not say such words. But Ding Xiao was also very curious about how he would overinterpret, so she continued to watch patiently. I believe many players have noticed that when they were tenants, they always hated the cheating behavior of the real estate agent, but after playing the role of a real estate agent, they naturally began to use various tricks for the sake of profit. For example, when tenants are looking at the house, they try to cover up the problems of the house, and even do not hesitate to deceive customers, just to facilitate the transaction. When renovating the house, they try every means to save costs, and do not consider the actual living experience of the tenants after moving in. After all, they are not living there themselves. They divide the tenants into different levels, and spend more time and energy to receive those who are more likely to pay a high price for the house, while those who seem to be unable to afford the high price are perfunctory. Of course, there are also many people who can stick to themselves and always operate with conscience, but it is undeniable that every player must have experienced this temptation. If removing a single sofa will not have much impact on the rent, then why not store the sofa in the warehouse for the next house? This is the first layer of the core of Real Estate Agency Simulator, allowing players to bring themselves into the identity of the agent, and make similar operations with the agents, so that both parties have the same motivation and better understand each other. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 1337, Analyzing the Root Cause. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Seeing this, Ding Xiao couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Because what was said in the video was right, she did it. When she was a real estate agent before, Ding Xiao learned all the tricks of the agent actively or passively. Although she has been trying hard and restrained to find a middle state, sometimes in order to facilitate the transaction, she has to be a little conscious. Just like when a customer asks if the lighting of this house is good, in fact, only answering not good and carefully explaining how bad it is, this is considered an honest answer. And answering very good or okay, enough is actually fooling, just to different degrees. When Ding Xiao was an agent, there were not many cases of open-eyed deception, but there were many cases of ambiguity and noncommittal. This is actually also a routine, but it is relatively restrained. When it comes to the game, although Ding Xiao knows that this is all a game, it is all fake, and telling the truth will not cause the company to go bankrupt or the game to stop playing, she still subconsciously continues the previous working method. It can even be said that games have a magnifying effect on human nature. Maybe it is because players know that the tenants in the game are a series of data, not real people, and they can't feel the pain of living in a broken house, so it is difficult to think from their perspective, which has created this kind of black-hearted intermediary simulator gameplay? Ask yourself, why do players choose to play like this? In fact, it's very simple: for profit. The profit in the game will directly affect the upgrade of the agency level and the money on hand of the player. The former will allow players to unlock more room types and contact more high-level tenants, while the latter determines how much money players can use to renovate their homes and intermediary stores. After most players come into contact with this game, the first goal they feel is to make profits and develop stores. Therefore, according to what is said in the video, the first layer of the core of Real Estate Agency Simulator is to simulate the working mode of real estate agencies, let players play the role of real estate agencies, and choose the way to make profits independently, so that players can realize that the chaos in the intermediary industry can be attributed to one fundamental reason: profit. But Ding Xiao's doubts soon came again. From the current point of view, Real Estate Agent Simulator does show this point very well, but based on this alone, it still cannot be said to be an analysis of social reality, right? Could this Mr. Tian continue to dig out a second and third point in the game? And can he guarantee that each of the following points is more profound than the first point? She cheered up and continued to watch carefully. Some people may say that this is an overinterpretation, otherwise how to explain the promotional video of Real Estate Agent Simulator? The promotional video clearly emphasizes the hard work of the agent and the identity of the agent as a service provider. This is a kind of beautification and praise, not exposure and criticism? If you think so, you are wrong. From several obvious facts, it can be seen that this promotional video is not as simple as most people understand. The key breakthrough point lies in the female lead of the promotional video. In fact, Qingshan Studio invested a huge amount of publicity funds in this promotional video, which can be seen from the hot online. In theory, with such a huge amount of publicity funds, it would be easy to invite a more down-to-earth and popular star to play the agent in the promotional video. Or take a step back and invite a relatively niche but superb acting bone to play the role. The effect and appeal of the film will definitely be better than the current version. But Qingshan Studio did not do this. They chose a real former real estate agent to shoot this promotional video. Before that, the heroine had never had any acting experience, and had not even shot a video or vlog herself. Why is this? There is a more cost-effective promotion plan, but they choose to save costs on the most critical starring position? Even ordinary people who don't know anything about marketing can see that this choice is not reasonable. After excluding other possibilities, the answer is obvious: this is what the promoter did intentionally. The purpose of this promotional video is not to simply show the hard work and positive side of the intermediary, but to show the duality and authenticity of the intermediary's job. The promotional video deliberately made a blank design, allowing the audience to fill in the image of the intermediary in reality, thus completing this shaping. Ding Xiao was stunned. Because Mr. Tian's words also asked the doubts in her heart at the time. With so much publicity funds, why did they ask me to act instead of a star? If the theme of the promotional video is to show the hard work and respectability of the intermediary, then hiring an actor is obviously a more cost-effective choice. Finding an influential, down-to-earth, and audience-friendly actor to act can naturally eliminate the disgust that the intermediary profession and identity bring to the audience. Just like in many movies, some movie emperors will play small roles, or even gangsters. But through their superb performances and the reasonable arrangement of the plot, the audience will feel that the gangsters are also quite cute and have a helpless side. Such an image applied to the intermediary will undoubtedly bring them closer to the audience. If a big-name actor is too expensive, then finding a second or third-tier actor with superb acting skills, as long as he can perform this kind of sincere emotion, can also have a similar effect, enough to impress the audience and make everyone's evaluation of the film more positive. It's just that it will be weaker in terms of communication, unlike the big-name actor who has his own traffic and popularity. But Meng Chong didn't choose this way. Instead, he chose Ding Xiao, who has no acting skills at all, and then spent money to promote it desperately. He chose the worst effect and the worst cost-effective solution. If Ding Xiao's only advantage is that she acted more realistically, after all, she really worked as an agent. But reality often does not mean strong appeal, and sometimes the two are even contradictory. So this promotional video has a blank effect. After watching it, the audience was not completely moved, but remembered the various experiences of being cheated by agents in life. No matter how you think about it, this is a very poor cost-effective choice, and ordinary people can see it. Then, the only explanation is that it was done intentionally, and this promotional video was designed to cause controversy. This is the second core of Real Estate Agent Simulator, allowing players to break away from the first-person perspective of the agent, examine their inherent impressions of the agency industry from a bystander's perspective, and realize the crux of the problem. In the promotional video, many people vaguely realized the problem, and even had an instinctive resistance and disgust, but they couldn't explain where this emotion came from. In the official content of the game, players can personally experience the daily work of the agent and understand the routines that exist in reality. They are also running around and busy introducing houses to tenants. This instantly dispels the image of the agent in the promotional video and allows players to experience the two-sided nature of the agent profession. In the promotional video shot in reality, the hard work and busyness of the agent's work are emphasized, but in the game, the deep tricks of the agent industry are revealed in detail. The hard work of taking customers to see houses is the agent, and the trick of using tricks to cheat everyone is also the agent. A simulation game uses real videos as promotional videos, which is equivalent to giving players a special psychological hint and breaking the boundary between the game and reality. Seeing this, Ding Xiao couldn't help but nodded. Although she personally experienced the entire shooting process and instinctively felt that this explanation was a bit nonsense, she had to admit that there was indeed such a possibility. This trailer clearly implies that the game itself highly reflects reality, and it is not a beautified reality that focuses on a certain aspect, but a comprehensive, holistic, and undecorated reality. Combining the first and second layers is the third core that the game Real Estate Agent Simulator wants to express, analyzing the root cause of this phenomenon. Chapter 1338: The Fundamental Difference Between Game Content and Reality. Some people may think that the root cause is the corruption of morality, the lack of integrity, and the fact that agents ignore the interests of tenants in pursuit of personal interests. Just like the choices of many players in the game, I just rent out the house, and it has nothing to do with me as to how the tenants live. But this is not the case. The answer has been given in the game, but most people have not discovered it yet. Have you noticed that there are some essential differences between the agents in the game and the agents in reality? The agents in the game are actually both bosses and employees. They are responsible for their own profits and losses and are responsible to themselves, while the agents in reality are simply employees, and they are replaceable employees with almost no bargaining power. They can only implement the will of the upper level. This difference is the key point of this game. Ding Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. She instantly realized the scene of the agency store she saw when she first entered the game. The store was completely different from the real world, and could only accommodate one person, without any other colleagues. As the game progresses, the agency store will continue to expand, becoming more spacious and more beautifully decorated, but you still can't see other colleagues. Before, Ding Xiao thought it was just a game mechanism problem, but after hearing what Mr. Tian said, it seemed to have a deeper meaning. In the game, players play the dual roles of boss and employee. When deciding how to serve customers and how to make profits, the identity is the boss. When implementing this service method and personally answering questions for customers, the identity is the employee. In reality, agents have only one identity, that is, employees who follow the boss's instructions and contact customers on the front line. Therefore, the various chaos in the agency industry in real life are partly due to the personal quality or moral problems of the agents themselves, but most of the reasons are due to the companies and bosses behind them. Because the boss does not care about the actual living experience of the tenants, but only looks at performance and profits, the agents can only show their magical powers under the pressure of performance, and the means of cheating and deceiving are precisely the most helpful to boost performance and make profits during the period of disorderly expansion. Agents with high performance become sales champions, and naturally receive high bonuses and commendations from the boss. People with low performance can only get the most basic commissions even if they are open-hearted with customers, and even their lives are difficult to guarantee. Over time, those who are not adapted to this environment are forced to leave, and most of the agents who stay know what to choose. Ding Xiao read this content twice repeatedly, and she just wanted to give a thumbs up to Mr. Tian. That's right. Many people put the blame on the agents, believing that the overall quality of the agents is low and the morals are corrupt, so there are so many chaos. But in fact, the root cause is not in the agents at all. Even if the quality of individual agents is indeed worrying, most of them are not born, but are forced out, cultivated and influenced in this environment. The boss is the one who really makes the final decision. The boss requires the number of orders and performance. As for conscience and reputation, if they can increase profits, they can be emphasized hypocritically. If they can't increase profits, what's the use of these things? For all the chaos in the intermediary industry, the boss actually turns a blind eye, or even acquiesces and condones. They say they want to rectify, but in fact, even if they are complained, they just raise it high and put it down lightly. If they really rectify, who will be responsible if the profits decline? The interesting thing about the game Real Estate Agent Simulator is that it does not separate the boss and the employees, but instead creates an image similar to that of a self-employed person, allowing players to be responsible for their own profits and losses and play the dual roles of boss and employee at the same time. If the two identities are separated, on the one hand, the fun of the game will be greatly reduced, and on the other hand, it will have too much educational connotations, which players will not accept at all. The current approach not only allows players to have fun in the game and play it so much that they can't stop, but also allows players to think after calming down and understand the root cause of this chaos. But this is obviously not the core part of the video. Mr. Tian did not just stay on the topic of the game itself and its connection with social reality, but continued to extend it and dug out more content. If you study it in depth, you will find that there is a hidden mechanism in the game. After the rental agreement is reached, the tenant will still be satisfied with the living of the house. If the satisfaction is lower than expected, then when the tenant comes to the door later, he will find more problems, ask for a larger rent reduction, or even not come to the door at all. Not only that, the satisfaction of a large number of tenants will also affect the reputation of the player's store. It may not be seen in the short term, but after accumulation, this impact will become more and more obvious. That is, choosing profit to cheat tenants can indeed accumulate huge profits in the short term, but the price is the decline in reputation, fewer and fewer high-quality tenants, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to make money. While treating people with sincerity may give up profits in the early stage, but over time, the store's reputation will gradually accumulate, more high-quality tenants will appear, and transactions will become easier and easier. This is obviously in line with the law and reality. Most tenants are easy to be deceived when renting a house for the first time. After being cheated once, they will naturally be wary and most of them will not rent a house from the store that cheated them. But at this time, a new question may arise. Why do many intermediary companies continue to grow and develop despite being cheated, and it seems that they have not received any punishment at all? Why in the game, when players cheat tenants, there will be fewer tenants coming to the door and slow development, while in reality, those intermediary companies that cheat tenants are still alive and well. Is this just because the game has beautified reality and given a reasonable but unrealistic setting? Ding Xiao was stunned for a moment. She really hadn't thought about this question. But after Mr. Tian brought it up, she thought deeply about it and realized that this was indeed a problem. Logically, if the agency cheated the tenants, there would definitely be no tenants coming to the agency. However, companies like the Home Group, although they have repeatedly cheated people and even had incidents such as formaldehyde rooms, still occupy a dominant position in the agency market, and there is not much sign of shaking. Although the formaldehyde room incident also caused the Home Group stock to fall, and it was also rectified and fined, it seemed to have recovered quickly, and its market share was still very high, and there was no fundamental change. Does this mean that people in reality are not as smart as NPCs in the game? Mr. Tian quickly gave the answer. This problem also comes down to the identity of the players in the game. In the game, the player is both the boss and the agent, responsible for his own profits and losses and consequences. Therefore, in the game, the player can only be responsible for the housing in an area, and he must compete with other agencies. In this case, tenants actually have many choices. After being cheated by the player, they will naturally go to other agencies, and the number of customers received by the player will decrease. In this case, the adjustment mechanism is still working. Let's extend it a little bit and assume that a new gameplay of merger and expansion is added to the game. The player is no longer the boss of an agency store, but a large group company, or has a lot of capital. Then, do you still need to abide by the existing rules of the game? Of course not. At that time, the best solution for the player is to annex all the surrounding stores, or find a way to squeeze out other agencies, and then open their own branches throughout the city, or even across the country. At the same time, using these stores as a fulcrum, let the agents under their command constantly call and harass the landlords, and monopolize all the surrounding housing sources in their hands. In this way, tenants have no other choice at all, because all the housing sources are in the hands of this company. If you don't rent from them, where else can you rent? So this adjustment mechanism seen in the game will not work at all, because tenants have no choice. Even if they are cheated, they can only change stores. No matter how they toss, they can't get rid of the control of this group company and this industry atmosphere. Therefore, the identity setting of the players in the game is obviously carefully considered, not just for gameplay considerations. More importantly, it creates a special contrast. In the game, the player is both the boss and the employee, but in reality, the boss and employees of a similar agency are completely separated. In the game, the agency industry that the player is engaged in is the original appearance of this industry, with full competition, and only by improving the quality of service can it succeed, but in reality, the real agency industry is an alienated industry with a certain degree of monopoly, and it is an abnormal state where group companies and big capital can completely ignore the actual living experience of tenants for the sake of profit. In other words, the intermediary identity in the game does not seem to be annoying, and one can even choose whether to keep one's conscience, while the intermediary identity in reality makes people feel disgusted, and intermediaries often have no choice. In the final analysis, it is because of the change in the source that the identity of intermediary has also changed, from a matchmaking service provider to a middleman who takes bribes. By comparing the game and reality, we can more clearly distinguish the difference between the two, and thus more accurately locate the crux of the intermediary industry in reality. Chapter 1339, The Personality of Mr. Tian, Update. Seeing this, Ding Xiao can be said to be full of admiration for this Mr. Tian. Although it is not clear who this Mr. Tian is, from the content of the video, he obviously has a deep understanding of the intermediary industry and is full of insights. Why does the residential group frequently have negative news, but it has never been seriously damaged? It is because many people scold the residential group in the wrong way. When there is a problem with the intermediary, most people scold the practitioners of the intermediary for being morally corrupt and having no conscience. After the formaldehyde room incident, the residential group introduced the person in charge of the relevant business as a scapegoat to attract the public's hatred, and then pretended to make some rectifications, and the matter was over again. But the crux of this series of events is not a certain person in the company, but the top management of the entire company. If there is no acquiescence, support, or even encouragement from the top management, these things will probably not happen. At least they will not pretend to find scapegoats and make rectifications after making a big fuss. Ding Xiao suddenly understood where the feeling of powerlessness came from when she decided to leave the residential group, because the intermediary companies headed by the residential group have actually monopolized and hijacked the entire industry. Small companies have also begun to follow suit. Intermediaries and tenants seem to have many choices, but in fact they have no choice. They can choose this company or that company, but the result is the same. And these big companies can also shift the contradictions by inciting opposition, making tenants hate intermediaries and intermediaries hate tenants, so that the top management of big companies can easily stay out of it, only thinking about how to expand the scale, not how to improve the quality of service, and continue to make money like this. But at this point, the video is not over yet, and the progress bar behind is about a quarter. So, let me make an assumption and an inference here. As long as the nature of domestic intermediary companies does not change fundamentally, the top management of these companies is still obsessed with occupying the market by monopolizing housing sources, squeezing profits from tenants by allowing intermediaries to sign contracts with deceptive means, and maintaining their own public opinion environment by provoking opposition between tenants and intermediaries. Then, any new business they launch is just a repackaging of the matter of eating the flesh and blood of tenants. Just like the formaldehyde room incident not long ago, the concept of safe housing itself is good, but in the process of pursuing profits without bottom line, safe housing has become formaldehyde housing. They say they want to provide tenants with a better living environment, but in the end they can't even guarantee the most basic health and safety in the living environment. Perhaps in the future, these intermediary companies will launch new businesses. I can't predict what these businesses will be, but I can predict, through the analysis of this video and the understanding of the game Real Estate Agency Simulator, everyone can guess the final result of this new business. All new models that say serving tenants and eliminating hatred will eventually reveal the pursuit of profits and better exploitation of tenants and agents and inciting opposition. Seeing this, many tenants may feel desperate. When all the intermediary companies are similar, and even some companies that create formaldehyde rooms become the best and the industry leaders, when they occupy 99% of the houses on the market, form a monopoly, and leave tenants with no choice, what can tenants do? It's very simple, look for companies that break out of this model. If there is none yet, then look forward to its emergence. If there is already one, but it is not large in scale, then look forward to its development and growth. I am Mr. Tian, an insignificant little person, an ordinary person who can sometimes see the world clearly but has no ability to change it. I will share my shallow observations with you, hoping to inspire some thoughts. Thank you for listening to me in this impetuous environment. We will see you again. Compared with the first video, the ending of this video is obviously different. Meng Chong followed Mr. Pei's advice and found a character for Mr. Tian. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. Just like Mr. Chiao's a little funny, very stubborn, and professional game test interpretation up, Meng Chong took another route, a little person who observes the world indifferently, whose content may involve any field, and who has some wisdom but thinks he is insignificant. There is obviously a reason for setting up such a character for Mr. Tian. Meng Chong thought about using his own character as Mr. Tian's character for a moment, but quickly rejected this idea. First of all, Mr. Pei clearly said that Meng Chong should explore Mr. Tian's character instead of copying his own character. Secondly, Meng Chong felt that his character was not pleasing. Functionally speaking, the account of Mr. Tian should be used to cooperate with the pay propaganda method to expose the deep realities of some industries. Then the character of Mr. Tian must be a wise and transparent character. In simple terms, it means that the audience should feel that he is a wise person. They should not think that he has intellectual problems or motivation problems after watching the video. He should not be stupid or bad. It is actually quite difficult to achieve this. After all, communication has costs, and people are easily misunderstood in the process of expression. Sometimes you don't mean what you say, but because of the problem of the way of expression, some viewers will think that you have received black money, or the potential 3 views are exposed, which will lead to the audience's backlash. After thinking for a long time, Meng Chong felt that in order to achieve this, Mr. Tian's character must be humble and low-key, and even think of himself as ordinary. If you always act high and mighty, and act like a teaching the people, you will sooner or later fall. So after considering all factors, Meng Chong gave Mr. Tian a character of a little man who is somewhat wise, but thinks he is insignificant. And the more deliberately low-key he is, the more the audience thinks that this person has real talents and is willing to listen to what Mr. Tian is saying. Compared to the first video, this is an improvement, because judging from the comments, many viewers obviously still like this character. Great! All practical stuff. It's really thought-provoking. Residential group. Why do you have to go through so many twists and turns when you can just report my ID card? Hey, is it an allusion to the new, caring housekeeper business of the home group? It's not an allusion, it should be a preview to be more precise. You can see the release time of the video, which is basically a few minutes away from the announcement of the caring housekeeper business by the home group. This kind of video quality must have taken several days to make. So either Mr. Tian got the internal information of the home group in advance, or he just happened to come across it. If he got the internal information in advance, he could have said it more clearly. I tend to be inclined to the latter. I had some expectations for the caring housekeeper business, but after watching this video, I understand that the pressure don't have any expectations at all. Just like what the host said, any new model under the banner of serving tenants will eventually reveal the true face of squeezing more profits from tenants. It's not hard to guess that the caring housekeeper is mostly an increase in agency fees, and then further transfers the contradiction to tenants and agencies. Tenants do spend more money, but how much of the money spent can be used to buy better services is hard to say. So there is no agency that acts as a human being? Alas, it's difficult for consumers to vote with their feet. A human agency? No. But there are human rental companies, such as Sloth Apartment. Yeah, I heard that Sloth Apartment has been developing in cities outside Qingshan recently. I hope this model can be promoted sooner. I don't know much about Sloth Apartment, and I haven't lived there yet. Is it really as good as the legend says? I'm a resident of Sloth Apartment. I'll answer you. Actually, I regretted it after moving in. I regretted why I didn't move in earlier and why I didn't let my friends grab another one to rent. It's so comfortable to live here. Although it's more expensive than ordinary rentals, it's really worry-free. You don't have to worry about anything. Plus with Moyu Takeaway and Nifing Express, it's so convenient. After the video was released, the popularity quickly soared. Some people discussed the content of the game itself, while others followed the guidance of the video and discussed the real intermediary industry. In fact, many people have analyzed the problems of the intermediary industry and residential groups before, but the influence was not enough and it did not become a hot topic of discussion online. But now it's different. First, Meng Chong spent a lot of publicity funds after shooting the promotional video, which kept the popularity of the topic high. Then, the residential group spent a lot of money on the intimate butler business, which further increased the attention. Then, the VR game Real Estate Agent Simulator came out, which paved the way. Finally, Mr. Tian's video ignited all the popularity. Compared with blunt preaching and indoctrination, Real Estate Agent Simulator actually plays a guiding and buffering role, and has the effect of education through entertainment. If Meng Chang directly posted this video, the effect would definitely be very poor, because the content is too dry, and most people don't have the patience to listen to the end. But after many people have played Real Estate Agent Simulator, experienced the various routines in it, and made different choices by themselves, and then heard the explanation in this video, they immediately compared them one by one, and even made some extensions by themselves. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1340 I didn't. November 29th, Thursday. Kai Jiadong went to the water bar to get a cup of coffee, and then sat down at his workstation to check the sales changes of Real Estate Agency Simulator. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. He took a look before leaving get off work yesterday. Although the sales volume of the day had increased slightly, it did not change much. It is still a long way from the number they expected. So after returning home, Kai Jiadong did not continue to pay attention to this matter, but went to bed early. In fact, Kai Jiadong knew in his heart that even Qingshan Studio had not arranged subsequent publicity work, nor did it apply for additional publicity funds. How could things suddenly turn around? Although he had been looking forward to Meng Chang doing something, it was difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. The initial publicity was not very smooth. Now that the game has been released, it is very difficult to turn the tide. Kai Jiadong didn't have high expectations at first, but after checking the back end, he found that the sales of Real Estate Agent Simulator seemed to have increased significantly. If the sales data is accurate to every hour, this change can be seen more clearly. Kai Jiadong found that this sales increase trend started last night and continued until this morning. Compared with yesterday's data, the increase was obvious. Moreover, the sales data is still increasing, and there is no sign of decline. Although it is still difficult to assert that the game is making a lot of money, it is a fundamental improvement compared to the previous state. What's going on? Have the players finally got it? Have they realized what's fun about this game? No, there must be some opportunity that has aroused widespread attention and discussion among players, which has led to the increase in sales. Kai Jiadong hurriedly clicked on major forums to check the discussion about Real Estate Agency Simulator and quickly located the source of all this, the new video posted by Mr. Tian. After watching the video from beginning to end and reading the comments and messages from the audience, Kai Jiadong was completely clear. This video of Mr. Tian connected all the heat and successfully led it to Real Estate Agency Simulator and Sloth Apartment. If we only look at the results, this seems to be leading the enemy into a trap. First, Qingshan Studio carried out a series of promotions, including promotional videos, to promote Real Estate Agent Simulator. Then, the Zhujiao Group saw the change in popularity and wanted to warm up for its new butler business, so it also joined in and invested a lot of promotional resources. Before and after, the topic of intermediary has attracted great attention on the internet. But the home group probably didn't expect that the popularity they worked so hard to create was not used by the caring housekeeper business. Instead, it was the video of Mr. Tian that directly undermined the foundation of this business from the root, and all the popularity flowed back to Real Estate Agency Simulator. All this seems too coincidental. Kai Jiadong couldn't help but have an idea. Could this Mr. Tian be Meng Chang's trumpet? This game within a game is so exquisite that any problem in any link will lead to the failure of the plan. Other things are easy to say. The key is how to ensure that Mr. Tian's video will be released at the most appropriate time. The timing is so perfect, it is probably intentional, by Meng Chang. In other words, this Mr. Tian is likely to have released this video under the instruction of Meng Chang, and even Mr. Tian is Meng Chang's trumpet. This is also completely in line with Meng Chang's personality of learning from Mr. Pei and learning the method of publicity and marketing. Thinking of this, Cai Jiadong decided to call Meng Chang to express his gratitude. Judging from the results, the publicity effect this time is perfect. Although the publicity funds are high, every penny is spent on the right things. It is right to thank them for such a success. Soon, the call was connected. Cai Jiadong said with joy, "Brother Meng, I watched your video, it's great. I didn't expect you to have thought of such a backup plan when you were shooting the promotional video. I admire you." However, Meng Chang on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and said, "What video? Why can't I understand what you are saying?" Cai Jiadong was stunned. What does this mean? Did Meng Chang mean that he didn't know Mr. Tian at all? Impossible. Suddenly, Cai Jiadong had a flash of inspiration and understood. Even if Meng Chang is Mr. Tian, this matter must not be publicized. Because some things will change if you change your identity. Mr. Tian posted the video analysis from an objective, neutral, and outsider perspective, so the audience is willing to listen. But if everyone knows that Mr. Tian is Meng Chang, then the position and motivation of this video will change. Even if every word he says is from the heart, the audience may not listen. Therefore, Meng Chang will never admit his identity as Mr. Tian, and even try every means to hide it. Because exposing his identity at this time is tantamount to suicide, which means all previous efforts have been wasted. Thinking of this, Cai Jiadong quickly changed his words. "Oh, yes, I mean that Mr. Tian's video is such a coincidence. I really thank him for making such a video." Meng Chang coughed twice. "Thank him if you want to. You can like his video, or charge coins. There is no need to notify me specifically. I don't know him. Besides, I just simply completed the work assigned by President Pei. Okay, I'll hang up first if there's nothing else. I have to report to President Pei later." Cai Jiadong nodded. "Okay. I'll go charge the video now. See you later." After hanging up the phone, Cai Jiadong was more certain that Mr. Tian was Meng Chang. But he didn't plan to mention it to anyone, and even helped Meng Chang hide it. After all, this is beneficial to the future business of Qingshan Studio. What if Mr. Tian's identity is exposed? Meng Chang's method doesn't work. Who can help promote the next game to achieve such a good effect? Isn't that equivalent to cutting off one's own arm? Cai Jiadong will not do such a stupid thing. Seeing that the discussion and sales of the game are rising rapidly, Cai Jiadong feels full of motivation. Let's get to work. Although Real Estate Agency Simulator has achieved initial success, it is still a long way from being popular and profitable. Cai Jiadong began to seriously plan the subsequent version development plan. In fact, after the game development was completed, Cai Jiadong had already made a preliminary new version development plan, mainly including some small function optimizations, richer dialogue content, etc. After all, it was the first version modification, and it was mainly focused on optimizing the existing content of the game, and there were not too many new functions planned. At this time, Lin Wan sent a message. The planning of the new version is temporarily on hold. There will be a meeting tomorrow. There are more important things to discuss. It may lead to the overturning and redoing of the planning of the new version. Don't do useless work for now. Cai Jiadong was stunned. Tomorrow's meeting may lead to the overturning and redoing of the planning of the new version? Cai Jiadong's first reaction was a major change to the game, but the key is that this game did not fail. After a round of publicity, the sales volume increased significantly and the situation was very good. That is to say, the so-called overturning and redoing is not to overturn the content of the game, but to overturn the original new version planning? There were not too many new features planned before, but now it is decided to develop more new features temporarily? What new features? Cai Jiadong had some guesses, but he didn't ask much, just replied, "I understand." November 30th, Friday morning. Meng Chang walked confidently to the door of President Pei's office. Yesterday he paid attention to the situation of the U.S. stock market and found that the stock of the home group had plummeted. Obviously, it was because of public opinion. Mr. Tian's video was a trigger, a fuse, and the extensive marketing and publicity for the agency by Qingshan Studio and Zhujia Group was the fuel, which ultimately detonated the long-accumulated anger of all domestic tenants towards the deformed rental market. The home group originally thought that the caring housekeeper service it launched would be smooth and well received, but it was unexpectedly criticized and even generally boycotted. The tenants simply did not buy into this caring housekeeper service and were unwilling to pay a penny more. Because after Mr. Tian's analysis, everyone has reached a consensus. The so-called caring housekeeper service is ostensibly to provide tenants with better services, but in fact it is nothing more than a clever excuse to collect more money, and the final contradiction is still transferred to the tenants and the agent. In short, no matter how you talk, you will never be able to deceive me. Not only the players are angry, but many of the home group's competitors also took the opportunity to buy water troops and add insult to injury. Although their butts are not clean either, and they are even worse than the home group, this does not prevent them from taking this opportunity to promote themselves. For a while, the home group became the target of public criticism. What's worse is that the home group has no way to defend itself, and has only issued a bland statement so far. Because this time, the caring housekeeper business is just like what Mr. Tian said, it is just a business, not a service upgrade at all. Even if there is a so-called service upgrade, it is just a superficial work. It is impossible for the home group to fundamentally change all this, because they rely on this to make money. If they really change the service mode of the intermediary, carry out internal rectification, and launch the real safe house or intimate housekeeper business, it will not be accomplished overnight, and it will inevitably mean a significant reduction in profits and a more severe drop in stock prices. But if no substantial changes are made, then no matter how you explain it, it will be pale and powerless. This predicament of the home group gave Meng Chang an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He had never imagined before that a listed company that seemed so large would be so vulnerable and fragile. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1341. It seems that there is a person who completely fits the character of Mr. Tian. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Of course, from a personal perspective, the power held by such a large company is unimaginable. Even if Meng Chang's own power is magnified 10 or 100 times, it is difficult to shake a hair of such a large company. But if he also has resources and attention in his hands, through some appropriate means, he can go with the flow and beat these large companies without any ability to fight back. This is Pei's propaganda method, this is President Pei's dragon-slaying technique. So, seeing the stock price of the Zhujia Group plummet, Meng Chang felt comfortable. He didn't know how much money Fan Xiaodong had invested in shorting the Zhujia Group, but he must have earned more commission than he lost, which was enough. Moreover, this was also a successful practice of Pei's propaganda method. From any perspective, Meng Chang's gains were far greater than that insignificant commission. Thinking of this, he knocked on the door gently. Then, he restrained the smile on his face. Although it has achieved some success, it is still far from what Mr. Pei expected. The most perfect situation should be to run the residential group, promote the game well, and get full commission. Now the plan has been disrupted by the sudden situation of the residential group, which shows that my skills have not been fully cultivated. Don't be too complacent and proud, and leave a bad impression on President Pei. In front of President Pei, you must always remain humble. Please come in. President Pei's voice came from the office. Meng Chang had already sorted out his expression and pushed the door open. Before Meng Chang came, Pei Qian was thinking hard and even doubted his life. Who the hell is this Mr. Tian? He started to make trouble again. Originally, the situation of the game Real Estate Agency Simulator was perfectly in line with Pei Qian's expectations. Although it had an excellent reputation in a small circle, it was not influential enough and could not break the circle. In addition, the investment in the game itself was huge, so it was impossible to make a profit. Moreover, Mr. Chiao was suffering and could not make any moves within 2 months. Even if Mr. Chiao released a video 2 months later, the popularity of Real Estate Agency Simulator would have passed by then, and there would not be too many problems. But after all the calculations, this Mr. Tian was still missed. The main reason was that after the video on the Chaolu game platform was released, Mr. Tian disappeared and did not release any videos again. Pei Qian thought he had gotten rid of this nightmare. Now, Mr. Tian is back, and his popularity is even higher than the previous video. Moreover, this incident was really a bit strange. The key point was that the timing of this Mr. Tian posting the video was too good. It happened to be when the home group just announced the intimate butler business. It can be said that it perfectly took advantage of the residual heat of the previous popularity and gave the home group a blow. This seemed to be planned, no matter how you look at it. What is particularly suspicious is that Mr. Tian mentioned the hidden mechanism of the game in the video, that is, cheating tenants will lead to a decline in reputation. Pei Qian specifically searched the posts of players on the internet according to the date and found that there were some posts discussing this hidden mechanism in the same period, but they were all just guesses, not as sure as Mr. Tian said. After all, this hidden mechanism is hidden very deeply. If it is not through a large amount of data comparison, it is actually difficult to determine. But Mr. Tian said it very confidently, as if he had known this for a long time. Could it be? Mr. Tian is actually an insider? Lurking beside him? Pei Qian is not completely sure of this, but it is also a breakthrough. Who would know this hidden mechanism? Everyone in Qingshan Studio knows about it. In addition, departments that have had cooperative relations with Qingshan Studio are also very likely to know about it. Even people who have had private contact and chats with these two groups of people may know about it. Qingshan Studio also allowed some players to experience the game in advance, before the game was released. It is possible that someone here noticed this mechanism, but never discussed it on the forum, but directly posted a video. This range is really too large to be determined. But anyway, it has been narrowed down. Suddenly, Pei Qian had an idea. Could this Mr. Tian be Meng Chong? Seeing how clearly he interpreted the promotional video, it was as if he and Meng Chong were in sync and were playing a duet. The key is whether Meng Chong had the meaning Mr. Tian said when he filmed this promotional video. If so, then these two people are definitely inseparable. But Pei Qian quickly rejected this idea, thinking it was not reasonable. Because this video was released the day before yesterday. If it was released tonight, Meng Chong would have received a commission of about 120,000 or 30,000 yuan. 2 days earlier, the popularity exploded, causing Meng Chang's commission to be directly cut, leaving only more than 30,000 yuan. A commission of 100,000 yuan should be an astronomical figure that is difficult to give up for Meng Chong, whose base salary is only a few thousand yuan. If Meng Chong is Mr. Tian, there is no reason for him to be so anxious. If the video was released tonight, Pei Qian would be able to immediately identify Mr. Tian's identity, and it must be related to Meng Chong. But now, Pei Qian was confused. This Meng Chong looked just like him, a pure victim. Pei Qian always felt that something was wrong, as if he was going in the wrong direction or had missed some wrong information. Just as he was worrying, Meng Chong arrived. Pei Qian did not bother to think about it anymore, and simply asked the person concerned what he thought specifically. This month's commission fell short. Pei Qian said as he handed over the laptop. Meng Chong shook his head slightly while looking at the report. What can I do? I can only blame myself for not learning the skills well enough. His original intention was to say that I was not proficient enough in Pei's propaganda method, which forced the timing of the detonation to be advanced, resulting in the loss of commission. But to Pei Qian, Meng Chang was saying that he did not expect Mr. Tian to suddenly come out and misinterpret his propaganda film. After seeing the commission number, Meng Chang's mouth twitched violently. Although he had prepared himself mentally in advance, Meng Chang still felt pain when he saw such a huge loss. Pei Qian had been paying attention to Meng Chang's micro-expressions, and when he saw him grinning, he also felt the pain. It seems that Meng Chang is indeed innocent? Although many doubts pointed to him, as long as there was the constraint of commission, Meng Chang was more trustworthy. Meng Chang handed the computer back and had no objection to the commission. Pei Qian was still worried and decided to ask a few more questions. Is there any progress on Mr. Tian's matter? Pei Qian had asked Meng Chang to investigate Mr. Tian before. When he asked last time, Meng Chang said that he had already found some clues. With Meng Chang's ability, even if he didn't find out everything, there should be some new information that surfaced, right? Meng Chang was stunned for a moment, then replied, well, some. Now it is confirmed that Mr. Tian should be a humble, low-key person who thinks he is very ordinary, but he sees things very clearly. This may be because his perspective is quite special. This is the character that Meng Chang established for Mr. Tian after repeated thinking. Pei Qian nodded slightly. What Meng Chang said did make sense, and it could be roughly inferred from the video. But Pei Qian was not satisfied with this, because with just this little information, it was impossible to determine who Mr. Tian was. There were too many people who met the requirements, and there was still no clue. Pei Qian asked again, that's it? What about others? All you said can be seen from the video, the key is what about reality? He felt that with Meng Chang's ability, after investigating for so long, he would not simply start from the video and simply make Mr. Tian have a special personality, right? There must be some other more specific gains, right? Meng Chang blinked and thought, what does Mr. Pei mean by this? Isn't this character setting enough? Do we need to dig deeper and make it more detailed? Even extend it to the status in reality? But Mr. Tian is a pseudonym. Isn't it me in reality? Oh, I see, Mr. Pei should be telling me that if you want to act, you have to do it in full. Since it is a pseudonym, it is necessary to clarify the online image and the real image. The two images are compared and influenced by each other, so that it will appear more real and less likely to be exposed. Indeed, Mr. Pei is still thoughtful. After thinking about it, Meng Chang said, in reality, Mr. Tian should be a relatively taciturn person who does not show his true colors. Even after seeing the real person, it is impossible to connect him with the image of Mr. Tian. This is an extension of the previous character setting, and it is more responsible for Meng Chang's character profile of Mr. Tian's pseudonym. Pei Qian was still not satisfied. With this little information, he still couldn't find out who Mr. Tian was. He thought about it and asked again, have you ever thought about this issue? Various signs indicate that Mr. Tian is very likely inside the Tenda Group, or has a close relationship with the Tenda Group. Meng Chang blinked and didn't react for a while. Yes, Mr. Tian is indeed inside the Tenda Group, that's me. Mr. Pei, didn't you know it a long time ago? So what does this question mean? Oh, I understand. Mr. Pei was hinting to me that Mr. Tian's identity was actually very easy to be exposed, so I had to be more careful in hiding. Mr. Pei said, all signs indicate that Mr. Tian might be inside Tenda. This means that although I had done a good job of setting up Mr. Tian's identity, there were still some clues and hidden dangers left in the process. This is a hint to me that I must continue to work hard to completely separate Mr. Tian from Tenda Group, and never let others find out that Mr. Tian is actually a pseudonym of Tenda. Otherwise, once it is exposed, the consequences will be very serious and difficult to resolve. Thinking of this, Meng Chang immediately nodded. It does seem a bit at the moment, Mr. Pei, don't worry, I will continue to work hard. Meng Chang meant that I will continue to work hard to eliminate this connection, so that Mr. Tian's personality will be more independent and hidden more perfectly, and will never be discovered by the outside world. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Okay, since Meng Chang said that he would continue to investigate along this line of thought, there will be no problem. Mr. Tian's identity will be revealed sooner or later. Then let's stop here for today. You can choose one of the two promotional plans for next month. One is the roller coaster project at the Jingji Hotel, and the other is the new web drama, Successor, produced by Fei Huang Studio. It's still early, you can check out both projects and decide which one to do in the end. Although the promotion of Real Estate Agent Simulator failed again this time, Pei Qian could feel that Meng Chang tried his best. It's all because of this Mr. Tian confusing right and wrong. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in continuing to worry about it. It is better to arrange new tasks as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will go to check out these two projects next week. Meng Chang took the task and turned away. Pei Qian sat in front of the computer and continued to ponder. Meng Chang also agrees with my point of view, thinking that from the current situation, Mr. Tian may indeed be inside Tenda, or someone who has close ties with Tenda. Moreover, according to Meng Chang's speculation, this person is humble, low-key, and thinks he is very ordinary. In reality, he is mostly taciturn and low-key. It is even difficult to connect his image in real life with the online image of Mr. Tian. The contrast between the two is huge. In other words, Mr. Tian in real life may not be as smart as in the video, but appears to be stupid on the surface. And from this video, Mr. Tian seems to have a deeper understanding of the intermediary industry. Maybe he knows people in this industry, or he has worked in this industry before. Huh? Pei Qian suddenly realized that there was someone in Tenda who met all these conditions. Chapter 1342 The New Pattern of Sloth Apartment. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. When thinking of Tian Mo, Pei Qian instantly lost his composure. This guy really meets all the conditions. The most important thing is that Tian Mo's surname is Tian, and he is the only one with the surname Tian among the responsible persons. When Pei Qian was looking for a person with the surname Tian, he had already listed Tian Mo on the highly suspected list, but at that time he felt that the character profile of Tian Mo and Mr. Tian was too different, so he temporarily gave up this idea. With the appearance of the second video, as Mr. Tian's image gradually improved, Tian Mo's suspicion became more and more serious. Pei Qian almost planned the list of the third suffering journey on the spot. But on second thought, he felt that there were still some doubts. First of all, Mr. Tian's first video talked about the Chaolu game platform, and he seemed to have a certain understanding of the game industry. There are only two explanations for this: either Mr. Tian himself has rich game experience, or he is very smart, knows everything, and has a deeper understanding of all walks of life. As far as Pei Qian knows, Tian Mo did not have much gaming experience before coming to Tenda, and did not have a deep understanding of this aspect, as can be seen from Tian Mo's previous experience of playing games in the experience stored. A person who can't leave the novice village after playing turning back for several days is not likely to be the former. And judging from the difficulties Tian Mo had in finding a job in the past, it is not likely to be the latter. Secondly, Mr. Tian's video editing skills are very good, which is not something that can be practiced overnight. In this regard, Tian Mo does not seem to be good at it either. Unless, during his time at Tenda, Tian Mo suddenly became enlightened about the game industry, and found a partner with superb video production skills to jointly create the account Mr. Tian? Could this partner with superb video production skills also be hidden inside Tenda? If the incident of Mr. Tian was not an individual crime, but a gang crime, then we should be more vigilant. It is simple to arrange Tian Mo to go on a suffering trip now, but this will also alert his accomplices. What if they hide deeper? So Pei Qian thought about it and felt that this matter still needed to be considered in the long run. However, in the future, regarding Mr. Tian's affairs, we must keep a close eye on Tian Mo. Maybe we can follow the clues and uproot the power behind him. Putting Mr. Tian's affairs aside for the time being, Pei Qian began to continue to think about the affairs of the home group and sloth apartment. I didn't expect this incident to be so big. When I first decided to make real estate agent simulator, I didn't even think about having anything to do with the home group. Now it seems that everyone has suffered from the home group for a long time. I originally thought that after the last formaldehyde room incident, large companies including the home group would be more restrained and change, but now it seems that I thought too much. It's better to expect the sun to rise from the west and set in the east than to expect capital to be kind. I really didn't expect so many people to call for sloth apartment. But the expansion speed of sloth apartment is still too slow. If I buy one building after another and open them all over the country, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete it even when I lose money and become the richest man. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian called Liang Qingshan and asked him to come over. When Liang Qingshan arrived, Pei Qian had already sorted out his general ideas. The development direction of sloth apartment in the next stage needs to be slightly adjusted. Under the premise of ensuring quality, we will expand to other cities like Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeout, and Nifeng Logistics. We will no longer be limited to buying buildings. We can also sign long-term lease agreements with real estate developers or general landlords and transform them into sloth apartments. In terms of price, as long as we can theoretically maintain the lowest profit, we will focus on expanding the scale in the short term, and we don't need to worry too much about whether we make money or not. After thinking about it, Pei Qian felt that it was meaningless for sloth apartment to continue to maintain its current status. Although buying a building can burn money, wouldn't it also lose money if the building is used to do other businesses? After several comparisons with its peers, sloth apartment has become a conscientious choice in the rental market, with high attention and popularity, far exceeding its current actual scale. Except for Jingzhou, tenants in other cities can be said to be looking forward to it. Pei Qian can understand this feeling very well. In this case, why not change the model of sloth apartment, break the limitation of expansion by buying a building, and do it in the form of long-term rental? Of course, compared to buying, long-term rental also has disadvantages. For example, it is easy to argue with the original owner. What if the other party just wants to take advantage of the reputation and decoration of sloth apartment for free, and then break the contract before starting business? This is not impossible. If it was before, Pei Qian might have a headache about this problem, but not now, because Liang Qingshan had already figured out a solution when signing the long-term rental agreement with the merchants in the snack market. That is to put forward more stringent conditions. Compared with landlords, tenants are definitely a disadvantaged group. But compared with landlords and even those real estate developers, Tenda is not a disadvantaged group. Tenda will come forward, give relatively generous rent, sign long-term lease contracts, and then renovate these houses uniformly, and finally rent them out at a price higher than the market price. Unlike the Qingshan business of the home group, Qingshan is actually for the pursuit of more profits, so the cost of decoration materials and furniture will be cut. But sloth apartment will strictly suppress the profit to the minimum allowed by the system. Even if the price is higher than the houses rented on the market, the tenants will eventually understand that it is worth the money. Of course, most landlords and real estate developers will definitely not agree to such harsh conditions. But it doesn't matter, anyway. Tenda is not trying to seize the market expansion, and there is no reason to compromise in this regard. Now the brand of sloth apartment is already famous enough, and there is no worry about not being able to recruit partners. Moreover, no matter how harsh the conditions of long-term rental are, it is always much more convenient than buying a house. Liang Qingshan nodded immediately, understood. I will arrange people to seriously promote this matter. In Liang Qingfan's view, President Pei is simply showing his true colors. Sloth Apartment has been deeply rooted in Jingzhou for so long, and is finally going to enter other cities in such a high-profile manner. This time, a great discussion about the rental model was set off on the internet, and the share price of the home group plummeted. The biggest beneficiaries of this public opinion storm are undoubtedly the real estate agency simulator of Qingshan Studio and the only conscientious brand in the domestic rental industry, Sloth Apartment. Taking this opportunity to enter other cities is undoubtedly a godsend. It seems that all this was arranged by President Pei. It must be said that President Pei's layout is indeed exquisite. On the one hand, he was patient and did not get carried away by the victory when Sloth Apartment achieved initial success. Instead, he accurately judged that the home group had not been injured yet and had to continue to accumulate strength. On the other hand, he dared to make a decision and made such a bold expansion plan at the first time of the outbreak of this storm. Liang Qingfan also felt that he had a feeling of blood boiling. He had been unhappy with the home group for a long time. This time, the Sloth Apartment entered other major cities, which was equivalent to declaring war on the home group, which would definitely trigger their fierce counterattack. But so what? Has Tenda ever been fooled by anyone? Have you heard of Dayak Group? So what if it's transnational capital? It was still subdued by President Pei. No matter how much capital you have, it's not as big as the people on this land. Compared with the Dayak Group, what is the home group? This kind of company that can only bully in its own nest, squeeze the hard-earned money of tenants in China, and go public on the US stock market looks like a behemoth, but in the eyes of President Pei, it is probably just a chicken and a dog, and he doesn't even have the desire to do it himself. Liang Qingfan happily accepted the task and turned to leave. At the same time, Qingshan Studio. Lin Wan, Kai Jiadong and other core members were in a meeting. Everyone can take a look at this plan. Many players have put forward some suggestions and ideas. After reading it, I suddenly got an inspiration and made a simple plan like this. Do you think this plan is feasible? Kai Jiadong carefully looked through the plan in front of him. Sure enough, this plan overturned all the previously planned new version plans. Originally, the new version only wanted to make minor repairs to the game content, but this plan planned a major functional change. The cause of the incident was that many players moved their real house types to the game Real Estate Agency Simulator. After all, this is a simulation business game, and the game mechanism itself can do it. But it is very uncomfortable to make such a satisfactory design but not share it with other players. Therefore, many people are asking for mods or design drawings online. Since players have this demand, why not make an official function to satisfy them? Lin Wan even thought of a deeper level. Since we can filter excellent room layout designs through players' likes, and there are even a large number of real room types in it, can we go a step further and use this game to provide players with a platform for contact and communication? As we all know, most of the houses on the market are controlled by large real estate agencies. The control method is also very simple, that is, human harassment. Landlords must leave their phone numbers when they list houses online, and real estate agents search for new houses every day. When they find them, they keep calling landlords, hoping to rent the house to them. This is the daily work of real estate agents. Landlords receive too many harassing calls, and they can't get a few calls from real tenants at all, which even seriously affects their daily work and life. After all, there are only a few stubborn landlords who can insist on not renting to real estate agencies, and most landlords finally compromise. But no matter what, the desire of landlords and tenants to skip the middleman of real estate agencies has always existed. It can be seen from the posts of spontaneous contact for renting houses on many forums and groups. But it is still too difficult and inconvenient to find houses on these forums. What if the game Real Estate Agent Simulator could be made into a platform that eliminates the intermediary and allows landlords and tenants to contact each other directly? Not only does it eliminate the interference of the intermediary company, but it also allows tenants to directly see the details of the house in the game, saving a lot of trouble. Of course, it is not easy to do this, because agents can disguise themselves as landlords and tenants, and once conflicts arise between landlords and tenants, they also need to be mediated. If this thing is to be done, it is not a simple matter of developing a new version, but equivalent to creating a new industry from scratch. With the current human and financial resources of Qingshan Studio, it is very difficult. So Lin Wan wrote 2 expected partners at the end of the plan, hoping to complete this model together. The 2 partners are Shenhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment. Chapter 1343. You call this a game update plan? Kai Jiadong continued to look at the specific plan for the cooperation. First, a new module is developed for the game Real Estate Agency Simulator, which can run independently on VR glasses and can be free from the constraints of computers. Originally, Real Estate Agency Simulator needed to be run on a computer and projected to a mobile phone because the configuration requirements of this game were relatively high. But according to Lin Wan's latest plan, all the redundant parts such as taking NPCs to see houses will be cut off, and only the basic function of visiting house types will be retained. Of course, a list and filter menu should be added so that players can filter different house types in different cities and preview the floor plans of house types, so that they can find houses that meet their needs more quickly. I have set up a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. In this way, the amount of computing required is greatly reduced, and after some adjustments to the screen configuration, this module can be run on VR glasses. In other words, the VR glasses version is simply a house type observer. There are no tenants in it, and the specific layout of the house type cannot be changed. If you want to experience other functions, you have to experience the full version on the computer. This is equivalent to opening a separate quick entrance for people who need to view houses, reducing their costs. Secondly, we jointly funded with Tenda Group and Shenhua Group to establish a new department dedicated to operating the rental platform function of Real Estate Agency Simulator. This department needs to recruit a large number of operation and maintenance personnel and supervisors. The operation and maintenance personnel are responsible for the subsequent update and maintenance of this platform, while the supervisors are responsible for supervising and reviewing the information on the platform, regularly deleting false information, and banning illegal accounts. Moreover, all accounts have transaction records, and the content of previous transactions can be checked, so that landlords or tenants can use these data to check the other party's past series of transaction records, whether they are honest and trustworthy or have bad records, and how the previous tenants or landlords evaluate him, all can be clearly seen. Some tenants are most afraid of encountering unreasonable landlords when renting houses. Similarly, landlords are also afraid of encountering tenants who do not cherish their houses. Under the control of the agency, landlords and tenants do not have many channels to understand each other, because the agency is afraid that the two will bypass the agency so that they cannot earn agency fees, so they only let the two parties meet at the last signing of the contract. However, on this new platform of Real Estate Agent Simulator, landlords and tenants are encouraged to get to know each other without exposing their contact information, and resources are tilted towards those high-quality landlords and tenants, while warnings are given to unpopular landlords and tenants. These supervisors are responsible for reviewing the authenticity of the information on the one hand, and arbitrating when disputes arise between landlords and tenants on the other hand to maintain the fairness of the platform. Finally, it is the specific cooperation model with Shenhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment. Shenhua Real Estate currently has some residential building projects across the country, most of which are for sale. Lin Wan does not intend to let Shenhua Real Estate change its operating model, but just hopes to rent out a small part of the building. Although the rent of this part of the building basically does not make money, the key is to establish a brand. If it is only sold and not rented, then Shenhua Real Estate will have no essential difference from other real estate companies. Even if the quality is better and the property service is more thoughtful, it is difficult to open a large enough gap with other real estate companies in this era of rising housing prices and supply less than demand. But if a small part of the building is rented out in conjunction with Real Estate Agent Simulator, it is equivalent to playing a display role. There may not be much advantage in beating other real estate companies, but beating intermediary companies is easy, isn't it? As long as you can establish a very good reputation in the rental market, then this reputation will naturally affect the sales market. After all, although many young people rent houses in the short term, they will most likely buy houses after they get married and start a family. Suppose a young person rents a house from Shenhua Real Estate in the capital, lives there for a while and is very satisfied, and tells his friends that Shenhua Real Estate's houses are of good quality and good service. Then whether he decides to stay in the capital or return to his hometown, he will give priority to Shenhua Real Estate's houses when buying a house. As for the cooperation with Sloth Apartment, it is even simpler, because Sloth Apartment is originally a rental brand. At that time, Real Estate Agency Simulator will open up a separate section on the homepage for the houses of Shenhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment, and will also give these houses special highlight marks. In short, use these high-quality houses to support the platform, and then use the platform resources to feed back these high-quality houses, and finally drive other general houses, so that ordinary landlords can also join this new platform. In this way, Real Estate Agency Simulator does not need to be limited to the game market at all, but can be expanded to the real field and use another model to make profits. The game market is still too small after all. Real Estate Agent Simulator itself is limited by the equipment. If it is only aimed at gamers, then even if Moyu internet cafes and entertainment venues like Starbird Fitness that have purchased a large number of VR glasses and equipment are included, the best result is nothing more than a small profit. But if it can really enter the rental field and take food from the residential group, it will not be just a small amount of money. Not only that, if the model of Real Estate Agency Simulator can really replace the residential group that will do anything for profit, it may be a good thing for landlords and tenants. After reading this plan, Kai Jiadong was a little shocked. You call this a new version update plan for the game? It's like a company that makes war simulation games suddenly held a meeting and said that our development plan for the next version is to buy an arsenal and start arming our troops, and start real war simulation after completing training. It's outrageous. A VR game company made a real estate agency simulator, but now it wants to use the game as a springboard to really enter the rental field? This cross-border is too far. But Kai Jiadong had to admit that this plan is still feasible. Who made Qingshan Studio, born with a silver spoon in its mouth, and have close relations with Tenda Group and Shenhua Group? If this plan can really get the full support of Shenhua Group and Tenda Group, it will have a great chance of success. After all, Tengda's Sloth Apartment has enough reputation and popularity, and Shenhua Real Estate has a lot of funds and houses. In addition, in the current rental market, landlords and tenants have reached a critical point in their disgust with intermediary companies such as the Home Group. This sentiment will attract much attention to the new project planned by Lin Wan. Of course, the only risk is whether this platform can always stick to its principles and bottom line, and whether the dragon-slaying warrior will become a dragon in the future. If this new platform really replaces the Home Group, will it follow the old path of the Home Group in order to gain more profits in the future? Kai Jiadong thinks it won't. Because Lin Wan is similar to Mr. Pei in one respect, they are both extreme idealists. The ultimate goal of such people is not to make money, but to change the world and make it a better world. Moreover, their first profession is game designer, and their ultimate pursuit is to design the best games. As for this rental platform, it is just a casual thing after the opportunity comes, and it is not their main business. What's more, if this platform really changes, it is estimated that it will not be able to defeat the Home Group. Everyone has read the plan. Kai Jiadong was the first to express his opinion. I think this plan is very good, I have no objection. The only question is, When do we discuss this matter with the people from Shenhua and Tenda? Such a big thing cannot be accomplished by us alone. Lin Wan said, I have called Liang Qingfan. He is available anytime. As for Shenhua real estate, he will come this afternoon. So we will discuss the functions of the game internally in the morning, and we will have a detailed discussion on the situation of Shenhua real estate and sloth apartment in the afternoon. Today is Friday, and we have to rest on the weekend. Time is tight. I hope we can reach an agreement in the afternoon and release the announcement as soon as possible. After all, speed is of the essence, and time waits for no one. Everyone can speak freely about their ideas for the new version. After all, the number of players in this game will increase in the future, and we must make long-term plans in advance. Everyone was excited and began to make suggestions. I think we can develop a multiplayer mode in the future, divided by geographical location and reality, so that players can play different agents in the same area. With a cycle of several days, players can complete a certain number of orders every day, which can be completed in about 2 or 3 hours of game time. At the end of the cycle, the winner will be determined based on comprehensive data such as profit and word of mouth, so that those players who are a little tired of playing can also feel competitive, and make the game more fun in the later stages. I think the current large map can be further refined. The current city is generally based on Jingzhou, but other cities are not involved. We can also develop maps for other cities so that players can better determine the location of the house they are looking at. We can also make a sorting mechanism and push function, because some tenants may not be in a hurry for 1 or 2 days, and they will look at new houses 1 or 2 months before the old house expires. We can let tenants set their own requirements and push them to them after a suitable house is available. I think that in addition to reviewing information and banning illegal accounts, supervisors can also communicate with landlords or tenants by voice and play the role of customer service, which can significantly improve our service quality. Everyone put forward opinions, and Lin Wan took notes seriously. Some of the opinions here may not have such a high priority and cannot be done in the short term, but they all need to be recorded. After all, according to Lin Wan's current plan, Real Estate Agency Simulator will not be a game in the future, but a rental app with a high occupancy rate. It must be constantly updated and iterated. These contents can be done in Real Estate Agency Simulator in the future, making it more convenient and faster. The entire meeting lasted nearly 3 hours, and everyone spoke freely. Not only did they reach a consensus internally, but they also accumulated many ideas for improvement. Lin Wan looked at the time. Okay, let's end the morning meeting here, and everyone should hurry up and eat. We will discuss the specific cooperation plan with the representatives of Shenhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment in the afternoon. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1344 Integrating a New Model. In the afternoon, several key staff members of Qingshan Studio came to the conference room early after lunch. Today's agenda was a little rushed, but the topic was very important. Everyone had studied Lin Wan's plan in the morning and felt that this plan had great potential. On the one hand, it conformed to the current trend and directly hit the pain points of tenants and landlords in the process of renting a house. On the other hand, it also made good use of the characteristics of the VR game Real Estate Agency Simulator and made great innovations to the online house viewing model. The only question now is whether Shenhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment will support this project and to what extent. Liang Qingfan is an old acquaintance of everyone. When developing Real Estate Agency Simulator before, everyone in Qingshan Studio had a lot of dealings with him. Relying on the various professional data provided by Sloth Apartment, Real Estate Agency Simulator can be so hardcore and has withstood the test of many professionals. Moreover, Liang Qingfan's operation of Sloth Apartment was in line with President Pei's will. President Pei would most likely support this kind of heavy-handed attack on the residential group. What made everyone uneasy was what the representatives of Xinhua Real Estate would think. Many people in Qingshan studio know the relationship between Lin Yuan and Xinhua Group. After all, Lin Cheng came several times when the studio was established and took care of it. But in the business world, even close brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Xinhua Real Estate is one of the three pillar industries of Xinhua Group, and every decision is not a joke. Although Xinhua Real Estate previously funded the establishment of a GOG esports team to support Tenda, it was a casual allocation from the funds for playing football, which was not a big deal. But this plan may require Xinhua Real Estate to make some adjustments to its own operating model. This is a major event that affects the entire body, and it is not something that can be done recklessly based on personal relationships. If Xinhua Real Estate only symbolically supports it, or does not recognize this model at all, then if it relies solely on Qingshan Studio and Sloth Apartment, this model will start very slowly. After all, the current influence of Sloth Apartment is mainly in Jingzhou, and there is no way to quickly radiate to the whole country. So everyone was a little nervous. After waiting for a while, footsteps were heard outside. It was Lin Yuan and Kai Jiadong who took the people over. "Please take a seat." Kai Jiadong led the two to their seats. Liang Qingfan didn't need to be mentioned, as everyone knew him. The other person was not the Lin Cheng that everyone had seen, but someone older. Many people had seen his photo online before and recognized him. This was Lin Zhou, the president of Xinhua Real Estate, who came in person. Everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a great card. Just by coming up with a simple plan, the president of Xinhua Real Estate turned down other work and came to Jingzhou for a meeting. It was indeed the real treatment of a sister. Lin Yuan's expression was normal. Just like in the morning meeting, she went straight to the point and briefly described the current achievements of Real Estate Agency Simulator. Then she conducted an in-depth analysis of the current rental market and explained in detail the specific model of the three-party cooperation between Qingshan Studio, Xinhua Real Estate, and Sloth Apartment. Lin Zhou and Liang Qingfan were listening carefully and did not interrupt. For Liang Qingfan, he was a little surprised at first, but soon accepted it calmly. The reason for the surprise was that Lin Yuan did not stick to the game itself, but used the game as a springboard to come up with such a big plan. But on second thought, isn't this completely in line with the development plan that President Pei has formulated for Sloth Apartment? President Pei had just issued instructions to open Sloth Apartments in other cities and start expanding, and Qingshan Studio's Real Estate Agent Simulator had already cooperated and played a protective role. It is possible that President Pei had planned this when designing this game and had discussed it with Lin Yuan in advance. It is also possible that Lin Yuan has worked at Tenda for so long, and has been influenced by President Pei's guidance, and has also seen this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he made the same decision as President Pei. But no matter what, this is consistent with President Pei's strategic direction, and Liang Qingfan certainly fully supports it. As for Lin Zhou, his mentality has also undergone some subtle changes, but he has not shown it. Lin Yuan has an older sister, two older brothers, and with Grandpa Lin Zhou can be the one who dotes on Lin Yuan the most in this family. Whether it was reducing the rent for Tenda at the beginning, or later investing in the establishment of the GOG team to support GPL, Lin Zhou has always been very generous in such matters, giving Lin Yuan whatever she wants. But in fact, at the beginning, Lin Zhou was not particularly optimistic about Lin Yuan's choice. It's just that he felt that no matter how big a mess Lin Yuan made, her family would cover her, so there was nothing to worry about, so he let her mess around outside. But unexpectedly, she really made a name for herself. Seeing that Tenda Group was developing at an incredible speed and succeeding in many fields in an incredible way, Lin Zhou no longer looked down on it. Of course, Lin Yuan's position was also promoted, but Lin Zhou felt that this could only be because Lin Yuan was lucky and happened to join a company that would take off in the future at the startup stage. The company's takeoff was due to President Pei's talent, and it should have little to do with Lin Wan. But today, listening to Lin Wan talking about her new plans at the meeting, Lin Zhou suddenly realized that he might be wrong. Lin Wan's growth and progress in Tenda over the years are terrible. Extending from the game to reality, integrating the resources of Shenhua real estate and sloth apartment, and taking the opportunity to enter the rental market, this must be a very bold decision. This vision and courage seem to have been passed down by President Pei. And from the details of this plan, whether it is the initial market analysis, the precise insight into the industry, or the specific cooperation plan, it is quite brilliant and foresight. This shows that Lin Wan has indeed achieved incredible growth in Tenda, and this growth is even more long-term than the growth she has achieved when she took over Shenhua Group. After all, the entire model of Shenhua Group was generally set by Mr. Lin. Of course, there was no problem in the past, but now it seems that it is a bit conservative, and many symptoms of big company diseases are gradually emerging. And Tenda is a leader in the new era. It has emerged from the bottom in a bloody storm. Compared with Shenhua Group, it can better represent the direction of the new era. In fact, after Lin Zhou took over Shenhua real estate a few years ago, he has been working hard to seek transformation, pushing Shenhua real estate to transform towards high-end, while striving to get closer to the lifestyle of young people, compared with those real estate developers who are keen on middle-aged and elderly style decoration. Shenhua real estate took the lead in launching house types for young people, and the effect is good. But it is just a good effect, and no essential breakthrough has been achieved. Lin Zhou has been very troubled by this, because he can't think of how to go further. But after listening to Lin Wan's talk today, he suddenly felt enlightened. Why can't Lin Zhou find a good way to break the deadlock? Because it is too thin to just focus on the real estate angle. Once the plan proposed by Lin Wan can really take shape, it is equivalent to opening up multiple dimensions such as games, renting, and buying houses, and at the same time integrating the game signs of Tenda Games and Qingshan Studio, the reputation of sloth apartment in the rental field, and the accumulation of Shenhua real estate in the real estate business. For Shenhua real estate, if it wants to take out some houses for rental mode and display, it does have to give up some profits first. But it should also be considered that Shenhua real estate spends a lot of publicity funds every year, including the funds for buying the team. If we can really take this opportunity to get a good publicity effect, then what's the harm in giving up some profits? After thinking about this, Lin Zhou looked at Lin Wan with a new eye. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan learned a lot of other things while learning how to make games at Tenda. Although Lin Wan may not know the details of Shenhua real estate, or even know nothing about it, the thinking mode cultivated in Tenda is extremely valuable. The sensitivity to the market, multi-industry linkage, and high reputation among young people, all these are undoubtedly labeled with Tenda. Now it seems that Lin Wan has learned a lot of Mr. Pei's housekeeping skills, and even surpassed Lin Zhou, the elder brother, in some places. And this is exactly the quality that a leader must have. As a leader, you may not be so proficient in specific business, but you must be able to see the general direction and make the right decisions. Of course, Lin Wan is still far behind Mr. Pei, especially in long-term planning and knowing people and assigning them to positions. But there is no need to rush. With Lin Wan's current growth rate, it is only a matter of time before he becomes an all-round player like Mr. Pei. Soon, Lin Wan finished his explanation. She looked at Lin Zhou and Liang Qingfan. This is a preliminary plan, and it will be further refined later. Do you have any comments or suggestions? Liang Qingfan said, it just so happens that Sloth Apartment also has plans to expand to other cities in the next stage, and I fully support it. But there is one thing I can add. As far as I know, Yuan Ming Venture Capital has invested in Starboard Fitness, and Starboard Fitness has been developing business around Doubt VR glasses and has developed rapidly. I think we can have in-depth cooperation with stores like Moyu Internet Cafe and Xingya Fitness, such as subsidizing prices or promoting around the stores, which should be more effective. Lin Wan nodded, yeah, that makes sense, I'll add it to the plan now. After that, she looked at Lin Zhou again. Lin Zhou nodded, okay. I will make this project a key project for the next stage of Xinhua real estate and promote it with all my strength. I hope to integrate the brands of Xinhua Real Estate, Qixing Studio, and Sloth Apartment to open up a new channel. Lin Wan was very happy. Okay, then we will hurry up and make a specific cooperation plan, and take advantage of the current public opinion environment to strive for a hit. Chapter 1345 President Pei probably has a backup plan. After all, Lin Zhou and Lin Wan are siblings, so there is no need to talk too much about many things. Lin Wan knew that with Lin Zhou's personality, if this plan is not feasible, he will definitely not agree. Lin Zhou has always kept public affairs and private affairs separate. Now that Lin Zhou has nodded in agreement and wants to fully promote it as a key project in the next stage of Xinhua real estate, it means that he is very optimistic about this plan and believes that this plan coincides with the transformation of Xinhua real estate that he has been promoting. In this case, there is no need to talk nonsense and hurry up to study the details of the cooperation. After all, this kind of public opinion environment is not common now. This is the popularity that President Pei has grabbed with a series of layouts such as Sloth Apartment, Real Estate Agency Simulator, and exquisite publicity plans. The heat on the internet has a time limit. Although everyone is now scolding the Zhuzhou Group online, and other competing companies are also adding insult to injury, causing the Zhuzhou Group stock price to plummet, if nothing is done, this heat may soon subside and fail to cause much waves. Wait for the Zhuzhou Group to survive this wave, and it will be the same as it should be. If we wait until the heat has passed, and then launch this business, the attention and heat will be seriously insufficient. Therefore, we must take advantage of this juncture to let everyone see that this industry has the possibility of change, and it is the powerful and reputable companies such as Xinhua Group and Tenda Group that are taking action. In this way, it is like boiling oil on a raging fire, so that these heats can really play their value. Although it has always been the people who are the creators of history and the times make heroes, we have to admit that sometimes heroes will play a certain leading role in the trend of history. In peacetime, large companies should assume a certain responsibility to lead social progress. However, many companies have developed with a good environment and support, but they do not consider taking social responsibilities at all. Instead, driven by the ever-expanding desire, they only want to continue to expand, monopolize, and make money lying down, which can be completely on the wrong path. Zhuzhou Group is a typical representative of such large companies. Lin Wan has always hated such companies. She even thinks that Xinhua Group also has this trend and tendency. Therefore, Lin Wan rejected the idea of taking over Xinhua because it conflicted with her career ideals. On the other hand, she felt that although Xinhua Group was doing better than other companies, it was only slightly better. She did not think she could fundamentally change this relationship, but after working at Tenda for so long, Lin Wan's ideas are also changing. She thinks that she can develop more cooperation with Xinhua Group on the basis of adhering to the spirit of Tenda. On the one hand, she can use Xinhua Group to leverage more resources and better achieve her goals. On the other hand, with the deepening cooperation between the two sides, the spirit of Tenda may gradually affect Xinhua Group and cure its big company disease. The interests of Qixing Studio, Xinhua Real Estate, and Sloth Apartment are consistent, and each of them has certain resources, so they quickly finalized the preliminary cooperation plan. Some of the details have not been finalized, but these details do not affect the announcement of the three parties. Lin Zhou decided to hold an emergency meeting with the senior management after returning to Xinhua Real Estate. After all, such a big thing still needs to be notified. If there is really a problem, then this matter may have to be postponed a little, but the possibility of encountering a problem is almost zero. There is no need for Qixing Studio and Sloth Apartment, because the structure of the two companies is different from Xinhua Real Estate, and the ship can be turned around. In the end, the three parties decided to issue a joint statement on Monday afternoon to officially make this cooperation plan public. There will be a series of publicity activities around this plan, but that's all for later. In the evening, Meng Qiang finished his work and went home happily. This month's work was perfectly finished. He looked at the date. Tomorrow Saturday is December 1st. On Monday, he will start working on the promotion plan for the new month. Although he only got more than 30,000 commissions after a busy month, Meng Qiang gained unprecedented satisfaction. How can the knowledge he learned from Mr. Pei be compared with a few tens of thousands of dollars? As a result, not long after he got home, the phone rang. It was Fan Dong. "Brother, you are really well informed." "That's awesome." The public opinion storm has continued to ferment in the past few days. The stock of the home group has plummeted by more than 13%. It's a pity that I didn't dare to short too much at the beginning. So far, I have only made $200,000. We will each take half of this $200,000. Meng Qiang's first reaction was a little surprised. "Earned $200,000? You invested so much money? Or, leveraged?" Fan Dong smiled. "Hey, isn't this how our business is? The brave will die of overeating and the timid will die of starvation. It's meaningless to make a little profit. If you want to play, play big." Meng Qiang was also a little moved. Although he made money this time, Fan Dong also took a lot of risks after all. Thinking of this, he shook his head. "This money can't be split in half. You took the risk and paid the money. I just revealed the news to you, which is not worth so much money. You should just treat me to a meal." Fan Dong immediately said, "How can that be possible? We are brothers, why are you still being so polite? We can make money together. As long as there are similar opportunities to make money in the future, a mere $100,000 is nothing. Why, you don't want to get rid of me and eat alone?" Meng Qiang was speechless. How can that be possible? "I want to eat alone, but I don't have the capital." Fan Dong smiled. "Isn't that settled? You give the news, I pay for the operation, and we split the money in half. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not the kind of person who is pedantic, so don't look down on me." Obviously, the reason why Fan Dong is so righteous is, on the one hand, because of his original relationship with Meng Qiang, and on the other hand, he was really shocked by Meng Qiang. At that time, Meng Qiang had made a solemn promise that the deal would be completed by the end of this month or the beginning of next month, no later than the 15th. Fan Dong was a little skeptical. It was not that he did not believe Meng Qiang's information, but he felt that the time was too precise. Unexpectedly, it took less than a week for the deal to work, and the effect was so strong. If Fan Dong did not trust Meng Qiang very much, he would have arranged the short sale immediately after the meeting. If he had hesitated or delayed for a while, he would not have made any money. This also made Fan Dong look at Meng Qiang with a new eye. Although Meng Qiang is now in a lot of debt, he can really affect the stock price of a listed company with just a few moves, which is terrible. For a person like this, does it matter whether he owes debts or not? So Fan Dong directly split the money in half, hoping not to have any estrangement with Meng Qiang. If the money is not divided this time, Meng Qiang will not say anything, but if there is news later, Meng Qiang may go to find someone else himself. Just for this little money, he offended his friends and cut off his own financial path. Fan Dong is not so stupid. Now that Meng Qiang has accepted the money, it means that the alliance between the two Rao has been established, which is unbreakable. Fan Dong is very happy. "Okay, then after I close the position these 2 days, I will find a chance to transfer the money to you." There is no limit on the closing time of short selling, but generally speaking, the securities clearing company charges clearing fees on a daily basis. The longer the stock is lent, the higher the lending cost, and the profit margin will be relatively reduced. Obviously, Fan Dong thinks that closing the position in the near future is the perfect time. He went short just when the stock price of the home furnishing group was at its peak. Now the stock price has plummeted by more than 13%. As a public opinion storm, the decline of this stock price is not enough. Next, the residential group will most likely not sit still and wait for death. It may make some public relations operations, and some retail investors or institutions in the financial market may also feel that the residential group stock has hit the bottom and decide to buy some, causing the stock price to rise. If you continue to wait, even if the residential group stock price remains stable, considering the borrowing cost, you may not be able to earn more. In case of unexpected circumstances, the residential group stock price rises a little more, and the $200,000 will shrink instead. Meng Chang was silent for a moment, and said, "Don't worry, wait a little longer." Fan Dong was stunned for a moment. "Why, you still have a backup plan? Can you make the stock of the home group fall again?" Meng Chang shook his head. "I don't have a backup plan," but Mr. Pei sighed. "I'm not sure. Based on my understanding of Mr. Pei, this is not the first time he has targeted the home group. I always feel that this time it will not end so easily. It's just that the stock price fell by 13%, which is still too light. It doesn't seem like Mr. Pei's style." Fan Dong was a little confused. "Mr. Pei's style?" Meng Chang explained, "Mr. Pei's style is to never be soft on this kind of company, just like the cold winter, and he must kill them all. Last time the Angsanfang happened, Mr. Pei didn't have enough chips in his hand, so the damage to the home group was not serious. But this time, Tenda Group is developing rapidly, and its strength is increasing and decreasing. I don't think Mr. Pei will let this incident end so easily. So, I suggest you wait for about 2 weeks, or at least a week. If Mr. Pei has arranged a backup plan, he will definitely take advantage of the current popularity to deal a fatal blow to the residential group, and these backups will most likely appear within 2 weeks, otherwise the popularity will be over and it will be too late. Waiting for a while may result in a small loss, but if the bet is right, you can make more money." Fan Dong was silent on the other end of the phone. The last time Meng Chang made a decision, at least he really had a set of plans. But this time, the decision was directly based on understanding of Mr. Pei. It is a bit too unreliable to use this as a basis. But Fan Dong thought about it and thought that the money was originally earned by Meng Chang's information. In this case, what's wrong with trusting him once more? What's more, it's just waiting for 1 more week, and there is no big risk. "Okay, then I'll listen to you. I'll observe for another week." Fan Dong agreed straightforwardly.